We are back for another day of the Blast Premier Bounty presented by Polymarket. My name is James Banks and I'll be hosting the early games today. Alongside me is my good friend Vu, ready to rock and roll early in the morning for his time. But Vu, yesterday, it became a special day. Finally, some bounty hunters were actually good at doing their job, man.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we went offline, all of the favorites managed to lose in spectacular fashion, James. Spectacular games.
Spectacular fashion as well. You know, like the Hotu Gamer Legion, I can go with that, right? That can make some sense to me as to why Gamer Legion will be able to lose. You know, it's a closer matchup when you put it on paper and all of that. And we saw this, right? There was some Flammus frustrations coming out, and I understand why Flammus would be frustrated, because he's playing against people from his region that he's regularly playing against, that he would expect, I should be beating these fools.
And I mean, Flammus also had a really solid game. So when you're not always performing at your top level, but you manage to pull off some incredible gameplay, but your team can't put it across the line, it's the classic face it, I got 4 kills, why can't you guys get 1? You know, I can understand the frustration coming out of him, but I think you're right. I think this is a slightly closer game than expected. And I mean, if you look at Hotu's, like their performances so far this season, they have a win against Astralis, they have a win against Heroic, they've played a bunch of matches, so it's not as incredible of an upset as I think the second match was.
Yeah, and to be fair, right, it is the first showing for this new Gamer Legion team, and I love that we've just got full reactions from Flammus. I feel for you, man. It'll get better. You've been in worse situations before, but for the other side of things, I did hype up the 100 Thieves Falcons games as like a lot of legendary legacy, you know, all these major winners, even the coach major winners, everyone in there, like it was action-packed. And I'll say this, if anyone just thinks, oh, it was an online game, we shouldn't overreact to it, I do agree, but it's the fact that it was a 9-3 half for Falcons, and it looked like they just had the game won, even if it did go across 3 maps. It's the not being able to close it out after being 9-3 down, which is a little bit of a worry, despite it being just an online game.
James, it's the everything, okay? It's the fact of everything that happened in this series. You have 100 Thieves, initially, they get destroyed on their own map pick. They go into map 2, their CT sides are a little bit suspect in both the second and third map, but then you have Gizmy calling circles around Falcons on the T sides. They have a 10-2 T side on Anubis, as you mentioned. They had an incredibly strong T side on Dust2, and I had seen some Monty, you know, it's not like I haven't seen Gizmy before, but watching this game back afterwards, his calling was incredible. And Rain, I mean, look, we're saying it's a legacy match. You have all these legendary players. Nobody's expecting Rain to be the standout player on a server with Monacy and Kyosuke on the other side, you know, but he absolutely was. poi was popping off. Everyone showed up for 100 Thieves. And the most surprising part, I mean, I mentioned Hotu, they played and beat Astralis, they played and beat Heroic, so you see them coming in, you're expecting good things. The most recent match for 100 Thieves, they lost to NIP. You know, you're not expecting them to come out and beat Falcons right after that.
Hey, they were like, we're at the lowest point we could be at. Now we're going to roll on into it, and now we're going to eliminate the Falcons. But again, right, these things can happen. We're not going to overreact to it too much, because I do think like it's an online game, right? These things can happen with it, but it is a really important win for 100 Thieves. We're seeing the eliminated teams over now, right? And it's mainly bounty hunters, part of the 2 that we just spoke about. Nuclear Tiger Rares, Nemesis, Namiga, Eyeballers, M80, and Alliance are all out of it. And we got 4 more games today, as well as we saw on the screen just a little bit ago. Mate, today's schedule is going to be another interesting one, I would say. There is potential for upsets in this one as well. And the one I'm looking at here, right, is an example of paiN, who have been performing pretty badly. And maybe, just on the other side, Aurora. They've been winning, but I'm not going to count FOKUS out of this one, considering Aurora have gone through a lot of changes.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more winnable upsets, especially given the gap in terms of ranking between these teams, because Aurora have gone international, right? This is a big change for Aurora, and FOKUS is a team, they've made a couple of changes, but I think they're moving less international. You know, they're moving towards the Nordics. They've got a couple of Swedes together now. It's the type of matchup where you can expect an upset to happen, even though on paper, it's pretty clear which team is supposed to be better.
Yeah, the name value is certainly there, but I got to talk to both ZTR and Kicksan, so let's just roll out these interviews. ZTR, you've had your time extended to being on FOKUS. What is it that makes FOKUS the right team for you at the moment? What are you enjoying about the players you get to work with, your coach, etc.?
I would say like the thing that stayed for me from the last roster is I really enjoy working with Kuben a lot. I think he's helping me improve in different aspects and give me a different view of like how to play the game. And also, of course, my teammates. I really enjoyed playing with them. And now with the 2 new players coming in, I believe we've had a slight upgrade in some departments at least. Of course, I'm gonna miss the other guys. But yeah, now I'm really excited to play with my fellow Swede Jakob and also Finnish GOAT Pudi.
Oh, you said that you think that it's going to be some upgrades for you. So I was worried that losing Jorko would kind of be hurting you guys. You don't think that right now? You're enjoying what you're seeing in practice?
Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying what I'm seeing right now. I wouldn't say like it was an obvious upgrade from the start. Have to give Jorko some credit. He did perform during his time with us, and yeah, I'm curious to see how it will go for him on Liquid.
Kiksan in an Aurora shirt. So let me just ask you, mate, how's your Turkish coming along?
It's still not the best, but I'm learning. I've been here for a few days and I know a few sentences already, so in a month it will be much better.
but really, right, you've come into a very interesting project, switching to international. There's a lot of change, not just you coming in. What was it like when you first met the guys, got into boot camp and started talking with everyone?
It was good. I was actually surprised in a positive way because everyone's English was pretty good, and everyone is so nice. Everyone is willing to work. Everyone is willing to improve. So that's the most important thing for me, and I'm excited about this team. It's just the start, but I'm really excited.
That is great to hear. And obviously yesterday you got some important wins, but I want to understand, how is it working right now between the way Aurora used to play and what the Turkish guys will be used to, how you like to call, and what Ash sees as his vision? Because obviously you had a short amount of time, so how are you doing it? How does it work?
So I mean, I would say that some things changed in this team compared to their last lineup. So we do some things differently, like the way we work, the way we play, the way we prepare for games. I will not go too much into details, but let's say that I'm responsible for the T sides, and on the city sides we obviously have Ash, who is bringing a lot of ideas, Xantares, who is really vocal and he has good idea of how to play the game, and then we also have other players who are really, let's say, vocal and they give a lot of ideas. So city side is a bit mixed right now because we haven't had so much time and we are just trying to maybe adapt or come up with some things on the fly because of the lack of practice, but yeah, in the future it will be better for sure.
Okay, I like that though, but you've jumped right in deciding to make this change early on, right? Not try and just sit back with some of the old stuff. And for you, how did you feel coming into your first officials, you know, with a bit of time out?
It was good. I missed competing, so yesterday was a good day. I'm happy to be back to playing, and yeah, I'm excited, as I said.
And I would be excited too, right, Vu? Look at the players he's got to work with right now, and also a coach like Ash. What we were just hearing there around him controlling the T sides, more input from Ash and other players on the CT side. This is a very different structure to anything the Turkish players of Aurora will be used to. It seems like quite a big change, but if everyone's chiming in and buying into it early on, that's good for building this chemistry up.
Yeah, I think this is going to take a little time for them to reach their peak level. As many people have said before, I think this opens them up for a lot of potential in the future. There's some growing pains you can still see when, you know, you see GymFat on the same bomb site as a Wacadia. Sometimes they're not on the same page with the way they're playing. But I love that you've paired now Kiksan with Ash. We don't have them on the graphic here, but Kiksan and Ash, I think, is a really interesting combination. I think Kiksan performs best as an IGL when he has this type of coach that's more hands-on than you see some other coaches working. I think this is the exact right kind of setup of changes to push this team to a much higher level in the future. But at the moment, I mean, they have a couple of wins already, but I still think it's going to take them a little bit of time.
And the thing is, what I'm really liking here, right? Okay, they ended up losing Madra, Soulfly, Fabra coming out of the team, right? It's going away with the old Turkish guard. It's bringing in a whole new mentality, and something like that might actually be a positive for the players like Zontaras and Woxic, who have been through that for so long, you know, like give them a bit of a refresh on a different way to look at the game and approach it themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, they were playing such a static style for so long on this team, on Aurora, Eternal Fire. It was so many 4-1s, so much grouped up gameplay. And watching their first couple of games, they still do a decent amount of that, but they've added in a lot more kind of set pieces, a lot more a little prodding throughout the map. And you can see when you allow that to happen, you see the performances from a Wicadia, from a Woxic, from a Xantar, as these top level players. Now they're allowed to make decisions on their own. They're allowed to have a little bit more of their own build of the game, push forward the round. And you don't see that when you're going 4-1. You're just Xantares run in, hit them in the head, which is great. And he's going to do it, right? But I want to see if Xantares and the rest of these players can actually show another level of their gameplay and actually accelerate their ability, or, you know, just push their team to a new level.
And looking at the fact that they are going international, right? So Woxic's done it a bit, but for example, Zontaras did it, but I'll give the caveat with Zontaras is that he did it on big. At one point, it had him learning German, and then they scrapped that. Then he did do English, but I mean, it wasn't solid, like full international for him in the sense of what he's in right now. So there's a lot they're going to need to go through with it. He did have a look at this. This is good information. 4 trophies won with it, all online. I'll give him that. But I mean, he's not an online. I'm not worried about that kind of thing. I think it might take him a bit of time to get used to it and the switch of language for sure. But this opens up at least him to be back at his best with people that will actually guide him in maybe a different way rather than just putting it all on him, right? Getting more out of the other pieces they have there.
Yeah, I would say that big clan roster wasn't an international team, but it was the definite culture shock with the way Big plays CS, the way they practice CS. I think that might be maybe why he was like, oh, is that what it's like in an international roster? No, thanks. We're sticking Turkish forever, you know? But then on the other hand, you've got Woxic, who was on the actually international, the weird jank. Like if you look at the roster name, they got Chris J, Frozen, Ross. That was an insane team when he was on the Mouse team. He was on the Cloud9 Colossus, but I almost highlight this just to say that these players have a tiny bit of international experience, but almost none. You know, it's been so long. It was a completely different game back even in 2021 on Big Clan, in 2020 with Cloud9. It was a different game being played, and I think you could sequence rounds a little bit more, and it wasn't quite what you're expecting to see now. So as much as they have a little bit of experience, I almost don't really count that at this point.
And just to quickly touch on Wicadia, the final member of that, he has not played on an international roster, but he is a face-it grinder, and his English is pretty good. It's improved so much over the time of doing interviews and stuff with him as well that he's the one I'm actually less worried about it. It might take a few months or weeks, you know, for him to get fully understanding of hearing the voices of his teammates. But I mean, I don't think we're going to see such a drop off from him.
Part of it is that it's not necessarily just about the language factor. It's about the understanding of the game. You know, you see this with international or national squads all over the place. You saw it with Mongols recently. They all played a similar style. They came up in a system with different, you know, with players of the same nationality where they all kind of see the game in a similar way. You saw that with Astralis back in the day. You see that with many different scenes. They often have players that look at the game in a similar way. And so even without communication, they see a situation and they both know how to play that out in a specific way, right? And then you go international. Does JimFat see a situation? Does he see a 3v1 the same way that Wicadia sees a 3v1? Do they play it completely differently? Do they then need to communicate to each other? I'm going to go for this. You're going to go for that. That's where it becomes a little more problematic, more so than the actual language barrier, because I think we all talk in CS, in CS terms at least.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, let's turn our attention and focus on FOKUS themselves, because FOKUS has been an interesting project, right? A very new project coming up. They take Cuban, who has had known impact for so many players, and I don't just talk more about like the golden Polish 5, right? But younger players coming up, helped raise JL up. Everyone speaks positively around him of what he's been able to do, and once again, he's got a young roster to try and work with. I was very worried when they lost Jorko because he was by far the top performer. Has also gone from the lineup, but now they've got Poddy and Jokab, and okay, at least on paper, Poddy had some highs from times before. If he can reach that, maybe it'll be kind of a lateral move. Maybe it'll be just the kind of fill the same gap.
I mean, you're talking about a new team, a team so new they don't even have a Liquipedia page. But talking about paiN, he's actually someone that I've looked forward to him being on a better team for a while now, because he's been he was on the Sprout situation, then he was ENCE Academy, then ENCE forever, and he's not someone that jumps off the page. He's not going to necessarily have too many hard carry Modesty style games, but to me, he's an extremely solid opper. He can go for openings, especially on the CT side. He's really effective going for opening plays. He's not going to make a whole lot of mistakes. He's a very solid backbone style opper. He's going to hit the shots that you know that he needs to be hitting. I've honestly expected him to get a jump up to a slightly higher level, to maybe a tier 1.5 level for a while. So to see him move to a FOKUS team, this isn't quite what I was hoping for a next step up, but it's certainly something. Replacing Jorko, I was questioning at first. Jorko's a great player. Can they get a good replacement? I think paiN's a great shout for that.
Yeah, and I feel like this is something we'll get to see in the long term for FOKUS, which is a long-term project, right? All these new young players coming up in, but it's almost time to get us into the match. So let's find out what both CTR and Kicksan were thinking about this, because there's a little bit of history in here. In terms of Cuban, right, he has a lot of knowledge and history with Kicksan. What has he said to you guys? Does it impact the game in any way, or am I maybe just overthinking it a bit?
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the game, there's like the same connection in both teams. For our team, there is Cuban and his ex Kicksan, and for me, it's gonna be Ash, which I played in Game Legion with for like I think close to 2 years. So I think definitely, I mean, we haven't really focused on it at all, to be honest. But I think for sure there's gonna be some inner thoughts, which are gonna be like maybe mind games, thinking, will they know, will they anticipate this or etc. Because you've spent so much time with each other beforehand.
You've got some history with Cuban in there. You know each other well. Does that affect the matchup at all?
Maybe a little bit. I know him, and I knew what was coming in the veto, and I think it happened in the end. So yeah, I think we're gonna play cash today, and I completely expected it from Cuban.
I love that already, right? The mind games are there. We're going to just roll out the veto because Kicksan's given us a small spoiler from it as well. He's thinking, okay, Aurora, you've had to get a lot ready. There's no way you're going to be ready on cash. We'll make sure we can throw that out there and at least guarantee, or maybe guarantee ourselves a map in our minds.
I love to see the cash pick, because so many teams are just kind of handshake vetoing it in the second round. You're seeing very few teams actually try and specialize in this map. So when you have a team like FOKUS that's trying to make a name for themselves, trying to make the step up and compete against top tier 1 opposition, cash is a great place to do it. The problem is this is a really good map for the few players. I think there's 2 players in this 10 that have played it before. Statistically, it's Xantarez's best map ever. And
really?
if you just think about cash, it does play into his play style. So I'm a little concerned, but I like the confidence. I like the idea.
Xantarez is a man who doesn't change as well. I don't know if you guys can see it right now, but his mouse is still wired. This guy doesn't change setup, doesn't change anything he's doing. It keeps it exactly locked in the same. So if he was doing it all way back then on cash, I believe he can do it again, Vu. I'm fully locked in on the fact that if you just told me that's his best map, that is a wild thought in my head, man. That's crazy.
It just plays into the way, unfortunately, I think it plays into the strengths of Aurora. It plays into the strengths, especially of that trio of Wycadia, Woxic, Xantarez. The wired mouse call out.
Hey, bro,
Lord, who does? He must be one in 100.
I think he might be the only top tier pro with a wired mouse. And the thing is, the reason I mention it is because I had a conversation around with him. He even down to his mouse pad, he was saying like, I have to have this certain mouse pad because when they've released newer ones, it doesn't have the same feeling. So he is so specific on things that he doesn't change. He doesn't change settings. He doesn't change resolution or anything like that. He needs to be exactly the same to feel so confident and so calm with it all. So, very specific player.
The other hand of that is I remember Jordan Nothing Gilbert I think he used to change his mouse pad once a week because he felt it got different once you wore it down. It didn't track the same. I guess Xantarez is in the exact opposite category in that regard.
Yeah, he's just rocking with it. Hello, Wycadia. Nice to see your face there, mate. Yep, check your hair. You're looking good. I appreciate that. And while we're looking at Wycadia looking all good, we'll go to Bardolph and DDK, 2 very fine gentlemen.
Be like, waiting for this cash to start. That's a crazy stat, how good he is on cash. And again, it's a very familiar map to what it used to be. I was looking at the ages of many of these players. I mean, they must have been about 14 or so when cash left the map pool last. So, you know, let's look at the numbers over here. We can see Aurora are a huge favorite. Maybe Vu's comments about Xantares just being crazy on this map have sent them to the moon in that regard. We'll see if he can send his opponent to the moon in this series. Again, there's a lot of interesting talking points that they went through on this desk. I think Vu made some really good points about how two different teams from two different players from two different disciplines, i.e. teams, will maybe approach an X versus Y situation, 3v2 or whatever it is. I think one of the problems with, say, Turkish players, amongst others, for example, you could throw, say, Russian players in there as well, is when you're communicating in English, you might still be thinking in your own language. Like if you live in a different country, then you end up thinking in that language and kind of forgetting some of your own language, which is a bit weird, but there can be delays with that as well. But again, there's so much online CS to be played casually for these pros now that should be a lot more seamless than before. So we'll see how Acadia deals with it. First time on an international team. Cash will be a great way to start this series.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I am very excited for Xantares. I'm very excited to also see Woxic for Aurora, but we've had a lot of interesting, bounty hunter situations. Maybe this will be another one of those to kick off the day, as you will see FOKUS looking at that A-bomb site. And I mean, it really feels like Aurora are pretty ready for this as well. Maybe they've got an inkling. Okay, no, we're actually going to get the boost. I like to see that. Perhaps we'll end up in a splits. How many people are they sending up? Ready to go over the top.
A lot of util on this FOKUS squad.
Where are they? Where are they?
There is a P250 here for pawD, which I love to see on the pistol round. Again, lots of long ranges. You can see him taking some pot shots towards Woxic as they make their way towards short. Bomb into. Banjo's going to swing with that bomb. Back falls Woxic. This is a great one-tap, and now he's got his teammate behind him as well for the double peek, but Yimfat will catch that second one. Mateos drops, and there's big trouble now for FOKUS. Really committed with that bomb, and they might not get much mileage from this one unless Yocab can find a multi-frag, but he will be denied, and that's a promising start for Aurora.
Yeah, that's a rough one. You lose the bomb, like basically into CT spawn. Not a fun time. But yeah, it's so cool to see cashback, I think, especially for, just speaking personally, because we casted so much cash back in the day. And so it's very interesting to see kind of what still translates and just some of the options that you have. And going through straight through to CT spawn to like wrap around the back is a really fun thing that you can try to do. And I'm curious also like what the level of the teams will be in terms of these tactical layers of taking positions like mid. That's something that we talked a lot about in the previous cache that we had.
I know, I really do respect the fact that Xantares uses the same mouse with the wire rather than going wireless, because even if you see newer versions of the same mouse, there's always a new sensor in, and the sensors are not exactly the same as the old sensors, and it's presented as an upgrade. But is it really? Just give me the same sensor. What was wrong with the last one? Probably nothing.
The weight as well, and it's just all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always wondered, like, does anybody want this new sensor? Like, what is actually better? What was the problem with the old one?
All right, over the top, and yeah, it's not going to be too much luck on that one. Easily cleaned up. I want to say, if I remember correctly, I think Xantares uses like an FK1 or something, or FK2. He uses, I believe, a Zowie mouse, I think. It's really cool to see because some of these mice have extreme history in Counter-Strike. Obviously, like named after Counter-Strike players.
That's pretty cool.
These models, yeah.
Man, I gave up the wire a long time ago. I used to put the paracord on myself, but talk more about that in an eco round. FOKUS will have the rifles out in the third round. Again, in the few caches we have seen in the earlier half of the days gone this week, We've seen some vastly different approaches on the T side. Not everybody is as prepared as their opponent may be, so that'll be quite interesting, especially the approach to mid. I think some teams have gone for the mid to late numbers game on the T side into a bomb site. A's been popular in particular. But we'll see if FOKUS on this T side will go for more denial of information, forcing angles away from mid. WOKSIC happy to look with the scout for the time being.
Okay, layering that utility in onto the mid take. Again, I know you were mentioning that sandbags molly yesterday. I think it was yesterday, one of the last couple of days. And white box, which is it's a bit muddy now, needs some cleaning, is going to be taken, but Matea's also taking a scout shot as well, so they've gained some ground, but now crunching into the B site. We'll see exactly what this defense is going to yield. Looking quite nice here. I mean, having to play all the way at the back of the site, but so far so good there. The vent room occupied. And now kind of stuck here, having to make a desperate push in, but look how ready Aurora are. Poddy able to get one kill, but these kills are just not really going the way at all of FOKUS here as they try to traverse the map.
Yeah, we saw some good intentions in that mid position there from the FOKUS squad. You know, again, talking about denial of information, forcing the CTs from their position, giving themselves options to split a site should they choose to do that. A bit tongue-tied today. So yeah, just a more traditional round we saw there from FOKUS at the beginning. We'll see how they change things up based on how good or bad things go for them. But again, we are seeing a varied range from different teams in Cash early on in its reintroduction to the map pool. Aurora looking really comfortable. Won't be too surprising. Creeping through the smoke. Maybe there's a chance for a bomb plant here. ZTR has said bomb. Racing over now. That bonus money will be very helpful indeed. So this is the safe plant. If you can plant on the back wall so the CTs have to face the wall to defuse it, that can be quite handy, but that may prove difficult in these rounds of Cash, especially if you don't have a smoke in that heaven position.
Yeah, Cash is an interesting map. I feel like it does have a lot of there's a lot of comparisons you can make with the Mirage in the overall setup, but also in how you can just run these set pieces onto the A and the B site. You know, this is something that's in the old Cash was you know these are strategies you could go to, just like full out executes where everything gets Molotoved, and you can do that to both the B and the A site. And you just need to have the position outside of the B or A, which is not positions that the CTs can easily take control of as well. So it does, I think, add a lot of diversity in terms of the options you get on the T side. You don't have to play hardcore for map control, but of course you do. You do need to prove to the CTs you can take mid away.
There's so much lore on this map. Be fun to insert as we go along. So attempt number 2 with the AKs for FOKUS. Again, seem keen to challenge in that mid position. Again, does give them options to split the bomb site. And the CTs may have to gamble a third man unless they go for a late presence in mid later on. You can see WOKSIC in a very forward position on B. Got to decide which angle is going to be the right one. If he holds this one, of course, every few seconds, he'll have to check his left side. But some classic strats coming out from Aurora. The storied men on the server.
Yeah, I love that push from WOKSIC. It's really, really nice. They don't have a main control. So, okay, they've given up mid, but they've gotten something back, which is that forward B control. So really nice, because right now, I mean, it's for FOKUS. I don't know if they know precisely which direction they're going in. That said, they do have a lean towards B into WOKSIC. So his push here is absolutely perfect. There's their first kill. He's going to know there's another player. That smoke is going to delay things here. Small gap on the left side for him to play with. But what do you do now if you're FOKUS? It looks like Mathios is going to take down JimFat, but WOKSIC picks up another one. And FOKUS, they're stuck here. The bomb is towards the B side of the map. They have to go B now. There's no time. Xantares will go down, but again, they've got to get the bomb and just flanked it. The AK of Wicardia, really well done there. And now FOKUS really without any options. No time. Mathios trying to see if at least maybe he can get some extra damage. That could be something, some kind of a win here, but Aurora really showing their experience on Cash, I feel like, James.
It gets worse. Constantly outmaneuvered in this round. Really fun to watch from the CT perspective. And when Woxic puts that smoke up, it's like, do you want to pursue this? Do you want to try and trade this? Because I don't know, man. Against Woxic, it's probably not going to happen. But these are some early warnings that FOKUS are in a lot of trouble versus Aurora. It feels like massive comfort at great advantage already in this first map of this series.
Yeah, it's we're seeing a lot of these small Cash details where, you know, should Woxic in a round like this, I don't know if it was the case off of spawn, they're thinking, okay, we're going to go mid control into B. You know, if they know the B part ahead of time, because if you do, then obviously that's kind of one of the ways you can get really stymied is if you have a forward play from the CTs towards B main like that. So, you know, maybe that's like a small Cash detail that maybe FOKUS need to look at and be like, oh, okay, in that kind of a round, we need to be ensuring that we at least have info of what the CTs are doing on that side. But, you know, we're back into a bit of a hodgepodge half-fly situation. AK almost finds XANTARES, actually. That was a close encounter, but it doesn't get the kill. FOKUS are locked out of mid for the time being.
I feel like they're probably scared about this CT aggression that we've seen so far. The mid takes we've seen from FOKUS, maybe trying to set the pace of these rounds. But as we saw in that round prior, if Aurora choose to turn up the heat, of course with their experience they'll have many ways to do that, then Aurora lose grip on that timing and find themselves at the mercy of their opponent. Kixan setting up for a pop flash play. This could be very fruitful indeed. So Yunfat has basically told them that he's pretty close. Oh, the timing will go in favor of FOKUS. Now they've got a chance to get that bomb plant, some rifles to collect as well. This could be quite a promising round for them. They've all got Kevlar as well, leaving money in the hole for the most part. But now they've got an unlikely round on their hands.
Yeah, the old B retake on Cash, not an easy one for the CTs. 2 major choke points and a lot of guns pointed at them. Some util here at least. Actually, quite a decent amount of util. Okay, locking off main with a smoke. Okay, good Molotovs forcing Poddy to a different position on the site. Still that CT smoke is up. It's very painful. Finally goes down. This is the moment to move. XANTARES does get traded out though, but does make life slightly easier. That smoke is still up there for B main. It's going to force some of the T's back. Actually, this timer has done the job here, it seems. It just took too long for Aurora. And there you go. First round on the board for FOKUS on that B play.
Yeah, looking like a dicey one. They had 2 smokes. They could have smoked off Checkers as well, which you can do on the way up to heaven. That's what they chose to do. It's a hell of a firefight though, but you can see the timing was very tight between both squads, both trying to send it through that choke point. So Aurora will feel like it's the right play with some slightly unfortunate timing. They've got the money to weather the storm. More work for FOKUS to do before they can break that CT economy. But who knows what comes afterwards. Woxic with a very good start. And again, you see so many, like with a good spawn, you see so many aggressive plays towards B with the AWP. And Woxic's definitely the right man for the job. Oh dear. Smoked the choke point, not himself. And there was nowhere to go. This is a really good advantage now. Minute 30 on the clock, more or less, for FOKUS in a 4-on-3.
Yeah, Aurora have to respect it as well. They've got to rotate players across to the B side of the map, and that just leaves XANTARES on A. And it would be very interesting if FOKUS decide to go all the way over to A, because XANTARES, you know, we've talked a lot about him. You can definitely do a lot from this position. He might get a good engagement. I would expect that FOKUS aren't going to be using too much util here. So again, XANTARES could get the drop on a couple of players. How much value can he really get? He doesn't have any teammates who are anywhere near him. It really is all on XANTARES.
Well, Wakadia is racing over towards that car position because they are leading with utility now. Oh, FOKUS, they're lining up for XANTARES. He'll do some damage. Let's see how much Wakadia wants to commit to this one. Oh, you can see the back of ZTR as well. Unable to find that frag. He'll run distraction while Kicksan comes in from A main, losing his duel as well. Cadia hiding in plain sight now has got a lot to do. 1v4 made 3. Threatening to hold the defuse. Will they commit? Yocab's got a good angle from mid, and that'll be another wipeout of that Aurora economy.
I'm just reminded, James, on how those, how difficult, how kind of precarious, how much of a knife's edge, these situations are on when you're dealing with those B openings. You're trying to hit the timing off the spawn. We saw that was what Woxic was doing with the AWP. Really important to try to get that line first, as opposed to allowing the T's to get it. And it's kind of that race, that battle. Then you're in the checkers position. You're going to get mollied, and so that exchange of util, it can be very challenging because if you do die, you are going to give up so much away in advantage to the T side. So I wonder if FOKUS are going to keep targeting that area because if they feel like Aurora are playing that somewhat inefficiently and giving them too many openings, of course you want to go and take it.
Nice angle there from Woxic. I think he learned something from that scenario. With the smoke going a little too forward. There was some potential to survive there, but on this occasion there was not. That's one of the great things about Cash, even with smokes up. There's a few places like under the boost here. If you get a molly in the right place, then you can spray the CTs falling back. Do a big punish. The aggression continues then. Xantares and Kicksan hunting even more than them. Woxic's here again. Instant trade for his teammate. They don't want to give FOKUS the space to create around, it seems. Again, normally, like if the whole of B is taken away, then you don't have the threat of going there, which allows the CTs to stack elsewhere. But they're losing players here, Aurora. Cody's time with the AWP to drop Yimfat. And Wakadia could be in some trouble here. He's in a 1v3 situation on the A bomb sites. Kicksan's coming over to help as best he can. Wakadia trying to survive around this smoke, but he's unable to do that. Kicksan's found 2 though. Bomb getting planted. Did he know where that second player is? ZTR coming up from short. Will neutralize the threat, leaving Woxic in a 1 versus 2. Quickly down to the 1v1 then. Did he see Mateos make his way towards A? Hopping up on the forklift. Can Woxic expect this situation so quick as well? On the corner. Oh, he doesn't have his gun out. It's an awkward angle, but Mateos will deliver the goods. That 3 rounds in a row for FOKUS. And maybe now there's a sigh of relief, because surely they've broken the CT somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, what, 3 in a row? So you'd imagine that, yeah, it looks like the CT money kind of sucks. Obviously, it is 3 in a row, so you've got that consecutive loss bonus building, so it's not the worst thing in the world. For Aurora, are quite light on what they purchase here in this following round. They're going to be in with a solid buy after the eco, so yeah, we're going to get some deeks and so on and so forth, try to cause some problems, but FOKUS doing a great job coming back into this and bursting out into mid, looking for a fast B split. Deeg all close, and, well, with Kicksan's help, Banjo will go down, but looks like otherwise the ground has been gained. That B site is surely soon to be lost.
What an interesting scenario we have on our hands here. Aurora felt like they were just abusing their past experience on Cash, taking the fight to FOKUS, not giving them a room to set up more traditional rounds. But still, FOKUS have found a way to survive those tests, those aggressions through B from the CTs. And now they're in the driving seat. This is like it's a pretty interesting situation. And I think it's going to be frustrating for Aurora, who feel like they maybe should have got the better of some small edges in those rounds and shouldn't be in this situation, but they are.
Oh. It's a gun for Xantares and AK. There might be another kill here. There we go. Vicardia.
Does he die?
I mean, if he can get potty as well, I mean, there's a chance for another one. Oh. Okay, he's going to get taken out, but it is just very reminiscent, I think, James, of like how difficult the CT side kind of can be on Cash sometimes, because again, like you want to challenge certain positions, and getting taken out, it's really tough because once the T side have that advantage, there's so many ways that they can kind of leverage the advantage, and you really struggle for information, I think, on this map. You kind of have to be proactive on the CT side to solve that problem once you lose that info.
Woxic still continuing over towards B with the AWP. maybe they've been conditioned to be a little less aggressive than previous rounds, as it seems to be high variance for Aurora at present. Very quick take of A main from FOKUS, and that's going to be really important. Again, we've seen people trying to abuse the numbers over there, but that aggression does continue. Xantares charging over the boost. Seen a lot of one-for-one situations or worse for Aurora with these early aggressions in recent rounds. Now they find themselves in a 3-on-4 with more trading. Not willing to play a reactive game versus FOKUS in this first half.
A tricky situation. You know, the Setnays come in onto A. And this becomes quite desperate. I have to see what's possible for Woxic. He's actually deciding to go a little bit further back here, playing more passively. Can't really blame him too much here, but this walk through the smoke from Mateusz, this is going to be painful. I mean, if he realizes that he actually has players behind him, I don't know if he has any idea, but he might get the drop on somebody. There we go, finally taking down Wicardia. Still one more player to go. Jimfat with everything to do by the forklift. Almost looked good for that second player, but Yokab will take him down, leaving it all on Woxic. 1 versus 2. Definitely doable as he swaps out for the M4.
Not going to happen. I'm not sure if Yimfat ran out of ammo or stopped firing there. It looks a little weird. Maybe he was on an empty magazine. But yes, it's well, you know, some fast adjustments required for FOKUS because Aurora are throwing pressure at them constantly. Nice 180 there from Banjo to stop Xantares charging forwards. So again, maximum pressure in all these rounds here from Aurora. But how about this one? They'll have some primary weapons for the most part, but utility is limited. Woxic now fishing around that mid position, looking for some tags. Xantares will catch ZTR. Could be an upgrade later on if there's time, as FOKUS have got some positions to send it in towards A.
Okay, well, there's the information. Wicardia trying to defend with the FAMAS. Nice shot there onto Woxic, and again, these entries into the A site looking really nice here from FOKUS. Can see that they are shooting sharp today. And okay, nice catch from Jimmy. We'll see if there's anything else to build on that. Still going to be very difficult. I don't think we've got any kits available here, so it's probably going to be more a case of damage than anything else for Aurora.
Yeah, Kickstand doesn't have too much to lose. Deagle and a scout, he won't be too concerned. Been spotted now. Wide swing from Mateusz, and that will be enough. Xantares and Yimfa having a look, but really, I feel like they should be saving these AKs. Yeah, I think that's quite unfortunate towards the end. Without a kit, I'm not sure if there was one on the site or something to tempt them in, but they ended up losing some rifles that could have been important for them in the next round.
6 in a row, James. This is 6 in a row for FOKUS. They're kind of crushing it right now.
Yeah, I think from an Aurora POV, they probably feel like they should be smashing this half. But credit to FOKUS for surviving those tests. Adjusted well. Aggression after aggression early on from Aurora. Just proving too costly. Not wanting to play passive on Cash. Maybe life is too hard. And this time it's going to be towards A main from Aurora. I love how rapid they are from round to round. Will not be deterred, will not be conditioned. Wicardia finding 2 in A main. Much rarer aggression, ready for that door to be opened. Makes things even more awkward for FOKUS as we approach half-time.
Yeah, finally, big advantage early found by Aurora. Recovery will be difficult, but again, Cash is a map where you can definitely find openings, and we can see one of these openings have been given by Aurora here in middle. When you're in a 5v3, you don't necessarily need to try to spread your defense super thin and to have that mid control. But FOKUS going to go for the re-hit onto the A site. Timing is everything around these smokes. Some pressure there as well in mid with the Molotov. taking that spawn position away. Wox is looking the other way. Is there a timing in A main? No. The smoke is still up. Banjo, though, is going to take down Wacardio. Yoka does find Woxic, so maybe a chance to get into the side, but Xantares from Car says no. AWP, definitely like an AWP in these ranges, but Xantares is gone. They don't have to be challenging this angle anymore. Banjo needing to cross, looking for an opportunity to plant. No idea what is safe, though.
Starting to close in now. Happy to play retake in the last round in a 3 versus 1. And the Ordnance will do the job. Some important rounds towards the end, but a great fight back from FOKUS in the first half.
They have to connect, and so far they have. Little peek on short, gets Magisk a double, missed shot. Zywoo, oh, he leaves the door open. Oh. No! What is that? Quadruple deagle out of Jabby.
He's going to be able to stop them before they even set up the grenades. That's devastating. Fallen gets one in return, but there's no way you could bring into this bomb site. Cello gets a kill, and at the backside there, missed opportunity. Fallen, that's a shot you had to hit. He's going to get it eventually. The fact that they're even here with the bomb plant is kind of sick. Oh, what? Wide, takes down Cadian. What on earth is going on? Shush, jumping the corner, but he did not have the ref line. What? It's Fallen! You must be kidding me! How do you win that round?
They're shuffling the molly around. If that actually unseats one of these Ts, this is very possible. Let's see where it goes. Okay, this should be a kill for m0NESY. He's gonna hit the shot. There it is. All right, just Hobbit now, 1v2. He's got a great angle, but what crosshair disruption. m0NESY just soaring across his screen.
He's almost getting himself killed no matter what. Yeah, this is so hard to deal with on the other side. When even he lands the shot. Yeah, Hobbit not happy with that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally come. Your grand final of Blast Pro Series Miami.
Right in there. He misses the first shot in mid-air. Nico, though, a single tap of the USP. A second, oh my God, it's all up on Nico again.
It looked like FaZe had a solid read on this as Nico closes it out. He gets the kill he wanted, and you can see so calm there.
That's a massive kill to retake. coldzera next to take down Device, and now Magisk. He's going to go down immediately. coldzera cleaning it up. 3 kills just like that.
Currently going into FaZe's coffers. Oh, double smoked. Big mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, although they're coming right through and they're going to shut down Rain.
Oh, no.
Oh, my Lord, he's just took down 4 people in absolutely no time flat. It's Daps alone on the other side. What an absolutely absurd performance here. Now sneaking through on the other side. Daps is waiting, and one more headshot. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going, oh! It can't be real. Didn't see anybody landing the triple right through the smoke. I've never seen anything like it. And now, at least they're going to get the bomb plant, but FaZe are being robbed once again. Naf, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Naf, have you no mercy? He's going to pick up an ace in the round.
Their aggressive setups with their rifles are totally fine. Alicia's always delivering. And there's a shot that just runs right into him.
Oh my God! No way that just happened.
coldzera, eat your heart out. Oh, he's got a third. Nitro slamming down the gauntlet. And
There's 15 seconds to plant the bomb, and that might be the saving grace for Cloud9 to be pushing all over the map. There's TenZ with a deagle once again. He needs to stay alive. He's got to buy time for his team. Street's cutting off the rotation. There's another one from TenZ. Can he get the last one? It's time he's won the round of all these deagle shots, and that's a much needed last round for Cloud9.
And we're back. Maybe you should have brought it back, James, because you know you were just talking in the highlight clip.
Yeah.
You could like bring it back from yourself.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Pretty meta, pretty next level.
LA 2019. That was fun.
Yeah. Well, this has turned out to be a more fun game of Cash than I thought we were in store for, because it was a 5-0 start from Aurora, but it all slipped away. But perhaps on the T side, their fortunes will change. Looking to bear down on this A bomb site and see what they can find.
The numbers are shifting as well. Yeah, things have developed quickly for both these squads. And there's plenty of fight as we move into the second half. A tied score. If you're joining us late, we saw some classic strats come out from a more experienced Aurora, but perhaps too aggressive. Well, I mean, their entire half was aggression. Let's take the fight to these Ts. But sometimes they lost too many players. We saw some great plays from Woxic. Over towards B with the AWP. But perhaps now it is the turn of FOKUS. First comes the pistol. Xantares taking some crater damage, but delivering as he always does. A lot of problems now for this CT side. Banjo, the only one playing a tune, as everybody else is dead. 1 versus 4 with the USP. He's got the range if they give him the opportunities. I have a 1v1 with Xantares. We'll offer him the odd repeat. Still entertaining, some pre-fire. And then there were 3. No kits for Banjo. 2 at least, got some bonus money, but that's an important pistol for Aurora, who will feel like they probably should have 9 or 10 rounds at halftime here.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, you know, this map, again, like, it's so interesting thinking about the history of this map. It started out, I think, when it first was being played in Go as more of a CT-sided map, and then it became more T-sided over time as the Ts started to understand how to use the utility. And so I kind of wonder, where are we in terms of that lifespan of Cash now that it's been reintroduced? Obviously, there are some differences in CS2 with how some of the utility works, but the map ultimately is very, very, I mean, it's pretty much just exactly the same. So you'd expect that some teams would be a bit more advanced than others. However, for Aurora, I think especially with the kind of players they have, I absolutely love their chances as a more T-sided team, based on, you know, how aggressive, you know, some of these players can be with the, you know, likes of the mechanics we see out of Xantares.
I want to see some fast plays out in mid from the T side. More about that later. So we've got a force buy here from FOKUS. You could see a few 1,000-yard stairs after losing that pistol round from the FOKUS squad. Utility is in tow for this CT side. Pistols, SMGs. They'll have a clear idea as to where they want to take fights if they come their way. 3 towards B for the CTs. Just having a look in mid. Don't really have the range to contest presence of Aurora. Look to be splitting the B bomb site, it seems.
Shove in at the push onto that B site indeed. Mateos able to take down Xantares, but the space has been lost and not much you can do.
Plant. Are we going to see the good plants?
Stick that back.
Okay, yeah, so the bomb's being planted in the back. So for the noobs on Cash, that is the default plants. So if the CTs come to defuse the bomb, they have to do it facing the wall. That's default on Cash. Historical default, who knows, maybe it changes. Of course, the safe one will be hiding from that heaven position, but you saw them pop the smoke up there. So we've got the vintage plays out. The vintage...
Question.
Yes.
Why is everything so dirty on the new Cash? Why is everything riddled with dirt?
Because it's just been exposed. Well, this is rust, which, you know, isn't dirt per se, but it's
so
just been
some
abandoned.
Algae on there.
It's just out there in the sun, and now it's wrecked. No factor 50 for that car.
There's papers all over the place. Have you seen A main? Have you seen the state of A main?
Crikey. Get the cleaners in. Mac-10 doing great work from that range. So the force buy has not proved successful for the CTs. Some frustrations. But it'll be interesting how Cash develops from now to 6 months from now.
Yeah.
A lot of lessons to learn. Should be easy info to absorb though, with these plays coming through. Back in the days of RPK, he was known for going through mid on Cash and bouncing off the top of the shutter or whatever it is to avoid getting headshot. Pop up and down and then get to work. I think it might be a bit higher now on the new Cash. That's one thing I haven't tested actually.
Okay, we'll just pistols here, so this split is going to be, I think, resoundingly successful. Trying to see how hard it is to stand on the site. But I do wonder what teams have been looking at the demos for when Cash was last in professional play. Because, you know, the level of the game back then was very good still, you know, in terms of the tactics on this map, the strategies. It was very well developed because it was such a heavily played map. So I would absolutely imagine there's a lot to learn.
Oh, the run boost. We saw this fail yesterday, and it fails again today. Come on, guys. Oh, we're 0 for 2 on run boost into heaven so far, and the matches we've casted anyway. Are they inviting them to die? They've got no kits here, but they also don't really have much to lose. Trying to make it a little bit better for them in future with some frags, but, you know, they didn't have much to work with. So now the real game begins, and you wonder if it's going to be a short half.
Yeah, you do wonder. You do wonder. It's been pretty swingy, right? Because, you know, Aurora got 5 in a row, lost 6 in a row, and now I guess Aurora have gotten 4 in a row.
Yeah.
So it's very swingy, I suppose.
I feel like their POV might be... Oh, hold on. Putty's got a really good spawn here. Now, does he go for a checkers push? Because sometimes Yorpers will hold his position, but sometimes they'll just go forward, scope in, and just try and take the whole area. They can always fall off if they get a nice one, but look how fast Kicksan is into that mid position as well. Very fast developing rounds. We'll get the opening one with the FAMAS. Reverse boost here from the CTs, but Yimfat's, he was expecting it. I was going to say ready for it, but apparently Mateos was more ready.
Yeah, but they have that mid control, Aurora, so they can kind of go anywhere off of this. They do have players positioned more for the A split, and they did get a pick towards mid, so for the CTs, you can see that they don't have info. They're just kind of walking around CT spawn. They have car now. They're starting to re-clear A. Let's see smoke onto A main. Potty taking down Kicksan. Definitely a nice one to find. Indicative that Aurora looking to go towards B. Now coming back out into mid. Xantares trying to finish off a player. Woxic, though, is the one to do that. And 50 seconds to play this out. And now it's just down to Ricardia as he goes back towards B and needs to get the bomb. There's just too many problems.
40 seconds, 1 versus 3. But you know the double peak is coming. Just too much against him in that situation.
He pulls out the drink.
Yeah, and it'll be
I need a drink.
A little longer than Aurora will be planning, but I don't know. It's an interesting one. The score's going to be pretty close now, and FOKUS survived a lot of tests in that first half.
Don't do it, man.
They may be ready for this test overall. God, if Aurora lost this one, I think they would be unhappy. But let's see. There is definitely a fight here. There'll be a timeout for Aurora as they discuss the way forward. Again, I feel like it's got to be quite frustrating. You know, with those aggressive plays we saw in that first half, a lot towards B, proving very costly. Now back and forth in the second half. Maybe not what they were expecting it to be. The pick of FOKUS, Cash. The younger players undeterred by the older plays from Aurora.
Okay, NA main. Pretty ready for that, though. Oh, he's got an opportunity, maybe. Oh, the second flash. Oh, he catches it, but he's still close. Battle sniper mode, but it's Yocab that is able to recover the situation. Out comes Xantares, though, now putting pressure on for the back, but Yocab's gone into A main. He's found Woxic there as well. Brilliant stuff there from Yocab. In comes Mateos to add the assistance. Yimfat, though, able to take his control up that short position into the site. Which way has he gone? Banjo. Not sure exactly, precisely, the location. That bomb does need to be collected all the way over to A main. This gives Banjo an opportunity. He might just catch him on the reposition.
I think he may have seen him in the gap just as Yimfat looks away. Yeah, he must have. Just a millisecond or two. Looking either side of the car, not spotting that last player, but just as he looks again towards A main, he was still exposed to that gap between the wall and the car. I think that was all the information that was required towards the end there. Important second frag here from Yocab. We've seen really lightning fast plays here in mid from the T side. Banjo just had superior timing towards the end there. And yeah, again, like, so many marginal situations Aurora are not coming out on the right side of. Plenty of play left in this game, though. Light on the grenades this time. Woxic with a T-side scout for round 18. Really trying to keep that pressure up on Focus.
Yeah, so well played from Yocab there. I feel like that was a really pivotal performance. Now he's playing towards the lockers there. Oh, Banjo! He's popping some heads over towards the B main position. There's the support with Cardia. Any trade to be found, perhaps? Oh my goodness! Yimfat through the smoke. He's been gifted that one. 3 versus 3. ZTR walks into the site. Takes position on headshot there. And this is a very, very nice movement. And these two players, very weak here now for Focus after that. And there goes Jimmy as well. He's going to go down. What on earth do Aurora do from here?
2 HP for Acadia with the AK-47, potentially position unknown. Oh no, they're still looking for him, making no assumptions. ZTR, a big problem towards the end here, but Acadia's found a chance. 20 seconds on the clock, hasn't spotted the player by heaven, collects the bomb, has another look, but Pudi is ready for him with his read position. I think as Acadia was in checkers, I think he heard that third player, which is why they stopped the advance into the site. The round would probably ended faster if they had sort of trying to fake towards the B bomb site, sorry, the A bomb site, but I think one of those smokes was messed up, ended up on the roof. One for review later on. Again, this is the pick of Focus. They are threatening to take it. I think both teams have confidence coming into this one, probably higher for Aurora, but again, it is Focus who have control now.
Yeah, really great defense from Banjo in that previous game. We saw, you know, Yocab on A, amazing defense. Oh, hello. Nice little nade over the top there on that boost position. But yeah, Yocab on A, Banjo on B, Focus. Definitely looking pretty dangerous at the moment on this defender side. Not too much you can do is there. Caught between the M4s, caught between the beams.
See Aurora really trying to keep the pressure up on the TT side and not allow their economy to grow with that previous buy. Now their backs are against the wall. Here on Cash. Some time to think as Yimfat looks to find some damage.
What's he thinking about?
Headshots, probably. But if you mean the next round, no, just processing what has come. Like, Aurora have had success getting to the other side of mid really quickly. I think it was Xantares we saw firing shots up towards the A bomb sites. But what else can they do with that? I think a lot of these situations in both halves have been high variance for Aurora. So perhaps they're thinking about the way to kind of lower that variance while still taking some risk.
Focus look like they have the momentum to take this one right now. I mean, I feel like they've shown proficiency, James. They are proficient on both sides.
They did a really good job of surviving Aurora's aggression on the CT side for sure. Wow. I'm dizzy from watching that. Very early smoke, but there's no challenge on this occasion. Talk about doing your homework.
Ooh, Aurora looking to ship it on the A site. There's Yocab once again, taking that kickstand, looking to make the run across the forklift. Yocab in the back of the site again with the multi-kills. Out comes the Deeg, the Molotov does its job. Now ZTR from up high is going to get focused down. Just Banjo left now. The rotation of the B anchor all the way across to the A site. It's a painfully long journey. He's now found his way to the front door of this A bomb site. And it's going to be very difficult. You can just kind of jiggle for info on Forklift. You can play this in a variety of very safe ways for Aurora. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to make it impossible for Banjo.
I saw he was lining up a Molotov, I think, but just deciding better of it. He's the one short of money, actually. So they can muster another buy, especially if he holds on to his rifle. It'll be a lot easier for the squad. But this has been a common thing as well on the caches we've seen so far on the T side, just bundling into the A bomb site with the numbers, posting up behind the smoke in A main. Definitely one of the bigger threats that CT sides need to look out for at present. So a different approach from Aurora. Again, we spoke about the previous rounds where they had encroached into the mid area really quickly, going for a simpler option on that occasion and just abusing the T side numbers. That'll put them both at 10, and it'll also put FOKUS economy a little bit more uncomfortable. But there it is again, back to Old Faithful. Really quick surge into that mid position, and they will reap the rewards of that.
Yeah, taking over the game by force, Aurora, that's for sure. 5 versus 3 to play with. Plenty of time to work it too. And on the CT's side of things, they got to look for information. That's Yokab there in A main. He's trying to find out what's going on, but it's going to be punished by Woxic. It's really the perfect tool for the job, that AWP. Xantares is part of the Space Soldiers team with a 21 cash win streak on. Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. Well, Aurora definitely back into a more dominant fashion here. Just Poddy and Banjo left.
Nothing for them to do. It's just about survival here. It was awkward even with 3 left. With action that fast, you're not going to be together. As CTs will often try to combine somewhere. No opportunity to kind of fight your way back into the round. See how urgently Aurora choose to pursue these remaining players. Their money's not spectacular either, so wouldn't go crazy hunting. Woxic definitely does not want to lose his AWP, so there may be a little more space here for Banjo. But things are getting tense now as we're in the dying rounds of this first map. Money will be stretched thin. It's been a good fight from FOKUS so far. But you can see Aurora have the ability to change gears on their T side. I think that's the most success they found with those mid surges. So it's going to be hard for the CTs to guess what Aurora are going to throw at them next.
When I see Banjo's name, for some reason it reminds me of Banjo-Kazooie. I don't know if remember that like PlayStation game from like, I don't know, 20 years ago.
I remember the title. I don't think I ever played it.
Yeah, I never played it either.
Thanks for that, Dad.
Yeah. It's like Spyro the Dragon type of, you know, time period. Rayman. Played any of those, James?
No.
No? Okay.
It's playing Bust a Move, the bubble game.
Bust a Move.
My mum found Bust a Move for the PlayStation at a bus stop. Super random.
What, like the CD-ROM was just like buying
just the case in the case, yeah, at a bus stop.
Man.
So she's like,
you sure you didn't have a virus on it or something?
Don't know what it would do on the PlayStation, but it worked.
That's like how people used to get viruses on your computer. Just like leave CD-ROMs on the bus stop.
Damn. Win nuke. Yokab throwing that smoke again to try and deter the pressure that we have seen in mid, but Aurora are throwing a different look at them. 2 towards B, including Woxic with the AWP. Spotting one hopping into checkers. That's good info for the squad. Now with that information, well, they've got a good spread actually. As I say that, Yokab has crept all the way into A main. Oh, Xantares spotted. Really nice stuff. I don't think they can trade that. He can disappear. And even if they peeked in, like, you don't know where their AWP is. So that's an awkward scenario for Aurora.
Yeah, very awkward, especially now that you know, they're so close to winning the map, and now FOKUS off to an advantage early in round 22. Banjo elevated position. And I mean, at least for Aurora, they have this mid positioning to work with. FOKUS have given it up.
Yeah, it's a good threat. It's going to likely be 2 per bomb site then, because Aurora could try to flank through CT, and someone's got to watch that. Although you could watch that from closer to one of the bomb sites. Anyway, the execute's going to come in towards B now. 20 seconds on the clock. A 4v2 situation. Banjo's position needs to deliver a lot. They'll hear it quickly though, because he's got the A4, but Kicksan's got to run in and figure out where everybody is. Mateos and Banjo down. That bomb needs to get planted quickly. ZTR looking for a play through the smoke. There's 8 seconds on the clock. He's being blocked, I think. Yocap coming in from the back. Could be 2 for him. Doesn't see the second one. Trades immediately. Yimfat, the last one to fall. Bomb planted, but the round will go to FOKUS. The score will be tied again.
Yeah, 11-11 coming back right at the most important moment of the game. Roxic taking a moment to increase their levels of caffeine. Oh my god, look at his knees, James. He's going to need some physio after that.
Huge fight on the site. Really tense stuff. Again, down to the wire. 11 apiece on cash. FOKUS fighting hard. Aurora very aggressive. CT side and T side completely undeterred. The right play can sometimes end up in the wrong results. I think some of those CT losses will feel that way. And if they go their way, maybe this game's over already, but here we are. FOKUS fighting hard in that first half to survive that aggression. Both teams have lots of opportunity.
Yeah, it's kind of a must-win as well for FOKUS. I mean, the next map is going to be Nuke, where FOKUS have a 25% win record with 12 maps played. Aurora with a 55% win rate with 11 maps played. And obviously, Aurora are going to be playing better opponents, you know, on average. So, yeah, for
They've
FOKUS,
got new dudes though.
They need this.
New dudes. So there's a question mark on these numbers. There's some unpredictability.
Yeah, you're right. They've got a fresh batch of dudes.
Fresh dudes. Minute 20. And now risk becomes elevated with just a few rounds remaining. Had some great aggression from FOKUS in that round prior. But this time they're somewhat more passive. Very detailed presence in mid from Aurora once again. 3 towards A for FOKUS, which is not a bad bet. Again, we see a lot of surging, but what are Aurora going to choose to do here?
Yeah, I like that short smoke a lot. Dangerous game here now for FOKUS. Good opener from Potty. Mateos able to take down Jimfat. And okay, Xantares now becomes, I think, one of the key players. He's managed to survive up short. He's able to get a kill or 2 here. He might be able to unlock the side for his team. He's alone though, and out from Fork. ZTR comes in and around with the headshot. FOKUS looking like they've completely shut this one down. Wow, great response from them.
Really, really good. We've seen fast and slow rounds on this T side from Aurora, and the slow, methodical round yielded no results. Some position, yes, but how many frags, tell me? Heavy losses in that one. This is really compromising against Game Point now with a difficult money situation. They've got the utility to take some position. Xantares has an AK-47, which is all he needs. But they must deliver now. It's been a tough road for Focus with what Aurora have thrown at them, but they've survived it. They've got themselves in a great position in the last round of regulation. With the Mac 10 and a Tech 9, is it ultimately an A play with the numbers again? They'll have presence in mid, it looks like. Got a lurker towards B.
There we go again, you know, Focus kind of giving up mid. They're happy to give up mid. Has been working for them. And with just a really hodgepodge buy, life definitely doesn't feel great, but you can see their focus. They're opting to not play for information. They're playing very defensively, so they do give up space. That's the trade-off, and sometimes that can be a fatal trade-off. But Mateos able to take down Wicardio in the opening towards this B push. Could be soon spelling the fate of Aurora here on Cash.
Great util to kill time as well. Aurora running into B at the mercy of their opponent. Focus, full control. They've got so many more as well. Kicksan desperately through the smoke. But what can he do here? 3 players remain. Bomb is not in his hands either. He's got to go for elimination, but that clock is ticking way too fast for him. Drops ZTR. 2 more to go. 10 seconds. Is there a way to do this? There isn't really. That's a really big win for Focus.
Impressive performance, bringing it back right at the end of the second half when it mattered the most. So we're going to have another situation where the Bounty Hunters claim a scalp. Time to find out what the desk thinks.
Certainly a possibility after that one, DDK, but it's just one map in this, and this was a brawl at the beginning of each half. It looked like Aurora is comfortable, looks like they're in charge, they have control of the game. Then it starts to slowly slip away and you get into some of that back and forth. It's quite an interesting matchup, really, right? You could see some of the ideas that were being thrown out there, Vu, but in the end, you could just see maybe Focus were a little bit better prepared, a little bit more ready for it.
I think that's what you're supposed to see out of a team's map pick. You know, you have Aurora, they come into it, they've got some players with experience, they've got some players that can hit the heads really effectively, but once plan A started to get chipped away at and you had Focus, they had a solid plan B. T side, they managed to counter the B main aggression that was working for Aurora. CT side, they initially were getting rolled over in mid. Instead, they just give up mid and they managed to find chips, you know, gaps in the defense of the map control for Aurora. So that is exactly what you expect out of a Focus map pick, especially if we're thinking that Aurora haven't been practicing too much on Cash compared to what you expect Focus probably was.
Yeah, exactly. Gearing up for this, knowing exactly this is how they wanted to do it, and maybe throw Aurora off guard to guarantee themselves some map pick, which did work out here. And we got to look at it, right? You kept talking about the B hits that were coming in, the fact that Aurora wanted to challenge and keep taking that space away from them.
Yeah, Aurora, 4 to 8 every single round they go for this aggression. They try and take B main control. You see Woxic actually makes it work initially, picking up 2 crazy frags, but then they go for the aggression against a force buy, and it gets punished for. I mean, the timing was just a little unfortunate. Then they get the initial entry on round 7, and they continue forward. They don't just take the 5v4 and feel comfortable with it. This felt honestly quite puggy. I mean, Woxic gets a little unlucky with the way that smoke ballooned, but it felt quite puggy. They felt that they had one plan that they could go for, and part of the idea is, you know, you're going to lose mid control. You oftentimes, as a T side, you only have one guy on that B side. You can isolate that player, force a 5v4. I think that's quite effective, but they didn't have, as I said earlier, they didn't have a plan B. You know, Focus were overwhelming. They were overloading that side of the map. If you don't have another plan where you can actually make some pressure towards A, have some fights in towards mid, what we saw from Focus, if you don't have that, you're just not going to find your ability to win against a team as prepared as Focus was here.
And looking at that, right, what we saw from these B hits, it was a bit of stubbornness coming out from Aurora, but would you also say maybe they were looking at just saying, hey, we are better than you, we will fight you here and we will take you down, and then maybe didn't learn their lesson too early on?
Yeah, I think that might be a little bit of it. It might just be that they're not as comfortable on the map. You know, when you look at the reasoning for them pushing into B main, I think they're scared of this exact hit that they themselves are very effective on. We saw this yesterday actually as well. It's quite tough to defend with the way the skyboxes are worked. The execute you have on B now, especially with these these new pipes, you can toss flashes behind them. It's very hard to defend against that B hit. So Aurora kind of worried about, I think, what was their strength on the map, that B hit. But FOKUS just did it better. We actually saw FOKUS have their own B main aggression, their own pushes into that area that more effectively prevented that sort of B hit that I think, you know, Aurora were scared of. But I do think you have a solid point there that I think they were just pugging it out. They were just saying, hey, we're the better individual team. We're just going to push up on you. We're going to take some aim duels, but apparently not.
Apparently not, when the team is very well prepared in this. And then it just got super close towards the end. It really was anyone's game in it, despite Aurora being able to, at different parts in the series, take the leads.
Yeah, I mean, when you get into the later parts of the half, I think this is where FOKUS really found their footing, right? For some of these rounds, you're going to notice that they're still trying to figure out exactly the way Aurora are playing this map. Aurora have some reasonable executes, but this felt, as we said earlier, this felt very puggy from Aurora. They have a solid mid take, but once FOKUS realized, hey, we can't defend against that mid take, we're just going to stack the bomb sites and we're going to find gaps in the map control. You saw the A main push the round before where they catch a player, they catch his leg, nobody's watching for that. You see the flank here from JoeCap, even though the B hit was hard to defend, even though Aurora had a solid exec, they can't make it work to actually stop that. And here you see they gave up mid control, but they're just picking them apart as they go into transition. And that's something that works against teams that are newer, teams that are internationally, you're saying they're learning themselves. The transition is where they're going to find the biggest gaps. Okay, we've got our mid control, we took mid, now we need to get that into an A hit. And in that moment between we have mid and we're hitting A is where you're going to find there's a lot of gaps. People aren't watching the right angle, people aren't holding positions correctly. So when it becomes a brawl like this, that's where you're going to see a team like FOKUS, even if they're not necessarily at the same level individually, they can find the gaps in the coordination for an Aurora team that is newer, that is having a lot of change ups going on in their roster.
And I'll say this, that was impressive from FOKUS, right? They were on the edge of losing the economy battle, which could have cost them the whole game, but they managed to stay their way in it with the right couple of saves and then being able to bounce back in it. So solid stuff coming out from them. Also solid stuff coming out from WOXIC, one of the players that we know does have the ability to understand what should be happening on this map. You spoke about his aggression in it. His scout, he's known for it, right? One of the ones that's not an IGL scouter, just a pure good scouter as well. Him going up against Poddy, it was definitely an AWP difference in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, the op difference for Aurora not making enough of a difference. And WOXIC is a player I almost wanted to talk about in the pregame, but there's just so many things to talk about with this Aurora squad. WOXIC is a really interesting topic because I think he's been kind of weighed down by the way Aurora plays. He's not a great rifler. They don't always prioritize him having the op. He's often in the back, tossing flashes. He doesn't really have the priority that some other oppers have. And, you know, we talked about Poddy coming in, and I think he's an impressive opper. I actually think WOXIC is one of the more underrated oppers out there because his team just does not prioritize his strengths. And so you see them move to an international squad. I know Ash has had some struggles with oppers in the past. There's been talked about. I actually think WOXIC could be the solution to that problem because I think he's a great opper that hasn't been given enough opportunities, pun intended, to showcase his skill as of recent.
And looking at that, right, if we think of when WOXIC was at his absolute best, that was when he was on Mouse at an international lineup, when Carrigan was using him correctly. So you're thinking we can roll back the years a little bit for him there and see that crazy moments of WOXIC once again?
I think he's going to be a more well-rounded player than he was in that Mouse roster, where it felt like, you know, he'd hold an angle and it was just like, I'm going to hit the shot, I've got to hit the shot. And the way Aurora's been playing, he's had to become a more well-rounded player. I still don't think he's a great rifler, but when he's got the op in hands, I think he's more of a threat than anyone reasonably gives him credit for as of recent. Okay. He's actually, I think he's going to showcase himself as a very strong top opper, maybe not in the upper echelon of the m0NESY ZywOo situation, but, you know, I think he's up there.
Okay, I respect it, and he might be able to be up there when it comes to Nuke as well. Something where we can see the AWP be very mobile. We'll see how it goes down after this break, because it's coming up next. Well, Vu, I really hope that FOKUS have been putting some focus onto Nuke, because this is a map where Aurora, even with the international lineup, they've played it twice already across one of the Star Series qualifiers, and they have absolutely manhandled and dominated their opponents. From being the team we looked at and said Anubis is their wheelhouse, Ash has come in, Kickstand's come in and said, nope, Nuke's going to be our one, and we are going to tear everyone apart. They had a 13-2 and a 13-3 yesterday on this map.
Yeah, and then the impressive part of those wins is that they're doing it on the CT side, because I think counterintuitively you would think teams take a little longer to perform on their T side. I actually find that it's the exact opposite. Teams take a little longer to perform on their CT side because they have to get their rotations down, and that's about comfortability with your teammates. How are they going to move? How are they going to pivot? Where are they going to be at a certain point of a round? CT side Nuke is all about those pivots. When does your Opper make his way into ramp in the mid round? When is he heaven? When is he rethrowing a squeaky zone? They 10-2'd both CT halves in both of these games. And of course, there's a level difference. It's Aurora against Nemesis, Aurora against K27, but there's also a level difference Aurora against FOKUS, right? And FOKUS have already picked up map 1, but if you're gonna say K27 and Nemesis aren't quite as good, you know, as individual players as an Aurora, neither is FOKUS.
Yeah, about to say, I'd actually put, out of all those teams we just mentioned, Nemesis is probably the one most notable of actually being able to have some heavy hitters and frag out pretty well in there. But I mean, for Aurora, looking at this, right, the change in map pool, the fact you said about the CT side, to me shows good synergy very early on here, right? And that's what you need on a map like this. So I'm saying we're probably going to 3 maps, right, when we look at this. But for FOKUS, could they ride the high on some of this? JoeCab, obviously one of the newer players coming into the lineup, had a fantastic game, dropping a 1.41 rating on this one.
Unfortunately, I think given that their one outing on this map, I think they got 13-1 by Astralis on this map a few days ago. So I'm unfortunately gonna have to say,
not ideal.
Dust 2 is where FOKUS is gonna have to focus if they want to be able to win this series.
I do love the team name. I do love the fun we can have with it. And then just looking at this, right? Cuban versus Ash. These two as the coaches coming into this. They had their own rises back into Tier 1 CS, right? Across majors, working with players and finding themselves some form.
I think the similarity between both coaches, I think they've both had a lot of positivity directed their way. A lot of players have talked highly about Ash in his limited tenure. I mean, I don't think he's been around it says 5 majors. It feels like he's been here for such a short period of time, at least in the general kind of like mentality of everyone thinking about who are the top coaches. Cuban's been around forever, and they do have different approaches. I've always looked at Ash as a coach that prepares really intently for his opponents, and they're very solid on their own map picks. Oftentimes I see, even against much stronger opposition, they can find a curveball to throw their way, almost like the B main pushes we saw in Cash. There's a curveball that's going to come in. If you don't have a solution for that, you're really going to struggle. And Cuban's, I think, a bit of a different style of coach, maybe an older mentality for a coach, but both very solid coaches. I think when you know what map you're going to be picking here, I think you come into this one as Aurora, you know you're going to be picking Nuke, so Ash is going to have some curveballs. There's going to be some mind games at play.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing all the mind games, and hopefully it's not just so one-sided like it's been in all of the games of both these teams on Nuke. Let's see what happens when we get into the match. DDK, Bardolph, take it away.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get some surprises. You know, 13-1 Astralis, that scares me. That's a stat line that scares me. You know, are Aurora just going to walk all over this, James? Where do you stand?
Where do the numbers stand? Aurora are still a favorite coming into this one, as they should be, but it's pretty tight. I think that's what some of the tightest X versus Y that we have seen in these matches, these morning matches so far. So I'm excited. I was excited by how that game of Cash developed and how FOKUS were able to answer back to Aurora. Can we just take a moment to shout out the UK mans as well? We had great work yesterday from UK man Gizmi, and of course we've got Ash, who has been a lot more visible in the scene of late as well. UK on the rise, can you believe it? Nuke then, second map of the series. Aurora will feel like they left that first map empty-handed. Yes, this is their pick, but I think on a different day, maybe they do it in 2. We'll see if they can do it in 3, or if it even goes that far. Nothing is guaranteed in this series. So the pistol round it is. T-side for Aurora. Man, the technicality of some of these nades that we're seeing is crazy. So they'll take some position, but they've got to find some headshots. Pawdy is going to be peeking eventually. That's the wrong headshot for Arcadia. Teammate in the back of the head. And that may prove expensive. Woxic and Yimfat remain. They are carrying the bomb. Bomb plant should be good as a minimum. But can they find the headshots from the 4 coming their way?
Maybe not. I just, okay, let's go on. I got to say 2 words.
I love when I throw to you and the round ends like 3 seconds later. It's so awkward for you.
Yeah, two words, 2 precious words out there. But yeah, great start for the FOKUS side. You know, the 13-1, probably not a repeat with that one. With that said, though, having a bomb plant as the T side, you could do some very dangerous stuff on round 2. So I'd be kind of feeling a little bit insecure if I were FOKUS. But yeah, really nice performance there, and you can see Xantares it's like, you what, mate?
Honestly, I feel like the run for Aurora from the beginning of this match to now is quite psychologically taxing, because they have to feel like, oh, we were unlucky here, or we were unlucky there on quite a few rounds.
Well, if you keep getting unlucky, James, maybe it's you.
They've got to keep a level head. Got to keep a level head.
Oh my god, look at that stat.
Yeah, that's not too shabby at all. Abusing the numbers towards the ramp. Great movement to avoid the headshot from Yokab.
Oh,
that
man.
leaves them vulnerable now as the bomb once again heads down towards the B-bomb site. Mateos is able to stop the trade, which is really important. Woxic can cut off the rotation. They are falling like flies in this round. Banjo finds himself alone versus 3.
I thought maybe with that double from Mateos, that's maybe there'd be something, but everyone's getting wrecked. FOKUS. Banjo with an MP9. See if you can get something extra out of this one. Nice crossfire. Really nice crossfire. Not much you can do about that. So just a very quick rush onto ramp that seals the deal in round number 2. And again, it is, you know, it's always so dangerous when the T side gets that bomb down on the and lose that pistol, because that force bite is so devastating. So we can see here, you know, Mateos a good showing on this double kill, but his teammates weren't quite so fortunate.
Yeah, that's a good start. That will relieve some pressure for Aurora. Winning the force bite may feel like a better situation for them, putting that CT economy in the bin. They do need to prove successful here as well. They've got the range to do it with the 4 rifles. Kixan with the SMG. New look Aurora, 2 new man on roads on the server, that is. After the exits of Major and Moore. I want to say Major said he would have some good news or something along that line on Twitter. That's a Red Eagle. 5-7s then. Deagle for this FOKUS squad, who are not downstairs. So if it is to be the B-bomb site, again, the question is, do they play for exits? Do they go to CT spawn and reset for another day?
Yeah, might as well. I mean, they got Kevlar and stuff. You know, there's nothing that you can do at this juncture. You can't do anything. So you might as well just save. Don't give them the satisfaction of getting some kills here. Yeah, there's wandering around.
I'm interested to see the new hidey holes. And when you've got a scenario like this with the bomb changes now, whereas you'd previously have to go this way or that way, you know, just distance essentially. But it's all changed now. So there may be more funky places where a force buying team can save closer and maybe safer than before.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Maybe open yourself up to getting some kills, getting some guns out of hands. But Aurora, you know, they are relaxed right now. They can, you know, breathe easy for the moment. FOKUS, of course, will be able to carry those pistols forward into the next round, maybe give it another go. But so far, Aurora, you know, finishing on the lower bomb site 2 times in a row. You know, they had that play through ramp, they then had that play through secret. What is the next round going to give us here from Aurora? FOKUS They gambled wrong. Well, they gamble wrong again.
Oh, distributing the grenades up top for later on. Really good early map control. This will be an interesting spot later on. The secret stairs. Commonplace for CT aggression.
Jokeb's downstairs now, though, so he might be able to do something. Does have ZTR coming as well from behind, so maybe there's some potential in this setup with the pistols. There we go. Nice bait as well. That first kill, they spotted the second player, Mateos elsewhere, taking down Jimmy. So now there is a lot of potential. Banjo. Oh my goodness. 3 versus 2 right now in favor of the pistols from FOKUS.
So much damage from 5-7s in this week. So dangerous. There's a minute for Woxic and Wakadia to solve this puzzle. Is the glass broken? Probably not. Okay, one of them is. That gives them an option. Be so awkward if you can't proceed without giving any sound cue away. Oh, he's been spotted, Pody, by Wakadia. But where is Woxic? It's only one man seen. He's posting up for some different angles then to try and get a bomb plant. 22 seconds on the clock. Such a tough puzzle to solve. CT rotation is coming. Shake it.
Shaking it out, shaking it loose. Woxic getting close now. I don't know if they'll... I wonder if they'll read this position. Okay, well, he's been spotted. Yokab goes down. Banjo as well. And Pody. Woxic with everything under control. That AK-47. Really good work. And they avoid disaster. But for FOKUS, you know, they weren't ever really thinking they were going to win that round in the first place. So at least they keep the economy slightly more honest. But now come out the M4s.
That was a superb clutch from Woxic. That was a highly dangerous situation. And I think after that bomb's planted, the CTs have got a reasonable chance of winning that round with their numbers. Yokab hiding that entire time, but Woxic positioned himself well for the clutch there.
No AWP for FOKUS on the first buy. Not a lot of nades left either. 130 left on the clock and just a couple of smokes remaining. Nice. Yokab again. Quite well anchoring with these rifles. Some support coming in, but Pody can't find his.
That was looking way better than it turned out for FOKUS. Wondered if the ramp player would fall back, but he was playing the bait with his teammates. And yet, there's only 3 of them remaining. Very, very unlucky early on here for FOKUS. And Xantares now seek and destroy mode, as you all know him for. Clearing out B. Mateos having a look. Great jump peek by Xantares. Trouble is coming. It's proving very expensive, this one for FOKUS. So unlucky on the ramp, but it is what it is. Bomb has been planted. Aurora will feel like it's their turn to have some luck after those expeditions on Cash. ZTR then will have a very short campaign onto the B bomb site. This is a great way to start this game with Nuke for Aurora. Got a chance to get a really good score at the beginning now.
Yeah, and just seeing Xantares kind of looking like Xantares in that way, I don't know. You know, it's just the way that he peaks angles, and you know that he's just kind of faster than everybody else. It's just definitely a concerning thing to see for FOKUS's chances. And that peak in particular is what we're talking about. So where are the rounds going to come here now for FOKUS? Because it hasn't really seemed like they've been able to do too much. Of course, that was their first buy round. As noted, they didn't have an AWP. I don't know if that would really change too much in the way of their fortunes. They had a good setup in ramp, actually, to actually fight that push. But just couldn't find the kills. So yeah, it does seem like Aurora, the disparity in strength is readily apparent.
The 5-1 is going to be challenging to recover from here on Nuke. And if they don't win the next buy round, FOKUS, assuming they lose this one, I feel like you're going to need a timeout and a real sports psychology speech to stop that feeling of being defeated from creeping in. I feel like we've seen so many 5-7 frags in these recent days. You wonder if it's going to end up being tuned down a little.
I feel like it's always been so good, and YoCab is going to try to make it look good once again. And there we go. Let's take down one player. Gun not so recoverable, though there is a creep in the lobby. Bomb down. That should really seal the deal for this round in particular. But are there any guns to be stolen? That's really the mission, I think. This might be an opportunity. JimFat gets spotted. And there we go. He gets taken out. So, okay, they've won an AK or two. Oh, no. They're getting sandwiched. The AKs are gone.
Nothing given for free. Great stuff. High pressure from Aurora. It's a very green keyboard. Like a toxic green. Well then, the next round will be super, super, super important for FOKUS to find a victory. I think they're just going to be too far behind otherwise. You can see the pressure on the faces. They do tell a story. Stop biting your nails, bro. They should have a jar. Every time he bites his nails, he has to put something in the jar.
Put something? What exactly?
Preferably money. I don't know what else. You could put your cutlery in the drawer.
Put a finger in there so each time.
Yeah, you have to be in your hands afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not a good look so far for them. I mean, it just seems a little bit flat on some of the raw duels. I think that's one of the things that's the most concerning, because you can't really put it down to them being, unlucky because of the variance going against them. It's kind of just, the mechanics, the fights, not looking as good. But that's kind of course, an area you'd expect Aurora to really show the fact that they are, on paper, a much heavier hitting team.
Pody is the big numbers man on the FOKUS squad. Currently 1 frag in 6 rounds. He has the AWP though in round 7. There's some great aggression. An important second frag from Banjo. That's such a big win. Not even 2 for 1. 5 on 3 now for FOKUS. Exactly what they needed in this round. It was becoming insurmountable, this deficit, but Aurora is still dangerous with over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it's really difficult to play against a 3v5, especially when there's an AWP on the field now as well, because you want to have the element of surprise. It means you're walking around a lot, so it means that you're going to be walking into certain angles, and that's a free kill for an AWP. So that's a present danger, as well as the fact that Nuke, the coverage here from the CT is pretty good. They're going to try to go out of the hut though. Wicardia finding Deos. Trades looking fantastic.
Wow.
Able to get down. It was a no-scope, actually, somehow, from Pody.
That's crazy. But again, couldn't have come sooner.
Yeah, Banjo.
Could have. Couldn't have come later. Whatever the phrase is. That's a super, we built up the importance of that round for FOKUS. They went in and took it. Great 2K from Banjo.
Yeah. Yeah, it was phenomenal there from Banjo, for sure. Okay, turning their fortunes around, perhaps. Excited to see more from Pody. We get to push in the smoke. Had Rain in the interview after Falcons lost to 100 Thieves yesterday, saying that you can't rat outside as much on Nuke anymore. This is why he doesn't like the outside position as much. And it sounds like maybe that's true. Xantares takes down Mateos as he looks for more. Another head spotted. You've got to be careful when you're up against Xantares. And the clearance continues.
Now, what is the play here with a 4-man CT side? playing a responsive game? Do you try and take an advantage somewhere? Seems that Aurora may be expecting such a thing. Turtling on the outside. Waiting for an overextension. But it's their clock which is starting to run down. Their patience will pay off after all. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Holding formation. Reducing the numbers. paiN rotating the AWP. Xantares got the information for the remainder of his team. 20 seconds, maybe there's a chance. Sniper gets his bell rung, still over 50 HP for what it's worth. Banjo moving into position now, and you wonder if Aurora may have been a little too slow here. Still doable. Bombs planted as it turns into a 3-on-3. Banjo collecting Woxic as well. Yocab dropped. And we need more from Banjo if they are to survive. Banjo and paiN remaining, and he comes in for Wakadia, does Banjo. It's been a hell of a retake for him. 2 for Banjo, 1 for paiN, leaving Kixan in a 1 versus 2. Bomb's not in the greatest place for him. Banjo's the one with the kit. paiN's the one who touched the bomb. Swinging now, looking for the transfer. Kixan trying to be a nuisance. 2 HP. Off he gets the bomb. That clock is ticking, trying to pre-fire. Is there time for it? It's going to be a really close one. Banjo's done so much work in this round, and he will just about secure the round as well.
Incredible stuff there from Banjo. He's looking really good. I mean, he's the player that's looking by far the hottest on the team at the moment with the rifle. Coming in on that flank, winning all these 1v1s. Massive performance. A lot of money lost here, but, you know, they'll just be happy to pick up the rounds. There's Banjo with Yocab on the way around. Finishing it off for the 3K. 2 HP on Kixan actually in that position. So, I mean, Kixan honestly doing a great job making it look as close as it was. And suddenly, FOKUS with 3 rounds now. I mean, on the CT side, of course, you're kind of expected, if you want to have comfort, to get quite a lot of rounds. So, you know, they're at least coming back into the game. It was looking hopeless before. And in terms of the money, Aurora, they still have a chunk of change left to get a full buy on deck. So, you know, the job is far from done. And James as well, FOKUS, they don't have money. So, you know, if they lose this round, they're going to get reset very hard.
Surviving of one player can be a curse. After the buy, though, Banjo's got 4K and Yocab's got 2. So maybe they muster something, but this is about the comeback for FOKUS. It's not acceptable for them to lose this round. They've done a great job of stopping this from getting away from them. Quickly into a 4-on-4 then. With paiN looking on the outside. Squeaky door wide open. Well, squeaky, not sure about the door. There's that position in secret. CT's getting more aggressive now, spotting Wakadia. That will do nicely. Impact's on 1 HP, so I don't fancy the chances of what remains of Aurora in this one. paiN spotting rotation towards that B-bomb site. ZTR and Yocab will post up. Can't stop the bomb from being planted though. Great utility usage by Aurora. But it's going to be a tall order to come out on top here, and maybe Xantares is the man for the job.
Yeah, certainly so good around these angles. Very tough here. JimFat on 1 HP, 16 HP for Kixan. Xantares on 45. They are all so low here. Oh my god, that HE puts him down to 2. And there we go, swinging 4th. It is all FOKUS all day there on the retake, and they're going to make it work. Important ball plant though for the side of Aurora, considering that they've got quite a loss bonus now. They're almost at max loss bonus, so they're going to be buying again. And surviving with 3, I think, is a pretty good result there for FOKUS.
Yeah, that was a really great challenge around the double doors with Xantares and the mollies for both sides. And this double peek was fantastic. The HE damage on Xantares by the windows as well. Just really good work. Again, close rounds, narrow margins, but it's been such an important comeback for FOKUS. Got to give him a lot of credit. It was looking really, really bad for them with that run from Aurora, but they've won the crucial recent rounds. Nuke looking somewhat different now. Not a good start though this time. Xantares hopping onto ZCR, who knew nothing about it.
Xantares again with his openers. At least there is a stoppage from YoCap, but in the meantime, the rest of the team Aurora looking to charge downstairs straight into the lower site. And I mean, they're going to get a bomb down, and with only 3 players all fully out of position, I don't know about the chances here for Focus. They might have to save because, again, their money is just non-existent.
Well, it's a bit weird. Like, they could buy some stuff. I don't know how
some stuff.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, what stuff?
I don't know how much on the edge it is. Yeah, I think ZTR having 1,000 means they need to save, especially if they want AWP. The 2 AKs could be juicy for that last round as well. They could buy some stuff then.
If they're shopping
That's
at
my
team room,
analysis.
maybe.
That's my professional opinion, is that some stuff could be bought.
That's fair.
Do with that what you will.
That's fair, that's fair. Yeah, especially, I think, you know, paiN having the AWP threat has, I think, been a big part of the turnaround for Focus, so they definitely can't afford to lose too much. And such is life on Nuke sometimes. Ooh, cheeky little one at the end. Really nice. At least for Focus, you know, they've managed to get 4 rounds. You know, the start was so rough for them after they got reset after the pistol. So, you know, they have turned this half around. They're threatening the ability to tie up the half too. So not too horrendous, but Xantares, you know, very reliable on getting these opening kills, and he's been a thorn in their. He's been like 500 thorns in their side.
Men on the roof with intention. Oh, this could be such good timing with the AWP as well. They're going to throw all the junk into the A-bomb site, but when they round that corner, they could be in for a world of hurt. Oh, they could be, but Yimfat is in that common position where you're holding a lobby crunch. So many CTs there. So we have the initial junk from Aurora. Second crack of the whip to come, it seems. Kixan can bounce around these corners with the Mag-10. Banjo will be able to escape. He's been important in that position with these forward spots. 10 frags for him. Maybe there's a few left before this round ends.
Oh, Bacardia beating Deos to the angle there. Banjo has to do more. A lot more. Spray gets laid down here from Garage. That's actually going to work out there for ZTR. Dropping down into the vent. That's a death trap. Voxic finds out. Xantares again. Now alone against 2 players. Such a critical round for Focus to win with Xantares in this clutch. Back to the upper bomb site. In comes ZTR from the top. Looking down. Here's the plant. And edges his way around. And that's going to be the victory there for Focus. Really well done by them. And I mean, again, Banjo, what a standout here, James. I mean, if not for him getting those reliable 1v1s in that hot lobby position, I feel like, again, like this is going to be Aurora, a case of Aurora running over Focus.
Yeah, I do like how well matched these teams seem to be in this series. Again, the back and forth we saw on Cash. And now we see again the lobby crunch, the silent lobby crunch from the CT, still getting popped in the face first by Yimfat, but managing to ultimately turn this around. And yeah, Banjo's been really important for the squad. Again, Aurora have got to be feeling like they're losing a lot of tight rounds in this series overall.
No doubt. No doubt. Great recovery for Focus so far. Can they complete the recovery and get the tied half going into the second half? Can they do it? Very slow beginning to this round. Not much pressure from either side. Oh, Mateos has got the better of the angles there. Good proactive play there. No fear from Focus.
Yeah, they're pushing the ramp position with 2 as well. Wise to Aurora's game, it feels. Getting the information they need, at least for the time being. Voxic scopes will be heard by the CTs by Squeaky. That's an important trade. Banjo again, Voxic though dropping down into trade. Makes it a 3-on-3, 45 seconds remain. Kixan with the bomb. Holding formation now. So CTs will reposition. Wait for the next play. This is going to be awkward. Santara is popped by Mateos. ZTR hasn't seen the players close to him just yet. 19 seconds, really running the clock down now, and it might just work out in their favor. Will they check the hard left, though? Do they have any idea ZTR's here? We're in the 10-second territory now. The bomb's dropped, and so it kicks out and walks it. That's a huge 3K for ZTR to end out the half.
Hello, and this. No, wait, that's a horrible opening. Let's go again. All right, it's Blast Bounty. I just kicked the table. I'm gonna restart that. Fucking this table. We're here straight into the barrel of the camera, bro. Straight into the barrel.
Are Canada drinks illegal here? I mean, it's legal, but it's not 100% legal. I mean, you can come up to the room. That's good. So tell me about the booth rules again. What do you want to know? Are Canada One more time. And thus, I swallow. You need to be more accurate. Because we believe in you.
Such bullshit.
It's very, very hot.
I need to continue eating.
Because it's so addictive.
No, because
it's so spicy. If you eat it, if you keep eating it, then it just like you can't tell, right?
I have to keep eating. Sorry.
You don't have to say sorry. Don't care with it.
I mean, it's the right. That's the right of referees and player managers gonna have. I mean, it's just small differences, but they got all the same shit that we got at home. Yeah, it's fucking shit.
Sir,
do you know how they call Deagle in Paris?
They don't call it Deagle?
Братан, блядь, почему ты не отвечал? Я думал, ты забыл. Bro, I thought he forgot. I started putting in the fucking iPad.
They don't know what a Deagle is.
How does it call it?
I don't fucking know.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. I was stressed, blessed. Sorry, trying to improv. Hold on, okay. This was me just 6 weeks ago. I was commentating. I was blessed. Go to http:// Henry. Sorry, there's a lot going on. I got it.
Loaded. You're basically the dealer now, bro. Look at this. I'm running out of money.
You say the place always wins. I don't know, bro. I'm not sure.
Not in this casino, bro. I'm going broke. Okay.
Il y a des nouilles partout. Il y a des nouilles partout.
Oh, блядь, I don't understand.
That is so close.
Блядь, one more time. Блядь, one more time. Swallow. One time.
Welcome back to a tense, high-pressure match. Many rounds finishing on very small edges. And we have a really close score at half-time. FOKUS, you have to wonder, like, is the worst over for them, considering that, was it 5-1 or something like that to Aurora? Is the worst over for them in this half? Could this be a 2-0?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the individual plays, ZTR with that 3K at the end, that was absolutely glorious. We'll see, though, if another pistol can be picked up by FOKUS. I feel like our bounty hunters have been pistol demons so far, at least in the games we have covered. Banjo getting tested. He will not pass the test. No one's passing the test. No, the test is too hard. The test needs to be rewritten. This is a problem. ZTR, last player standing. And I don't know, the chances here are not all that great. Stuck behind the door. They know where he is.
Hey, a chance is better than no chance. I suppose the chance is gone. That's a promising start for Aurora, who surely have to... I mean, the temperature must be high for them now, because, again, they were 5-1 up in that first half. It ends 6-6.
Yeah.
there has to be concern. They definitely, they must have felt like the stronger team on Cash, regardless of who picks it. But again, the aggression did not pay off on many a round. So there is a quite a reasonable level of threat here. There won't be for this particular round though, as FOKUS will be keeping their money for the round to come, for the rifles to come, but this is an opponent to be respected.
Yeah, no bomb down. I think it's so much more chill, especially of course for the CTs. And that always makes me, wonder and really appreciate when a team will go for a play that is just absolutely designed to get a bomb down. And you don't even care if you lose the round. As long as you get the bomb down, your force buy in the next round is so strong and scary, as we saw be the case for Aurora. But now we will get the guns out. The AKs will come into play for FOKUS. And I'm really curious what their T side will look like. I really don't know what to expect exactly. 13-1 by Astralis. They didn't really get to play the game very much, so we'll get to see what they have on display. Woxic on the scout, so no AWP on Aurora just yet.
Sneaky. See if there's more of this in future rounds when the CTs are perhaps in a more vulnerable position.
And that's like, how are you doing that?
It's a hell of a flick from Woxic. That's so interesting behind the smoke as well. You could just mouse one into the smoke, but I'm going to flick into the smoke instead and hit someone. Just Woxic things. Early 5-on-4 for Aurora. A promising start to round 15. That's some good tagging as well. Definitely making a nuisance of himself, leaving ZTR and Potty crawling in what remains of this round.
Good trade. They're going to expect Jimfat to be here as well. But we do have the jump up the generator into the heaven position. Might be, oh yeah, exactly. CTR doing some great work from up here on both sides of things. And the HP really low for 2 players of the 3 remaining for FOKUS, despite the man advantage. See what they can do. Investigation from Jimfat. He's going to get wrapped here. That's crazy from CTR. No way has he managed to do that.
Didn't he hit, like he jumped off? There was a sound cue, wasn't there? Didn't he hear that?
I don't know, but at this point, it gets very weird because ETR's also got no idea.
But didn't he just like throw a nade into heaven as well? I feel like a lot of things just happened there, but they've both missed each other.
Oh, what a shot as well. That's fantastic from CTR. And he spots the shadow as well, so he knows exactly what's going on. Back up we go to the generator. Unreal round here from CTR. Almost takes down Wicardia as well. So impressive.
That's a hell of a circus. I feel like you could just put a camera there with X-ray on for about 30, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
of crazy circular action.
Yeah, so hard to read the positioning. Super hard to understand what's going on there. And a massive credit to ZTR. I mean, especially if you think about how the round started out, James. Woxic hits that shot. A couple players go down to very low HP. They lose a player.
Yeah, you're supposed to lose that round.
Yeah, I mean, also the shots that ZTR actually connected with, very fast reactions. Like this one, very fast shot to Kixan, and then the kill that he gets towards the secret position as well. Also, just phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, there's a sound cue, but I don't think that was picked up for some reason.
It could have just been like just misinterpreted and just, I mean, incredible, really crazy.
Thin lead for Aurora, who now have Woxic on the AWP. The scout shenanigans have paused. Serious business now, as Aurora look for a 3rd map in this series. Just one round between the squads. Both on the buy, both low on money.
Oh my god. I was wondering, is Xantaras going to be Woxic this round? And he basically is.
Another 5-on-4 for Aurora then. Question is, can they convert it? Quickly, the numbers are even. Woxic dropped by Pudi. Looking to play the long game then. Minutes on the clock. They fancy some time in the sun.
rounds. Now, XANTARES taking down Mateos, trying to go through many. It's going to be a challenge though. Can't quite make it work. I think expecting maybe there would be some aggression from the CTs to be able to punish, to allow them to get in a bit easier, but great patience there from Aurora to just really hold their nerve and be very well poised to defend.
It's just not fair, is it?
You know what I was thinking, James? Because Woxic did it in the previous round as well. I wonder if Ash, that's like part of the anti-stratting, that Ash has picked up, there's like a specific timing when the players are going to be actually entering Secret off of those smokes. I took a mental note of the timing when XANTARES got the kill there, but I don't know what it was when Woxic did. Maybe it was exactly the same timing in the round. And that's when they shoot. Or maybe it's blind luck. It's one of the two. I feel like, is it one of the two?
Aurora taking a step away from FOKUS. And again, this is high pressure for FOKUS because they must feel like this is doable. This can be a 2-map series for them. Maybe lamenting the mid to late round, that rotation outside, getting handily dealt with by Aurora. And it will be the hero AK for Mateos and a bunch of pistols. So it might be protect the VIP, send some cannon fodder in ahead of that rifle, and that seems to be happening towards the ramp there. You can see paiN just in front of Mateos. There we go, and that will give some position to the AK. Just about being spotted though, and there he goes. Doesn't last long. Not sure if YoCab will be able to rescue that one. I think the HE maybe trying to bring it away. That's one way to do it. Bomb lost as well, so nothing doing whatsoever in this round for FOKUS. Maybe they can use what remains as a extended timeout to think about the way forward.
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, I do wonder what, if any, switch up will be made by FOKUS. Woxic moving around is always going to be problematic. You're not going to be so sure exactly where the AWP is going to be on the other side. And so it does make life feel a little bit more uncertain.
Really good with their angles through the smokes, our Aurora. They're reaping many rewards from that. Now, FOKUS have, in a number of rounds, been able to recover from an early 4-on-5 and at least tie the numbers up. So maybe the problem lies in the late rounds and closing things out.
Oh, okay, we got a taste of your own medicine to XANTARES through the smoke. Well, there's an early 5v4 in favor of FOKUS. Okay, I've got my eye on the timer for any smoke spam resulting in a kill. Yeah, it's a similar timing. Around 1:15 was the cross previously, I believe.
They'll be heard this time by Wakadia. Not sure if you heard one or two, but either way, it is compromised. Looking for the lurkers outside.
Oh. Speaking of which, YoCab they may have felt like that kill was the final outside player. Indeed, YoCab able to get a lurk onto Yinfat. And that's the 3v3 now.
That pulls Wakadia away from the vent, maybe considering a play down towards B.
Oh, YoCab with the bomb as well.
Yeah, leaves Kixan downstairs wondering what's happening. And again, it's this late round where Aurora can rein things back in, as they do with paiN. And there's the bomb carrier dealt with as well. Again, this is where things go wrong in that late round. ZTR picking up the AK-47. 20 seconds to rescue the bomb and try to win a duel. He's going to race down towards B. He is going to be waited for, though, by Kixan, who's got sound cues for days. So I don't fancy his chances. Decon door is open. He's got to almost run with the bomb out, but he does not stand a chance. And again, it's another round which slips away from FOKUS in the late game.
Yeah, and let's not forget they got the 5v4 early on as well, so can't say that they didn't have the ability to play off of an advantage. Oh, wow. Every single bullet connected to XANTARES there. And Woxic is a problem. It is a problem. I did like the layered setup there that kind of allowed YoCab to be kind of this hidden lurker. That was kind of cool, but ultimately it's an 11-7 advantage for Aurora. And speaking of advantages, Woxic early kill onto Mateos to stifle this pistol push.
Is this round a must-plant situation for FOKUS? They'll have the numbers towards the ramp. Not committing all the way down just yet. Spotting Woxic. If they know that's the AWP, I'm not sure if they want to go back, but they will. Oh, he is in a sandwich of sorts. But most of them will be handily dealt with. Let's see if Pody's got anything left. Now, 1 versus 4. Oh my God, he does. 45 seconds. And there could be some fun to be had here. Switching out to deal with multiple assailants. Aurora heading to 12. So what does he choose to do? 20 seconds. He has to expire. He has to expire before the time does. Oh my word. There's only 2 players left. Starting to get nervous for Aurora. A lot more damage towards the end than you could have expected, so that's something. But there's no more room for error for FOKUS.
Yeah, Pody looking dangerous there. Man, the crazy thing is that if Woxic didn't get this one, if ZTO actually killed him, that would have made things even more interesting. But, you know, there we go. 12 rounds now for Aurora. They only need a single round more. And it doesn't really feel like there's any question right now that they'll be able to do it. And it might happen right away. FOKUS will be on another buy. I don't believe we're going to see an op from them. Be curious to see what their option is, because it feels like they've struggled to reliably get the opening round advantage. I feel like it happened that one time that they were able to spam Xantara through a smoke. Not hardly a reliable approach.
Game points for Aurora.
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 Might say it like that if I'm Norwegian. How many smoke kills will there be this time? Woxic up close and personal onto YoCab. Such a fast 5-on-4 in favor of Aurora. ZCR making his way towards Secret. Spots one in the garage. For his position, I was going to say will pull rotation, but they're there. They're waiting for him. Kicks out with an off angle. This may be a road too far for FOKUS. 3 remain. Still with the bomb in their possession, but they've got so much to do here.
Yeah, it's really, really bad right now. That's for sure. Looking to make their way through the ramp. They are being waited for. Xantara's easy 2K. And it's an unceremonious finish, it seems like. Very little energy here from FOKUS. Okay, well, I guess the smoke is actually going to let him pick up the bomb at least. The Banjo, the last hope. And I don't know what he's going to be able to do here. Looks to get this lower plant at least. There are players all over the place though. How's he going to make this one work? Banjo takes down Wakadia suddenly. 3 players to his front. He doesn't know that they're all there though. Forced to go for the duel, and that's going to be a wrap. Aurora picking up Nuke as they were always meant to, and we're going to go to a 3rd map.
Yeah, a noble effort from FOKUS, but they just weren't able to match Aurora on Nuke. Over to James.
A very strong performance coming out from Aurora on Nuke. It is what we expected, but at least in the first half, right, there was a battle, there was a fight from FOKUS to actually put some numbers up on the board. But you can see once we swapped over to that second half, right, Aurora full control, moving around the map confidently and in style and getting the job done, Vu.
I mean, that's why they 10-2'd their first 2 games of this map on CT side. You can see once they have that control on CT, there's not that many, you know, curveballs that you really saw from FOKUS. It seems like Aurora had their rotations on point. They've probably drilled exactly how they want to be pivoting when contact is made. And I mean, that looked kind of clinical from them outside of a couple of sketchy rounds, I would say. When they managed to get an entry, unlike on their T side, when they managed to get an entry, they closed out the round really effectively.
Sorry, that's my diabetic alarm going off in the background, but let's have a look at our 5v3 moments and the good lobby push coming up from FOKUS that did set them off to at least have a chance within the first half.
Yeah, looking at what could go wrong for map 3, we're looking at these types of plays where you can see Aurora find an opening, they find a second opening, but I like the way FOKUS is consistently trying to apply pressure and find gaps in the defense, and they find a gap. They find the double lobby push here, and they catch Aurora very importantly before they get into the after plans. I mentioned in the cash game, I'll mention it again here, it's the transition points where a team like this is really going to struggle, especially when they have to communicate these things. You know, you might even have a tier list of like, we want to be getting into these after plant spots, but when you go from the site hit, you go from site control, and then you go into the after plant positions, those are pivot points. Those are you're transitioning between stages of the round, and as FOKUS, they're constantly pushing and trying to find those gaps. You saw ZTR walk into garage. He's looking, are they setting up a mini pop? Are they setting up a wrap into the A site here? I can catch them off guard. And even when it goes wrong, they're going to find a gap in that map control somewhere. And when they find that gap, they're going to catch Aurora off guard. Once they get that 1 kill, Aurora is really struggling to adjust and actually save the round from toppling over, even in a 5v3.
Yeah, FOKUS was just not making it easy for Aurora at any point. And we see this in a bit of the, I'll call it ZTR shenanigans that was happening here, right? Because it looks like you see that Aurora's in a commanding position, but he makes them work for every moment of this.
Yeah, is this good from ZTR or bad from Aurora? It's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, because he's getting himself in really aggressive positions. He jumps his way up into heaven here. I think they should know that this is the most likely play, and Kixan is ready for it, but not quite on the right timing, so he still manages the frag. And then my speculation is this is maybe over communication, because Jinfet should know he has to be here unless he dropped out of heaven and he would have made sound. Well, he probably should have made sound, right? Where else can he really be if he didn't drop from heaven? Once his teammate in heaven clears out the rafters, where else could ZTR have gone? Surely.
ZTR was just like passing by everyone, rolling through it and managing to keep himself going and keeping them very confused throughout all of it. And okay, it's not maybe he's the IGL, right? We're not looking for him to have the craziest standout performances, but he did show up to lead by example in this one, despite the very tough game.
Yeah, I mean, 15 and 21, the scoreline isn't all that impressive, but I think when you're looking at an IGL, you don't need him picking up the top frag numbers. You need him having impactful rounds. I think their calling on cash specifically was really effective. Their adjustments on CT side, which sometimes it's not the primary IGL, but let's just say it's likely ZTR. I think their adjustments on CT side were very effective. And then on T side, when he managed to get himself into a round, he did a really good job. The problem is you're looking at an Aurora CT side nuke that is almost, I mean, it's nigh impenetrable. So I can't really blame him too much for not having the greatest T side. We're looking at Dust 2, where you can get a lot of things going on a T side. You can get into a 4v4 and call your way around a somewhat floundering Aurora if their CT side pivots or their rotations aren't on point.
Well, a couple of players that were not floundering at all when it comes to Aurora. To start with Zantares in this one, you know, he's there to do the damage, he's there to pick up the big kills, and he was putting on a bit of a highlight show.
I mean, Zantares, Wicadia, Woxic, they're all showing exactly why Aurora was such a good team for all of last year. You see these entries from Zantares time and time again. You see Wicadia doing it as well, but Zantares is the big name on this roster. You want him to be finding those openings, and you're hoping that he's released. He can go for these kind of aggressive solo plays where you're expecting a Zantares can find the entries, and he's been doing it all series long. I think he's actually been really effective, and Nuke is a great showcase of that, especially when he went on that CT side, but he was giving them the openings on T side. It's just they couldn't consistently convert those openings. That's the real concern.
And do you imagine that we're going to see like a constant trend in natural improvements from Zantares, right? As things get easier, as communication starts flowing, he has a better understanding of what's happening in each and every round?
I think when it comes to XANTARES, he's probably it's tough to learn new tricks when you've been around for as long as he is, but I don't think he needs to. I mean, he's a fantastic player as he is. I think he'll get more comfortable with the roster, but I don't want different gameplay from XANTARES. Keep giving me what you give me, XANTARES. If he could do it in the playoffs a little more consistently, but that's a conversation for another day. When he's in these types of games, just keep doing what you're doing. The team should meld around him. The team should work around him to make things effective, not him working the other direction, I think.
And very quickly before we go to a break, I just want to pick your brains about just Aurora's CT side and how much they were moving around. We saw like Woxig and YimFat playing around ramp room together, working effectively. Like they were constantly pushing FOKUS to have no space.
Yeah, they really want to try and force the engagements. I see that whenever there's a hit coming in, they're trying to make sure that they just delay enough time. Their initial player gets the entry. I think they're really struggling on their defenses when their initial player falls, because then they have to actually rotate. If it's just our initial player gets the kill, I'm running over there, tossing the flash, right click flash, swinging out, you know, I'm gonna go for the frags. That's when things go really well, and we saw it go, you know, similarly well there. We saw that, well, we didn't see that, but in their previous nuke games, that's exactly how it went. The first player gets the kill, and then they swarm, and they can really make the defense work. I think it's a little bit harder to do that on a Dust 2, which is, you know, the map we're going into here.
Well, let's see what happens when we get to Dust 2. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be going into the deciding map between Aurora and FOKUS. And it's all coming to a close in this series on Dust 2, Vu. And for this, right, I just want to ask you one question. It's kind of away from this game, but who would you say is the better team right now between Namiga, Nemesis, and FOKUS?
That is an interesting question. I actually might lean towards Nemesis, but
okay.
I mean, FOKUS, if they can take down Aurora, you're gonna have to say FOKUS, right? I mean, I think you would have to say FOKUS, but Nemesis, when I've been watching their demos, they're the team that's most impressed me.
Okay, I love that you're a demo watcher. This means this fits perfectly into my question. So just yesterday, we saw Nemesis take down Aurora 16-14 on Dust 2. You would feel, though, with the Turkish players, Walk 6 Orb, even into the Scout, right, just a bit of an easier map to play off of each other on, that you'd give Aurora a massive lead in this FOKUS one. But I'm not going to count FOKUS out of this one based on what we're looking at so far.
Yeah, I think FOKUS have been very impressive, and I've harped on the same concept that they seem to understand. Either coincidentally, this is Pug style, like online style CS. You play very aggressive on your defense. You try and find gaps in the attack, but it could very well be that they have an idea that Aurora's a newer team. They're working on communication problems. They're going for these very aggressive plays on CT. When I looked at that Nemesis Aurora game, they were struggling with that a little bit, and they were not playing very aggressive on their own CT side. I thought their B site was very exploitable, and when I was watching some FOKUS games, they have a really clean B hit. They have a really clean B split. The Jimfat Wacadia combination on B, on paper, Jimfat Wacadia, let's go.
Yeah,
A,
that's
guys.
huge.
Like, screw that. but in reality, like, they actually struggled that for much of the game. And if they performed a bit better in OT, but if they had done better in regulation, you would have seen Aurora take down Nemesis. They actually really struggled on that B site.
Am I right in saying, though, right, that we've seen so far from Aurora on both CT sides, Cash and Nuke, they have played more aggressively. So maybe that's an adjustment they already learned, right? It's still very early on to this team. Maybe that's what we'll see on this Dust 2 from them.
Yeah, I'd like to see them have a little more aggression, especially on Dust 2. You can go for those lower tons pushes. You can go for the top mid pushes if you want. You can do a lot of different plays. I actually really thought that them almost avoiding catwalk for the majority of their CT side against Nemesis was part of their problem as well. They just didn't have, if you're going to avoid those aggressive areas of the map, then you need your site anchors, you need your defense to actually shut down any exec. And if they can't do that, that's where you really start to see things go wrong.
Well, hopefully it doesn't go wrong for them at all, but we're going to find out now as we go into the depths of Dust 2. It's Aurora taking on FOKUS, and can another bounty hunter take down one of the most wanted? We're about to find out with Bardolph and DDK.
Some great words from James and View. You know what's better than words? Pictures. You know what's better than pictures? Numbers. Let's see the numbers for the next map for Dust 2, because again, we've seen tight numbers on some of these maps, but there's starting to be a little gap between these two squads. Dan, I see Aurora in a much better position as far as the internet is concerned, but it's about what's happening on the server. Where do you see this one going, Dan?
I don't know, man. I'm becoming a fan of FOKUS. I really like what they've got going on. I like the personality on the team. FOKUS, they have the individual capacity. I think that's for sure. Dust 2's a way more open map. I think it's a map where, you know, if we are seeing some of the plays that we got out of, I mean, honestly, a fair, in fact, the entire team. Like CTR showed some amazing stuff on Nuke. Pody as well, looking really sharp. Banjo with all of those entries and daring plays around the lobby position. We also saw anchoring really well on A on Cash. You know, Mateus, Yocab, like we've had great stuff from all of them. And Dust 2, it's the upset. It's the upset map.
We saw some, well, there were some interesting words from Vu's scripture with regards to the B bomb site, which will be something to keep an eye on as this one progresses. But first, it's the filthy streets of London. The knives are out, and it seems quite favourable.
Wait, what?
One side over another.
What?
Crikey.
They didn't even lose a single player.
Where's the trading for the right click, man? Where's the trading? Well, I mean, it looks like they went 1v1. Like if there's a noble duel, just one-on-one, that's a fair fight. Do what you want, but otherwise, you want that trading to come through. But yeah, I guess the knife will hopefully be mightier. Sorry, the sword will be, the rifle will be knighted in a knife for some of these. God, that one was gobbled, wasn't it?
Just give up.
Yeah. I just let it go.
So you used to say this thing a long time ago. I haven't heard you say it yet. You'd always say sharp as a butcher's pencil. You haven't said that yet.
No. I evolve. I don't just, you know, come back with the same stuff.
You better say it. It's fan service.
That used to trigger some people because it didn't make sense to them, but
it obviously makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, why not?
Because a butcher, he's got to be, you know, writing down like the amounts of, you know, meat that he's
with the pencil,
dispensing, and he's got a pencil. And how do you sharpen a pencil? He's got butcher knives. So he's going to sharpen it with the butcher knives.
See, the thing is, like, you know, if you're diving, if you're scuba diving and you want to communicate to someone, you need a pencil to write on like a slate, because obviously you're not going to use a pen underwater. So if he's like a butcher who scuba dives, then maybe he's using a pencil. Who knows? Actually, this is a great time. I wanted to give some lore about mice. Since Xantares he's still using a wired mouse. So for those of us from the wired mouse era, we'll all remember the kind of plasticky cord that you could feel dragging around, which is one of the greatest release of a wireless mouse. But the reason there was no paracord on those mice is, I think, because of EU regulations, you required a certain level of shielding, so you'd have to have that crappy plastic stuff. More about that later. We are into the pistol round. Aurora on that T side, creeping towards B, already a feature in this after the build-up from Vu and Co. Vu and Banks, actually. And you could say and Co if there's more. It's just Vu and Banks.
Okay, well, Focus, they've discovered it's all a lie outside of A. So they know it's going to be a B play coming in. They couldn't be more ready than they are right now. Ooh, Nade's doing damage. Just look at that whack-a-mole situation. This is disgusting, James.
Yeah, they've barely broken ground on the bomb site.
Oh my God, that tunnel, it's like a prison. Have you been to prison, James?
Why would you say that, Dan?
I don't know, just, you know, curious, you know.
No, I have not been to prison. I've been past a prison before, like, you know, on a bus, but that's about it.
What do you think it's like?
Probably a taxing environment, just as it was for the T side on that pistol. We'll see. Oh, we're really seeing a force buy in this one. No money left in the hole for the AWP. The force buy on Dust 2. They've got a utility. B makes sense to try and close the distance. There'll be multiple smokes up. Wacadia charging through with the MAC-10 into the crossfire, which may not get solved in time by what remains of Aurora. I like the plan. And now Woxic has found himself in a 1 versus 3. Perhaps there is a chance. The smoke to create some space, but the angle will be superior for Pody to deny the bomb plant. That was a pretty cool one, because we see, you know, a lot of like force buys on Ancients or somewhere like that where you can really close the distance, get that utility working. That's a nice prompt attempt by Aurora, but one that's ultimately denied by the likes of Focus.
It's the upset map. It's the upset map, James. Focus are 2-0 up.
Okay, this should be slower. There are deagles though, but before it escalates too much. So I think there was EU regulation about shielding on cables, which is why a lot of manufacturers couldn't just roll out stuff with a paracord. So there was a period of time where people were, like me, were modding their own mice and putting their own paracords on. And if you were a smaller manufacturer, some just skirted the regulations and released with paracord anyway.
There you go. The regulations are anti-innovation.
So there's some mouse lore for you, since we still have one with a cable. But yeah, every time like your mouse has a new release, but with a new sensor, you know, it's just not what you want in most cases.
Okay, Xantares. He's getting himself a deeg. That's it. That's all the action. I think we have sufficiently talked over the nothing rounds of the beginning of Dust 2. Now things will get interesting. The AK is going to come out for Aurora, and the AWP will come out for Woxic as well. Woxic on Dust 2. There's some history there.
Just about affording that 50 bucks in the hole. But Woxic he's had to go naked to get that AWP, which is why I was curious about the force buy earlier, but he committed. He's a team player, so he's AWP, no Kevlar. Maybe Dust 2 a better map for that. Have to watch out for Nade if he heads towards short though. Still in spawn, like every online griefer we've come across in matchmaking. paiN waiting for opportunity. Swing and a miss. Flashes used well to reposition in mid. A lot of counter utility. Will there be a full take of shorts from the T side of Aurora?
Okay, they're going to try to barrel into the B site. Banjo looks pretty ready for this one, though. Here's with Mateus. Let's see if they can hold this. Okay, first kill, the second as well through the smoke. And not enough progress seemingly made here. Ricardia finally takes down Banjo. Good response from Mateus by the car position. In fact, with the trade. And it looks like a bomb should be possible to get planted here. But the CT is already looking to kick the door down. And once that bomb starts getting planted, there's only one player that can be responding. Might be an opportunity through the smoke here. And their focus players are unrelenting, unable to allow this bomb to get but there's no chance it can even get planted there. Love the confidence there from FOKUS. That's a 4-0 start for them on the CT side.
With only 2 players towards B in that scenario as well, maybe with some expectation of a short take from the T side, as you often do. You can see Kicksan trying to pre-fire with the Mac-10 through the smoke. Banjo's been good for a multi-frag round on many an occasion in this series, and there is another one. So these smoke plays not working out for Aurora. But yeah, the timing was interesting with 3 of it towards A, but FOKUS had enough. Now, what other spanners will Aurora be able to throw into the works in future rounds? This one will be a ropey one, but that's a promising start for Yimfat. A round where there aren't that many rifles for Aurora. I think Yimfat's handed one over. He's managed to rescue that one through the doors without being picked off. So this could become surprisingly hairy for FOKUS in round 5. Information play through B apps, but there's over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, might just try to just hit that A site. I mean, it's definitely a good one to hit. They should be able to get isolated duels against the players on A. paiN does have the AWP. He won't have too much to block his ability to take shots, so paiN has to hit everything. Ooh, that's a bit sketchy there. CT not falling back onto the ramp. No util to stop him, so again, the defense has a good chance at succeeding. There's the first kill. The smoke, though, for that short plant. Spray through, gotta be careful not to get punished. Nicely done here from CTR, leaving just Yimfat there. Going for the short plant now as the remainder comes. And can they stop the plant? Absolutely not. USP comes out, though, and at least for the FOKUS side, they don't lose anyone else.
Really important that the bomb gets planted there, and that will be true going forward. If they continue with this loss bonus, they can at least pull out the AKs. Clean sheet remains for FOKUS. Not afraid of an information play. That was a really important frag. Things were looking awkward otherwise. I think paiN had an angle for the push from short. That player alive on lower could have really been a problem, but well dealt with by FOKUS. 5-0. Nothing to show for their efforts so far, Aurora. An early focus towards B has yielded no results.
Yeah, starting to get a little worrisome. I mean, I feel like, of course, you know, this is the time when you normally see teams begin to turn things around. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here for Aurora, getting some rounds on the board.
We're only 6 rounds in. I mean, we are 6 rounds in. Only one player for Aurora has more than 1 frag, which is Yimfat.
Yeah.
Kicksan has no frags. Everybody else has 1 frag. So this is a really rough situation, really rough. No one's doing much of anything for Aurora fragging-wise.
That's a good catch. That's a good catch too. Yeah, very interesting. Woxic no longer naked with an AWP. He's found some clothes.
5-0 for paiN. 10 for 2, Mateus.
On the other end of this one, takes down Xantares. Oh my god. Yocab finds the head of Yimfat as well. They get utterly denied. Okay. These frags, seemingly impossible to find. Where are they? Are the frags in the room with us?
This is crazy. FOKUS have got the slippers on. Aurora walking barefoot in the desert. So Woxic with his 1 frag, Kixan 0 for 5. To clutch if they dare. It's a long time to try and hold your position and save these weapons. They will feel vulnerable. Woxic with $0 in the bank.
That's kind of nice. And actually, they've isolated now one player, Banjo, on the site. Oh my goodness gracious me. And without a chance, Banjo looking to shut every opportunity down. Oh man, looks so confident.
He's got the most unassuming nickname for how well he's been doing for his squad.
That's true.
You know, some generate their names on like Xbox Live or something, but Banjo's quite specific. But yeah, another good start from paiN. Great rifle support as well. And Aurora just unable to answer. Again, they've thrown a number of things at B to no avail. The sneaky plays through the smoke. The CTs were close and ready for it. A timed push out of A long, denied by the AWP posted up. What now for Aurora? Onto the pistols with a ton of utility again. We first saw them make that fast play towards B in a round such as this. What else have they got in the tank? You know, it was Aurora who had a 5-1 lead on Nuke, which FOKUS were able to pull back in that first half. Now it's Aurora's turn to do the same in the deciding map of Dust 2.
Looking like we might get potential shorts. Plants set piece. Dodging some of the counter utility. We'll see if that's going to be a play. Obviously, you can always drop into a B hit as well.
Yeah, we've got Yimfat moving away from long. So are they looking to pick off that middleman in CT? Or will they pursue a play towards A? Rocadia asking questions. Trying to pull the rotator from pillar to post. While FOKUS patiently awaits. paiN moving down towards long. So they will concede position on this A bomb site. And there will be some drops, but they'll be straight into the hands of ZTR. 6 for 3 now. As they continue to creep forward, Xantara is able to win that duel and pick up a rifle. 20 seconds to get this bomb planted. paiN with some good angles. He'll know what's safe and what's not for the retake at least, as it's planted for short.
Yeah, Xantaris with the soul rifle there. Going back to shorts. Every single player to support each other. And here comes the FOKUS squad looking for the clearance. Xantaris doing the damage he needs to do. Yimfat with great support. Xantaris again. Now down to paiN. Can he make this one work for the team? There's the smoke. That's going to be very helpful here. Oh my goodness, over the top of the smoke. Takes down Xantaris. Is he going to go for the stick? Absolutely he is. And trying to close the distance to spray. Run out of bullets. And paiN with the steal.
Can he get the AWP at least? Well, that's something, if not the round. That's a really good attempt from them. They fought so hard to stop the CTs from getting on that bomb site. But that Deagle shot after dropping the smoke proved to be too much. A fantastic start for FOKUS. Patiently waiting at 2K there for ZTR. I didn't think Xantaris would be able to trade that frag with the Mac-10, but he found a way. So close and yet so far. Clean sheet remains. Pearly whites for FOKUS on Dust 2.
So at the start of this round, paiN starts the round with $14,500. So he's no sweat to replace the AWP there for him. 7-0 the score, and we get the timeout there from FOKUS, actually, which I really like here, James, because they're so far ahead. You want them not to get overconfident. You want them to make sure that they maintain discipline, just keep their foot on the pedal, and keep just Aurora in this desperate place where, like you mentioned before, you know, the frags were hard to come by. They have since managed to start fragging more so. Since you mentioned that, it seems like you kind of cursed the FOKUS squad a little bit with that one, but Aurora are getting closer to winning a round.
That might not be enough as we head into round 8. No one challenging the choke point, but no one going further on long for Aurora. So what is the solution? They've tried a great many things Now we've got a burst from the CTs in mid, and that is going to be catastrophic for them. So they continue heading podi's way. Posted up on short with the AWP. Money he does have, health he does not. And finally, the deadlock is broken. There's no more 0 on the side for Aurora. They have taken one step forward. There is a reasonable score to take from this half still. But that was a lot of aggression in mid.
Yeah.
Not going the CT's way.
Yeah. It's so funny, isn't it? Because everything that FOKUS had been doing was working. That was the first round where they took the timeout and they decided, let's go aggressive. And it fails. So it's such a classic maneuver. They just, they're going aggressive again here, so really continuing to switch up the pace. Can't help but wonder, is this going to be making life easier for Aurora, who were struggling to create opportunities when FOKUS were playing passive? But we'll have to see here with paiN posted up with the orb, gets the catch onto Kicksan and can fall back.
Oh my word, the ordnance flying through. CT's able to escape. They know where they're vulnerable. ZTR will try to ruin the timing of this expedition. More junk where that came from. Arcadia could be stuck on an island here. The smoke may help him though, indeed it will. A minute on the clock. Heat map's quite hot in that mid position. Aurora looking to confirm possession of short, and they'll do that. paiN's been a nuisance around this car position on more than one round. Be it here, be it long, he is a problem. Yokab is on that long position. He's got no flashes to support his sniper should he need them.
Ooh, not an easy shot to connect. CTR could work here from the lower position previously. Spawn. See if he can get a repeat there in the smoke. Now scaling into the short plant. Really nice here. They've managed to maintain integrity of numbers, Aurora. As FOKUS regroup for the retake. Head spotted. That's a free one there from Mattheos. Getting the trade onto Xantaurus, an extra onto Wicardia, and suddenly, where the hell have Aurora gone?
It's so tense. The slow creep towards the bomb site. Hiding in the smoke, holding from long. Got to be so quick to find the first and the second man. There with the CTs, really well done. I was expecting the flash over the box in lower tunnel before the swing top mid there, as it was just eerily quiet. But they're able to get the pick top mid. Some frustrations then on the side of Aurora, who trail by 7 in the first half. They'll have money for the buy. They go for a faster round in long then. There will be a challenge for the CTs, or there was going to be. Smoke on the corner already, and the CTs will have to concede.
The interesting thing about this is that, you take long, and the CTs have got to respect it a little bit. Nice find there from Mattheos. That's what I was going to say. You got to play for info. Are they sending everybody long? Are they going to take long and fall out of long and try to catch you in the rotation? There's lots of ways that this long take early can be played to the advantage of the T side. But with that pick there onto Xantaurus, it definitely, I think, forces Aurora into this long play. And they're going to just try to scale it slowly. It's the, I think, least variance play that they have. And it can be always effective on a map of Dust 2. Oh my goodness. paiN so ready for these AWP shots. Walks it down. And now Aurora, they're having to continue to press. They've got to get something back.
The swarm is starting. Yokab only good for one. Mattheos, does he dare push through the smoke here? Timing will have to be on his side. Kicksan wondering. He's wondering for right reasons. 40 seconds now. paiN drops off. Mattheos makes his play through the smoke. Collects 2. And that is the round done. Really getting the better of these close engagements around the smoke are FOKUS. God, very, very tense stuff around these bomb sites. So many different looks we've seen from Aurora. Just trying to find something that will work.
That's crazy. I thought Walksik had that for sure when the smoke dissipated. This is looking extremely dangerous now for Aurora. They're kind of, I think, passing into territory, Jays, which is I mean, you can definitely feel the vibes not looking all that great on the Aurora side. And for FOKUS, I think what's been really cool to see is that they've maintained the discipline, they've maintained the confidence, and they haven't kind of played too passive. They're not in that position where they're kind of feeling like, oh man, are we doing it? And they start getting into their own heads. They're still laser focused, and you know, they're looking at a potential to close this half out with more than 9.
Big scenario for FOKUS. Really big. Always nice if you've got a good spawn towards B to post up like this. But the flashes are used well. FOKUS wise to that game. Still delivering though is Woxic. It's a great entry from him. Doing it the hard way.
paiRi changing position here with the orb. Might catch somebody off guard. Leaving long to Yokab as he announces his presence now. And now it's starting to scale across the cap position. CTR dropping down, and still 5 alive here for Aurora. They're in very, very good stead now with control of the A-bomb site.
How about this flank from long though? Because the last play rotating for the T's is one carrying the bomb. Now that flank is coming through from ZTR. I don't know if he can get there fast enough because we still have Woxic lurking in that lower tunnel, which will hold Yokab's position. So there was a small window of possibility there, but it seems that window has closed. CTR last now in CT spawn. As Aurora look to claw back something, a lifeline from this half. They'll take everybody with them. Finally, a step forward. They've been so rare in this half.
Yeah, the money's actually kind of sus for FOKUS. They're going to have enough to get a decent buy, but it looks like one player might be without a gun. CTR looks like he might be without a gun. Cody getting onto the AWP again, but yeah, great round from Aurora here. Just trying to do something here in this first half. 3 players towards B here for FOKUS. Switching up the setup. I'm sure they're going to try to get aggressive there. B has seldomly been an point of operations. Cody, very good opener. And again, with the B tunnel aggression, I don't think Aurora are going to expect that necessarily, although FOKUS clear it and they fall off.
May change where they rotate that third man between A and B. Continuing to push through one short here. Very forward positions. Will the fire spread? ZCR here doing great work, holding position. Cody deciding what to do now. Does he post up once again? So many CTs again, clearing up at B. They know where the T's are. Posting up together. Kickstand though finds a third. He's connected the bomb as well, and he's got position on the bomb sites.
FOKUS coming in though from Catwalk. Hand in hand, Kickstand looking to go for the fake here. Dropping down, he's got time, finding the headshot position. This is smart here from Kickstand, but Yokab takes him down. A 10-2 first half on Dust 2. Unbelievable.
In 2026 so far, one team that is really close to becoming a really strong team is, I would say, FUT.
Thus far, I think it might be FUT.
I think what's his name? Fish Puncher, boy, if we knew this. Mr. Fish Puncher. 12 games. I don't want to bully too much, but Fish Puncher is not an info. I killed you there! You're back!
Ahead of us, we have Inhuman Reactions by Hiko. You remember this well, don't you?
I do remember it. I can't escape it in some sense. It has become part of my life.
Yes.
4 out of 5 fatality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too early.
They had a
been delayed, like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers fucking Mercedes picking me.
Here's the view from Section 111 on the day before. And this is what it looks like day one.
Bon appetit, fellas. I think we all get 1 ravioli each. You know what? I'm grabbing 2.
Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush.
This is an incredible electricity in the air. Can you let me hear you roar?
They had to.
What are you supposed to do with this?
Buckle up. This is going to be very hard to see what's happening inside.
Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning.
Bro, how can I play with this guy in team, bro? I don't understand.
What did he ask? Just advice, emotional support, ChatGPT, has it helped? What's the point in having Jack, our performance coach, when you have ChatGPT? But I think he did a great job with Flamesy. That's kind of scary. I heard about that.
My question for Ime is, bro, are you him? Every time when I see him everywhere, he's shouting to me, you are him, and I mean, he's so funny, but I don't know, maybe not.
Aurora on the verge of an unceremonious exit at the hands of FOKUS, who have a 10-2 lead on Dust 2, the deciding map of this series. It's been competitive in map 1 to map 2. We saw late pullaways from Aurora in that second one, but here FOKUS have just denied them left and right, pillar to post. And now they are really reliant on having a successful pistol round on this CT side.
Yeah, FOKUS looking for the bounty. They got the bags out, ready to stack the cash. Aurora, though, in position, ready and waiting, much like FOKUS were in their pistol. Actually, it's kind of like a repeat, but the shoes on the other foot. Oh man, it's very similar. I feel like can Pody do anything to get some money flowing? No. Okay, all right. That was pretty. I mean, that's exactly what you need if you're Aurora.
We just got a real match.
Well,
we just got a real match.
Still 3-10.
Yeah, but probably going to be 4-10. Probably.
Probably, yeah.
No bomb plants. Not enough money to do much of anything. Most of the time, at least. No,
yeah.
No one's purchased just yet. I mean, their money absolutely sucks. 5 Glocks on road. Heading towards Kicksands. Famas has a quick look and says no.
Isn't it weird that you get money for planting the bomb, even though it gets defused? You know, it's like a participation award.
I want a participation award. Weirdly enough, the only flashes for the CTs here are in mid in the hands of Arcadia. No one else has flashes, so they fall back to the bomb site, but they can't like do a pop flash and swing on these pistols, even at range. They can duel at range though. Kicksands by the car. So who peeks first? Is it Zantares up top? I think it is. And the rest is a formality. Nicely done. A shooting gallery for Aurora. A perfect round from their perspective.
Yeah. Just, you know, again, it's these couple rounds, nothing rounds. And then we move now into the first bind for FOKUS. And yeah, super interested to see what their T side looks like. What are they going to do? No AWP out initially, you know, money's not there for that. But we'll see what they opt to do regardless.
Big favor for FOKUS now, unsurprisingly. I think that smoke had to be somewhat modified after some changes. saw it missed yesterday. Forget by who. Little challenging to do consistently. A slower approach then for Focus. Want to see what the CTs are up to, and they've got very forward positions in mid. A second smoke going towards those middle doors. Menacing positions from Aurora on shorts.
Yeah, they're expecting the short take to come in, and they've got the HE's flashes ready to try to counter that and just jump on the play before Focus get to set it up.
You can see how nervous Kixan is. No one's got eyes towards long whatsoever. So he just went to have a quick look before getting back into position, but it's such a slow start from Focus. No one's there on short. The numbers bursting through mid doors is going to cause a problem then for Aurora. They've got 3 over towards the A bomb sites, and the race is on.
Ooh, CT ready for that one. Kixan trying to go through the smoke. What is that? Is that a jump headshot? I'm not sure. Just through the smoke at the very least from Xantares. And that molly is certainly annoying. And 4 versus 2 now with all the position in the world for Focus. Also actually splitting up the long position as well. So Xantares has an expiration date in there, has found it. This Banjo comes into play from long. Now Voxic, 30 HP, trying to scale up the ramp as well for the 1v1. Banjo, a steady pair of hands.
Really slow pacing there from Focus. That had to be terrifying for Aurora. 3 players bursting through the middle doors. Just coming in like savages. Too much for Kixan to deal with. I think they had an open B bomb site for a while. Didn't matter though. Eliminating everybody as necessary. 7-round lead then over Aurora. Such a trying game of Dust 2 for them.
They had the right idea as well. You could see that they kind of knew what was coming. Just couldn't... Okay, well, hang on. Xantares, he wants to take the game into his own hands. Looking to push top middle as well. In fact, the entire top mid has been essentially taken over by the CTs. And Focus, they're kind of in the B tunnels at the moment. And if you're Aurora, you got to be wondering, where are these players? They're supposed to be around mid, so they should have a good inkling. The flick, though, for Xantares is not going to do the damage. They just can't win the 1v1s. Kixan trying to keep the team alive, but 3v3 here certainly favors Focus.
Making Aurora nervous with their patient play on the T side. Still over a minute now in this 3-on-3. Guesswork for Aurora in where they put their second man on one of these bomb sites. It will be towards the A bomb site. But there's a rotation towards B for Banjo to join his teammates. Now, Aurora have somewhat cleared that long area. It's so risky to send Voxic from car on A over towards B. He can watch mid doors at least to some degree with his scouts, but this is just a somewhat diabolical situation in all areas for Aurora. 29 seconds on the clock. Alert Smokey, in fact, with a strong and promising position, looking for a second, which he will not get.
Yeah. Oh, imagine. Well, I don't think there's a kit. That's a huge problem here because there is a, util still remaining. There's a molly, a couple flashbangs, so some extra tools to slow the retake down. A scout and an M4. It's really going to be very tough here for Aurora, but they really need this round, a 2v2. Reposition from Banjo.
They can't afford to lose this M4. They can't afford to lose this round. Which one is it going to be? The scout goes flying, Kixan trades. The clock is ticking. He's got to find Banjo. He's a non-believer. Can he even afford a kit now? Waits for the smoke to go and puts him out of his misery. That'll be match point then. Quite a few of them for Focus.
Ooh, what a tough, crazy situation. Aurora. Another scalp, another bounty to be taken here. As Focus look really good. And, Banjo played this 1v1 extremely well right at the end here. Nothing that Kixan could really have done. And you can see the dejection there on Xantares. Maybe mentally starting to really struggle. Maybe giving up a little bit. We'll see if they can find something here. Some good damage done onto Xantares. MP9 for him. Scout for Voxic. MP9 for Jimfat. MP9 for Wicardia. And another Scout for Kixan. Those are not the weapons that you want.
lacking range in many ways. I love the pace that FOKUS sets on this T side. They're so comfortable with it, using the clock really well, and it's made Aurora uncomfortable, giving them the urge to find some action. That's a great start from Woxic now with the bait set up. Xantaro's up close. Will they look for him? Behind the barrel he is, but Mateos is better. Visualizing, finding what he needs to. Bomb not spotted by Aurora just yet. It is still top mid, as a splits could be on the cards here for FOKUS.
Yeah, that smoke, it's kind of annoying there because Aurora, they've got to be worried about this A play. Bomb is on catwalk. Comes the challenge to drop, actually. Oh, what a peek there from Yoke at CTR as well. And my goodness, you thought maybe there's a chance here to get something done. AK collected for Jim. In fact, he's got to save the day here. 2 players of the 3, very low on HP. Jimmy able to push forward with the HE, but Banjo, who else to shut it down? 13-4, a crushing defeat for Aurora. Another bounty taken.
Fantastic series for Aurora. A little bit too difficult on Nuke, but so strong to finish on Dust 2. Over to Banks.
The bounty hunting success continues as another most wanted falls. That's 3 in a row now, Vu, as FOKUS was the only one focused in this because Aurora, they got absolutely rolled on this Dust 2. I know we spoke about this in the pregame that it could be like a harder map here. We saw some of the recent results from Aurora on Dust 2. No way did I expect them to just have no answer to that CT aggression early on in the first half, man.
I mean, FOKUS understood the assignment because you're saying they didn't have a response for it in the first half. They didn't have a response for it all series long. As soon as it got into the mid round, if FOKUS is getting aggressive, Aurora simply couldn't deal with it. And that's when they're going to have to go back to the drawing board because this is not an unusual play style, something they couldn't possibly have predicted. They just need to be more coordinated as a team in these mid round situations. FOKUS, all credit to them though, they really applied the pressure. When they went down a man, they didn't capitulate, give up the round. They made it very uncomfortable for Aurora, and that's why you're seeing an incredibly one-sided Dust 2. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have expected this one to be anything less than a 13-10.
Yeah, you know, I was expecting a bit of back and forth, some more in it, but it was even when, like you were talking about, they were in a disadvantaged situation. They're playing a 4v5 and someone will make a challenge or take a little bit more space and fight Aurora for it while they're in the middle of getting stuff done. But that's enough of us talking. Let's get Cuban in here to join us for the interview because we got a lot to ask this man. He's probably got a big smile on his face. Hello, Cuban.
Hello. Hey guys. I'm happy, yes.
Yeah, you must be happy with that one because obviously Cash, very back and forth. First time both you two teams were playing this on an official. Then on the Nuke, there wasn't too much life. So I want to ask you just what was the conversation and the game plan going into Dust 2 because you guys looked unstoppable.
I would say the plan was to be quite aggressive because I mean, so far we have played 2 officials this season, and every single half, literally every single, we are losing 0-5 or 1-5, and every single time I take in the timeout when it happens, we are starting to be back on the server, winning way more rounds because we are just starting to play confidence in the same way like we play on Prax. In the beginning, there is too much of hesitation, and on Dust 2, I just said, like, let's just play it how we usually do on Prax. They just play with both from day one, and we need to be in their face from round 1. Don't let them even do their moves, and I think it worked quite well.
Okay, you're saying you usually take a pause at 0-5 down, and then your team turns it around. You take a pause at 7-0 up, and you immediately lose the round. But I'm wondering what are you saying to your team when you take a pause at that much of a lead? Are you just kind of letting them calm down?
Yeah, I think it was after the clutch round, so I just wanted the player who was last to breathe and just reflect on the round, and we can reconsider of should we still have the same approach or just play something new. What would we do if we were them? You know, that's what I usually say.
I have one follow-up question on that. Is that I believe you can confirm if I might be wrong, but I believe you can talk at all times as a coach during at least the online portion of this event. Does that change the dynamic of your team? Do you feel like your team functions better if you're more vocal, or are you trying to practice as if you can't talk?
Not gonna lie, I like to speak, and it has its pros and cons because people are not used to having the sixth voice when we prac. But during officials and online games, I think we should always benefit from having the bigger overview so people can focus on shooting and taking their own decisions, while I can look at the big picture of what we are doing. And is there connection between the moves we are doing? Yeah.
Well, it worked out really well, Q, and we have to let you go. We've got to keep things moving forward, but thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on a very big and important win against Aurora.
Thank you, guys, and hopefully see you in Malta.
Oh, yes. Hell yeah, man. And I would be that positive if I am Cuban right now, especially if you're taking down Aurora like this. A big bounty has been achieved once again, Vu.
Oh, huge to see 3. I mean, I think last season we had almost every favorite pick up the win in this online portion, and we're looking here at you have to respect these wins too, because even online CS, people want to denigrate it, but generally the favorites are going to win. And when we look at this one, I don't think you look at that and say online CS had a huge factor in that. I think that was a FOKUS team that came in. Maybe they had some players firing on all cylinders. Maybe you could argue if they would be like that on LAN, but they played the right style of CS for their opponent, and you can't take anything away from them for that.
Well, we're not too far away from FUT taking on Sinners. That's coming up next. We're going to keep things moving forward. We've got some great interviews coming your way as well, so we'll see you in just a few. xFloud, talk to me, brother. You are now on FUT. How did this move come about? How did this come together?
I mean, I think we had some talks with FUT before also in the previous seasons, but with this season, I think Lunks wanted to look for other options, and there was some jiggle room for me to maybe have opportunity here.
And how important and how much does it mean to you, the fact that FUT is obviously a Turkish organization as well, and a big one at that?
I mean, of course, it makes me more excited because it's a Turkish organization, and most of our fans are Turkish, and they like to see Turkish scene is going like better and better every day. And with this move, I think they are so happy. FUT is happy, I'm happy, and hopefully we're gonna put some good results. So also the team is happy.
Definitely. And I remember we spoke a bit when you were on Heroic, right? That it wasn't really the CS you like to play, which sometimes would hold you back from being at your best. Did you have a conversation with FUT when you joined about how you want to play and what they would allow you to do?
Obviously, because I talk with Kuli a lot, and like I think also their style is very fitting with me. It's just a matter of time that I need to get adapt to them, and they need to adapt how I am, because with Launix, maybe Lunks was a bit more like silent guy but shooting hard, you know, but here I'm more a character who talks more, like it's good talks, bad talks, it's between, you know, mixed. So it's just finding the good balance and good playground for both of sides, and I think it will be good, because I think here with the Coolio style, with Krabeni style, I would say, I think this is the Counter-Strike I used to play and I like to play, I would say.
So that sounds like we're going to get the best of xFloud again.
Inshallah.
And tell me, obviously you've had a bit of time meeting the team, but what has surprised you or impressed you so far about the guys? Like, give me some stories.
I mean, I knew they were shooting hard, but while I'm watching them, and I'm not like in a more I'm not frustrated when I am dying first, you know, because then when I'm watching Demon, okay, bro, this guy is shooting better than everyone. Like no joke, like no joke. I didn't see anything like that. And also everyone, Jukes is shooting hard, Krabeni shooting hard as an IGL, and I think Symmetry have very good moments with rifle or AWP, doesn't matter. Like when I'm watching Symmetry, I'm saying, am I watching Demon? You know, sometimes. So I think that surprised me a lot, but also in other part, I think they're very they're so young. Like when I'm thinking I was 18 or 17, like there's some things maybe it's missing, but I'm saying okay, like when I was 17, I was not even there, so I think it's like acceptable things to have that.
And also looking at just the role you're going to go into, is it just a one-for-one trade between you and Launx, or is there some other pieces moving around to fit you in?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's 1-to-1 because most of the positions I change my position, but it's also like a second star position, I would say. Like maybe on T side is more comfortable now because Kerbin is an IGL who takes responsibility and he plays aggressive. So maybe I need to just trade him or survive a bit more, but still I'm doing playmaker moves when needed. But on CT I'm playing more like task 2B rotation. Okay, maybe the enemy need to be ready for it, but I say it now. Yeah, whatever. I'm playing more like second star positions, and this is also fine for me. Just like I was playing these positions, like my own positions for 3 years, over 3 years. So it's just a bit of like I'm feeling like a newborn baby. So I just need to get used to it and have experience a little bit on the new positions.
A lot of insight from xFloud there, and I'm liking what I'm hearing, because when we look at this move, right, at the beginning it might seem like it's just kind of a normal trade-off and like we won't see too much of a change for FUT, but I feel like with how badly he was used on Heroic and the system not fitting him so well, that if this team's like a better stylistic fit for him, he can shine and be at the best xFloud we saw of the older past we remember.
Yeah, I'm really high on xFloud actually, not only because I think we're not talking about positions. Who cares about the exact position? It's the role fit. You know, he's a very aggressive player. He's going into roles where they want him to be very aggressive. They want him to lean into that. And not only that, I love in the interview he's saying he wants to be a bigger voice. He wants to be that second voice on the team. That's something that I think FUT might have been lacking a little bit. You know, Long's had lots of energy, but was he in the middle of a round calling a play, telling his team, you know, I see a gap here, I see a gap there? That's something people were talking about. You know, SunPius was rumored to this roster. That's one of the big things they were talking about when we were thinking SunPius to this roster, maybe a second voice. Well, xFloud, I think a very good stylistic fit for this team, and if he can add that second voice, that little bit of experience, this could actually propel them to the next level.
Yeah, and in terms of that, I was just looking quickly at like the ages of the players, right? It's still such a young lineup that when xFloud comes in, he's one of the more experienced players in there, which can help out quite a lot with all of this.
Yeah, I mean, xFloud, I looked it up because I'm thinking of him as very experienced. He's 23 years old. He is very experienced, you know, even for the age. He's been on lots of teams. He's been in lots of different situations. He's got experience with different IGLs, and he can give them maybe some solutions to problems that they haven't potentially considered before. So even though this team, they are incredibly young, I think xFloud gives them that little bit of extra experience that does, again, I think this has really great potential to propel them to, they've been knocking on the door of tier 1, knocking on the door of that top 10. They've had some great results, but I think this could actually make them more of a mainstay.
Now, I know that they're going up against Sinners, who have been struggling when it comes to tougher competition, but Sinners is also a team that will brawl, that will fight a lot. I'm expecting quite a lot of action going into this game. It might not be such a close, tight game, but I'm expecting just pure fights on our hands from start to finish.
Yeah, there's going to be fireworks. I mean, the last series we saw some mid-round aggression. We saw lots of fighting in the mid-rounds, and I think here we're going to see even more of that. The problem is, I think this is more of a lopsided affair. I think you're going to see FUT, they're in their stylistic, like they're in their comfort zone playing this style of CS against this type of team. They've done it 1,000 times before. They've been in the doldrums of online Counter-Strike many a time. I think this is a comfortable one for them.
And the problem for Sinners right now is there was a moment, I don't know about you, but I was getting high on them. I'm not saying they were going to break through, but it was like they had a lot of potential. They were winning good events online. And then as soon as we hit like the bigger events, the Atlanta, the Cologne, then going to XPL in China, it just fell flat. Like they just lost their own understanding of how to play.
I had higher hopes for Sinners maybe like a year ago. You know, coming into this season, I'm seeing Sinners as a team that has hit their peak, they've hit their cap, and they just, I don't mean to denigrate the players, but I don't think that the players that they have really can compete against the top 10 team. When it comes down to it, yes, there's lots of strategy, there's lots of tactics, but if you can't shoot the other guy in the head as well as they can, if you're playing against a ZywOo, a Rops, you're playing against some of the players on this team, a Demon, an xFloud, you just have to be able to hit your shot when you have a slightly advantageous engagement. And I like Sinners, but I think they're hitting their cap.
Well, let's see if they can do any damage when it comes to Dust 2. That's where we're going to first, between FUT and the Sinners. Bardolph and DDK, over to you.
Thank you, gents. This should be an explosive one. I saw that Cash was floated for a while there, but vetoed towards the end. Interestingly, Demon and Symmetry, well, we'll get to them in a second, but first we'll do the numbers. So Sinners they're a big underdog here. They've lost their last 6 matches in a row. 7 matches.
Yeah.
So, well, of the ones I saw, 3 of them were best of 3s, 3 of them were best of 1s. So a bit of this, bit of that. And some of them, actually no, they haven't been great. FlyQuest was a close one. The rest were like 0-2s in the best of 3 series. But there's no better time to break that streak than right now. But yeah, Demon and Symmetry were, I think, 7 years old when Shroud had the boost play on Cash. So maybe it's good. With the experienced strats we've seen today, maybe it's good that that one was vetoed by the squad. But we definitely have an explosive series. Definitely plenty of space for individual skill here between FUT and Sinners. So let's see if Sinners can right the ship. They've definitely been in a storm for a little while now, and there's no better time to turn it around.
Yeah, that's very tough when you have so many losses in a row, but maybe we'll get back to that point in a moment because we do have the long take coming in from Sinners. And FUT's just looking to control the flow of players here. Direct challenge coming on in. Demon taking down Kisarek. Some good trades coming on from Modo though, but still kind of stuck here by the car position. Demon still holding it down. Oh, with the last bullets. Stress on. It's going to fall victim to that. And suddenly, not too much in terms of position. FUT managing to hold ground, and they've got a flank on the works as well.
2v3, it'll be dangerous for both squads. P250 in the hand of Modo to equalize the distance for those one-shots. So FUT will have to be careful. Really fast counter util, that smoke by the cart, shutting down the advance. Looks really bad for Sinners, but they do have a chance. Heading towards 45 seconds, Demon looking maybe to play off of his teammates. He has been spotted now, but xFloud will close in yet further with that information. As the clock closes, so will that flank. So there'll be less concern of a play towards B. Demon still being a nuisance. Showing the back of his head there as Jugs will get involved. There's xFloud from the back now as Modo finds himself alone. He's got to force the issue somewhere. 25 seconds on the clock. He'll be put out of his misery as they don't get far enough in that long position.
Yeah, nice shutdown. I like the challenge from Demon around car. I think that was really good to see from him. And not allowing any forward ground to be gained around the smoke. Very, very strong CT smoke for delay. And an important round. I think something you were going to be talking about, but maybe you got stymied by the start of the round, was some of the individual skill across the FUT players. I think Demon, Symmetry, you could kind of talk about all of the players here, but they have some really nasty individuals.
Really nasty scout frag from T-Spawn from Modo. This is a full force buy. Well, he's left a little in the bank. He had 600. I think he just bought a flash in the dying seconds of buy time. So with that 5-on-4, maybe a little more promise shown. Again, we saw lightning fast force buy util from Aurora earlier on towards the B-bomb sites, not with the result they wanted. A slower pace, man advantage, and plenty of intention from Sinners. B-Stick maybe looking to pull some players out of position first. 2 per site at the moment, but can they make it a bit weaker? They're getting ready to dart over towards A.
Yeah, FUT, it's uncomfortable to have to play so passive. 40 seconds to go, and the B sites soon to be tested. Symmetry, how much can he do here with the M4A1S close range? Here's all the nades get tossed. First player down, nice transfer onto the second. Out comes the USP, and this is excellent work here from Symmetry. How has he managed to get so much swaps out for the Tech 9? It's going to be the scout to finish things off there. But Symmetry's done more than enough. 3 versus 2 now in favor of FUT. 14 seconds to get the plant in, and there's already 2 players now from FUT on the way in the tunnels.
2v3 with a scout. Crazy work. Modo unable to get posted up in time. B-Stick forcing the issue. Chance of a rifle now. Does he go for the full clutch? There may be a small argument to try and save this rifle. There's smokes on either side. Into the bomb site he goes, but Krebeni's got the correct angle. and the round will be rescued. Big damage done in the end by Sinners. Bomb plant will be helpful as well, but Demon will secure the round for FUT.
And there you go. You know, that individual brilliance there from Symmetry is fantastic.
This duel with the pistol was so interesting because you see the peak come through, then he's like, hold on, I've got a tech line versus the pistol. Comes back confidently, but he loses the duel. Big props to Symmetry on that one.
Yeah, making all the difference. A 3K there is pretty much best case. And that's going to secure the 2-0. Though the bomb plant was the needed part. You can see that's very light on utility, but in this round we do get the buy from Sinners. Now sneaking on into the lower dark here. Very aggressive stuff there from FUT. xCloud in there. He's got support on Catwalk as well. So it's a trap here, James.
The timing looks good for Shenanigans as well from the FUT side because, again, there's not much utility in the first place for Sinners. And now they're a little suspicious of the action going on, but if you can win the duel, that will certainly help. Modo traded by Krabeni. That second man, maybe not too unexpected. They're able to surge out of long uncontested. A smoker flash, 2 flashes to close the distance. If long is to be the ultimate position. CT's pushing through B to find out what's happening, but if they are going to rotate through to A from mid, they've got to be careful about this lurker. They'll have to go fast now as Symmetry's dropped on the site. Surely this means shortcuts are taken, and B-Stick was in great position to take advantage of that, but unable to do so.
Yeah, not too much space gains just yet from Sinners on long. Still dealing with these counter smokes. How much value can you get, Krabeni, from his car position? This is looking absolutely devious. Taking down 1 good damage onto the second. Setting up his teammates here on the site, but xCloud unable to get too much, but the flank from Jugs might just do the damage. 13 HP versus 19. Next bullet wins. As Shock will get the plant secured. Looking to play those headshot angles. The reposition with the reposition found out by Jugs, and that's a close one. But still, the win on the board for FUT.
Yeah, very proactive on their CT side, information seeking. That was such an important duel in mid as well, with the lurker top mid trying to cut off that rotation, looking to take down the second man there, but unable to do so. Who knows what happens if he gets the better of that one, but ultimately he didn't, and FUT will be very happy with that. We've seen on more than one round now. We saw in the pistol, we see in this round as well, those counter smokes ahead of that car position, which are really thwarting the timing. And again, that car position has also proved to be an issue, so this is definitely something that might have a greater focus in further approaches to long from Sinners. Still looking to convert their first round.
Another connection with the scouts early on. Kind of annoying if you are FUT. I mean, they said fireworks would be the case for this game. I can see why. Despite losing the rounds, every single round has been fully in contention from Sinners. Winning some space with the Molotov. Good timing on the cat take. And pretty cheap as well to take it.
Quiet entrance to mid. Krabeni could be in for a nasty surprise, but there is a potential crossfire here. Oh, they're wise to the plan. What a glorious pop flash. Look at the result for FUT.
Still doable though, B-Stick in the CT spawn. The flick is missed, giving B-Stick another opportunity to press forward on that A site. Demon catches Kisarek though. B-Stick with 30 seconds. He's got to recover the bomb or win by elimination. Both look like a long shot in the current position. Coming in from Catwalk. Will this be expected? They'll jump up. They got everything covered though. Now the position known. And it's just too much Symmetry to finish it off. And another round. Again, so many of these rounds look like there's opportunity for Sinners, but they just can't quite find the close.
Such strong timing with the counter. Maybe just an information play, maybe a hard read. That pop flash in mid, coming through the smoke. What a result for FUT. Does that force a more prompt pacing from Sinners? Will they be conditioned to do something else? Utterly targeted through those mid doors. False sense of security will be very punishing. They are left with an economy which is lacking in round 5. Pistols will have to be the star of the show. Quietly making their way towards shorts. They've got some smokes to get past the initial part of the choke point. But will it be straight to the site? We see Demon here with a smoke and a molly, and as these smokes come through, you may have a few options. Drop some util to stop the advance, popping down to creek up, but they will be denied. Krabeni's here as well, pulling out a smoke at the wrong time, which might leave Demon on an island for the moment. Symmetry here now. I think you may have seen that drop as these Pistoleros try to get as much damage as they can. Moto's found an M4, and we're down to a 2-on-2 here. Somehow, it is just one remaining for both squads. Shock with the Desert Eagle, trying to reposition carefully. Not sure where Jugs is coming from. Who's being very careful himself. A wide approach to the bomb site. He has a kit and some flashes. There, he pulled a nade out for this scenario. Can't imagine. Creeping forth now as Shocks comes through with a huge 1 Deeg. You can't run that one back too many times, but it is an important round for the squad.
Yeah, we had some nasty Deagle connections in that round from Sinners. There's number 1 from Kisarek. Number 2 from Shock. Look at some of these Deagle shots. Absolutely wild stuff there. That's so quick. I mean, you can't do anything about that. And it's a much needed round for Sinners. They converted off the pistols. I feel like that's just so commonly the way it goes. Quick challenge there for the long position. Kisarek is going to make his way out. 3 players here, though, for the retake from FUT if they want to go for it.
That's such a painful one with what that's done to that CT Econ. Despite 4 rounds in a row, they have been spending time and again on the cusp of being broken now by Sinners. This will be a great reward for some difficult rounds and finding way through on that one. Kisarek posting up. Good for a second. Stresson will come to pick up the reins. And now FUT will be completely broken. So we may have a very different game on our hands as the climate has completely changed in this half.
Yeah, it has changed. It's clear blue skies right now for the Sinners side. All point to Moto, definitely a very, very different look now. And curious what will happen with FUT if they'll change their approach at all. As you said, rightly, their economy is completely destroyed. And it makes sense because every single round from Sinners was highly in contestation from right from the get-go. Just a bunch of USPs. What to do? Okay, they're going to stack the beat. I guess Shock is very happy about that. Oh my god, it's very easy kills from Shock. Looking really sharp here so far today. I mean, you got to credit Shock with actually the win of that Eagle round.
Yeah, some really nice work in that round. Now the engine is well and truly started for Sinners. An unlikely round to break things open, but they have certainly capitalized on that. And have closed the gap to just 1 now as the CTs come in for the buy once again. All M4s for FUT in round 8. Now, can they keep the wheels turning, Sinners? Not a full buy for FUT, but they do have plenty. They've had some great moments on their CT side of Dust 2, though, so far. But Sinners have been learning as those rounds have come and gone.
No AWP, though. Good damage through the smoke. Softening up Stresson. He's been tenderized.
Yeah, he and B-Stick having a quiet start so far, 2 frags apiece. Still early in the series, though. good spread for Sinners, keeping the CTs honest. We have seen incursions into the B halls, upper B, from FUT, looking for information late on. But Sinners have everything covered so far as they establish presence on short.
100 minutes to go now, and for Sinners, need to start sort of culminating onto a spot there to start the attack. Some util left, but not very much at all for FUT. Looks like we're going to see that B split potentially.
Well, there is a third man over towards B for FUT. Symmetry's got a smoke on the A bomb site if time needs to be bought there. So FUT seems to have good positions for this. Not going to be engaging through the mid doors too much, save for some spray through the smoke from Symmetry. So can these three men hold? 16 seconds on the clock, just get started, but traded. They've got a bait set up by that car position though. The bomb goes flying. xFOUT still standing now. So we're down to 7. Krebeni rears his head. A nasty surprise for Sinners. They posted up well, did FUT. Expectant towards B, and the 3 men were enough.
Yeah, massive. They get to steal away a couple AKs, get back the AWP as well. And what a difficult spot there for Sinners. I mean, it's just an extra player hiding on the site. It's so hard to understand how to entry onto a site when that's the case. Really well played also on that car position. So the double up on the car position, I mean, it just worked out so nicely.
Yeah, it's so good. It just breaks the communication of the opponent because you're like, you've solved the issue towards the car position. You can focus everywhere else. And that's just a free kill all day for the CTs. A great way to use a third man on the B bomb sites. That's a good kind of baiting, let it be known.
Okay, so 5-3. FUT taking control back of the game to some extent, but still enough money in the tank here for Sinners to get the purchase going. AWP on Modo. But with Symmetry back on the AWP as well, going to be interested to see how he has interpreted the starting position for the AWP. He's going to the doors, and he's going to find his way promptly out.
It's proving painful to pass those doors as a CT. Might need to drop a grenade or something to just give you a better chance. We've seen a headshot with a scout, along with a tag. And now Symmetry's a goner as well. Exactly the start that Sinners need in a half that feels like FUT are fairly strong. Ton of util as well for Sinners. Again, cutting noise emerging towards shorts.
With the full util, I don't know how they're going to stop this take from Catwalk. Basic takes down Krebeni as well. Demon's going to have to get 3 players here. I don't know how likely that is. They're going to line up. Only the one, though. Jugs coming in from below. Again, heroics. Heroics needed for FUT. As the plant comes in, do we get the boost? For the head. Will it be given there? The CTs are working this position. xFOUT 1v2. Spots a player. Now also by the double doors, far away. If you can find a player 1v1 on the side, that might be nice, but very low on HP at this point. xFOUT with it all to do. Nice reposition. Catches one. Shock, though. Perfect rotation, perfect timing, and the pickup is there for Sinners.
Crosshair was in exactly the right place as well. Just about who can click faster. Oh, whoa! That is a hell of a flick. His whole desk shaking on that one.
Yeah, I feel like dominance has been asserted there, James. I think you're right. Like, stop. You don't have to go and challenge that.
That's a mega flick. That's a hell of an angle. 5-4. Pistols again for FUT. Sinners keeping the score competitive. Some of the rounds may be ugly in how strong they are for FUT, but ultimately the score is very close indeed. Almost unfortunate timing there for Kisarek. FUT going fishing in round 10. Good average of frags across the CT side.
Danger. Sinners wanting to ensure they don't make a mistake here.
They're going to boost Demon. Or Demon boost someone. There's surely an angle over that smoke, but the twin smoke may render it redundant. Again, a comfortable pace for Sinners on the T side of Dust 2. Modo with the pop flash for his teammate to emerge from long. Krabeni goes deep. Will they hard check this position? Yes, they will. Yeah, they did hear that. Shock dealing with the threats. Split off the A bomb site now with 25 seconds on the clock, and there just isn't that much that FUT can do about this.
And basically pulling back, Mike gets run down here. There's a double swing, very good headshots. Very calm rounds, well managed by Sinners as they tie the score up 5-5. And definitely quite an action-packed game, I would say, between these two teams. Just much like James and Vu were describing. FUT take the time out. They're like, okay, we've got to figure this out. We've got the AWP. Please don't challenge Modo in the mid doors. That's step number one. He has asserted himself as the king of that battle. I think it's fair to say. It's no shame, James. It's no shame to just move on.
Cut your losses.
Yeah, you don't, there's nothing to.
But even moving on,
anything.
Moving on is also a problem. If B is where you're moving on, you're going to get shot as well. Good timing there after throwing the smoke. Almost getting a bit hairy. Not an easy situation for B-Stick to deal with there, but he dealt with it well. But it's back onto the big guns now for both squads. 5-5. 2 rounds remain in this half. Dust 2, Ancient, Mirage, an explosive series for some explosive teams.
Who's going to take control at the end of the first half here? Sinners with that mid presence, and Krabeni might be the one to meet it. Three-man setup here. Investments heavy from FUT.
Oh, will this be a fast one towards B then for Sinners? Some cheap util towards that short position. But before they fully establish it, they'll try to make the play over. The next flat here, the bomb going through as he got a kill through the smoke. Somehow he is still alive. There's a boost as well, and Demon will deliver on that as they try to make inroads towards B. It'll be cleared out eventually, but that bomb needs to be collected before all these smokes go away. All the personnel have, leaving Shock in a 1 versus 3. Much work for him to do. Holding steadily are FUT. Looks like they'll move together towards the door and the window. No flashes for the squad. So who goes in first?
Yeah, Shark patient by the big box. Looking for that first move there. Nice headshot, isolating duels, another isolation, but it's going to be handled well by FUT there. Fantastic reaction from them. Just as they had a fantastic and speedy reaction to the fast B play. Was it xCloud that just dodged into that smoke? That delay really created problems.
At close range as well. Absolutely missing. Really good boost there. Demon in a strong position to puncture the push. Rolling towards that B-bomb site.
Some artwork in the background there. Now, 6-5 for FUT. Oh, Modo actually taking some damage at the beginning of the round. I feel like that's the first. I feel like Modo's been fairly indomitable in the first 20 seconds of the round. FUT last round were pretty passive and kind of allowed Sinners to develop that mid control.
Oh my words. They did have some forward positions towards short in the previous round, just an exchange of grenades for the most part, but they just weren't expecting that faster timing. Again, Sinners cut noise time and again, but somehow they glide towards that short position, and xCloud will try to get revenge from these frags, and he will do exactly that. The bomb's still top mid, and this time it's Kisarek who's suddenly last, wondering where his teammates have gone. No one on the radio in the last round of the first half. A minute to solve this problem. Symmetry lurking somewhere with the AWP. I think he maybe posted up perfectly. If Kisarek is to peek around the smoke. Okay, well, I guess he's faster on a trigger finger. Did you hear that rotation towards lower as well? Can he do this? Smoke dissipates, and he absolutely does! Bursting both! That is unbelievable as we head to half-time.
What in life kind of generally annoys you?
Nothing makes me like annoyed or mad.
I don't feel like I'm annoyed by anyone, anything and anyone kinda in my life, so I would say there is nothing at all.
Yeah, I wish I could teleport, you know, so I don't have to travel all the places, you know. That would be nice to teleport, you know.
My mousepad, when someone is touching it with like let's say a glass of water or something, and even my cat is jumping on it, I don't like it.
Generally in life, what just annoys me is just people. I just hate people.
What makes me really grumpy and annoyed is when people are in the plane, they're behind you, they want to exit quicker than you, so they just push you.
Obviously, people are in a hurry all the time in the airport, and then you just decide to stand in the middle of nowhere, looking at your phone, doing nothing, like that kind of stuff.
You will be out of the plane in 5 seconds more, but stop pushing everyone. Like everyone, you know, just stands up and are just so focused on getting out of the plane while they still have to wait anyway a bit. So it's not like they're gonna be those 10 seconds that's gonna make you win in life. So just chill, mate.
If I have like early flight, like 6 AM or something, try to go to sleep, but you know, I have to wake up with 3 hours of sleep, and the whole day feels like ruined because you have to wake up early, and then yeah, you're like in the zombie mode the whole day pretty much.
Some of the most annoying is obviously losing your luggage.
I think more than I have fingers on my hand, to be honest. I think I have lost it too many times in my career.
Definitely had it been delayed, like for media days and stuff, and then I didn't have like jerseys and stuff with me, so I have to use the same jersey for like 6 days, and it becomes pretty nasty in the end. So I would rather travel to a place that is too hot. I hate cold.
If it's a little bit colder, I usually don't mind it, but if it's plus extra wine, then oof, I don't like it.
I think the coldest location so far has been Sweden compared to Denmark. It's like pretty much the same, but that doesn't mean that I like it. So I stay inside. That's why I became good at playing video games.
It's pretty cold where I live already, so unless it's somewhere, then there's not that warm where I live, so I like to travel where it's warm weather.
So when it's too hot, when we've been, for example, to like Riyadh for EWC, like it's oven outside. It's like 45 degrees minimum. It's not possible to breathe or whatever. I've been to places at -10, -20, -25. That was not a pleasure to be there, but that was a bit easier if you have good clothing for that, so I would say that. Let's be honest, media days are really annoying.
I had several times that I went for 3 hours of media and then I was doing only things for maybe 20 minutes, you know. It's not like media is making me mad. I feel like this wasting of time is maybe taking me a little bit off the edge, you know, there.
It's normal, they have to ask basic questions, but it's always the same question. How do you feel about the game? Why did you win this map? Why do you feel like that's wrong? Why you won 4 events in a row? Blah, 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 blah. It's always the same question, so sometimes it's been a bit boring.
After you've done it like 50 times, it's kind of like, yeah, okay, we just do it again, you know, like cross your arms, take a photo, chill. Like, so yeah.
Doing media is like, come on, please, leave me alone. You know everything about me now. It's over.
Let's have another look at how that round ended. Unbelievable stuff with the clutch at top mid especially. You know, this was a wild fight back, but the smoke disappears after this frag, and there's two facing at the same time, but he's able to burst both of them with a crouch in between. That is an insane way to end a round, and a great way to galvanize the forces.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done here for both squads, and that's going to really, I think, help SINNERS out, because I think they were losing grip towards the end of the first half as well, but to finish even Stevens, very important, especially when you consider that. So the next map, Ancient, is heavily, heavily favored for FUT, and so this is really a must-win for SINNERS.
Yeah, FUT's made that a difficult half for them, but again, they've managed to take half the rounds. Really well done to them on that one. Looking to break a negative streak of results in matches. Best of ones and best of threes. More espresso, less depresso for SINNERS as FUT look to get moving quickly in this pistol. Kisarek will get the opening. He's in a really important position for a squad if he can stay there. Shot coming through now. And Jugs remains. A lot of work for him to do. Some of these plays are very low indeed, but it's Stress.CEST the one who can tank a few bullets to the chest to secure the round for his squad.
Yeah, no bomb down as well, so you don't have to worry too much about a nasty force buy from FUT. I mean, they might force buy, but we saw SINNERS do that. But generally, the trend seems to be the case that the Ts will actually save this round, although that SINNERS didn't choose to do that in the first half of Dust 2. So we'll see what gets done here by FUT. Looks like they will go for the full save. So the AKs will come out a little bit sooner. I think that's a great approach, especially given that we're going into the second half here. And it's pretty close between these teams. And a forward setup from SINNERS, looking to take the fight away from FUT before they can set up. Generally, this is a great way to approach these types of rounds, so you can see why.
It's a great smart from Stress.CEST on the profile. He's got the most...
Oh,
hold on. Let's
He's
see if BStick can survive this. I don't think he does. They're super keen to get that kill. And now he might just have the support in time. Zexflab considers his options. Outmaneuvered though. There's more pieces here for SINNERS, but he looks to make it expensive if he can. This is somewhat awkward now for the CT squad. And so sharp with his crosshair. Did as much as he possibly could.
That was a full Glock round, James. And they actually they got 2 kills. They almost got 3 or 4 kills there. That's really wild. But keep the economy somewhat honest with the two kills.
Look at Smile. He's got a I've come to talk to you about your car insurance smile in that picture. That was a really good survival from BStick. Shot coming to the rescue as well. AWP will be out for Modo in round 15. SINNERS will look to keep their momentum. Such good frags from Kisarek towards the end of that half.
FUT definitely would want to capitalize on some of the kills they got in the previous round here. 2-man setup there for SINNERS on the long position still.
Look at all the HEs into this smoke. So I think a team like Furia, for example, will sometimes do that smoke and put one on the Xbox as well to thwart the attempts with that HE. And Modo will finally get what he's been looking for. 5-on-4 for SINNERS. So yeah, as good as that smoke is, sometimes it is backed up with another one.
Okay, so this is potentially quite problematic here for FUT because it's still a 2-man setup. You might expect just one player to be here right now. Trade comes in. Do they even expect there to be BStick as well from this deep position? We see many a multi-kill here, and there's not even any trade frag spacing for that swing. Completely catching them off guard with this position. And it's just a slow but sure dismantling from the SINNERS side. Grubeni takes down Stress.CEST, but the bomb is well and truly lost here. So damage is really the best outcome that's possible. I mean, if there's any more damage to be done.
Yeah, I think hiding in plain sight can be just fine as well, because they'll probably have a hero rifle situation in the next round. We'll see what they choose to do. But 1 AK is definitely better than none. SINNERS move to 9 then. And maybe the worst is over for the SINNERS squad. Been a long road for them of late, but this is certainly encouraging. Always about closing though. We'll see if they're able to do that, if they get close enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Dust 2 is a fickle beast. FUT will be on the pistols, but that was where we found success from SINNERS when they were kind of on the other end of it. Grubeni on the Hero AK, fast approach, take on long, looking to see if what they can get done here, but that smoke defensively kind of stops the pacing on long. Will they void it completely? Yeah, looks like they probably are. Yeah, they're leaving completely. The FUT side. And actually SINNERS, you know, because of losing long, they're doubling up on Catwalk here.
Nasty surprise for Shugs, and before they can respond to that, Demon is dropped as well. Thinning the numbers out quickly. Very promising for SINNERS. Maybe there's a bomb plant in this for FUT though, as krebeni will draw distraction, reaching mid. There are so many players on short though, that bomb will be lost. And again, it's about krebeni and that AK now. Just trying to hurt them as much as possible. Waiting for that peek to come in towards B. Doesn't come in time.
Yeah, not too much to say about that one, except, SINNERS is just still looking to be managing the game very well. Playing some good fundamentals on the CT side. FUT will be on the first round on the T side, where Cemetery will have an AWP. So we'll have to see what difference that's going to make. But Modo's presence, I think, with the AWP has so far been much stronger on Dust 2 for SINNERS. He's been, I think, the dominant force with the sniper rifle.
Boom. Great timing on that second frag. FUT needs to find a... Oh, crikey. Oh. Man needs to get in the gym. FUT needs to find a way into this half quickly, because they are quickly running out of opportunity with such a promising start from SINNERS. But they've got all the tools they need now. Cemetery on the AWP. The AKs are out. Plenty of util. Good start to this one. Presence in upper tunnels. But SINNERS looks to have intention towards B. We've got three CTs very close to this choke point walking in, but Shox' angle could be superior. He's got a lot to do here. Oh, looking for that second frag. Will not get it though, as they slink back into B.
Yeah, Shock has been phenomenal in this game so far. Oh, the flames. I think obscuring the vision there for xCloud. Looked a little slow to recognize Modo was in the crosshair ends. 3 versus 4 now for the FUT side. No idea about the Xbox player. I don't think kisarek in a really strong spot for a very fast flank. Oh, he's going to actually catch the AWP. Cemetery goes down, and with that, it's all on Demon and krebeni.
Oh dear. That's the bomb. That's a disaster. God, they're just getting executed one by one.
Yeah. Yeah, all these rounds kind of getting picked apart. Kind of dismantled, like the plan, whatever plan, it's just like, key pieces of the puzzle are getting destroyed.
They haven't won a single round.
Yeah, it's been devoid of success.
That was such a cool play, because it's the rifler who trades. They never see the AWP there. So when they go back to fish for a duel, the AWP's posted up, and then it's just so much pain. You find out in the worst way. Losing your players. Brazenly standing behind Xbox. One of these CTs waiting for that last man to rotate through, taking the bomb away. Dream is collapsing on the first map. This is the pick of SINNERS. Looking difficult in that first half, but again, FUT are yet to win a round in the second.
I think a lot has to be said as well for the individual performances of the SINNERS players, because they have absolutely been outclassing FUT in that respect, and I think FUT has a lot of very good individuals. Just not seeing the level just yet as they look to assault the B bomb site.
There's a lot coming their way here on B. Shox is surely going to get barbecued, but has he done enough? Stressan still standing tall on the bomb site, trying to slow down the advance. He'll do exactly that. Demon running through the smoke, finished off, no bomb plant. And game point for SINNERS.
Damn, it's quiet in here, James. It's quiet. It's a 12-6 scoreline at FUT. They didn't turn up to their T side just yet.
Yeah, it's been a quiet game in some ways, with the the approach we saw in the first half. The T's just moving silently for much of it, bunched up together, trying to be a death ball. But it's been quiet, slow, tense. But now SINNERS are off to the races. Cemetery's turn to get some revenge through those doors. Modo's in war mode, standing in the middle of mid, refusing to back off. There's a smoke in suicide, allowing him to have the space for longer, and he catches krebeni.
Yeah, the confidence there, you can see it's flowing through him. To go aggressive back to that angle, honestly, it feels like you could easily get punished, but Modo confident, takes a shot, walks away with the 5v4. But with the move to try to take the long control, but the setup here on blue is looking kind of nice. kisarek takes down one, still fighting for it though. Maybe opportunity in the duel. The more value for the FUT side, but losing Jugs over towards the B part of the map now commits completely FUT into this long play.
Minutes on the clock. Great position for Sinners. High numbers also, giving nothing to FUT to have to proceed. Looking for their first round in the half against Game Point with half the score of Sinners. They cannot wait them out. The pressure is on them. The time is against them. Such a hard way to peek. So many angles as well. And you know there's going to be an AWP somewhere. Open the wrong door. Take one in the face. And that leaves xFloud in a 1 versus 4. Carrying the bomb. 19 seconds to be put out of his misery by Modo. As Sinners have a perfect second half on Dust 2.
Great performance from Sinners. Very surprising strength shown. I'm very curious what the desk has to think. What do you make of that, James?
Well, I would say that it was a great start from the new FUT, at least in those opening 4 rounds, and then it was a sad and catastrophic end to the way Dust 2 was played out. You know, like, to go down this much without the fight and the brawling that we expected, Vu, I'm gonna say this, I'm pretty disappointed.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, this is a FUT team that I think they've struggled with their map pool a little bit recently, especially when you don't have, I mean, if you look at the event they won, I believe it's PGL Astana, right? That Cemetery was popping off with
Bucharest.
Bucharest, there you go. That Cemetery was popping off with the op. That's the only time I can really see them winning series in 2 maps. They generally have to go all 3 because there is a weakness that can be picked. Right now, Dust 2 is one of their weaknesses. Sinners, a pretty solid Dust 2 team themselves. Ancient and Mirage, if we look ahead to those eventually, those are maps where FUT are a little more comfortable, but I'm not comfortable if I'm FUT based off of that because, I mean, this is a Sinners playing mostly their style, and FUT was kind of caught off guard. Like, Sinners always had that one extra player where FUT would make a nice play, they'd get 2 kills, and then they're surprised by that 3rd player there, but that's not all that new for Sinners. That's something you know if you've played them before or you've watched their demos, you know?
And also, it's the trade game we're normally praising when it comes to FUT in past tournaments, right? And one player doesn't change too much of that in terms of the synergy. So it was lackluster for sure, but we can talk a little bit positively about the early game, at least from players like Jugs and Demon coming in here. But I mean, it's not off to a good start, and I'm maybe now a little bit more nervous just from the style they lost it in.
Yeah, I mean, the highlights we have here is off to a good start. They had a great start, and then 5 rounds in, it seems like the story of the tape for like this entire event so far. How many teams have we talked about get off to a 4-0, 5-0 start, and then there's some type of turnaround situation, they lose a round, and then all of a sudden it's a runaway half for the other team. I mean, this was 4-0, now you can see the scoreline in some of these highlights is 5-5, right? And once you get into the second half, it seems like FUT had absolutely no chance to get anything done. So despite Jugs and Demon, I mean, they started off the game quite hot. I think all of the entirety of FUT really cooled off, except for I think xFloud managed to keep up his fragging, which is nice. We talked positively about him, but we were expecting maybe more from the team as a whole.
Yeah, and then we can move across to the side of the Sinners, right? Sinners looking like they're ready to take the fights, looking ready to take the space away from FUT every single time. There was even moments, right, where you would see some FUT players in a good position, but actually then it's the whole push that comes through from Sinners, and they say, actually, we're expecting this. We know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it comes back to the same idea that FUT had some interesting ideas. They had their re-aggressions, they had their plays, but Sinners always had an extra player. You know, they always had this one. It was FUT would get they'd go for a regression, they get 2 kills, they get 3 kills, and then they like turn off their brain. They're like, oh, we've controlled this area, it's over. And there's a 3rd guy, there's a 4th guy there getting the trades for Sinners that FUT clearly wasn't ready for, and they don't have enough firepower there to deal with. So I mean, I have to give a lot of credit to Sinners for this one. But this round 5, if we pull it up here, is I got to give credit to Shock for the firepower, but really, if you look at how Benny dies there, that's a huge misplay. Cemetery, I think Demon is expecting Cemetery to be pushed a little bit more further forward. Keep in mind, this is a 5v3 against a pistol buy. They're going up short. You see this 3-4 times a game, and usually it gets shut down. Admittedly, Shock at the end of this one with the Deagle, he hit some nice shots. Okay, there are some nice frags in this one, but at the same time, this is a round FUT should be closing out pretty comfortably.
And well, they ended up just closing out this whole game right from the side of this, because after this is where Sinners came alive, right? And that CT side, they didn't drop a round. They just looked like they were confident. They were telling themselves, we are the better team. This was the Sinners I was happy about, like you mentioned a year ago, but even for me, 6 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled up that round 5 because it was a turnaround round, but at the end of the day, it probably didn't even matter, because you go into your second half and you've got these plays, you've got these trades, you've got these inability to lose rounds is what they've got. They don't drop a single round in the second half, so it doesn't matter if they picked up that round. But yeah, I think you're right. I think 6 months ago, maybe you saw something from Sinners where you expected more from them when they went into the major and they managed to drop out 0-3. I think it was somewhat predicted, but at the same time, previous to that, in the beginnings of last season, we did see some great things from Sinners. And I mean, if they can start out this season with this type of an upset and take down FUT, then maybe we're a little higher on Sinners yet again.
And looking at this as well, right, I want to say that for Sinners, this is important because you've been on such a loss streak, and it may just be a map, but just to be able to do it against a team like FUT that you've picked into, that you wanted to take this challenge against, this is going to fill you with some inner confidence needed for this series.
I think sometimes teams get in their own heads. We talk about CS as a confidence game. What did we have the stat? It was like 2 months since they won their last official series, right? Like, I think at some point you kind of think to yourself, can we even win anymore? Is it even possible for us, right? So you're right. I think not only just picking up a map, but picking it up in that dominant of a fashion. Hey, if they lose the series, they lose the series, but picking up a map that dominantly against a team like FUT, I think fills them with some confidence, and maybe they can believe in themselves again and actually close the series out.
And wow, okay, you're saying that they could potentially close the series out. We'll have to see if we can do it, but if Kisarek keeps playing like this, then it could be possible as well. Him alongside Shock, they were doing a lot of the heavy lifting here for the Sinners.
Yeah, this is the player that was often that extra player they weren't expecting. I mean, you have him on the long play here, full blind, still gets the kill, and that dismantles this entire round for FUT when they were going for the retake. Then he's got the final round of the half. They talked about it on cast.
Look at this.
Unbelievable double on X-Cloud and Jugs. And then heading into the second half, that's where he really activated, because at the end of the first half, he had those 3 rounds there. That was pretty much all of his kills for the entire first half. I think he ended the first half with like 8 and 9 or something. But you go into the second half, he powers up. He ends this game as I think their top fragger, or one of their 2 top fraggers at 18 and 12. Really impressive second half from him. But I think the first half was a little underrated as well. He was in the right position at the right time, and he hit the shots that he needed to be hitting.
Surely though, right now, FUT have had a taste of this. It should be Coolio getting them back in line, talking to them during this map break and saying, guys, you know what to expect. We know what to expect. Now you understand what can happen. Sharp up a little bit.
Yeah, and they're going into their map pick. They're going into an Ancient, a very comfortable map for them, one they play all the time, and one that's a pretty, I'd say it's one of their home maps, right? So this is a FUT team that has some map pool problems. I think they probably come into the season knowing we're going to have to go 3 maps in a lot of our series. We've lost overpasses, maybe kind of a punish pick or a pick that we can at least go in for a 3rd map and feel comfortable on it. Now, they might pick up Cash eventually, but for now, they've got Ancient and they've got Mirage, both maps they're comfortable on.
Well, let's see what happens. We're going to a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be time to see what FUT could do against Sinners here on Ancient. Ancient is coming up next, and yes, it is the wheelhouse for FUT. It is a new player coming in and slotting into their team, but I mean, FUT have been on the grind, FUT have been on the rise. I would say it's probably the most impressive team on the last year overall, if we look at this, man. Like, look at the climb they've had across the world ranking with the core they've had, starting all the way back when they were just Na'Vi Junior, now into a FUT and one of the better teams of the world.
Yeah, and I mean, what you don't see in here is that at some point during this incredible rise, they had what was arguably their best player poached from them. They had Makaze taken out of their roster, put onto Na'Vi, and then they still replace him with Lonks, and they still keep chugging along, going up in the rankings, managing to win an event, getting themselves to be this terrifying force. I mean, you hear tier 1 teams, top 5 teams scared when they play against FUT. They know the style they're going to bring. It's not like FUT is going to show you some crazy style you've never seen before, but yet they can bring it to such a level. They're so adept at their style that they can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Apparently not Sinners, though, on map 1.
But it should be looking better for them on Ancient. But let's find out what the poly market is saying right now, because obviously massive favorites were FUT coming into this, but look at this. Okay, we've seen a slight change up in it. The odds are changing ever so slowly with it. Would you buy into some of the Sinners' potential now, mate?
I think I'm still riding with FUT. Oh, but they look so bad, James. They look so bad. Like map-wise, these are two comfortable maps. It's Ancient, they're on a 5-game winning streak. Sinners on a 5-game losing streak. It feels like map 3 is almost guaranteed. But if FUT play like they did in map 1 on this map, it is at least going to be hard for them to put it over the line. It will be a close game at best for them if they're going to close it out. So I think the odds, I'm gonna give you a bit of a cop out. I think the odds are about accurate for what I would say.
About accurate. Well, we'll be finding out as it changes across the rest of this series. Maybe we are going to get a third map in here. And for FUT, right, this is the map that I just feel they have the most confidence on, right? This is the one where they can take down some of the very best teams in the world. I know you mentioned about like the Overpass pick, where I remember some good games against Furia, for example, last season on it, and they had some strong points. But Ancient is their bread and butter. There is no way Sinners can beat them on this one. Surely.
Yeah, their map pool is struggling, but Ancient is still their home. Again, 5-map winning streak versus 5-map losing streak. This should be them easy. They just need to fix the problems they had on Dusty. Just show up. You just got to show up, guys.
All right, well, let's see if they can show up. We're moving into Ancient, and we're back with our lovely commentators.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, showing up. I mean, that doesn't sound too hard, James. We showed up, we're here.
Showing up is the easy part, and Sinners have shown up for a number of games of Ancient. This is way too tight. This is way too tight, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why shortly, but I think those Sinners numbers are wrong. I think that they should be, you know, form has a lot to do with things, right? And they look like they're on form on the map, and I think that their recent stats on maps are so bad that they're going to kind of upset that history sooner rather than later. But let's look at the numbers on Ancient of late. 25% of their pistol rounds won, 29%, or say I'll give them 30% of their CT rounds won, which I think is really bad. 44% of their T rounds won. They played FaZe on this map recently and lost 13-2. They played Bet Boom on this map recently and lost 13-4. So it would be a hell of an upset, I think. Even if you're able to, you know, turn things around, things are getting better. It feels like there's so much to be fixed. Let's see. It looks like a really leaking ship, and it should be FUT's to win. But time will tell. They'll start well FUT on this T side, but there's a lot more work to do as 4 remain for Sinners. Creeping through, looking for that lurker in Jugs and finding him. There'll be a trade eventually. Kisarek got some nice highlights in the first map, looking for more here, but he'll be extinguished quickly.
Yeah, not really too much to do in terms of easy fights anymore. I don't know how Moda gets that one. He gets instantly aim punched. But overwhelmed here by the numbers. Not really too much of an issue there. Very straightforward from FUT to kick things off on this T side. And yeah, I don't know what to expect here, honestly. I mean, with Sinners, is that a flash in the pan? situation on Dust 2, you know, just a lot of great individual plays and sort of, you know, they're falling away on map 2, or you know, what can we expect? Because the map 1 that we just saw from them, obviously it's a bit of both, right? You know, great map 1 from them, also for kind of underperforming on map 1 as well. So, you know, two things happening at once there. But as it's been described, SINNERS have been looking not great, not themselves, like a couple of months.
So I'm very interested to see the CT approach in mid when the buy rounds come. 30% CT round win is the concern for me. So I want to see if they're doing something different to what we've seen. We've seen a number of Ancients this week so far. So we see if there's differs or if they're just a little bit unlucky. But they are playing against a force buy and they have lost a man early. Presence still being shown from Kisarek as he switches out weapon. Trying to finish off the job on Krabeni, unable to do so. Encroaching onto A now. The bomb's not being committed here. That's still falling back as there's presence from FUT on either side of the map.
Yeah, the pressure everywhere makes the round hard to read. Like this position from Jugs is going to go completely unknown, I think. Wonder how far he'll go with it. They can just hold this spot. There's the smoke to block the CT players, and that's going to secure a path for the bomb. A nice and safe journey onto the plants. And for SINNERS, I think they would do well not to overextend here, to recognize that, you know, we can bring these guns into the next round. Because right now with the bomb down, the chances to win the round have suddenly completely plummeted. No reason to give up all your guns as well. There goes one.
Yeah, SINNERS not getting what they're looking for from this one. So it is going to be a slower start to this half for the CT side of SINNERS. And again, that action I'm looking for in mid will be delayed, it seems. So yeah, there's a lot of tests coming the way of SINNERS. Again, historically, not looking great. And, you know, on a wider view, a lot of things haven't been. But when you dissect map by map, those numbers were quite interesting. But hey, all those losses are evidence with which to learn. And sometimes you need loss for growth. So we'll see if they have something to offer once their economy is stabilized.
Well, this map as well is trickier than Dust 2 because Dust 2, the tactical strategical layer of the game is a bit more straightforward than on Ancient, where there's a lot more stuff that you kind of have to do to a higher level tactically. And so a team like FUT that has so much confidence and such a great record on this map against so many good teams, you know, there's a great like skill floor there that they can rely on to catch themselves, even if they have some snafus individually.
Great start from FUT so far. Wanting an easy ride after a difficult game of Dust 2. SINNERS waiting for the next round to begin, really. But this can still be dangerous. It will be respected by the likes of FUT. Good money building round for them. So you see the setup. B-Stick might be the bait there with the USP to lure them into the MP9 of Kisarek. So there is danger abound. FUT moving in for the split now, taking over that donut position. That could compromise these spots by the tree. Kisarek waiting for his chance to shine. He'll be denied quickly though. The other way around then, the USP to find something. The threats mostly neutralized for FUT. So a very strong start to this one. Can't ask for more than that. 3-0 on their pick of Ancients.
Yeah, you know, those are the sort of like nothing rounds gone again. So, you know, SINNERS trying to extract max value, so you've got to respect it. And they're going to be moving on to, you know, grabbing the AWP, throwing it onto Modo. But this is where, you know, that tactical game I was mentioning becomes interesting. You know, are SINNERS able to reach sort of the floor of FUT when it comes to having the right, utility sets, the timings, understanding how to layer that into their defense, and how to respond to things like this mid. They got the initial mid grenades. The delayed take coming in from the FUT side, so they'll reclaim the position. And they're going to find that Sinners are not set up here. Sinners with a passive setup in cave, and the bomb actually leaning with 3 players total towards the A side of the map, so maybe A split again is the move here for FUT.
I'm not sure if B-Stick saw X-Floud on the rotation there. It might have come up on the radar, despite the flames. Starting with nobody on A, save for one person in Donuts. And FUT are putting the big numbers towards that A bomb site. So does krebeni make a play here to try and keep a third man towards B? That smoke will certainly be a problem. And awkward if he goes through mid as well, trying to catch rotations with the Mac-10. Not ideal range. Sinners wondering what FUT might be up to. They will keep 3 players heavily committed to the B bomb site. So they're going to have problems dealing with this. They're lining up for B-Stick. He's good for one, staying alive for the time being. Stress on here to help as well. Now they're falling back into retake positions. Or trying to. Stress on drops, flash in, and B-Stick will catch a second.
Yeah, really nice push with the smoke there to catch that one. Symmetry ready for shock though, evening up the situation with the bomb going down. You definitely like the chances of FUT, I think, in this hold, but maybe the equation has changed. Modo applying that pressure, known position, making noise, but where is the second player? Kisarek coming in from the long, making his way across to A. And krebeni really just making it so that it doesn't really matter where these players are coming from. He's isolated this position in Donut, but that could be a double-edged sword here. So once he gets spotted, he can get locked down there, especially when the AWP is posted. There's a kick connected. Oh, that's a huge 1v1 found by krebeni. Now looking to jiggle, looking to create problems here for Modo, who's going to be forced to try to stick this, but he's going to get out of there.
That's really well done. I thought if the AWP was posted up on Donut, it's going to be a really hard problem to solve. More awkward by the AWPer being the one to pick up the defuse kit. But still, they're able to make it work. Surely a frustrating one for the CT squad. Fighting tooth and nail to hold on to their opportunities on that A bomb site. But it is going to be a 4-0 for FUT. Saw the approach in mid there was one of the usual ones we have seen this week from CTs. Popping into Donut, sometimes 2, sometimes 1 staying in Red Room. The hero AWP then, with some SMGs in tow. Modo really trying to find something for his team early.
Yeah, Symmetry's still posted though, so if he gets a little too eager with this one, he's going to be in trouble. Oh, such a close round in the previous one for the Sinners side. FUT with the pause, looking for any reaction as they work the mid, and they might actually try to take Red Room in control actually. Let's get re-smoked. And still, look how patient Symmetry is. Modo as well.
Yeah, Modo can stay there while his teammate to his right is still up. If he gets compromised, then there will be problems. Smoke will soon be gone in Red Room. But this is the main duel. Is there a flash for his position? Maybe trying to make rotation near that Red Room with this utility, but nothing doing. Sinners holding steadfast. Shadow spotted. Is that the bomb on the radar? I'm not sure. 3 players waiting to get into action on this bomb site. 3 players soon hitting the floor.
Yeah, nothing from Modo there. That's going to be a 2 versus 4 here for Sinners. They have lost absolutely everything now. And it'd be nice if they can maybe get this kill in red, and that could be a gun to be collected. AK on the ground. So something, at the very least, but yeah, it felt like for Sinners, definitely some opportunities there, James, in getting a kill or 2 extra. They could have maybe made this a doable situation.
Yeah, they did the best they could, but FUT with good discipline, able to avoid the threat, playing the patient game, They know that there's a play to be made by Sinners, and it gave them the space to do it. Managed to survive the test. AWP disposed of as well.
Terrorists win.
But Beastic will have an AK. There's something. Something in a whole lot of nothing for Sinners so far in this half. Again, their statistics on the CT side are somewhat deplorable with matches of late. They don't seem to be getting better at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a great way to kind of turn the series around for FUT. You couldn't get more of a comfortable showing against more of an uncomfortable map for Sinners. Mid-take nades coming on in. FUT looking to speed things up though, straight into that B-bomb site, looking to go very, very aggressively, but they are running into a brick wall. Kisarek with a good performance takes down 2 players, giving Sinners a look in on this one.
Really not wanting to allow Sinners to stabilize with this fast play from FUT. That's a great trade from xFloud. Kisarek really kept it competitive with that second frag on the bomb site. Now it's down to Beastic and STRESSON 2-on-2. As Demon and xFloud may consider a rotation here, not too far from each other. And of course the focus will be on B for a while, but news gets old fast and Sinners will wonder what might be happening. I think Beastic's close enough to hear that rotation, and STRESSON will be off to the races as well. xFloud with a lovely off angle. Knows exactly where STRESSON's going. What about Beastic though?
Yeah, that's some really, really key information there. 1 of 2 known. Here comes Beastic around the back. I mean, he's going to get cut off as well. Got to get through xFloud. And that bomb is starting to tick faster and faster. Oh, okay, so position given away from Demon. Might be in for a 1v1, but still, time is an enormous problem. And on the other end of things, it's just success all day there for FUT as they continue to dominate 6-0 now and looking to put on a clinic here in Ancient.
Beastic was the one with the kit just to make things worse. His teammate running onto the site alone, looking for a 10-second defuse. Really brutal scenario for Sinners. Very punishing from FUT. And you can imagine a round like that starting. You've got the full buy, you've got guns, you've got the AWP. Like, all right, guys, we're going to do this. We're going to get aggressive in mid. We're going to try this. And then they just send it up the ramp. Not giving you any room to find something, some kind of confidence in this game. 6-0 in favor of FUT. Beastic with a fast play towards A-Long. That may slow things down for a time. A lot of aggression around Red Room though, being challenged by more than one FUT player. Three on B once again, leaving STRESSON in a difficult spot. Modo focused on the ramp. Don't think he can find an angle to help his teammate here though. Look how they create space as well. Quite happy to trade with the numbers. Don't think the bomb's been spotted just yet, but Modo has closed the distance. This is so awkward for the CT squad.
Yeah, it feels very dangerous to peek this one. Oh, Jugs is just going to straight take down Modo just by running at him. That's a statement. Kriveni taking down Kisarek, and it really looks like Sinners are not in the room anymore as well.
Dismantled like Lego.
Yeah. Yeah, no, in addition to just, you know, not maybe tactically having some of the answers that they need to be aggressive, to kind of take the game away from their opponents a bit, maybe, you know, win some of that mid control, win some of the fights outside of B. It's also the case that individually it looks like the confidence has evaporated behind that. Like Modo was connecting like great shots with the AWP on the first map, but missed a couple ones that looked easy for him on Dust 2 so far on Ancient.
Completely circumvented by FUT, who know all the vulnerabilities. They're riddled with viruses. Oh, the Sinners CT side. Look at this. Willing to take one for the team. Creating plenty of space for the T's, and the stress levels are very high for Sinners. Still looking for a first round in this half. And we've seen good comebacks, we've seen late comebacks, we've seen halves look really hard for this team and that. But they've managed to find a reasonable score at halftime. We don't look close to that in this scenario.
No, not really. It's just that the fragging has been hard. I mean, again, Ancient is a tough map for that. You know, you do need that tactical like floor to be high enough to give you the opportunities to make stuff happen. Just the nature of the fights. I mean, Mirage in contrast, which will be the third map in this series if we get there, that's a much more open map where, much like Dust 2, you can really easily unlock the individuals. But I think Ancient's much harder to do that. And FUT taking full advantage of that fact.
Forcing the CTs away early. Good as they try to navigate this anti-eco round. 10 frags for Krebeni so far. Xfloud now on 9. Shock, who just got dropped, is 1 for 7. He is an unhappy chappy, to say the least.
Yes. Shock looks so good on Dust 2 as well. It's a slow but sure constriction. The B-bomb site, Cemetery deals the Kisarek. And they've locked them out. They've shut the doors and thrown the keys away.
Oh no!
Tried to jump on his head, but he's gone.
Oh, the timing of that is unbelievable. Mid-air to land on his teammate for the boost, and his teammate is just gone. My word, just nothing being given. A big fat 8-0.
It just feels like Sinners are on this one end of the map, and they're just slowly getting pushed until they have no ground left, and they themselves haven't taken initiative anywhere. And then the bomb's down, and they're in impossible scenarios. It's just like that over and over again. No opportunity for them at all.
So again, there's the take of mid by Sinners, which is being circumvented. 3 players in mid this time, leaving only 2 to try and defend. And it is a complete wipeout unless Modo can hold down CT. So there is an avenue with which Sinners can work with. Battle sniper mode for Modo, 2 on 3. He desperately tries to find a way into any round here for Sinners on their CT side.
There we go. Traded out though. In comes Kisarek. Can he get anything done here? Gets a look of damage on the Krebeni. Smoke across there to try to find some pressure on the bomb here. That's going to force the opponents out. And just instantaneously taking down Kisarek. No doubt there that they were going to secure that one. 9-0. Is there to be any rounds on this half? Are Sinners going to get 30-0'd? James.
That is a question which is looming larger and larger in the shadows of this game. Again, that fast pace. You know, the CTs are compelled to have a relatively normal open, expecting a fight in mid some of the time at least. But FUT have been ignoring them. And now, Sinners may be feeling compelled to have 4 in B after all these insurgencies. It is mid where FUT go, just 1 step ahead the entire time. There could be some variance around these smokes though, but Xfloud is looking for it. Traded by Stresson, not aware that Krebeni is creeping there as well.
There we go, another 1v1 that's so crucial. Krebeni's going to pick it up. I don't know if you saw that statistic there, James, but it was brutal. Basically, when Sinners get advantages, 5v4, they don't win. 0% win rate on Ancient. So that's a problem.
One of many problems at present. But hey, it's going to be bad until you work on this enough to make it good. And this may be just part of the journey for Sinners as they try to figure out an Ancient that works for them. But this looks like a hell of a veto for FUT. They'll soon forget the memories of the first map of this series as we race toward a third. Now, he's looking for an exit frag or an unlikely ninja defuse. He's the one man with the kits. B-Stick asking questions. Oh, a little awkward there. Goes for the run. Kisarek is going to try and pick up that kit, but surely it's too late. The frags are cosmetic because the round wins are still on 0. A noble attempt there, but I think that's an indicator of just how desperate things are in this half for Sinners.
Yeah, there's no doubt. The desperation's really heavy. The deflation too, there's just like a lack of energy on the side of this team at the moment. And like these 1v1s, those are the 1v1s you want to be trying to find. 10-0. I think this has been, maybe one of the most one-sided affairs I can remember casting in Counter-Strike in recent memory.
Yeah, I guess not just the score, but the nature of the rounds.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to say about the score, but it's not just that. It's the way in which the rounds are being won.
Yeah. Trying to get active, though, Sinners here on the V-round. They will be heard. And there you go, something. Okay, 5v4. They've converted 0% of these so far. We'll see.
I love how you build it up. There we go. We got the 5-on-4. They never convert this.
We'll see if they can change that. They're in a 44 now. Another trade. And there we go, another advantage, 3v2. Maybe that stat's going to be broken pretty quickly.
xFloud has a decision to make. Does he go to support his teammate, or does he hold position to cut off potential rotation from more CTs? I guess the third option being looking for B-Stick. So back he goes to find that rotation. Stresson's waiting for more action also. There could be a timing here where Sinners find a first round. xFloud survival will be key in that. Finding Shock. But he's never going to see this one coming, surely! There's just no mercy for Sinners as B-Stick finds himself alone now, walking into a sandwich. Was in Donut earlier on. They've got a rough idea of where he is. He does not have a kit, and xFloud has no mercy to offer Sinners.
Oh, it's so brutal, isn't it? It's just... it's so painful. It's been written, James. It's destined that they are just going to be absolutely crushed here. And the 5v4 statistic holds. The 5v4 advantage statistic, 0% conversion rate holds.
It's inscribed on the tablets, on the papyrus. Choose your era.
All right, one more chance here on this half to get something on the board for the Sinners side. Okay, there is an investigation in middle. Let's see if Kisarek can do anything there. Yeah, he's going to find Benny. B-Stick also ready and waiting for any shenanigans, any late take of mid, and the late take is coming. How much can B-Stick get? It's 5v4 here for Sinners.
Oh, he's going to be isolated. Not sure if Stresson can really help him unless there is a flash for a swing. Kisarek will eat the shrapnel and be no more in this half. B-Stick never checked for. Could have good timing for a flank, but we've seen a bogey at 6 o'clock and nothing done about it already. They could be lining up. There's Demon checking. Spidey senses tingling. Through the smoke they go, but the flashes are good, and Shock doesn't see anything. Traded immediately, and then it was Modo. 1 versus 3. He's dropped Cemetery. He has a chance. That bomb needs to get planted. Demon's got a pretty good angle, and there will be no mercy whatsoever. An entirely clean sheet for FUT as we reach half-time.
Into the sniper, out from heaven. Hypex yet again with impact. And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted? Yeah, Snax is going to try to go for the spray, but it's off the mark. Now Flamesy's on for it. 1v2, offers his first target. And it's beautiful.
Oh, it stays saved by Flamesy. More pressure from G2 coming out long.
Yeah, and his teammates were just kind of shifting very, very far away. So reinforcements a long way off for HOKUS.CEST, but who needs it?
Yeah, great flashbang. HOKUS.CEST with a triple kill. Heavy caught Mattis and Hunter all dead at HOKUS.CEST's hand as he goes again. HOKUS.CEST shutting them down. Long is completely closed by the Dane. And is FaZe about to fall?
The clash is going to come at the CC stairs. Now they're going to play for it behind this smoke with the pistols close up. They don't want to back off and give the rifles an advantage.
Oh, again. It's Heavy God again. The Tech-9 enters the kill feed. And an old familiar sting. FaZe Clan are going to lose the pistols unless Frozen and Twist, the OGs from FaZe Clan, looking to deliver some life. But the P250 goes down and Frozen! FaZe are in the game.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK for Hunter stepping into the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. That is just unreal. Feasting on his prey.
They break the smoke and Fallen still has a strong position. This could still get really weird.
Good. Double pistol kill for Fallen, gets the upgrade, and there's still Keserato down in pit. They try to clear Yuri. 1 health is all the difference, and it does make a difference. 1v3 for Torsen as he takes the first kill. Might have another body in store. Fallen falls for information. And Torsen waits for Molodoy to make a move. So now that's the bomb down. This 1v4 ace for Torsen is on the line. Kinder plays, and Torsen fights. He finds all 5.
What a monster. Alexi B fighting him on, but Brokey's right here in the 4th round, and some hope left for FaZe Clan. Unless Wonderful can just rip it out. Oh! No way! And it's the inexperienced player up against Wonderful in FaZe's most important round.
Already feels like FaZe is knocked out walking.
Wonderful, so confident! Of course he's got it!
Yeah, trying to just be sneaky, hoping maybe that one opening kill moved the defense away. Didn't. ZywOo's gonna get hunted down with the AWP, but he's got a teammate. That's crazy. He's actually gotten all 4. Flamesy backs him up and steals every single kill. ZywOo.
And it's gonna fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shaves off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Oh! Beautiful flick shot up.
It's a barren wasteland out there for Sinners. Not a single round, not a single sign of life. But perhaps the second half will yield a better result for them to at least get them some confidence going into what feels like an inevitable map 3 here in this series.
No, Dan, the comeback is on. Sinners have just been waiting for the T side. This has just been all an elaborate ploy. And this is where the game gets started. I'm telling you, it's on.
All right. All right, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Okay, well, at least on the T side, they can be more aggressive, take the initiative. That's really what it felt was lacking on that first half. Goalies, though, to be met with on this other side of things. Okay, 3 kills going the way of FUT very quickly. Moto with some good trades. They are on the bomb site.
Down to a 2-on-2, Cemetery creeping around the corner of the smoke, but unable to deliver the goods, which leaves xFloud in the clutch. 16 for 5, needs 2 to find a big 13-0, halfway there, but Sinners start the engine.
They start the engine. Moto starts the engine, man. Moto's, he's just kicking things off with an ace. He's like, boys, come on.
It's that first round, time to talk smack in the chat. Time to tilt your opponent and say, what? You thought it was going to be, you thought it was going to be easy.
Ace.
Ace required.
Number 1, number 2.
Just a 1 round. He did what needed to be done. Getting that money to be used later on. Forced by 4 FUT. Some might say the dream is dead, but maybe the game could be salvaged. 11 chances to close this one out.
Mid walk here from Sinners. I always like this into the red room. It's oftentimes kind of given up in these types of rounds. There's always a risk that there's lots of pistols, but they've got the tools for the job. Mac-10 can lead the way. Here it goes. Good little hop, skip and a jump. B-Sig will take down Cemetery. And Demon, though, he's actually creating some problems here. Uh-oh, this is not looking good. 3 versus 2 now suddenly. 4 FUT, and it's a quick dash back to the B site.
No one here for the time being. We'll see if FUT choose to combine when they press on towards B. No kit on the remaining players for FUT. But perhaps they'll be close enough, holding Donut and 2 in CT spawn as Kisarek and Modo try to understand the situation. Modo with all of 14 HP to plant that bomb. Another difficult test for Sinners. Will try to create some space for themselves, but just hit the corner of the wall there. Didn't go exactly where they wanted, but maybe it'll help them out. Well, that HE is perfect. Demon down to 2 HP. This might be doable. Shugs and Demon with no kit, moving through the smoke now. Quietly waiting for it to go. Then it's 14 HP Modo, 2 HP Demon, who probably doesn't have time to defuse this bomb, but can make it a bit more expensive. So Sinners will leave, but nothing but the round.
Well, Modo, he's really trying to step things up here for the team with some outsized impact in these rounds. That was a close one, though, considering everything. You know, of course, having not the best weaponry, but they still managed to make this very threatening. And it's going to get more threatening, James, because the AWP is going to be coming into play for Symmetry now on the FUT side. So more and bigger tests for Sinners now in the following rounds.
Big AWP for Symmetry. A long road to recovery for Sinners, who will keep it simple in the 15th round. Be careful, because xCloud is looking to flank. Rebellion able to hold down CT for now, but xCloud with tunnel vision towards the ramp will go down for free. Good post-plant situation for Sinners for the time being.
Yeah, another hard retake. And I don't know if you even want to risk the AWP especially. They're going to back away. It's sensible. It's sensible. But there are potentially some hunters looking for some stolen weapons. There we go. But it's the AWP, that's the important part. Can they hold on to that one?
Looks likely. Little teasing of CT, but I don't think they'll get close enough to Symmetry on this occasion. FUT's turn to scurry away, as Sinners did on many an occasion in that first half. And again, you just got to focus on one round at a time.
It's like holding tab, and all you can see is 12-3.
Yeah.
Massive 12, a tiny 3.
Just the round in front of you that matters. Well-equipped Sinners. We'll see if Symmetry's got some shenanigans. Having a look towards mid. Maybe flashes from T-spawn for the swing. They have a look towards Red Room, and Symmetry says hello. 5-on-4. He can choose to rotate his position as he will, heading over towards B now to keep the surprises going.
Yeah, got the cave positioning there from Krebeni. Got some support as well. It's all set up. Nice boost though. Got some tech. But they don't know, surely, the AWP is posted here. I mean, this should be a freebie you'd expect here for Symmetry. There we go. Takes down Shock, falls back into another position. Oh! Goodness gracious me.
Oh! He's so close. One bullet in the magazine. Got to be careful about when he chooses to use this. Really teasing. Grenade comes out for a second, and Demon will drop stress on. B-Stick and Kisarek remain. There's a lot of work for them to do if they are to prove successful here. Demon on the USB, B-Stick pursuing, but to no avail. Kisarek, the last man standing for his squad, and that will not be enough. 13-3 then, a monster game from FUT.
And that's it. That is it. I'm kind of surprised. It's the first round, of course, but that's all they needed. Incredible scoreline, and I cannot wait to hear what our professors of Counter-Strike have to say.
I think that's the first time I've been called a professor of Counter-Strike. Thank you very much, DDK. This was domination from start to finish. This is what you were saying. I was expecting the 13-0, almost guaranteed, but Sinners, they held on. They got the job done to get a few rounds and claw it back. but just for no reason at all, right? They may have had confidence after first map, but now they had it absolutely shattered from them, completely knocked out of them, and now I'm worried for them. Now it's FUT back in control.
Listen, as any FaZe or Falcons fans know, one map can really make you doubt a team that you know is actually pretty damn good. And Dust 2 made me doubt FUT for a second, to the point that despite all evidence suggesting that FUT should dominate Ancient, not only from the win rates, but also from just watching Sinners play, they seem scared to contest in middle, and that's part of the reason they just got 12-0'd on the first half. I still doubted them for a second. I apologize. I never should have doubted FUT on Ancient against the Sinners Ancient that is just lacking in all sorts. It's always going to turn out somewhat similar to this, I suppose.
I want to talk about what you just said there about the contesting middle, though. It's like when you had individuals like Kisarek and Shark who were looking so sharp, surely you'd be happy to try and contest against FUT, you know? Even if it is their map, like, fight them a bit.
The interesting thing, actually, when I look back at this team, Sinners 6 months ago, 8 months ago, they were contesting mid like a normal team. For some reason, in their 4-map losing streak, they've just decided that they can't touch mid with a 10-foot pole, maybe once or twice around. And you see, like, they would get an aggression down B lane, they'd push down ramp, they'd get a kill, but then all of a sudden, Jugs is up on shelf just shooting them because he ran through mid and there was nobody there to defend it. They were getting picked apart in the mid round because they had no map control to speak of. I mean, that's just not how you should be playing Ancient. And despite, I mean, it's a 12-0, a lot of the time we never got activated into that. We just weren't there in the game. They had rounds where they were there in the game. We had the stat, the 5v4. They couldn't convert because they just weren't on the same page as a team on how you should be playing Ancient in general.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem, right? Especially because they know what to expect from FUT on this map. There's plenty of data to look at this. You should have known this was coming, right? Where was the thoughts on, okay, we can challenge them here, you know, we can fight back against them. I'm a little bit concerned just for Sinners now, in the sense that you didn't have a good enough game plan when you should have known this was coming, right? This was not enough thought of you going into this matchup.
I mean, as the Mike Tyson quote goes, everyone's got a great game plan until they get punched in the mouth. You know, this is just, you can game plan as much as you want against the FUT, but when you're just this kind of weak on Ancient, and we've got a round for this specifically, we've got round 11, it's never going to work out against a team this effective. I mean, you look at this, this is the round I was referring to. They have the B push down the ramp, they get the initial entry, and then they just died to Zhugs. So they're still 4v4, they're still in a decent position, but if there's nobody on B lane, where else are they other than A main, right? Like, to me, that push into A main is suicidal. You know they're not in B lane, they took mid control. Almost always you take mid control, you're gonna have a player in A main waiting for that type of push, and then you have xFlout on the flank through. Okay, that second shot is insane, but you have xFlout on the flank through, and they're not at all ready for the idea. They had mid completely empty, they had A completely, like, just the absolute capitulation in that round. But that's how it was throughout the entirety of the half. And maybe you say that's round 11, you're already down 10-0. You know, people are probably a little tilted by then, but still, I feel like there was rounds earlier in the game I could have pointed to that were quite similar. This is why it's now a 6-map losing streak on Ancient for Sinners. They just fundamentally have problems on the map, and no amount of game planning is going to solve that in one map's time, you know?
Yeah, and that proved the point massively. xFlout was dominating, though, from start to finish. You just saw that there from the highlights. What I did really respect here from FUT, though, is they can be in afterplant situations, yet they're still just running around the map. They're still roaming. They're hunting Sinners before even knowing if Sinners was saving.
This is, I mean, this is the type of game you play when you are that dominant. And we see it from FUT sometimes where it's just, they're winning all of their gunfights, so they're empowered to go for even more gunfights. And a couple of them, I mean, some of them are actually really efficient plays. When they're down 4v5, they understand when not to plant the bomb, but instead to take a gunfight or two, because if you plant the bomb, you're down a man, you're just going to lose control of the bomb site. You're not going to be capable of getting into afterplants, something I wish Aurora realized in the previous series. Instead, they're willing to just go for the gunfights when especially they know they're going to win them. It's a little easier to opt into a gunfight instead of planting the bomb when you go, oh, well, I'm going to win this gunfight anyway, so no coach is going to be yelling at me for throwing the round afterwards. So, I mean, that's just a confidence win for FUT. The question is if Sinners can reset into map 3.
I do want to ask you one quick question, though. Where do you put Krabeni right now? Not just as an IGL, but also as a fragging IGL, because we've seen him do this against the very best, now just obviously easily against Sinners.
I mean, as a fragger, I think he's incredibly effective. I don't have a problem with his IGLing, but I struggle to rate IGLs that come up with a team for this long of a period. I mean, you look at a Shuhei that was on Maus for quite a while. You look at many different IGLs have come up. Cadian, we'll see him later today, an example. You come up with one team, you look really impressive, the team plays in a specific style, and then you swap out to a different team, and the question is, can you make it work with a different personnel? Can you make your style fit different players? So as an IGL on this team, I rate him very highly. As a fragger, I rate him very highly, but you know, if we're thinking if he could be poached to another team, I'm not quite as convinced, you know.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see across his career and how it all goes down. But next up is Mirage. That's how things will be decided here. So we'll be back in a few minutes to talk you through that. So Modo, from starting your time on Sinners at the beginning of the year, I wanted to just get a feeling for you about how comfortable you are in the team, the development of the team, and where you currently see yourselves.
Hello, Banks. Overall, I feel really comfortable in this team. I think it's the comfortable I've been in a while. Out of all the teams, I think here I feel the most comfortable. The way Beastic is calling, it's really suiting me, and he's giving me a lot of space. And also, like now we are just recovering from the losses we had. We try to take it easy. Don't be so harsh on ourselves. We already was, but we try to recover after this break. We had a really good break, so we have to focus on at the beginning, so we get back in the shape.
Nice, and I can see it, man. You're performing individually very well, but what is not translating from, say, your online games where a lot of people were hyped on Sinners to then stage 1 of the major, also in China, just 0-3 both times? It must be so hard to go through. So I'm just trying to understand from your perspective what you see as the problem.
I think overall, when we win, for example, the BC game and we went to Atlanta, like also when we went to the BC game tournament, we are always feeling that we are the underdogs. We didn't have so much expectations, but since we started winning and winning and winning, we said, oh, maybe we're playing really good and we are maybe the favorite of this tournament, or we are better than these guys. So I think kind of the individuals put a bit of pressure of themselves when we start clicking. I mean, the best thing in this team is the firepower, and we kind of stop multi-killing. And even though if somebody is like missing, I don't know, a strat, or he's not throwing that nade, we could have recovered in the past by multi-killing, but now it just didn't click because, I don't know, we put a lot of pressure on ourselves, and that was the case.
And it's what every team needs to deal with, right? That pressure, going through the mentality changes and maybe not being able to do what you were able to do in the past. And we're seeing this, right? Between just the maps we've seen here between the teams.
I mean, this is part of what people talk about when they talk about online CS isn't necessarily the fact that it's online. It's the fact that you're chilling in your room with your drink of choice, you're hanging out, you're having a good time, and you don't feel any real pressure. But you go into map 2 after a huge upset in map 1, you feel some confidence. Maybe you start to feel a little pressure that you actually need to beat this team. In fact, this is something we see with big upsets that come through once in a while. I wouldn't say this is the biggest upset of all time, but you see sometimes a team will get to 11 or 12 rounds against the Falcons, against a top team, and then they'll, oh my god, we can actually win, and then they start to have a little bit of trouble actually converting the win from there. And I mean, that was a really devastating map 2 from Sinners. I think they're well aware that that's not how they should be playing, and then they just need to be better.
In terms of being better, though, looking at these win rates, I'm going to kind of ignore it because the teams that FUT are playing are generally much stronger than what the Sinners go up against here. So this should still be within FUT's ability and skill level to come through and do similar on Ancient, or are you expecting a closer match?
I would ignore the win rates. I think the more important part is the confidence they have on the map, because this is a map that Sinners are comfortable on. They pick it quite often. They almost never ban it. Whereas on FUT side, although they have some wins against better teams, they beat Maus on this map. They've played G2 to a very close game on this map. They do occasionally ban it. It's not in their maximum comfort. It's not an Ancient for them. So when you look at this from Sinners POV, Ancient is a map they know that they struggle on. They know they're lacking something. Mirage is a map you can see they're comfortable on. You can see they have confidence. They play fairly meta Counter-Strike on this map to their own style. They have their own style, of course, but they're not going to do an Ancient give up mid entirely style of half. So certainly it's a map where I think we both expected Ancient to go FUT's way just because of the history, because of their confidence. But Mirage, I still think it's going to go FUT's way, but because I think they're a better team, not just because they're better on the map.
Well, let's see what happens when we get into it. Mirage is coming up right now to decide if one of the bounty hunters will be able to take down a Most Wanted again, or if things will turn to normality.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is going to be a more wide open scenario, but let's look at the numbers, and it's not looking so wide open. Definitely a huge underdog for Sinners. I think they had to come into this series knowing that they had to win it in 3, obviously the first map being essential, but I think in most cases they're losing that second map. In the moment, it's not going to be fun to go through the process of losing that map, but they had to know that this is where they win the series. So I don't think they'll be too concerned. I don't think that will be in the back of their minds as they move into Mirage.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, we'll have to see how the game starts out, but it does feel like a little bit of a reminder for Sinners of that losing record that they have. You know, everything that's been going wrong over the last like 2-3 months for them. You know, perhaps that's somewhat reminiscent of that. You know, of course, you know, Mirage will be more comfortable. It's going to allow the individuals to unlock a little more. So there are definitely a lot of positives here for Sinners. But I think what I'm really referring to is that I think they've been kind of in this emotional roller coaster, which I think is a challenge to be experiencing. And for FUT, they got to really experience that, yeah, we are better than this other team. Like we are a cut above. We play a cut above competition-wise in terms of the teams we're facing. And Mirage is one of the most popular maps. It's one of the maps that you have to be able to play at the level that FUT is consistently playing. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if FUT actually dominate. James.
Of course, yeah. I do think they come into this as a significantly stronger team and a favorite. Looking at Sinner's recent performances on Mirage, a strong victory for FaZe at XSC Pro League, 13-7 over Sinners. They lost to Astralis 13-11 in May. They can run close in some of the losses they've had. Of course, they are on somewhat of a losing streak, as we established earlier on. They beat Gamer Legion in Atlanta. Maybe that was one of their last victories, 13-10 on Mirage. So again, quite happy to play Mirage. And I think if you witness the battering they took on Ancient, I would kind of ignore that going into this deciding map. Again, opportunity knocks for the Sinners squad, and again with the bounty format as well, this provides great opportunity for them. And I've no doubt they'll be focused on Mirage and Mirage only once we get started here. Looks like FUT will be starting on the CT side. I think the knife round has taken place already, yeah. So Sinners will be the aggressors, which might do them really well. God.
Yeah.
Hope no one's getting motion sickness from that.
Yeah, I agree. I think being able to take the initiative and dictate the pace, I think is pretty helpful. With that said, I think one of the cool things about Mirage is that you can do that quite effectively on the CT side too. I mean, it's one of the reasons why it's such a dynamic and map to play, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's also so popular in the general population, because it's it doesn't really matter what side you're on. You can have fun, you can do stuff, you can be active, and for FUT, I'm kind of curious what the performance will look like, especially from the AWPer Symmetry. I'm curious, if he's going to be very mobile, if he's going to be more static, what kind of performance we'll be looking at in terms of what he's doing and delivering.
Lots of opportunity here for Sinners to turn their numbers around. There was, I did see a tweet from FUT just a few minutes ago, quoting the statistic that the Blast Production put on about Sinners not winning an official map since Atlanta, and FUT said, "Consider Dust 2 a gift." I suppose Sinners will have to take Mirage by force then. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at a B play coming through from Sinners to kick things off here. Demon on the other end of this will be spotting it out, looking to try to defend, and there's the first test passed, swapping out the gun, looking to try to go. Oh my god, it's actually a beautiful defense, not a single player lost just yet. Finally, there's a trade on to B-Stick. Shock with it all to do here against overwhelming numbers. And that's going to be a wrap as FUT take the pistol, and they're off to a confident start.
Yeah, very promising start there. Immediate momentum in the deciding map. That keyboard looks beyond 90 degrees to me. Yeah, nice way to start out. Quick switch of the Glock. They'll be happy with that. No notes for the CT squad. 1-0 FUT. Rifles will be out for everybody. No SMGs required. Good molly, just to make things a little more painful towards the ramp. A fast-moving second round. Just running distraction for that bomb to get planted. This is an eco round, not a force fight. Looking for that bonus money, which they have achieved. Managed to squeeze out a frag as well. Mission accomplished as far as that round's concerned.
Yeah, job done. Job done. Yeah, definitely agree with that. And we can get into the more interesting stuff now, because as they'll have the full buy, and we'll get to see. Well, we won't see an AWP from the CT side just yet, but they're going to have obviously a good buy as well. I'm going to be interested to see kind of what approach we'll see from both teams. From FUT, it would actually be really fun to see them get aggressive in mid. I'd love to see that. If Sinners are playing a mid default, they can try to just immediately take the game to them. And I think that would be the most oppressive way to play, James. If you really want to, if you win the battles in mid and you take away Sinners' round before they can even set it up, that is the thing that would feel the worst if you want to be a dominant force on Mirage. But looks like Sinners actually might be looking to dictate the pace towards A.
There is an AWP on the CT side, actually.
Oh, my mistake.
Symmetry. Maybe Jugs was able to afford one with the 4K that he got. Well, he's got 4 kills in these 2 rounds, so that may have helped. And Symmetry will be quick boosted into B apartments, which will give him an angle which will allow FUT to focus the forces elsewhere. Looking like another prompt round from SINNERS with 2 looking into connector, but there's no trade. How can there be no trade? xFloud with 2, the remainder coming through from the ramp. That's a fantastic start from FUT, who shut this down. Can Modo even put a step onto this A bomb site? Looking for something through the smoke, but this one has collapsed and in record fashion.
Oh, that's actually so brutal. I mean, not even defaulting, just calling a straight A split. And it's insane how ready for that FUT actually were. That defense in connector was phenomenal.
Yeah, the lack of trade there is dejecting. Again, we said what happened on map 2 doesn't matter. If you expect to do it in 3, then it's not going to bother you so much. But that should bother you. Not getting the trade when you're 2 versus 1 in that connector position. That is so, so key. Completely shuts down the split, takes angles away, and allows the CTs to stand pretty much wherever they want to deal with the remainder on the ramp.
So far, things looking really, really grim for SINNERS. Very quick up cat though. Look at this position, low down on the ground. You don't expect to see a player there. Headshots for days for the side of FUT. 1 on the return from Shock. That Tech-9. 1 kill is something, but getting the bomb down at this point, not so likely. Another one picked up though by Shock with the Tech-9, being somewhat of a nuisance. Oh wow, another from Shock with the Tech-9. What is this?
Yeah, that's so awkward for Symmetry. You can see in his movement how awkward it is, because the CTs know that the bomb is in the middle of mid, which is why there aren't reinforcements on this B bomb site. AWP versus a jiggling Tech-9 player. Krabeni gets his bell rung twice, and this is going really bad for FUT. But maybe it's rescuable. Footsteps heard on the B bomb site. Surely the bomb heads away. Indeed it does, as Shock entertains. He's got the fine bone China out. And Jugs has smashed everything and now needs to make his way towards A. This is going to be an interesting task. He has a kit and he has a smoke, plus a molly now that he finds on the way. So if he's not challenged when he gets onto the bomb sites, perhaps there is a sneaky defuse to be had here. Kisarek up in Palace with the Galil. Plenty of bullets in the magazine. It seems he may go for the peak before Jugs is ready for it. Trying to bait somebody out, but there is no answer. Molly towards Tetris, nobody shows. Wondering about Palace now, surely holding the defuse, and that will be an important round. An unlikely one, but a big one for SINNERS.
Yeah, unlikely is an understatement. That's kind of crazy. I mean, just getting all those kills with the Tech-9 from Shock is really wild. You know, we're about to see this. Look how good the situation was here for FUT. So many players up, and then suddenly Shock is just Tech-9ing everyone. And then, I mean, what was even more crazy is this one. That shot from Kisarek is actually so wild at range with a Tech-9. Just, I mean, if we talk about gifts of a round, that's another one there for SINNERS. Quickly charging into mid, looking for another pick and looking to work with that momentum that I feel like now they actually have off the back of that previous victory.
Lightning fast pace from SINNERS in mid. So expectant of the AWP to peak connector as well. Showing some strength there and the opportunities they created for themselves, whether they'll yield results or not. Minute 20 on the clock, and they're forcing the CTs to dump a lot of utility to slow things down.
At least though for the CTs, they do slow it down, and that allows them to kind of position around what SINNERS were doing. Because like you said, they were moving really quickly there. And then one of the pains of that is that you could get caught out of position. But now the round kind of resets as we see SINNERS make their way back from mid and looking to resolve the round on the A site. Now, there is a player close to the ramp there. Jugs is the player that could play spoiler to this. And he does have a good angle. There's a huge peak, and now the play's revealed.
Yeah, Symmetry may have a pot shot, but he needs to stay alive here as this rotation comes through. He's got a teammate behind him, and Modo goes straight into it. The flash at distance did enough. Not sure if that was a CT flash or a team. Either way, down he goes. 3 versus 4, 20 seconds. We've got a CT in connector, so maybe they can stop the plant. Indeed they can. Great angles by xFloud. Not sure if Krabeni's been detected here, so this could get even worse for SINNERS as we head towards that 10-second mark. A fake plant waiting for a peek, and there's no one to defend from xFloud on the stairs. 2 on 2, and it's surely too late to get a bomb plant now as B-Stick is punished, trying to hide on the bomb site. And it's just a flash in the pan in terms of success for Sinners on Mirage.
What a swing back there from FUT. I mean, they just understand exactly where it's being planted in the smoke. Again, it's not as though that angle is an unusual one, but it's painful. So devastating here for Sinners. I mean, this was such a great peak from Modo. And you know, with that, you would have expected that this round to be won by Sinners, but again, just can't plant the bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, so devastating.
The smoke for Connector, for Jungle Connector, not enough with CTs and CT as well. They know the angles. False sense of security there. You thought you had a chance, you didn't. Difficult times for Sinners. Hero rifles on Modo and Stresson now. We've seen more than one incursion into B apartments from FUT in these buy rounds. Again, we saw the fast boost when Cemetery had the AWP earlier on. I think we saw Demon up there earlier. They'll give Sinners a little more space, knowing that they may have pistols in round 6. Bomb in T-spawn for the time being as Sinners consider their options. Cemetery hasn't got a kill yet, but his team are fine. X-Floud 9 for 1. They are delivering.
A bomb site once again, the focus. Nice find from Modo. Key weapons to try and open up the defense. Now the bomb making its way across. Krabeni with the cleanup in mid will make this retake significantly easier. As look already, the rifles trained on these angles for the cross onto the sights. The transfer does a lot of damage. Shock out from the Palace now. I mean, he's stuck behind the smoke. There's just nowhere to go, nowhere to really find value if you're Sinners in this position. Well handled again by FUT, 5-1.
Seems they can barely be stopped after the run they had on Ancient. All gas, no brakes from FUT. And Sinners are left shell-shocked. Looking really coordinated on the A-bomb site. An important 2K from Krabeni there to slow things down with, I don't think anybody was in CT for FUT at that moment. I'm not sure if you heard the rotation from his forward position. There was one guy in T-spawn making his way over towards A. Either way, great impact from FUT. 7 for 2 is Krabeni. Kasarek will try to keep the CTs on it, but he's just not winning the duel. Is anything going Sinners' way at the moment?
Doesn't look like it is. I mean, we'll get the mid players left now to try to do something, but losing that T-Ramp player does indicate that they were probably wanting to try to go for something on A eventually, but peek into the window. X-Cloud may be a little overconfident there. That's fully taken advantage of, as is that timing. Cemetery goes down, and now advantage here for the Sinners side. With over a minute to play with, they've opened up a lot of space.
Great patience from B-Stick. You can see Krabeni looking at the floor, playing the blind angle behind the box in Connector. No one coming his way, though. But Demon detects problems. I'm not sure if the rotation will come anytime soon. He's got to find a funky angle and get the first headshot. He will immediately be traded by Stresson. Now Krabeni will creep in the apartment. No kit for him or for Jugs, who will run distraction with utility. There is a kit by the van, as you can see. Krabeni creeping now. Modo boosted up. That's going to be a big problem to solve for these CTs as they move through. Stresson below the window, trying to avoid these angles. Does Krabeni peek deep? Stresson will find him first. Now Jugs, 1 versus 2. That kit suddenly so far away. Crouch pick from Modo, but it's too late to rescue the round. So he'll have to make his exit, and Sinners will find a second.
Well, damage is done at least. I think from FUT's perspective, they really made that one very costly. And that's a problem because it makes the susceptibility for the economic reset now a really big problem. Very good timing found there from B-Stick. And finally, we do get something working out for Sinners. But it does seem like, James, one of the big problems that Sinners are having is that FUT are kind of outplaying them on an individual level more consistently. That seems to be one of the issues. And I think we heard from that interview as well previously that for Sinners, one of the things that they understand that's good about their team is that they have all these players that are capable of multi-frags, and that the issue is that that's kind of disappeared a little bit of late.
Yeah, they've had quite a few tasters of the strength of FUT in this game of Mirage now. And the question is if they can find a consistent weakness somewhere with which to exploit. It's more ideal if you can fall back on that individual brilliance rather than rely on it. We'll see if they can out-muscle FUT, who lead by 3 rounds and are better equipped. A lot of Galils in round 8 for Sinners. Sacrifices made in order to have utility. 4 focused on A. As Beastic will have the lonely option towards mid. Kisarek dropped. Good angles for CTs on A. They've got 3 waiting for a push to come. Sinners delayed with the smoke on ramp.
Yeah, going for another set piece, but already losing the Palace player. That's not a great look. Here comes the grenades, cutting off the vision. Lots of util available for this counterplay. And Cemetery looking for his next victim. Nice catch there from xCloud in mid. And now it's just the players on the site.
Distraction being run by Jugs over towards that connector area. And that bomb has planted. Cemetery now trading into the 1v1. Shock with all of 6 HP, trying to close the distance. Does he realize the weapon's been switched? Cemetery looking further, then Shock is who finds the right angle. A crucial clutch from him, keeping Sinners in the fight. Really tense battles on the A bomb site round to round. But perhaps Sinners are absorbing the information and doing a little better now. It's a little variation, sorry Dan, there's a little variation to the smokes that we see there, the newer smokes from Donk. There's one which is a little bit finicky and can be missed. That was that second smoke closer to the CT side. Landing on the ledge seems a lot easier to do consistently.
The game is a lot closer than you might suspect. 3 rounds against 5 here now for Sinners. Oh, hello, we got a bit of a walk here from Chucks. He's going to find one. Assassinating Modo. I think that's a Deagle as well. That gets dispatched by Kisarek. Okay, oh, this is looking scary. MP9 causing problems. AK-47 stolen. Now tossing away the guns there on the ground, so those can't be collected. And we are into a 2 versus 2. Anything can happen at this point. So much time left on the map, or on the round. The bomb is going to make its way towards the B site, but again, it's going to take a while because you got to be cautious of every single angle with zero knowledge of the CT positions.
Cemetery still rotating with the lowly USP. Looking for info in mid. Sorry, looking for info in A. I wonder if they'll look to collect a weapon in mid and or go for a 2v2 clutch. Not really fits for the task though, with just a USP and an AK behind. A lot of X's in mid. See if he can find something. Again, the weapon disposal service was pretty good. He's wondering where things are, but they've been disposed of very well indeed. xCloud holding onto the AK. Just a Mac 10 for a man looking for an AWP. He's like, nah. Anything? Nope. Usable, not ideal.
Oh, he could. There's a chance. He hears the running. Can he force him to die here to the bomb? Are they safe? MP9 is out. Surely you try to take them down here. Surely. Here we go, going for the runner. Ah, he can't get it done. Kisarek will defend. And another round there for Sinners, 4-5, so they're really bringing themselves back into this one. You know, after how dejecting a lot of the rounds looked, they're starting to find some success. This was, of course, against pistols. And now FUT are going to be back on the full buy.
Yeah, this should be a good round. Again, Galil's coming out to have full utility. Behind that utility, there is a plan, an elaborate plan. You wonder if FUT will give them space to execute such plan. Or if they can throw a spanner in the works once again. Starting to look closer now. FUT were running away with this one at the beginning, but this time Sinners seem to have stabilized. Was getting worried for a moment there, but things are close now score-wise.
Back into the action we go. And Sinners, I mean, they could win this half. It's definitely doable. Starting to have a lot more success. Symmetry going to be going for that mid-peak. Is he able to find anything? He is being sought. Modo on the other end, top mid. As the battle continues, you got FUT that are looking to actually contest this. I love the activity there. I think it's important. And Sinners will retake the position again. It's going to force him to use a little bit more utility.
No aggressive position in B-apps this time from FUT. But they have two very forward positions here in the Palace, being waited for by Kisrek. Are they going to pursue this? Maybe they feel like they have to. Doesn't find either of them, Kisrek, but what does it mean when you see two players so forward on Palace? Are they in position to respond to that? Modo looking through the connector smoke. Symmetry's got a better angle though. That's the bomb carrier as well in Modo, and that's a great catch onto STRESSON, and things get more stressful as only two remain for Sinners. Even with that frag, the rotation required to collect that bomb is very challenging indeed.
Yeah, that's a horrible position for it. Shocker's going to take down Demon, and that's some attention taken away from that mid position for now. But xCloud, good positioning around the van. It's going to be able to equalize, and now the rotation for the bomb begins. I don't know if there's time for this at all. You can't really start running. I mean, you kind of have to if you want to try to win the round. But looks like basic will give it up. 9 HP, I can't really blame him. Looking to keep the AK into the next round. Their money is wrecked here, and their bonus is reset too.
Not enough time, not enough teammates, not enough health. Great timing from Symmetry on shorts. And maybe Sinners didn't respond fast enough. They had numbers in mid, they had a smoke on short. 2 CTs pushing your teammates in Palace. Were they not in position to respond? That is such a big frag. Bomb carrier taken down, has another look, and that just crushes the round completely. No one else on that short position to rescue that bomb. Again, the frags afterwards, somewhat cosmetic.
Yeah, that second kill was really, really sick from Symmetry. Okay. Still looking to make it a dominant half. FUT and Sinners back to these A shenanigans that they do enjoy. Looking for the timing. Sometimes they just send it. We'll see if that's what they end up doing.
I'll be curious to see what the desks think of that round, and if the decision-making needs to be faster or if there's another issue there.
Okay, re-smoke of the mid window. And the CT is going walkabout here. That flank is going to get activated, and that could be extremely problematic. Oh, they were going to get stuck at the choke point. They can't even get past Tetris right now. STRESSON does take down Demon, and the CTs are taking the fight to the attackers. This is very, very difficult right now. Look at how overwhelmed STRESSON is in that fight.
50 seconds. But there's just too many numbers. Shock left in the clutch now, but Jugs has got a great angle to trade. Proving very oppressive for Sinners to find success in the first half of Mirage. Who knows what lies ahead on the second half, but we'll see if there's anything left for them in what remains of the first. Looking difficult indeed, but looking pretty good, as they should. Comfortable in this series now. Pulling away from Sinners towards the end. Last round of the first half, and there isn't much for Sinners to work with. Some utility, some pistols. Maybe a stroke of luck required. Krepeni, though, is not feeling generous. 10 frags for him now. As we move to Jugs, who's currently on 15. Can add one more to that tally. Shock. So many bullets, can't even see them coming. But they'll put him out of his misery. 8-4 at half-time in favor of FUT.
Hey guys, I'm Frozen. This is Fosu from Australis. This is Apex.
and I'm gonna read some of your bad comments. Here we are. Peak Vitality will get demolished by Prime Navi 2021. My only answer will be a big lol.
SMB75 says, never take your VRS point for granted, plan ahead. Words of wisdom, my man, words of wisdom.
KR Jam says, poor Stare and Hooksy. Rooting for them though, maybe it will work.
What is this? Twist and Nico. You mean like he's the GOAT? I agree, man.
Sport. What the fuck is that name? Can't wait for a shift in teams. Vitality is so good, it's boring. It's good. I like that.
Zaylar says, he needs to stop fucking opping. He can't hit a bar to save his life. He positions like a headless chicken. It's criminal how bad his eye is as an opper. Maybe we need a Zaylar in the team. Maybe Zaylar sounds like a good opper.
Oh, here we go, HLTV. It's always the best on HLTV. This is why Simple is better. Even when he was dominating with Navi, at least it was entertaining. Simple can be better for your head, but that was still the GOAT.
There are no good IGLs available now. Hooks is free, good IGLs. That's just mean.
Immediate call 7981 says, let's just hope the shitty Aurora fades off instead of getting a new team and it will be a dream come true. Hey man.
Sandals, also from Finland, says, Hooksy retire already, you bum. What is all this Hooksy flame?
Chips 1709 says, Brokey, Hooksy gonna overtake you in rating, bro. Lock the fucking. You guys need to stop caring about the fucking rating, man, honestly. Shut the fuck up.
Enthusiasm West 4481 says, a Sweden in Astralis. It's over. That's how we felt when Device came to NIP, you know, so I'm just giving them the treatment back.
Aware Cartographer 46. That's a sick name. We are witnessing the funeral phase. Shut up, man.
Fun fact, 4 out of 5 Vitality members have the letter Z in the surname, representing the organization B theming. Apex is not included because bees have short life spans and don't usually live too early. That's actually fun.
X-Blow from Finland, a fan of PC game, says Astralis downfall continues and I'm all here for it.
Vitality is normal. Okay, makes sense. Can't believe they made Apex keep playing at 50 years old, elder abuse emo. I'm actually 33. I still have great years ahead of me, so fuck off.
This was mostly like Hooksy Flame?
You can think whatever you want, it's okay.
Bro, I'm surprised how good these people are on HLTV, you know? Like, we should just take a few of you guys to fix every problem we have.
An 8-4 half there for FUT to close the series with. Definitely a comfortable position after the first map where they did fall to Sinners. It just hasn't quite looked the same for the Sinners side. But perhaps a switch over to the CT side will change their fate, James.
They'll hope so. But Shugs and Xfloud have 16 kills apiece already, and they'll be heading towards AK-47 soon, which may only compound the problems they are providing their opponents. Good start for Modo. Looking for a second one, but Demon will deny. An important pistol round here for both squads. FUT with the potential to close things out early. Sinners to mount a comeback. 4-on-4. Lots of focus towards B.
Bomb making its way through the apartments, James. Into the kitchen, I wouldn't advise that. Taking a bomb in there.
That molly is as old as the classic Virtus Pro squad. Anyway, the charge is coming through into the B-bomb site. Kisarek being very, very patient. Sees the bomb carrier. He's got all the info. 1, 2. No bomb plant allowed. That is very, very patient indeed. But can they finish off the job? Shugs with some work to do. 1v2 with the Glock now as Kisarek and Stress on try to find him. Desperately trying to find a 1v1 here. He's got options towards default, but they keep disappearing behind the pillars. 25 seconds and they combine together. And he does not realize it. Both in the same spot. 20 seconds and the pressure to plant the bomb increases. Double peek coming in. That's a perfect rotation from the final two. And Jugs is denied.
Yeah, really nice pistol there from the Sinners side. Something that they desperately needed, no doubt. I'm going to be curious how they'll use that, though. But denying the bomb plant, ultimately, really important. I was actually very, very worried with the trigger discipline that the bomb was going to go down here. It was very close to getting planted. Very close indeed. And that would have been a really huge edge, I think, for FUT being able to go into this next round to keep the pressure on. They decide to force buy anyway, so pressure's coming, whether you like it or not.
Not a bad way to start for B-Stick. FUT on the gauntlet run through A. Try and get a bomb plant and take CT, and perhaps they can do both. That's an important frag in CT. That will limit the options. Shug finds himself alone. 4x3 perhaps. Didn't quite spot that player to his right-hand side. This is the start that Sinners wanted. This closes the gap very quickly indeed. And again, when you see an oppressive half as we did on Mirage, you wonder if the worst is over for the team on the comeback. Is this where they shine brighter on their CT side? Do they find comfort here later on?
I got to say, given how negative the story has been around Sinners because of, you know, just how some of the rounds have looked and the struggles that they've had, they are really truly in a position to be able to win this series.
No strike attempt from FUT. Not the usual one.
Looking to change their fates. Sinners here. Dodging the nades. How many players will they be able to take out before losing a player or two? They've lost one. B-Stick goes down. They can limit the damage there. That would be really helpful. Keep that economy growing. Is that gun collectible? I don't know that it really is at the moment. Patience here from the Sinners side. And it pays off. Very well handled.
That's what we want to see. Threat from Sinners. One round behind as the AKs come out for FUT. Despite the limitations of these rounds, they managed to muster all the AKs. No Galil sacrifice for extra utility. They want the sharp objects, the sharpest. So again, we highlighted Jugs now on 17, as is X-Floud. See if they can cause problems early. Some presence towards top mid. There's the pop flashes in the swing from Connector on short, looking for some fights, but Stressan faces short as he falls back, and Krabeni pops out at the right time to get one for free.
X-Floud creeping. Getting quite deep there. I don't know that kisserek has any idea that he's already in sandwich. Okay, now he's going to spot it. Able to react, though, and actually pick up that kill. Hold on to this position. Default. Molotov, though, creates some extra pressure. Krabeni with that opening there in mid is going to be helpful. Still, the scaling is continuing. That's a good HE follow-up, and you'd imagine FUT now full control over the site and in a serious advantage.
Nothing left for Shock and Modo. It was unfortunate the way Stressan was caught on shorts, just falling back to a deeper position, but was no longer facing top mid. Maybe not expecting to get peeked at that moment. A free kill to open things up. Rested around, collapsing afterwards. An early test, an early success for FUT, who look to survive with 4 and start building their own economy. AK's looking good early for the favored team, the much higher ranked team in this series. So we see there is going to be money for kisserek, B-Stick and Stressan to re-up, if you will. But there'll be a lot of weight being carried on this next round. You can see Krabeni there as Stressan, I think, maybe had his guard down a little bit there. Kobe.
Oh, that was cinematic. Not supposed to play catch with those. Okay. 2-round advantage for FUT. As like you say, they're aiming to crush the Sinners economy now. that delayed mid movement. And it looks like Sinners are looking to also be in a position to challenge some of this in middle. Nothing too aggressive, but just trying to keep it honest.
Let's not forget the aggressive plays we saw of the AWP early for FUT on the CT side. I think the first time they got it, I suppose they got a good spawn as well for Symmetry to make it up into B apps. No such aggression on this particular round, as Modo's posted up on A. And Sinners are biding their time, holding some util.
It looks like the sights are set on the B-bomb site. Shock has a lot of work to do in this position. Does have the smoke for delay that you can pop down to slow down this push. He's going to choose to use it. Stress on. Good defense there on the cap position. Demon down there for the 180, but can't find Stress on. And it looks like it's a good hold so far for Sinners. They will concede the site, but a 3v2 is not a bad position to play from.
Stress on with some really important frags to keep the options open for his team. He's the one with the kit, waiting out the Molotov at present. Symmetry looking for a tight duel. Two coming in from the shot position. Down goes Kisarek. Modo with the AWP now. Stress on, still known on short, low health. Goes for a big swing, but nothing doing. Really tough for Modo now, even if he makes it onto the bomb site. He's got a hard commit to that defuse kit. Looking for an exit frag, but if he holds onto the AWP, that will have to be enough on this occasion. FUT move to 10.
Oh, that's a good attempt on that defense there from Sinners, but just not quite enough. And really, really tough. Really tough spot to be in. Because like you were saying, you know, the economy is kind of wrecked. They will save some guns there, so that will help a little bit. But right now, the momentum's starting to really pull together for FUT. That kill from Jugs there, that was devious. And into the next we go, 10-7. Actually, still a pretty good look on this buy with the gun saved.
So you've got Modo hopping up to the short position with his AWP. Some nice parkour for him, so a little more aggression than we've seen prior. No early yield though. Good spread from FUT. No presence towards B for now, but you can see they are making no assumptions there. So it looks like they're setting up for an A play. 2-to-A early is obviously a big indicator for that. I think that's a smoke towards top connector. Indeed it is. Maybe suggesting they might be headed elsewhere. Krabeni moving into connector. There is an AWP on short though. But he's able to circumvent it. So we could have problems on this A bomb site. They're going to be heavily outnumbered. Instant trade to drop Krabeni from his position. Kisarek, Molotov forced away from his angles. But B6 holding his own for now.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts there in that position. It gets quite low, and there is the follow-up. Great HE there found by Demon. 3 versus 3 here. The bomb has to go down, and there's not too much coverage for the CT spawn just yet in terms of smokes. But there's no CT in position for the punish. Default plant there, so it's going to be hard to play the post if the CT's get on top of it. Really relying on the firebox position at the moment for punishing that. And fortunately, there's no nades here for the Sinners side for FUT to worry about. And in goes the distance closed by Kisarek, but meeting Symmetry, and now gets harder and harder to close this distance even further to get to the bomb, and Modo's fallen as well, and now Shock is left without any options here. Maybe a single frag is the best result, but Shugs with the denial, and the round again going to FUT.
Really dicey situation for the CT squad. Their money is not great. They're 2 rounds away from a series loss here. B6 with the 2K trying to keep his team in the fight, but again, really good HE usage late on to just finish off the job. Some frustration as they lose grip of this series. And yeah, their economy is just in such a rough spot. They'll have to win every round after this one, unless they find a miracle with these Desert Eagles. We've seen pistol rounds won this week, but can't expect this to be very likely at all. Cutting the numbers down very quickly indeed are FUT. SINNERS unable to respond.
Yeah, the full contact play through connector is actually, that's a tough one to deal with. And in on the plant now, so no hope to win the round here for SINNERS, but can they steal a gun away? That would be a really nice result. Krabani looking very, very sharp indeed. He's going to finish off the round there. So now we're on to match point here for the defense against the bounty hunters of SINNERS. FUT looking like they've restored the world to perhaps normalcy.
Yeah, FUT in control as they should be in this matchup. SINNERS a big underdog in this one. It was always going to be difficult, and it certainly is now, on a quest for 5 perfect rounds. Shug's on 20 frags. X-Fab and Krabeni on 17. Doing great work, FUT. Modo posted up. Great rifle support as well, and that's a promising start in a high-pressure round.
Yeah, certainly. Damage done to Modo as well. Shug's there with a kill onto B6. Try to even out the numbers a little bit. We'll see what else is possible here for SINNERS to play this advantage out. Good positioning there for Krabeni. He does seem to be in a very nasty spot to play spoiler to this round on the lurk there. Can do all sorts of damage as he finds his way around the back towards the kitchen as the bomb makes its way through the B apartments.
This could be absolutely brutal. I don't know how conscious the CTs are of a potential breach through connector. Shock moving deep on short. How awkward could this be for a potential retake? Oh, okay, very aware indeed. That's great positioning from Shock. Managing to survive the tag from the apartments, and the flank will come quickly. Cemetery looking to finish off Shock, but not before Shock catches another one. That's a huge frag for the squad. Cemetery now 30 seconds without the bomb. Looking for plays in CT, but they've almost reversed roles now with 2 in the apartments and 1 top mid.
Yeah, I think he did enough there. Shock, we'll see. Cemetery, he's still trying to go for this one. The bomb is on the ground. There's the smoke to threaten the plant. He's got to go for the plant now. He's got to go for the stick. Well, the CT's close the distance. There's some taps through the smoke with the USP. It's not going to be enough. The bomb has been planted here. Cemetery on for the clutch here. 1 versus 2. Gets a huge chunk of damage. Headshot found. Runs out of bullets. And Modo finishes it off. My goodness.
My word, that was on the cusp of something incredible. Just showing how dangerous these individuals are. SINNERS holding on for now. I'm curious as to what the next buy looks like, but my word. That was a really good attempt from Cemetery. Look how close he was.
Oh. He had 1 bullet, James.
Oh, so close. But he did a hell of a lot of damage towards the end of that round, even in the loss.
Yeah, I can see on my screen Kisarek on an MP9, B-Stick on a FAMAS. So not really having a great time in terms of the buy, although Modo will stay on the AWP. Stresson keeps the M4, Shock keeps the M4. So largely, good buy with full util for the most part. So not the end of the world, but FUT definitely, keeping that pressure on, never making any rounds feel anything except uncomfortable.
Yeah, and even, that damage towards the end can be so important if it just makes it easier to take things over the line. But the question now is, can SINNERS survive and force us to an overtime? It's been a very trying series, been a very trying game of Mirage. Again, as we said earlier, they would have expected to have to do this in 3 maps. So I don't think the nature of the loss in Ancient will be too conscious a thing in their minds as they try to find a way to survive on Mirage for the time being. But this is the time where they need to over-deliver. and perform against a FUT who are very hard to put down, it seems.
Yeah, and the money for FUT as well is not in too bad of a spot overall. I mean, you've got Jugs with $8,000. Kribeni, he's going to have almost 4,000. The rest of the players not as healthy on the money, but it's going to be enough, of course, to, you know, with a drop or two, to be able to kind of keep a buy coming in. So it's not as though Sinners are in a spot where they win this next round and it's, you know, they've broken the money, FUT are on a complete eco. It's going to have to be one of the hardest routes where you're just going to be up against the buys over and over. So very challenging scenario for Sinners, but I mean, they have shown that they can hold on.
Just waiting for Symmetry to rejoin the server and we will be good to go. But this is some key time for reflection. Some moments for Sinners to run rounds back, scenarios back. Where was I compromised? What can we change? What can we tweak to find some success? What have we offered FUT that we can do differently this time? Is there an aggressive play we can make? They still have the AWP in the hands of Modo. I think he's got a pretty good spawn towards mid or B. So maybe it's a good time to take some map control away or something. Let's see what they choose to do.
Yeah, the money's being spent now, so I'm sure we're soon going to be into the game. And we'll find out exactly whether Sinners can bring this game back into their hands. Force it to an overtime. I mean, it would be an incredible upset. Of course, they'd get the bounty from FUT if they were to win this. And I mean, not only that, James, but they'd also end their loss streak of matches. You know, yeah. Of course, they ended the loss streak of individual maps
had a few
in the
loss
series
streaks going on.
Yeah. But can they go further? Can they take it beyond? I mean, what a confidence boost that would be, because FUT obviously is a great team on paper.
Yeah, even to take them to the limit, I think here, if they could force an overtime, I think that would be some confidence building for the squad. FUT proving how dangerous they are here in this game of Mirage. Jugs 21 frags now. 21 for 11 is Jugs.
Yeah.
Xfloud and Kribeni both on 17. Not too bad at all. Stress on the top fragger for Sinners on the other side, 15 for 16. Maybe there's more work for him to do.
Yeah, right now Sinners, I mean, they're sitting in their own desperation, but also, you know, you're sitting in a spot where you can be focused here. I mean, the thing is, I think for them is that, you know, any dejection or deflation aside from some of the struggles, they are, just like you said, in a position right now where they can actually win. They are very close to being able to win this series. And so their full focus will be on that as we get back into the action here against FUT. Sinners will be looking at a full buy. AWP in hand of Symmetry, who's been so annoying. It might be looking to potentially get a pick here. Looming over on the stairs.
Nice. Ate all of that flash, unable to respond for his teammates. Sinners looking for FUT to answer back elsewhere. Does Kisarek hold this position though? Once the smoke starts to dissipate, that could prove painful. And indeed he does. Shug's right man for the job. Modo unable to respond.
It's a very late luck in Kribeni in the B apartments. Nothing in mid at all, and that's where the focus for the defense of Sinners are. They're kind of just focusing on connector right now. They're expecting there'll be somebody there, but the bomb site's going to get overrun. And the luck is still to be activated from Kribeni.
Yeah, this is really awkward. Modo stuck in connector for now. Might want to be able to rotate towards CT, but that's not going to be the case. And there's some extra information there as a big flank comes through from Kribeni. CT heavily in FUT's control as well. This is such a problem to solve for Sinners. Pop flash is coming. Then got an anti-flash setup, and Stress On's good for 2. Kribeni coming in for the back, which may slow down the advance, but he will be dealt with. Now Symmetry's on an island, 1 versus 3. So far, so good, looking for the second and delivering. And now Shock has to go through the smoke with no kit to try and find a defuse in plain sight. Symmetry down to the knife, and this is a complete mess. How does Shock possibly solve this? Symmetry dancing a great flick towards the end. to finish off Sinners.
Absolutely unreal clutch there from Cemetery. Looked so chaotic with the AWP, but proving his quality at 13-8, and FUT deliver as they were always supposed to. But a lot of takeaways in this matchup from Sinners. I think positive takeaways.
Yeah, breaking the map streak certainly helps. I think there's a good fight on Mirage. They come closer, but there's lots of lessons for them to learn in that series, and I'm sure the desk will go over some of those now.
Lessons to be learned, and FUT themselves growing with a new player, xCloud, coming into the team. But overall, FUT doing what they're supposed to do within this series. It's exactly as you predicted it to go, Vu. So you're on for a winner today, mate.
Yeah, I mean, just like Cemetery spent the entirety of Season 1 struggling until he managed to MVP at Bucharest. He struggled the entire best of 3, got out-op by Moto almost half of the rounds he had the op, but then he finishes it in spectacular fashion. Not only that, but he had a few really impressive rounds in the second half, I think, with the rifle especially. We thought he was going to close it out like 3 or 4 rounds prior to when he actually did it, but kind of redeemed himself for the Dust 2, where I think he was actually kind of a liability.
And looking at this, right, for Sinners, we didn't have much expectation. We've seen them struggle when they come up against top teams and go to bigger events with this one. Just getting the map win, even though it's not a great map for FUT, right, it's still something they can at least have some positives around. And it's more for them is just go through this growing pains that they're having since struggling from the offline parts and try and bring themselves back up on the online.
This is what someone on the team says after these 2 maps where they just get absolutely destroyed. TeamSpeak is like completely quiet for a few seconds, and then someone goes, hey, at least we got a map, right?
Yeah, at least we gotta look at the positives for him, man.
I mean, it's better than nothing, but at the same time, I think they got thoroughly dismantled on Ancient and Mirage, which is more comfortable of a map. Although the numbers got close, I think they were never really in that game.
Well, let's check in with Coolio, the coach of FUT, as he's joining us for the interview. Coolio, good to see you, my friend.
Hello.
And okay, well, let's start with Dust 2 in this one, because we know it's not the best map for you guys in it, but is it something you've been trying to work on coming into this new season?
I mean, obviously we have a roster change, so the map pool a little bit changed right now. But I don't think it was the issue that it was Dust. It was more like how we handle the advantage situations.
So a question about the roster move you mentioned there, adding in xCloud. We know he's got, obviously based on this series, he's a great player, but he talked in the pregame interview about being a bigger voice, trying to be maybe a second caller. Is that what he was meaning by that? Does he have a voice in the team calling his own shot?
Yeah, I mean, we had issue with Longs with voice, like he wasn't really talkative, and there was also some reason behind the change. It was like 50-50, I would say. It's not only him wanted to leave, but we were also looking to other players, and yeah, like we were missing a guy who was speaking in the middle of the map, middle of the pack. And like if you look the previous games, that's why we switch up some positions, and that's why Jux was playing these kind of roles, because like we miss that voice. And with the addition of Yasin, like he is able to communicate more.
Speaking of the communication, when I'm looking at your team, and actually we should speak about the map pool. We talked about Dust 2. You guys seem to be struggling with your map pool in general. I think Overpass being removed didn't necessarily help you guys. Are you looking to add in Cash, do you think?
We will see.
Yeah, okay. Don't want to leak any strats there.
Yeah.
Not leaking anything, not letting anything get away.
No.
Okay, that's fair. I expect that. But tell me this then, Coolio. It's obviously very early days with xCloud coming into the team, but what potential do you see with just this one roster move? Obviously, there were some rumors that you guys might have made other changes into this season, but you've just made this one. Is this going to see you guys go past where we saw you at the end of last season?
Yeah, I think rumors are rumors. You always see a lot of, and half of it are not true, to be honest. But I think we have a good team. We had a good chemistry. I think Yasin fit to the team really good, but obviously we need time. And like Blast is like this Blast Bounty is just a test tournament kinda. Like we just wanna see how it goes in official, because it's different when you play practice and when you have to play official. So we are just testing. We want to learn, but yeah, obviously it was a really important game if you look on the VRS.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, Coolio. Good luck throughout the rest of the season, and we'll speak to you across the Bounty again going forward.
Thank you. See you guys.
There we go. He's saying the rumors around Symmetry definitely was not going to be the one happening there. So for now, they're rolling with what they've got and seeing what xFlower can do. But it's good that we got the answer similar to what xFlower was telling us about adding this voice to the team.
Yeah, I think he's. I don't think he would admit if there was any veracity to those rumors. I think you can't remove the kind of the confidence in one of your players. But when it comes down to it, I think this team is going to be improved quite significantly with xFlower there. Even if it's kind of, you can think of it like the Rob Spinks trade in Vitality. At the time of that trade, of course, things change now. At the time of the trade, it felt like a side grade, but you see what he added to the team more than just his fragging, and I think xFlower can do the exact same thing with FUT here.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on it across the rest of the season. But Vu, we are done. The second shift of Nat and Maui are on their way for Mate taking on paiN. We'll see you in a few.
So Crucial, thank you so much for joining me. Of course, you're standing in now for Gentle Mates, and I wanted to know how the lead-in period was for that. I know you've already played for them in a couple of officials last week, but what was the build-up to it all, and how have you been enjoying it?
I mean, I've definitely been enjoying to compete again. It's nice to play with them. They just messaged me that they needed someone, so yeah, here I am, basically.
Yeah, you talk about it's nice to compete again. What were you doing in your time off? Because obviously there was, you departing your previous roster and now just doing stand-in. How did you ensure that you were in a shape that if you got the call up for stand-in, you were ready to jump in at any moment?
I mean, I was just playing CS still, but I was just not playing it competitively, I guess I would say. It was just more like just playing CS, playing deathmatch, playing some FACEIT. That's it, basically.
All right, the standard things there. Have you been facing any challenges, you would say, either coming back into competitive or sort of just being in that interim stand-in position?
I mean, they've been together for a long time, so they already have a lot of stuff. So just need to go through the maps, need to discuss a lot of things, need to talk a lot with them because like they've been a team for a long time, so they have a lot of stuff. So yeah, I guess that's the hardest part.
Do you feel that you have to change yourself as a player to fit more of them because you are just a stand-in? You're not necessarily a permanent piece of the roster at the moment, or is there still quite a lot of leniency towards how you play?
No, they give me the freedom to also add my own things and also give my input about things. So they give me the freedom to also do my stuff, and sometimes I do their stuff. So we just balance it a little bit.
And how do you think the balancing act is going to go against paiN? How do you see the series playing out?
I mean, we're here to win, so yeah, I think we're going to win.
Because you've been on paiN Gaming longer than I would say even a majority of the players in the server have even been playing Counter-Strike. What sort of goes through your mind to stay so true and so strong to an org like paiN Gaming?
To be honest, I don't know. I just have some identity with the organization, so I don't know. I just feel at home always, and I'm glad to be here.
And when you see yourself in a position like this, where it feels like your team is taking any opportunity you can get to get VRS points, you're not in the best position. How do you motivate not only yourself but obviously the other 4 players on the roster as well?
I think the main point is always we all want a lot to go to the major always, and I think it's not just a goal of a season. Of course, the main goal of any player is win a major, but right now we just have to focus on qualify. I think is the main point right now, and it's so important for us to be there. And the motivation is Counter-Strike. We love to play Counter-Strike. We love to live the game, and we love to live this kind of life, So I think the motivation is every day,
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And you're talking about focusing up to make it through these qualifiers. So what have you focused on specifically for your matchup today against Gentle Mates?
To be honest, we didn't know a lot about them. We started them like 2 days, 3 days ago, and we know they have good players, they have a good Counter-Strike, so we have to play our best game to beat them. But at the same time, I think we just have to focus in ourselves, because we didn't play well the last tournament, the few last 2 months. Yeah, I mean. So yeah, I think right now we just have to be back in our own game, you know, just to remember what Counter-Strike we like to play.
Hopefully it's not just himself and the rest on paiN Gaming that are going to remember that. We're going to remember it as well. Hopefully we get to see it in the server. Of course, joining me again, Maui, for day number 3 here at Blast at Bounty, presented by Polymark. And it's going to be a lot of fun getting to see 2 teams that feel like in a similar sort of slump, right? Yesterday, we were able to have this massive David versus Goliath narrative around majority of our best of 3s. But now it feels like, yeah, 2 teams that are on quite even footing between paiN and Gentle Mates.
You're getting 2 teams who are both reeling from what occurred either in the last season or in the off season. Of course, it's paiN who are trying to course correct after what has been a pretty slippery slope for them as they've pivoted back to being a full Brazilian lineup. Really just hasn't panned out for them in the way that they had expected, whereas they're kind of just watching from the sidelines some of their ex-players like DGT on 9Z just finding boatloads of success. So I think there's a little bit of, I'd even call it seller's remorse for letting him get away. But yeah, this is what they've kind of outlined as their 5-man lineup, and it's just tough to imagine them to really improve, because last season just wasn't great.
Yeah, and even in that interview there, they're talking about how the goal for any player is, of course, winning a major, but even just the baseline of making a major, they were able to do that for themselves recently, but it wasn't that fairy tale that they wanted. It was actually a pretty difficult journey for them over there at the major.
It was. I think that everybody is going to be looking at paiN for what they did at Austin last year, where they were able to make it to the quarterfinals, beat Furia there, and then hopefully build on that. But what happened is that this team decided in the time shortly after that they were going to move away from DGT, their other South American lurker, and also Davideus, their high-flying Chilean entry fragger. They pivoted back to this full Brazilian lineup where they brought in VSM, they brought in Puria Jr., they moved Snow to some of the best positions on any map, and I'm just going to say outright, he has not output at the level that they hyped him up to be. They've called this guy the guy that will surely be the best Brazilian player in several years' time. That has just simply not manifested whatsoever. The last 6 months for him as an individual, when you use a top 30 rating filter, he only has a 0.98 rating. So he is performing well beneath the standard you need from a star player to carry you to even have really a floor. Because yeah, as we see on the lower third, from 14th to 29th, are we going to just keep having our VRS standing? Like, is it going to be 58th at the end of this season? Like, what's next?
Well, that's like potentially the goal for them of making it through round 1 is try and get better VRS points, put yourself in a position that round 2 is slightly more favorable. But you're talking about their star, what should be their star player stepping in, someone that's meeting expectations, and it's very different to have expectations built up from your teammates, and then the other side is just having big shoes to fill, right? They're sort of the same side of the two sides of the same coin. And for paiN, it was building up this player to be able to sort of excel in that regard. And then on Gentle Mates, yeah, we have a stand-in in Crucial who has big shoes to fill, right? That's the different sort of expectations or big starness that we need from both of them.
Martinez definitely looked like he was deserving of a call-up to a team that'll be competing in Tier 1 events with much more regularity. So to bring in Crucial, for me, this guy was I mean, he did make a major playoffs to his credit at one point with Into the Breach. So it's not like he's a stranger to big stages, but you're probably more so leaning to the idea that Crucial will just be a stable force. He obviously, look at the amount of maps that he's played in comparison to Martinez. Over almost 3 times his experience in Counter-Strike in professional matches, and so you know what you're gonna get. And I think that's a safe move for a Gentle Mates team, but it might limit them, because when I ever saw Gentle Mates last season, the reason to watch them was Martinez. I don't think that Crucial will be the reason to watch them, but it's actually a little bit of what's happening behind the scenes for me when it comes to Gentle Mates. I actually think that DJL, as their coach, has shown that he, in early stages with new teams, can quickly identify mistakes and alleviate some of the problems that teams may be going through. It's a shame that Overpass just got swapped out of the map pool. He was totally a specialist on that as a coach, but I think that it'll at least give Gentle Mates some new perspective.
And that might just be the little thing that pushes them over. Right now you have someone that's quite stable, is how you're coining him on the side of Crucial, and then you have a fresh new coach. It feels like there is a big overhaul for the side of Gentle Mates, and of course that is a big necessity after not making it to the major for themselves. They narrowly missed out on getting an invite for that one there, and so it's a similar boat. Both of these teams really looking for great VRS points to be able to start their season strong. But which one do you think has the slight advantage, Maui? Is it paiN Gaming? Is it Gentle Mates?
Gosh, that's actually a really tough question. I think this is one of the biggest coin flip matches from the first round, because you just have two teams that are in, paiN by virtue of their own decision making, a poor state, and then Gentle Mates sort of forced into a less than ideal situation. I'm going to side with Gentle Mates on this one. Okay. I actually think that the team has a little bit more. I want to just say hope. I think that hope can carry you through some of these online matches. Just feel, if I want to actually just say who has the better players, it should be paiN. Okay, so paiN in a way should win, but I just think that the structural changes that I hope to see DJL bringing to this team will net them some positive results.
And there's always a difference between paper and practice. Something might look good there, but is it actually going to come to fruition? And whilst you give Gentle Mates the slight advantage, starting on that map pick is also something that might give them the benefit here, as we're heading on over to Inferno with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes, ma'am, we are. Thank you, Nat. Thank you, Maui, for your insights, as always. Mohan, we've got Crucial back in the server, and that to me is such a treat. Nice to know that you can still pull them out of the reeds, chuck them back into the server, and maybe, just maybe, Gentle Mates can well, upset our prediction market odds, because paiN considered the favorites coming into this one, but not in Maui's books.
I kind of agree. I mean, you go with downtrend versus... I think that, problem... It's funny if you have a name like paiN and you're winning every match and you're delivering the paiN. Sure. But unfortunately, it's been them just kind of dropping in VRS rankings, not really sure who they can beat right now. And in this matchup, obviously, they have like kind of an edge. We don't know how well Crucial is going to perform, but they're definitely not comfortable. I think it's more fun for Crucial thinking about coming into this match, knowing it's a bigger stage, and also knowing that paiN are not super confident at the moment.
Also, just getting to roleplay as a Spaniard for a weekend seems like a good time to me.
Yeah.
We'll see how he slots in, because that's what he'll be looking to do. Just slot in as Gentle Mates need him. Right now, it's Snow swapping over to the Berettas. That's pretty tricky, from USP to Berettas in the church. But all of his teammates, all four of them, barreling up into the banana retake. I can't believe Saucel still gets a kill there. And you're thinking it's a USP, but now he just lets the Berettas roar. So Snow will catch them off guard. They push into him. They want to take that position away with everybody else confirmed banana. A little labored there for Alex, sadly. So it's going to be majority alive here for paiN as they come through with a CT pistol victory.
And Big Zera's pretty happy about that. They got a cozy pad over there for the team house. Really enjoying that.
Yeah, nice and rustic by the looks of things. Some traditional wooden picture frames.
We learned that 100 Thieves and Falcons are both in Belgrade. That's where they set up.
Okay.
Which is just like where everyone is set up now,
yes, apparently. Serbia really has saved a lot of the online Counter-Strike world, so shout out Serbia one time.
And for the boot camps and everything.
And a second time, because it's the home of Yanko.
Yes, shout out to Enat.
Yep, true. Shout out 3 times. 4 times you win a prize.
This buy is not that good. It's a lot of guns, but not a lot of utility. And if it was a lot of AKs, I feel like that would kind of make up for it, but now I think they're kind of rolling the dice here.
Really banking on these flashbangs, so, I mean, respect for keeping it simple. 2 flashbangs, and all of a sudden those rifles pop out through brackets, 2 per side. Crucial gonna keep an eye on the flank. VSM activates for 1, but it's safe to drop empty-handed. Uh-oh, indeed. And the FOMUS not gonna be enough. So it's gonna be bombed down. Dangerous game crossing over beyond default. Big Uzera trying to set this site ablaze, but that incendiary just doesn't go wide enough to burn out either of the 2 players in there. We've got Gentle Mates comfortably in their post plants and a bit of pressure here for paiN to try to convert the pistol. Do you take your chance? You've got a kit on Snow. You've got another couple pieces of utility, even an additional smoke on Big Uzera. You put that bad boy on top of the bomb, you could definitely cause panic in the pit player's mind. They pause a second, they attempt to activate, and it's going to be Sosol and Crucial to come in with kills. Triple kill for Sosol, and that, Mo, is a force buy victory.
I mean, they made it work, and honestly, for the way that the CTs were set up, getting brackets for free without any pressure on both sides really helped out a lot. It was just a really perfect idea. Maybe they knew that paiN were going to be a little too passive on a round like this. And so even on low utility, basically what is a full exec, they don't have the utility to smoke off library and CT, but they move so quickly they make up for it. They are in a good position to get all their trades.
Crazy stat. Talk about a journeyman.
I forgot my glasses at home, so I can't.
I'll read it for you. Gentle Mates are the 29th different team that Crucial has played in an HLTV official on.
Okay, I actually did read that. I just didn't believe it.
29th different team. Wowza. Man just loves Counter-Strike.
29 is, yeah. It's one of the few Dutch out there. You're going to bounce around.
Wonder who gets to be his 30th. Force buy of paiN looking far less impressive than even that light utility buy Gentle Mates brought in last round. It's going to have to be this MP9 upgrade to the AK. Pyria trying to turn back. VSM's D finds one. 5-7 pops up. Oh, Snow's got it. Finished off. Distracted by the AK up in apps where Davy G then swaps out, and it's force buy to force buy. paiN pull it off with even less.
It's a honeypot on the A site. They said, come on in if you want to do something similar. We're ready in all these close positions. And they keep it simple. Some good shots get hit. It's just like last round with players in trickier positions, and there will be another buy coming in. It's going to be Alex and Crucial on good guns, a few Tech 9s to support. But surely it's not another A play, is it?
We'll see as they come out of the gate. Rip roaring, double AK, triple Tech 9.
Ooh. That's info.
Nicely done. Production flagging that Snow accidentally saved a MAC-10 instead of a actual rifle last round.
Okay.
I love that he then gives it to Safe. Your problem, not mine.
Well, the flash is effective, but there's still 2 up on Banana, and another smoke comes through.
Zera taking a good deal of damage for that exchange, and it draws a third piece over. So numbers strong. Gentle Mates are selecting the right side at the right moment. And awkwardly, that MAC-10 is a part of this A hold on Arch side.
That's a crazy place for a MAC-10. Can't lie. Safe just looking to spot, it looks like. He's good for VSM, but he's also going to forego control. They're going to come at him.
He steps into the duel versus Crucial and wins it. Tech 9s for the majority now of what's left of Gentle Mates. Doesn't seem to be a limitation here for Mopaz. Pyria inside pit. Davy G point blank kills VSM as he tries to get into this ahead of the expectations. There goes Mopaz flying forward to the upgrade. 10 seconds to spare and a dry M4 mag. Oh, that's going to cost him as his shoulder gets spotted, and paiN will be the first team to string 2 round wins together.
What do you think about the paiN lineup on an individual basis, like in terms of the pieces?
I want to like it. I really do.
Me too.
I had high expectations for it. I thought this was going to work, but it's been kind of awkward watching them flail around and just slowly fall down through the rankings.
Syria is kind of a demon.
Yep.
When he first joined up, but it is true, as Maui pointed out about Snow, not exactly not just improving and then becoming the star. I think that they were hoping that he would.
Because he did come in, you know, he's been very much hyped up by the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, and I think it's like the kinds of rounds that he gets, because it'll be like one rifle round a half, he'll have some huge play. And then you look at the overall consistency, it's not there. But when you keep seeing potential like that, you can't help but, you know, feel one day it's all going to come together. And maybe it will, but in Counter-Strike, sometimes you don't get a lot of time. Just got to be good fast.
I've also thought that paiN have struggled in the offing department since the NQZ departure. I'm a big NQZ fan.
Yeah, just because he looks like you.
Well, on some days. Some days.
No, but that is a real thing. And NQZ became like their best player. He was so good.
I thought he was very valuable for this off-season, in an off-season where we didn't get a ton of moves.
You were hoping for the NQZ 9Z.
I actually was. Yeah. I mean, it's always hard to call for a roster change after such a successful tournament run, but I almost think paiN himself would have to be like, as far as the op goes, specifically, you know, NQZ, man, he's a big game player as well. You go back to like the upset in Austin over top of Furia. I always love that we kind of brought that to them. And 9Z needed a boost in LAN performances, the big stage ones anyways. So no offense, safe. Big shoes to fill. But I have just kind of been sat here waiting for it to work for paiN. You know, it's one of those like on paper situations versus reality.
They're going to walk into this. Flash is good, though. It's perfect. He put himself in a spot to dodge any regular flash. It's good coverage here from paiN.
Snow's locked in from here on out. 4 players approach. BSM offers the distraction. Snow swings with a flash. Very nicely set up between all of the B players. Big Uzera with the utility support to secure the 4v2. And Crucial whittled down slightly further by that frag grenade, but it does sail beyond him. Smoke grenade in front at 35 seconds.
And they've got nowhere else to go, but also the CTs are on the far side of the A site, so there is a chance at a 2v2.
Smoke, though, at 20.
A mistake, 20 seconds, and they just assume there's just no sense in doing this.
Tough.
Totally reasonable.
Have to walk away, so utility makes a difference in this as paiN are going to go up 5-1 on the CT side, turning Crucial away.
Very good start. Also, big VSM guy.
Big VSM guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely a smart player.
Big on a lot of these pieces. But it's about bringing them all together, which is crazy because we're also big on Big Uzera's ability to get, you know, value out of his players. So,
but you could argue that like the best paiN was when Big Uzera was the best player as well.
You could.
Yeah. He's very good at calling around himself and being a star, but like long gone are those days. Don't know exactly what happened, really.
I think there was, I think it had something to do with like when we had that, there was like a pretty seismic shift in paiN when Snow was really starting to get given a lot of like critical roles. And I felt like the conversation was going to be, like particularly I remember him becoming like the entry outside on Nuke when it just didn't really almost make sense to me on paper.
Yeah, it didn't
but
deliver. It was
within,
a tough job.
You know, those moments, I think that's when we kind of saw Big Uzera also have to take a back seat.
Yeah, and Big Uzera was very good at taking space outside on Nuke.
That's obviously one map, but it's just, for me, that's like the best example of where he sort of had to give it over, or rather, sacrifice in his belief in Snow. But hey, things are going well right now. Beating up on a Gentle Mates with a stand-in. For Spaniards and Crucial.
calling Spanish today.
Yes, yes he is. Crucial. Oh, this is fun.
Yeah, you bet your eyes this one's coming B. And man, it's a very passive setup from paiN. This is a great way to stage a B attack. They have car control, like everything's fine. They're a little light on grenades. They're gonna throw a fake just to make sure the CTs don't move. And maybe they'll even pull another one over. There should be one in the bag for paiN, or for Gentle Mates, honestly.
And this time they disrespect that smoke. Trying to just,
got two.
No, the lineup's damn near unbelievable. And Alex really wanted the space beyond coffins, but that's where Biguzera had just slotted back in. I love the fake. I love the confidence to charge through that banana smoke. Unfortunate here for Gentle Mates that Snow's able to find that lineup. Headshot in the background on Crucial. Critical. Now a 4 versus 2 retake queued up. Saucel's got ideas though. Looking to peek deep into the CT spawn. He'll get a little damage out. But Davy G, back new box at 55 health. No util, so it's all about the Galil. Finishes off Pyria, and he, so close. But he's unable to capitalize on all 3 kills, and paiN caught off guard by that sudden pounce, still successful in their retake.
Kept the numbers up. That last headshot was a little crazy, but almost brought him the clutch. And this is mental because I think the low HP player dies and then Crucial just takes a bullet in the head in the background.
Just a stray, yep. But that's Counter-Strike when you come in as such a tight-knit pack.
It is. You almost want, in that situation, sights open, they will play retake. He's not going to, force his way through the smoke. Almost just like be a bit more patient, let him stew in it, force him to play retake. You can understand wanting to get the numbers down, but not the worst sight to just have high numbers on both sides.
Gentle Mates may have lost the round, but I'm giving them bonus points for that fake. Trying to create an opportunity. And they had paiN doing what Gentle Mates wanted. But Snow very comfortably up to 8-4. Only being outperformed by the 10-3 VSM over on that A site. So Gentle Mates have tested both ends of the map, but find themselves trailing by 5. Flashbangs around Banana, bomb in tow on Crucial's back. And just enough pressure and presence to get paiN off this opening Banana setup.
Again, with the way they're playing the perimeter, there's nothing wrong about the way that Gentle Mates are approaching these sites. It's good, but clearly paiN are quite confident in their passive setups. They've been winning constantly. Holding back 2 pit at 40 seconds now.
Good flash.
Oh, they don't clear pit? Okay.
Pyria, oh, no vision. Biguzera's kept his head down the whole time. He pops up. 2 on Grave Stairs dead. Bomb drop, willing to wait for the balcony drop off, but nobody actually coming that direction, so Biguzera doesn't get another duel.
This is the big problem because, like, even that's a prolonged fight. Like, they took a long time to actually take Biguzera out in the pit. But because no one had pushed on B, no one had early rotated, and they played without information, they relied entirely on those 3 players to get all the kills. This one was going to be too slow coming in from the rotators. And just fundamentally speaking, that's, that's the bet you make on Inferno if you don't play for info. So up until this point, it works out beautifully for paiN, but can't be surprised eventually it fails. Oh, are you serious?
Wait, what? Hold on.
All the way in spawn?
What? What are we talking about? I thought what?
Didn't they have most of their health?
They did. Brother, there's like 3 walls in between. You can survive on the nuke terrorist rooftop with an A plant, but you can't survive in CT spawn? All right, man.
Well, that might make a difference.
Opaz finds a headshot and doubles down on it. Big Uzera also blasted away from this banana setup.
They deserve this.
Yeah.
Oh, dodging 2 players.
Gotta stop making me laugh, Mo. I'm gonna die on you here. Whew. Nice 92 damage dink. But VSM, I hate to break it to you, you just want to get out of here, brother.
They deserve to make some money this round.
What's crazy too is like look at the thickness of the walls on Arch. Look at the mini map. Look how big that gap is.
Yeah, you were what was the wall that you?
Look how what you're telling me the bomb? I don't know.
Yeah, honestly,
I'm no physicist, but something's up.
Yeah, that did not look right.
I know there was some janky bomb explosion spots when the update first released, but I thought a lot of them got patched pretty quickly. Let's do that bomb one more time, just to really take it. But you live there.
No, this wall,
but you can live there.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
That's the one.
Sure. All right. You can survive in church where the bomb is planted 10 feet away, but that's still lethal?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure about that one.
About that one. And look, I love getting upset about things, so you give me ammunition, Valve, I'm gonna take it.
Careful, they might blow you up.
Oh no. Yeah, from the other side of the map.
Yeah, if it's an A plant. But they go on to win the next round and keep many alive.
First back-to-back round wins for Gentle Mates on this attack.
Right here on safe.
Being given quite a bit of brackets.
Yeah, that was
control again.
Only vision they had was just safe, and now they'll come in a little too slowly.
VSM smoked off, but Safe's gonna give him a flash. Oh, the flash was good. And the damage looks solid, but it's still 5 members up of Gentle Mates. Safe tries to get active on short side. It's an additional A player dead with nothing. Furia's gotta go massive. Needs the multi-kill here because his rotator also died empty-handed. And he's only taken 20 damage for his 2 frags. Snow clipping the wings of one on his rotation over. It's a doable 1v2, but he is smoked off on the approach. There's a gap, though.
There is.
He's gonna love to try to challenge that. You can see already, though, Gentle Mates players considering his push. He's got a full belt of utility to try to figure out this 1v2. Doesn't dive them with one player's hands busy. 10 HP duel in the back of the site. That should be the easy kill. Pit player goes for the fight, softens him up, distracts him, and offers Saucel the assist he needs. 4 rounds secured on the T side thus far for Gentle Mates.
Yeah, was paiN really hoping that this was going to be a quick B, or at least some map control on that side, so they tried to play 3 over here, but instead it's just Gentle Mates. They move quickly into their A wraps. I mean, you don't see many teams do it as fast as we've seen from them, and I think part of it is because they know it's being played lightly. Why not take the spaces if it's given to you? It's actually working out to put a little comeback together.
I thought that flash was better than it was. It got them to turn from the peak, but neither player blinded. VSM just kind of jumps into the Dragon's Lair. 53 damage op shot. But enough to get Gentle Mates to hesitate.
Yeah, that'll spook him a bit. We've got safe on this op and a lot of pistols around him. They want to avoid this. Very nice clear here from Crucial. And now they just want to read the safe rotation. Don't mind this at all if they want to send Alex in to go for a scout. They They are ready to pop A. I think when they get confirmation of the op, if it even gets to shoot.
Mac-10's freed up to test this, but
I think they've already got their claws in, right? They're already wrapping Arch.
Pyrrhia's going to have to go massive. It's just a Desert Eagle behind him,
No
so
one to trade that.
Nice for him to pick that up with only a quarter of his health lost.
No one to trade that, and they're sitting behind a smoke on lane. This makes it a little awkward.
Clock's going to add additional pressure here. Pyrrhia keeps his head down. Oh, Mopaz clears him on the drive-by and spams back through to clip Big Uzera. So A-Site prime for the taking, and a very comfortable looking close to the half for Gentle Mates. We've got paiN just looking to save their op and 5-7. Cross their fingers they can get one more in the final round of the half. The Gentle Mates on a good streak at this point.
Safe's actually going to have a bit of pressure coming his way. It looks like it's too slow, so he'll take this into the next one, unless they wrap entirely. Yeah, and Gentle Mates have really got themselves back into this game. Haven't really seen a layered game plan from paiN. It's sort of one idea. If that doesn't work, well, then they just go full passive. Or nothing forward pressed at all. A lot of responsibility on Safe having the op. But it's very easy to get him off because there's never anyone with him. It's always just going to be him, either on lane or on Arch, holding an angle, ready to get flashed off.
Exposed.
Yeah.
That's a little awkward.
As well. Very awkward.
How's that kind of force Big Uzera to reposition? He's happy to still just stick around on the top of orange for now. We hit 30 seconds left in the half, and Gentle Mates decide to send it back to this A bomb site. Remember, they've gotten away with a lot of brackets challenges without too much resistance, but VSM slotting in behind this soon-to-fade smoke. And he's kind of two minds, right? Deep in the corner or behind the pillar. Gets away with a third bit of damage. daviG whittled down to 5. Pyrrhia set up for success by VSM. He drops down and he just needs to delay long enough. Do they get the bomb? Not enough time. Not enough time to plant, so this one fizzles out at the final moment. VSM really setting that one up as he finds the headshot and sends his team 7-5 into the second half.
An ace site that finally holds on long enough is why paiN move into this second half with a 2-round lead. 7-5, swapping to the attack of their opponent's map pick. This is Gentle Mates plus Crucial, trying to hold off the onslaught from here on out.
That was a bit of paiN, you know, like they kept their own personality to it. It's not like fundamentally mirroring all of like the way other top teams play, but they get their rounds, they're confident in their setups, and that's what we're used to seeing when we watch paiN play.
Did take a VSM damn near triple kill on short last round, though, to make it that much more likely. But sometimes that's also kind of paiN, you know, banking on those big moments. And when they are delivered, thanks to the talent that we know their individuals have, it works. But now having to replicate it to the attack, they're going to find no resistance on brackets. 2 CTs here to defend the A site. Beretta's included up on Balk. Crucial gets a double. 3 quad kill from Crucial, and Crucial alone. 2 sets of Berettas, but only 1 pair needed. On for an ace as Biguzera takes up position in the site, and all of Crucial's temporary teammates come on over. Let the man have it.
You got some info for him. Let's go, Crucial.
Oh,
nasty.
Such a clean ace out of Crucial.
29 years young.
29th different roster this man has played on, and he still brings it to the table. Flashes go high. He interrupts the pack for back-to-back headshots.
3 headshots. It was 5 headshots. Wow.
No reload needed.
Welcome to Gentle Mates.
Oof.
They'll be talking about that one.
Lovely stuff. I love when a stand-in has one of those big moments. Because, you know, at the same time as he just wants Gentle Mates to win, to prove that, you know, giving him a call is worth it. Ooh. You never know when your next shot's going to come. Ace for the highlight reel tonight. Safe comes through with the trade off. The Tech9 Crucial keeps it clean. Ooh. It's a triple kill with the M4, and that just stops them in their tracks.
What
it's forced by unsuccessful. Crucial making an early name for himself as an A defender in this series tonight.
That's 9 kills in 2 rounds, folks. You may have just entered God mode.
And back to the Berettas, of course.
Well, that's a little unnerving if you're paiN. No jitters after getting that ace either.
Just like that, Crucial leaps and bounds above the rest of his teammates. Not only now securing the tied game, but very much set up for the lead. Snow is the highest rated banana player on T-Side Inferno this year.
I mean, that's actually an awesome stat.
Freiburg the 4th.
You know what? I'm going to say I don't believe it. What is that number?
I love that we hire B-Tramps for these facts, and yet I'm always allowed to doubt them.
They're just so unbelievable sometimes.
He's got a great track record, but...
Like, really? In the world?
You just, you know, you leave me asking more. But maybe sometimes that's the strategy. Oh, stop. Enough with the Desert Eagles, boys. Snow and Biguzera, 1 apiece, both go down, so it's majority alive at the end of this. And sure enough, Gentle Mates in a lead. But yeah, he leaves you asking questions, which is a great way to make sure that you keep getting hired. Because if he gave us all the facts in one event...
Like, he's higher rated...
than anybody?
What kind of teams are we talking about here?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. I have a computer.
Computer. Prove B-Trams wrong. man advantage early here for the CTs. As Crucial's op positioned short side, has comfortable amounts of apartments control to know that he doesn't have to worry about his back. And that T-smoke halfway gone. We'll see if anybody prods the other side of brackets, but right now Gentle Mates not quite shelling up as much as paiN had throughout their defense. We'll see how, if at all, paiN can claw back into this 4v5. Bomb heading over towards the B side as Biguzera makes contact. Crucial's gonna miss his chance at maintaining and maybe even extending man advantage. That's gonna keep daviG preoccupied, but even though Biguzera showed face towards Banana, it's off of the pick that they wanna play, and Bomb is inbound towards A.
And they're actually just leaving. They wanna hope that this is gonna be some kind of fake, but no, they're actually gonna come forward into the A site and dished out some criticism for paiN getting a little bit too quiet in the mid round, and Gentle Mates kind of doing all the same, passively rotating without vision, relying on one guy in the site. That won't be enough, and I'm not sure we're going to see a retake. 3 versus 3, but they're coming in no utility.
Yeah, nothing at all. And another smoke for Biguzera. If he pops that down on Moto, you'd think that spells disaster for Gentle Mates. Sure enough, there it is.
Like, you're still in a comfortable spot this game.
Yeah, let it go.
At least you got the 3 guns.
You gotta let it go. You gotta know when to fold them.
You want to try to make it expensive. Don't mess around with that A-bomb, though.
Yeah, that thing's still got... That thing gets freaky. You know, and these walls look pretty dense. Pretty rock solid, in fact. But I'm no architect. Oh, you're safe here, though. Well, not Pyria, but safe himself hangs on. So paiN tie the game up 8 rounds apiece and keep one player alive.
Both teams know at this point they can definitely win this game. Not the domineering performance you'd expect from either squad right now. Obviously, this is Gentle Mates' pick.
That's a weird bounce. And Snow's looking to exploit it on the fallback, sees a shoulder, preoccupied with nades. Orange player not ready at all. Mopaz is going to go down. Snow capitalizes, pouncing on both Mopaz and Alex. Neither player giving him a duel to have to survive. So this round is a damn near freebie, thanks to Snow.
I thought Alex had seen him, but
Me too.
He wasn't fully peaked, I guess. That was just a real gift here.
Now, Gentle Mates, we'll see if they get to hang on to this majority alive situation. It's a great chance for paiN to also make up some bank, so... How much you willing to risk? Yeah, that op is tantalizing, isn't it? But Crucial will smoke himself up to guarantee all 3 remaining players survive. paiN back to the lead.
Well, he's from the Netherlands, right? So he can do it legally.
But only in designated locations.
Would you call this unlucky? It wasn't technically a proper spot.
I'd call it bad. You know? I'd call it bad. Keep your eye on the prize.
Not even dubious, maybe? Dubious? Arguable?
Arguable.
Arguable.
Crucial wanted that one. Snow's going to take the damage, but it's still 5v5, and they show their hand with an op contact top Banana. Oh, I would love this pounce if paiN decide to just make this move off of the op being in a new position. But the arch is held on to somewhat. daviG over Biguzera. The opper smoked off as Crucial tries to make a rotate over towards Library. That also met by Util, and paiN happy to hit the pause button for a second.
Yeah, they kind of have a good spot, but they also want to rely on these smokes.
Big pressure here for Sasso from the top of Balk. It's a back turn to him. He'll get his one as VSM has to give up control of the arch side, just tucking into the mid cubby. Bomb plant uncontested, but Apartments belongs to Crucial, and they are figuring out VSM. They'll whittle him down to 5 health, the flying MP9. All too easy. Alex on the scene, denied by Pyria, as Snow's gonna use the tall box for cover. Opera on the other side, but Crucial's nades perfection. And a quick hit onto him, drops it to 46 health through the flames. Snow's gonna find the headshot, swap over, and still die as the USPS headshot comes through.
Yeah, that's a 10-second stick, but they've got plenty of time. Crucial, great clutch out of him. We're definitely going to call that one necessary. It was about to be too many errors in a row here for Gentle Mates.
Really nice sequence out of the Gentle Mates players. Sasso getting impact. Snow.
And just got to be loving this Crucial output. I mean, every step of the way.
Wild sprint through the short molly. But it makes it uncomfortable for Snow, and Crucial delivers with the sidearm. That's a risky business retake, but I mean, figuring out VSM's position, I think getting that kill as easily as they did opened up the threat of both sides on the site. Forces Snow to play in the corner. Costly, but successful. Mopaz and Snow down low at the start of this round, as we remain tied 9-all.
That step will be missed. The Snow going to come through. This flash is not good enough, actually. I think he had just turned from it.
Big Uzera doesn't spam back to try to get that trade. I think with how close he was, he would have maybe tried it. And now MP9 from the corner is going to catch him off guard. Opper up close, able to retain some control of the situation.
No reason to fight here. I mean, they've got numbers. They can fall back a little bit. What they do have to be aware of is that paiN are a little desperate, and they might be wanting to take a risk. They have a nice move here with Arch. But one of the rotators has already slipped by. 30 seconds means they can really wait for VSM if they want to. Is that information gained?
Yeah,
it looks like it.
He had to have. Just a little sliver. Ooh, twice now.
Okay, let's see if they hands off that info properly.
Davichi concerned about it, but Sasso finds him back. Turned, Alex gets his.
And then they obviously just know that it's B now. They get every single kill.
Nice
4 up for Gentle Mates as they come into this now again with a lead. And that's a very good looking round.
Lead for the 3rd time, I believe. Can they hang on to it?
This would be a fun map to steal away if you're paiN.
I think they're sharing the 9Z facilities. I'm pretty sure I saw the...
Oh, yeah?
I saw 9Z Globant on the wall in the background.
Always good to share with your friends.
Yep. A rising tide raises all ships.
Even crumbs is still bread.
Damn. That's profound. Only a genius could come up with that one. Oh, Alex, really? You gonna do it to him? Safe comes into this one thinking he's gonna get a chance to be that, hero op. Instead, he's dead in the opening moves, and Snow is instead gonna have to pick up the big green. Unfortunately for him and everybody else except Pyria, it is a no Kevlar round for paiN.
This round's going to feel like a year for paiN. I mean, they want to put just enough pressure that, I mean, Snow could be able to save his op. If he can make some massive play right now off this window flash, we'll talk. But
preoccupied with the thought of a player top Banana, not ready for Mopaz up close. 2 rounds in a row now. Gentle Mates have gotten value out of running the risk of throwing somebody down Banana. Sorry, VSM, but it's a huge shadow advantage for Crucial. Peria gets the trade at least to keep it somewhat interesting, but we've got bomb down bottom mid. Actually, I think it's an underground.
Yeah, CTs don't see it. I don't think they're really worried, though. They're going to retain this full Banana information as Peria just goes on a mercenary mission just to see what he can get. And it won't be much.
Get out of here.
That'll be an op for next round.
Yeah, silver lining. It's all you came in with. It's what you get to leave with.
But it's like a T Inferno op. Like, it's not even going to necessarily win you the round.
If anything, it's like, damn it, we still have to come up with another idea to use this thing.
Yeah. It's kind of like, if we get into a post plan, we're swimming. But
at the moment, sinking.
Yeah. I mean, we were wondering about Crucial as a stand-in. This is above and beyond. So
excellent.
It's made the difference, absolutely.
Ace in the second pistol to really set up this CT side. A CT side that has only had 2 round losses to paiN's attack. Prior to Crucial's pistol round ace, all of his last 5 previous aces came on Vertigo.
That's also crazy.
I wonder if that was his first CS2 ace. VSM with the headshot. Makes it interesting. Crucial's off. Recollects the impact.
Still going.
And it's a quick hop down that Peria can't punish.
That suddenly just slows things down to a crawl. Not sure what they were going to do with that lead, per se. And this push-up actually could yield them something. They want to get info inside of mid, but Bigazera is also taking a step back at the same time. This one will still end towards the A site, but a third CT is making its way over. Smoke's coming up to infer that it's going to be a lane take. Don't want to fall for anything. Nice kill here for Peria. Pressure on Crucial. His teammate trying to smoke, and now he's dead. Surely he can't get out of this one.
First player goes past. Yeah, Biguzera's wraparound is going to find him too fixated on the short side. So just enough utility assistance to get paiN in unscathed. VSM dropped early, so be it. Everybody else survives this one for paiN, and it's double digits, both teams now.
There's a decent amount of money here for Gentle Mates to put together another buy. So paiN will have to wait a little longer for their easy round.
That was Crucial's first ace since 2024.
But he did take a break in there somewhere. Right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. His last ace versus Aurora Youngblood.
Not just Aurora?
No. Aurora Youngblood.
Aurora Youngblood, okay.
Big fan. $12 on the line for the Gentle Mates. Careful, VSM. Crucial's up here in the apartments. Oh, doesn't shoot. Oh, forgets to click the left mouse button.
That could have been an opening kill and a fallback. He doesn't just jump all the way back, though. Still hanging on to a bit of an angle. Very difficult shot, and one that could just allow for paiN to flood up close and personal.
I mean, the bomb's up here.
There's a lot up here. Damn near all of paiN.
He's got a teammate with him. He's feeling confident, but is there a chance that he even pushes in again if it's quiet enough? That's what I wonder.
Snow, VSM, Imperia all set up in apps. Oh, he gets VSM in the front. And then Snow finds the trade back. Pit player's got damage, sets up Davy. And as he finishes off Snow, that second bit of damage on Imperia.
And safe, he's about to have competition for Arch.
Hits his op shot. Now suddenly Davy in a tough one. Oh, and Safe whips back around towards middle as paiN tie the game 11-all.
Ooh, if not for the repeak from Crucial, actually, because he does a great job of getting his kill, and he only stayed there because he had a teammate right behind him. There was a chance to trade that aggro and look for a new place to peek in from. Would have been a highlight for sure, but instead now it's Gentle Mates losing another round, bringing it to 11-11. And calling a tack timeout with not much money. Oh my goodness.
Nice, Snow.
Those are the moments with Snow.
And Safe also just making sure that one goes down smoothly. Good on him to hit both of those shots. Yikes, tough place to be if you're Gentle Mates. paiN tied the game at 11, and you can just trickle into this one with some upgraded pistols. Saucel, the hero M4, so you've got that to work with, but it's very swift positioning here from paiN towards this B site. Not with the bomb, though. That now gets grabbed by VSM. Yeah, Alex never expects it as they just silently work their way up behind those smoke grenades. Flashbangs come through, 5-7's attempt, but it is covered in all directions. Bomb chucked on in, and a very easy 12th round added to the board despite that attempted stacked up B site. They just didn't have the tools for the job, nor the element of surprise. That belonged to paiN as they just inch their way into the bomb site and catch Gentle Mates off guard.
Here comes the highest rated T-side Inferno Banana player.
True.
Snow with another 2K.
That approach just so uninterrupted. You could tell Gentle Mates were like waiting for that chance to pounce because they're low utility, so you only really get one chance. But it comes in a bit late, and paiN, I like that they showed no hesitation in this round.
That is the one thing that's worked out beautifully for them a couple times now.
The suddenness of
Just
their pops.
walking into B.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Snow with multiple multi-kills in back-to-back rounds. We saw him clear out Balcony, deal with Crucial and the Pit player 2 rounds ago, and a key point of the entry here to the B site as well.
But Gentle Mates decided to play for round 24. Didn't full invest on this round.
Correct. Not able to keep that one M4 they did buy means there's an MP9 in this final round of regulation for the Gentle Mates. And it's going to be paiN to burn a timeout before we get back underway.
Again, looking to steal a map pick and putting themselves in a good position to do so. Is there even a kit here?
I don't see one.
No kits right now for Gentle Mates.
Good catch. If it comes down to it. Gentle Mates have only had to win a single round by way of retake so far this CT side. Don't let him plant. And you won't need that kit. Apartment's feeling vacant, but that's not the case. Saucel takes the challenge up into Boiler.
but it was a cautious one from paiN. Just a check of the door and then hiding back in Balk. As Gentle Mates try to press off the site and into brackets, we'll see what kind of challenge comes their way.
Gentle Mates playing the long game here, but they don't have as many resources. This is going to be a war of attrition. It's only going to get scarier as the round goes on.
You can still see all the util here for paiN, so they won't win that war of attrition. Saucel again trying to prod through apartments. The boiler push didn't work out to his favor. VSM caught in the same spot. 40 seconds afterwards, and he hears that drop down, right? The fallback would have been heard, and Saucel doesn't shy away. Oh, this is a big position for Saucel, and he's gonna catch the duel to VSM. Snow's gonna get the trade right back. Pyria goes towards balcony instead, and Gentle Mates on this A-hold need to stave it off. paiN on the brink of a map win, 3v3. And that bomb gets in with just a few seconds to spare. Moto smoke is up, and now with the no kit retake needed.
Oh, yeah, this is their worst nightmare. No utility, no kit, in a 3-on-3 retake.
All the nades chucked out by paiN in order to get that bomb down, so it is nothing but 6 rifles in hand and headshots hunting.
They can't be walking at this.
Short players thinking about the split up, but instead just come up short towards this trade. Biguzera pops up first to fall. Pyria gets one, and then for the back of sight, it's safe trying to keep his head down. Gentle Mates denied in round 24 by paiN, who put the squeeze onto the A site and come out with just enough.
It was just enough because, I mean, it's hard to retake with no utility, but to be able to go down in that regard where it felt like coming out of the gates, Maui, it was going to be a really strong showing from paiN. So the fact that we see Gentle Mates bring it back and almost force overtime if it wasn't for that final round there, it is just as close as you said, almost a coin flip in picking who is the favorites when it comes to paper or practice.
But it panned out in such an exciting way. I was surprised at how tense so many of those rounds got down to. The little heroic plays from a handful of people that are in the server right now. I got to give a little bit of credit to paiN. I feel like they actually dug really deep on the last handful of rounds to win. I think it was 4 straight to close out the map after Gentle Mates were able to pick up steam. Yeah, a kind of a streaky game where paiN got off to that great start, and it felt like Gentle Mates, they found that form. paiN just had another gear that they could shift into.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that streak from the side of Gentle Mates came from Crucial, right? You said coming into this, he was a good sub for the side of Gentle Mates because he's stable, he's consistent, and it definitely showed because it felt like you could depend on him, Maui, to show up, and that is where they were able to get a string of great rounds for themselves. Really
impressive on the trades for the T side. That's one thing that sometimes can be a little bit tricky, which is why you don't always see oppers find the most success on Inferno, but as a second in guy, whether he had the rifle or the op in his hand, frequently was able to find success. We did get a couple nice multi-frags from him too on that defensive half, which is what you would hope from your AWP player, and a player that is more or less auditioning himself right now. I don't really know the terms of Crucial's engagement with this side of Gentle Mates, but he definitely showed up in the server today. Hope to see him continue with them if he's able to find it and continue with this form.
Yeah, it is that weird sort of trial period because when I spoke to him before the series started, he said it was just nice to get back to playing. And so for his mind, it is kind of just very short-sighted in the moment for what he is having to put up and hoping that what comes out of it is longevity. And I feel like when you show up in this way, yeah, there is definitely space for longevity for Crucial. I think there is for sure an opening, but unfortunately it doesn't convert over into a map win. It is paiN that's going to be taking away Gentle Mates' map pick of Inferno, but yeah, ever so closely.
It was a hard-fought effort from him and some of the other guys from Gentle Mates. Unfortunately, paiN were just able to eke out too many of those slim margins, whether that was due to player quality, which I'm sure we'll look at, or from just honestly some pretty decent tactics. And I think that the pressure exerted by paiN on that T side was something that was difficult for a Gentle Mates team that is working with a stand-in. They couldn't quite hold up.
Yeah, and we said it, paiN's strong start. Gentle Mates really had it in the middle, but it was those final 4 rounds that pushed paiN into the win. And round 21 was something that you wanted to look at because this sort of started building that momentum into them having that strong closeout.
So one aspect and narrative with paiN we don't really get into is that Big Ozera is still a great in-game leader. He's made it to major playoffs before, deep runs, surprised us. So he gets into a 4v4 because of this individual effort from VSM, and he just understands that there's so much pressure, so he slowly creeps up with his team. You see that Mopaz, because there's a 3-man defense on the CT side at A, he has to get a little frisky, but everybody on paiN was sort of ready to punish as they were getting ready to enact this play as well. So I think that the opening kill was really nice from VSM. He had a couple cheeky moments. He always does. That's one thing I love about VSM. He always finds a way to just go a little bit above and beyond. Sometimes the risk taking can get him in trouble. Sometimes he gives up that 5v4 early, but when he's able to just get that opener, he knows how much space that allows Bigu and the rest of the paiN team to operate with, because you always feel a little bit like you're in the driver's seat in a 4-on-4.
Was there anyone else on the side of paiN that sort of not necessarily surpassed your expectations, but when you look back, you were like, yeah, I feel like that's another unsung hero on this roster that people could so easily gloss over?
Well, in the pregame, I was kind of down on Snow because he hasn't really lived up to the billing, especially given that he's allotted so many resources. Frequently, they're flashing for him, they're running in first for him, but the double kill he got from Balcony in one of the rounds, I think it was actually the round before the one we looked at, I think it was round 20, in fact, that was one where that second kill he got on the pit guy was impeccable. He had to get it. Also, in this game, he did what he needed to. Sometimes that's what I find lacking for Snow, where they do flash for him, they do set him up by running in first, and he doesn't always get those kills that I feel like are must get, and this time he went a little bit above and beyond. So I gotta give him credit when he does actually perform to that level that they're trying to set him up to hit.
Yeah, and that's the narrative that you were talking about coming into this. You're like, if they're going to build him up so much when it comes to the team, he has to be able to deliver. So it's nice to see it. Of course, they would have liked it to be a little bit more clean than it was there, but there is still a potential that we're going to see a cleaner game coming out from paiN when it does get to their map pick as well. But for the side of Gentle Mates, losing your map pick isn't the end of it, right? It's still a best of 3, and we've seen many teams already in Blast Bounty lose their map pick and go on to still win that best of 3. So where are you hoping, like how far down do Gentle Mates have to dig to be able to show up for the next map?
I feel like it was really such a slim victory there for paiN to take it over them. I'm a little bit concerned because I think paiN have a bit more comfort there on the upcoming map in Nuke, but I think that if Crucial can continue to be such a demonstrative force, which he'll have a great opportunity to be on the CT side, well, then Nuke will actually turn it from a dream for paiN into practically a nightmare, because Crucial can be very adept at just knowing where to rotate next. But that all comes with the caveat: is he really well integrated in the system? Are they relaying information fast enough for him so he can pull off those rotations?
Yeah, sometimes teams with a substitute are easy to come up against. Sometimes they're difficult because you don't know exactly what sort of game plan is going to come out from them. But we've had a look at a couple of rounds that went really favorably for paiN. But I do want to focus more on a specific round that you wanted to break down, Maui. It was round 10, and that was for the props and the praise of Gentle Mates.
Exactly. It's a reason that they picked this map. I actually really did like this. So positivity, despite the fact that there was a map loss here for Gentle Mates, where they very quickly clear bracket, but the speed that they were actually able to deploy these smokes towards Library, towards the arch side, really caught VSM and paiN off guard. And I also love how just the Saucel's positioning right there to understand the likelihood of a re-aggress towards the porch side. Like, this is a play that the core of Gentle Mates has clearly drilled hundreds, if not 1,000 times through online games in the last season. So I'm really glad to see it bust out right here. I thought that, and this was to me kind of in the midst of a turning point in the map, where I thought Gentle Mates really showed up finally after the first 4 or 5 rounds where it felt like paiN was going to wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, we always talk about the skill of what a team can bring, whether, you know, that's going to be that individual element of being able to just be the player that can shoot faster. But there is, of course, a lot of skill in being able to have great utility usage. And that's something that among my many flaws, Maui is there. All right. So if I wanted to get a little bit better, maybe not as to the level of Gentle Mates, that's a little too S tier for me. Where would I go to get better at my utility usage?
I'm glad you asked, Nat, because of course we are partnered with Refrag, who are bringing you this message that is that the utility aspect on their website is just a wealth of knowledge. I actually got onto Refrag before we went live today to brush up on. Actually, funnily enough, they're showing cache, and that's what I was looking at because I have not. I'm trying to play this map in Premiere right now, and nobody's queuing it. They keep banning it, but I still want to be ready. And the only way to be game ready before you even load up in the server is with Refrag. So you should be able to check them out, as the utility feature is just fantastic. I was also using the pre-aim stuff too, because I gotta stay warm, you know. I gotta stay hot, you know.
I do like that as well with the utility hub that they have. The videos are pretty much less than a minute to be able to get the correct lineup. So that's something that's like, with someone with such a short attention span, I just want to get in. I want the nitty gritty ASAP. So it is a lot of fun to get to utilize that, to get to
this is just such an absolutely great tool, because the way that most people are going to find out about utility is by going onto some YouTuber's page, and they're going to have to scroll through the timestamps that are poorly labeled. But this is just a perfect radar that shows you exactly how you can throw multiple smokes from multiple positions. Let's say you don't like the lineup on one because it's just this weird little pixel dot that you can't see on your dumb resolution. I don't know why you're on that resolution, but I shouldn't be calling out the users. I don't know why I'm blaming the users here, but no, sometimes it's hard to see some of the little like graphics that are on these maps. So it's nice to have multiple lineups for the same grenade. So that's what is so excellent about Refrag. They don't just tell you one lineup. Look at this. Look at this hub little plug right now that we're doing. Like they got like 7 places or maybe even more to throw this one smoke, and you'll never miss it at that point. You have no excuses.
That's it. The excuses go out the window at that point if you get on Refrag. So I would suggest recommending it to a lot of friends that you do a queue with over there. But we've given you a lot of information, not only about map 1, but of course Refrag. And we're going to give you even more information. Well, not me specifically, but some of our paiN Gaming players. When we look at Gentle Mates, they have a stand-in in Crucial at the moment, and you've been around for so long. I'm sure you've played against many
how much do we have on the other side?
Do you find it easier or a little bit more difficult to come up against what feels like maybe an incomplete roster?
Actually, it depends, because sometimes when the game, I don't know, there's a kind of thing that when play with complete, it's difficult because they just play like by yourself, you know, all the rounds individual plays, and just keep rushing, and if the rounds go to them, it's so difficult to play against this kind of play style. But when this kind of game is like the rounds is going for us, is so easy, so we never know, right? So let's see.
A bit of a coin flip, it sounds like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid of this kind of play style, but at the same time I like to play against this kind, so it's difficult to say.
We got those words from Bigger Zero himself there, where he said sometimes the playstyle of a substitute and Gentle Mates excites him, but also scares him. And I guess that is shown when we saw them playing on Inferno, right? You never really know what to expect. Sometimes they're going to get rounds you just don't expect at all. But Nuke doesn't feel like that map. It's paiN's pick, Bowie, so it should be something they're not as scared on. They're more comfortable and they're more prepared if that's the playstyle Gentle Mates want to have.
It's a map where I don't know if I always love every aspect of paiN as a team, but there's one guy that I can never stop smiling at when I watch him play this map. VSM is actually a joy to watch when I watch paiN on this. He is so, I don't know if I want to use the word slimy, but he's tricky.
Okay.
He's funny. He makes these goofy plays that remind you that there's creativity in Counter-Strike. For a guy that plays ramp on CT side, I've never seen more little just plays around his smoke, little just right-click flashes, just jiggling all of the time to try to get another little meter of space that it can help his team out on rotations. And I think that's the guy I'm going to be looking out for sure here.
Okay, and is there anyone that's like as inspiring on the side of Gentle Mates, or are you hoping that they don't need to think that far out of the box? They just really need to be a little bit more standard and a little bit more comfortable with fitting crucially?
I feel like some of the core players in the past, like Alex has actually been a great, even though he's been the caller for Gentle Mates, I actually feel like on Nuke especially, it's a map that he really shines on like space taking efforts, whether that's defensively or offensively. Also I've seen in the past that he's been a commendable caller. So even if they get, say, 7 rounds on the CT side, you might think that, okay, paiN are just going to switch it on. I haven't seen him as much with Crucial, albeit, but in the past when he's orchestrating offenses too, he has both these teams have a nice variety of plays that they can go to, not really as one trick.
Okay, well then I'm excited to see exactly how the IGLs are going to move their pieces and what is going to be the chessboard of Nuke as we head on over to Scrawny and Launders.
Oh no, my cable's not hidden yet, damn it.
I had a slushy.
He did. We've all gotten fired up for this next one because paiN picked Nuke. Mohan, talk to me about paiN's Nuke. I want to call it a win streak, but, well, they don't really win this map very often, do they?
Two single-digit losses back-to-back. Yeah. I mean, paiN, the frustrating part about paiN is, like, their history of losing their map pick.
Yeah.
The hilarious part about this one is, like, they haven't even won it recently. It's, like, the perfect setup to lose their map pick again. They're very good at that. They're also and in the past, why they have a winning record is they've been very good at stealing map picks away, which is what we just saw in Inferno. It shows us why paiN can kind of rise to the challenge, but also can fail. And I feel like it's that structure. It's just that they're very good at adapting teams. That's why they get close games. That's why when it comes to the high pressure moments at the end of games, sometimes they're the ones who can win when it didn't really feel like that was going to happen for most of the map. That's the strength of their calling.
Oof, op missing. That's a good stat to drop in the pistol. NQZ, a missing piece, and we already talked about him back on Inferno. See if Safe can step it up. Right now, Mopaw's triple, and you've got Davy G just pressing into the hut, keeping that pressure on. Safe trying to recover a 1v4 here. Crazy ladder movement. Crucial's low, so he's going to try to chase that kill down. And finishes it off. Now suddenly, this feels winnable.
Yeah, they didn't run at that. They've got the bomb on the other side of the door. But they're also playing it very, very carefully.
Just going to have to get that bomb back.
Might want to come and take another peek at this, so that could be a chance for Safe. And it will be. That's a third kill.
Headshot from the 1v4. Still needs bomb possession.
Oh man,
but
this is risky. Like,
all right, buddy.
He's playing it. I mean, he's gonna have to.
Talk us through it.
He's got to get the kill basically. It's gonna go up to heaven. He's probably gonna make noise coming down. It's a big risk. Alex isn't aware of this potential threat. I mean, this actually could turn into a genius moment because Alex is like, no way he would try this.
Don't whiff. Safe walks wide. Oh, and does it. 1v4, brother.
Wow.
Not bad at all. From inside of the lobby, recovers the pistol, and throws Mopaw's multi-frag in the dumpster. That 3K on doors means nothing.
Man, he used the fact that the bomb was dropped out in the open to pressure the guy in the 2v1, to pressure the guy on the 3v1 to play back. This could have been traded right away.
That's a nutty little adjustment.
It was.
That kill, it almost doesn't look real that he's able to bend it into the headshot, but hey, sticks the landing with the huge reposition.
I mean, that is pretty incredible out of safe.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Not bad for a guy who's, what, we just kind of threw his stats under the bus. 1.1 or 1.01 so far on
the shadow of NQZ, yeah.
Oh, there's a little pistol 4K for you. Big clutch factor from Safe to kick off this T-side. And it's the T-side pistol, a nuke. That's just a nice little sigh of relief, but that's assuming you don't lose to this force buy. M4 for Alex, MP9 for a couple.
And Snow with a chip on his shoulder playing T outside.
And we also had that slight conversation about this, right? When Snow was the guy to take over as the dedicated outer player on nuke.
And I like this. I mean, there's plenty of room for two people, and he actually turns into the tip of the spear here. Snow gets his kill. They have lines coming into Mini.
Ooh, back turn
really
from Davy
nice.
G. And you find the vent player as well, so looking at very comfortable despite Big Uzera being down to 3 points of health.
And it's like, why should outside be a one-man job? I mean, especially in T defaults, like double their lurks on top of that. Totally welcome. Really love how they tethered off of each other. And that could be a great evolution for paiN. Not just shoving the responsibility all on Snow. Awkward start here for Gentle Mates with that 1v4 loss into not getting the eco back like they did back on Inferno.
His charm's almost bigger than the gun. 5-7 empty-handed as Crucial burns in the background. Yeah, nice and smooth here versus a couple of upgraded pistols. Not one casualty for paiN in this one, and only one death in the round prior.
Dang, that's a bit too clean.
It's very good conversions from the T-side pistol, and remember, a pistol that's only made possible via 1v4.
I mean, the other hilarious part, like they got a 70% pick rate on this map. They've lost it twice, 2 single-digit losses, and we're talking about to Phantom and Sharks. And you know, normally you'd still have like a side you were looking forward to, right? Be like, we love CT side on this
normally,
map.
Yep.
They lose equally 45% on both CT and T side, and it's a pretty big sample size.
They just
I don't know why they love nuke so much.
They just really love it. Just an abusive relationship. Okay, diagonal wall of smokes into the straight line. They lose Snow in the middle of all this as Crucial's op rings out. What shot was that? Wonder what he saw before the smokes popped, or whether that was just a blind one.
Yeah, what was he in big? No, he's just watching the cross. It was just before that smoke.
But what's weird is that the diagonal wall was already up. So I'm feeling like maybe he got a vision over the top using the fence or something.
And he looks like he's like totally...
I'm sure our super professional replay operator will be able to pick that up.
Got 4 different angles on it already.
We gave him a good amount of time, so no excuses. Big Uzera has been finding impact on this A floor, catches Alex, and VSM wastes no time killing Crucial. Davy G trying to switch between the sides of Hut, a little too much to handle on your own once the 2 supportive players have already been peeled off the bomb site, and so it's going to have to be the lobby wrap that somehow gets this back under wraps for Gentle Mates. And also fighting up versus a man disadvantage. 0 trade potential on Saucel's arrival. He steps into Puria's crosshair, dies, and gives Mopaz a good excuse to go off for the M4A4 save. This is paiN with a 4-0 streak out of the gate on the attack.
Off that pistol clutch again. I mean, this has just got to feel horrible for Gentle Mates. Narrowly dropped their map pick.
Yeah, you're 1 kill in the pistol from a very different situation than this.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't take 1 damage here, huh? Interesting.
But they're, yeah, right.
Yeah, okay. Boosted on the box in the CT spawn, and just catching the top of Snow's noggin.
Nice shot. But it's a 4v5 win. And their aim just looks so good right now on this map.
Very true. Super zoom. That's actually a regular sized water bottle.
That's just 500 milliliters right there. That's 2 liters. That saves God.
I would like it to be known that Blast has a sparkling water dispenser built into the kitchen countertop.
Could just call it a tap.
Here
That's fine.
At the Blast studio. But it's not a tap, is it? Because it's not attached to water lines. Or is it? I don't really know how it works. All I know is that I've got bubbly water on tap. And ice cubes.
You just said it, though.
And earlier today, they even replaced the CO2 tank. Brother, these bubbles... quite something.
What is he drinking?
Pina
He's loving it,
coladas,
though.
dog.
He's yeah, enjoy your fizzy water.
Everybody's got water. VSM's
having a party.
Just frozen margaritas.
Just the slushiest. That's so awesome.
Ripping the vape with some frozen margs, man. Hell yeah, brother. Up 4-0. No.
Sometimes you got to be your own party.
No problem whatsoever today.
You should. Gotta say that that Mog sparkling water.
Yeah, it
that
does.
little
Yeah,
display right
to
there.
hell with my very irrelevant story after all. But hey, back to the Counter-Strike, shall we? Still such a rough spot for Gentle Mates. They'd love to just have a nice normal buy for once, but it's M4 double MP9 again, down to a single frag. Alex trying to convince them not to attack through main. And a lot of presence over towards Hell. It feels like they really want paiN to go for this Hell wrap. And we'll see with the vacant space whether paiN fall into this trap.
It is an interesting setup. It's kind of like, where do you go from here? But if they're going to get wrapped on, oh man,
wow.
what a clear out of
So
VSM.
cautious.
That's
you
ludicrous.
Expect the other 2 players, though. That's the thing. Pistols start getting curious. VSM peels it all apart. His 3 kills, single-handedly dismantling the booby trap of Gentle Mates.
That's what Maui was talking about. The crafty VSM.
I love that he doesn't let his guard down there. Sign of a good player.
That's
but
2 back.
2v5 rebuttals coming through. Alex looking away from heaven. Oh, he got tagged through the silo wall. Honestly, you love that as the guy trying to exit through heaven.
Yeah.
Could have been very easy for Alex to just keep watching up above. Mopaz, yeah, it's a tough one to go for, even if he does have 2 kills in the round. No kit for the retake, and a tantalizing save with this AK at hand. But yeah, you know, you're the main player, you know there's a guy back sight, you just send a couple bullets through the wall, and sure enough, it offers the perfect distraction. If you're Alex, you're pissed that you looked at it, but you can't help yourself, you're getting shot at. And it really just secures this 5-0 paiN start.
Mopaz putting up virtually all the kills for Gentle Mates so far in this game.
Terrorists win.
And as you can see, so much money here for paiN.
These gun rounds have been few and far between, but back to full force are Gentle Mates, still seeking their first round win. It's been hard to get your finger on the intentions of paiN. They keep throwing out variations of these smokes, keep you guessing as to who and how many are behind the walls. This time, nobody outside for paiN. But as they stack up inside of the lobby, they'll be met by the squeaky smoke. Ramp smoke is now fading. That could be one avenue, but they are setting their sights on A clearly. Molly's come through, flashes pop, daviG blinded fully. Furia looking for a target here as Alex goes headhunting. A double kill from him, Mopaz a single, Big Uzera's answers back. And now it's a health advantage here for paiN with still 45 seconds to play.
Kind of a good moment to reset. They cleared the upper floor. It got Crucial. It doesn't know exactly where they're going to go. Is there an outside chance they try to drop in events? I mean, Crucial's sitting here thinking, as soon as they take upper, maybe you can cause a distraction. I can get up these vents. They walk out of Squeaky. It's going to be a backside plant. Man, Alex is so low, but he wants to test it.
Doesn't stop the plant.
Oh, no.
Safe comes through, quick kill back. Crucial going over. It's off the op. Oh, quick scope missed.
Both missed.
Now remember, bomb planted. As Safe takes the nade down to half health. Crucial, it's a 10-second stick. Safe closing the gap. But one too many missed op shots for Crucial, and that is going to be the 6th consecutive round out of paiN, made possible by Big Uzera clawing back a 2v4.
No kidding. I think he got freaked out because even though he's peeking that side of the site, he thought he was coming out of hut. And Safe had already moved forward through that HE grenade. Wow, that's how Alex got his 2nd kill. This is a ridiculous 2K. What?
And Alex just misses that, stopping the bomb. He was so close. But Counter-Strike, it's a game of milliseconds.
Sometimes it takes, and then it takes some more.
But Gentle Mates are not keeping up in the frag department. Coming into that round, before Alex gets that multi-kill, Crucial, Saucel, daviG, and Alex had 4 kills combined. So we're going to need a little uptick from the rest of the squad because Mopaz can't solo carry, clearly. Not one round win so far, and we are halfway through this CT side. All while Safe is yet to die. That's the same Safe that clutched a 1v4 in the pistol, by the way. So you've got a 1v4, you've got a 2v4, and a 6-0 lead. Gentle Mates have been on the brink, but just can't get these rounds to stick.
They kind of got to be careful upstairs. They start to block out Mini. There's no one lurking outside in this moment either. Execs coming through. Flashes have been fantastic on these.
Feels like the Utils made things difficult. Mopaz, though, full vision this time, back-to-back headshots, and even gets away with the gun swap. Felt like Safe was going to have him dead to rights, but a triple kill for Mopaz, surely that's enough. I said he individually wouldn't be able to make the difference, but another multi-kill comes up from Mopaz, sets them up perfectly, and Gentle Mates will catch their first round win 7 rounds into this half.
He kicked it off with an excellent flash dodge into the 2K. Third one's a total freebie. Safe doesn't even realize that he's showing in this spot position. (12-5) is Mopaz now. But still, only 1 round. dangerous, man. They've been hanging out in HUT a ton.
Oh, big Sarah pounces.
Oh, they have no idea. Mopaz is out.
With no kill this time around. Still a lot of presence outer here for Gentle Mates. Ooh, safe and crucial with FEST. Saucel's gonna point blank kill Snow, but Puria keeps that pressure on the A floor.
This round's a mess.
Where is the bomb in all this? VSM has doubled back around with it. Davy G from inside of sight, just slipping the net and getting a position that catches paiN off guard. Gets man advantage back momentarily. Hides inside of the smoke as they try to pinch both sides. They'll open it up to deal with him, and he gets a little more damage out. Pretty immense damage, actually, giving the edge to Gentle Mates. Bomb down, missed shot again from Crucial. Can't afford these moments. As you got paiN stacked up in the back sight. This peak gonna catch the Opera off, and they spotted Saucel closing the distance. They're looking to just trade out, but a bit of disjointedness between the two paiN players, and Puria doesn't matter at all. He will answer back with a headshot, a triple kill for him, and a 7th round to paiN.
It's a real messy round. Underscored definitely by the op shots that got missed on both sides.
Stinkers.
Yeah, that chance to swing that round back for both teams easily. Kind of in a great position to take upper, but we're actually still working in an outside default. Got a kill they weren't expecting. Staggered their way into the site. Kept losing an inventory of where each player was going to be next, and even though all those trades came down again, the op didn't make the difference. Should be one for Crucial, surely. Yeah. Won't be a surprise that it's Snow. Might let them know that he's either alone or just with one other player.
Coming through. Mopaz stops the main play. Big Uzera's only got the one, and a nice reposition here for Mopaz to let Sosal take the next play. Aubrey gets blindsided by that lobby wraparound, and Puria's got nothing in him in the close. So, second round secured. Nicely done by Mopaz. You put him in the right position, and he is trying to keep Gentle Mates afloat here. 14-6 after that multi-frag.
Yep, I mean, they've lost their grasp of this half already, but Crucial's in a spot to get an op, for them to be less worried about outer. They have the double HUT play where they've been struggling to stop these entries whenever paiN want to take upstairs. Top of HUT offers up the most powerful angles on the site. And as long as it isn't some kind of exec with mollies, they can abuse that. So, I mean, it's a great 2K. They definitely could have got traded there. Dropping the bucket here for Gentle Mates. $151 ADR. Mom, get the camera. saw something. Does want to take a shot and reveal his position. That's a lot of smokes.
Into the garage they'll go. Snow almost finding the timing on the upper drop. Alex actually catching timing on Pyria.
This might be kind of big for Snow. He can go faster. Crucial had just watched this.
That was the bomb too.
Yeah, going up into heaven also. This could be the play.
Biguzera scrambled to make sure he gets that bomb back. He'll be looking to get it through main to join up into this A hit.
Yeah, this is going to be massive, isn't it?
No. Oh, covered
there's
off.
3 players there.
Uh-huh. Mopaz from behind the vent pushes into Squeaky. Oh, they really were hoping Snow would unravel everything, and instead it is only Safe's scout to come through. 2v5 underway. Line up there for Davy G, but Safe, another clutch. Does he have it in him?
This one even easier than the last, potentially. But no, time's not on his side. Drop it, and then it works!
Oh, no.
Wait, now Crucial's in a one-on-one. He has an op to work with. This is nightmare fuel for Gentle Mates. He could just go up the clock. I mean, he can play this however he wants.
Safe stomping, gives that audio over to Crucial. Bomb planted back sight, Crucial with the kit. No smoke to cover off anything. So he's gonna try to flush Safe into the open with that tap. Safe coming to look and clear it, and Crucial, oh, he switches back over to the op. I love that Safe doesn't bite. Forces him to tap it again. It's another fake as Crucial turns around and watches single door. He hits the shot. Oh, he hits that shot and denies. One too many clutch attempts for Safe. A 1v4 in the pistol, a 1v2 rounds prior, but this one gets away.
I feel like when you have carte blanche in a 1v1 like that, not planning for yourself and then putting yourself in a spot where you're going to take 4 full seconds just to walk out to see the bomb, might have been a little bit risky there for Safe. We saw that creativity really pay off in the pistol round. But in this, it's Crucial who's terrified.
Dude, for a half where Crucial has missed some easy op shots, nice to see him land that one. His 3rd kill of the map puts the 3rd round on the board. I also love that Safe instantly buys a hero AK for round 11, as the rest of paiN will be looking to have a full gun round in the final round of their T side. He's been the hero before. We'll see if he can be the hero again. Smoke's coming over from Biguzera. They're going to go for the standard wall. We'll see how much the CTs try to interrupt it. They throw a body at main, and at the same time, Crucial's just freed up to pop it open and clip one on the cross. Bomb a little late to get over. And they'll throw themselves at this B bomb site, hoping that Pyria with the AK can just create enough space for, at the very least, that bomb to go down. Biguzera, though, he's going to get chased out through the vents. Okay, Biguzera hoping to go unnoticed, and it works! Now he's got an M4. A little bit of extra space. Pyria pushes into the ramp room, which you'd think catches Sossel off every day of the week.
He is way out there.
And sure enough, he finds the headshot. They're doing this! Biguzera trying to close the door, sets up Pyria to support back behind him. Crucial sees you dive into the dark side. It's another retake with an op-demanded. Nade's good for 50.
Ooh.
But with no nade, he's going to try to defuse inside of this smoke.
I mean, surely.
Oh, but the spam comes out, and they win the round with an unarmored AK. Pyria goes massive. The Biguzera block burst corner camp. Oh, it is just mind-numbing.
That was money. I mean, and we just got to the point with the Crucial 1v1. They actually chewed through 10K of money on 3 or 4 players that paiN had.
The rounds, man. The rounds in this game.
They were just on the other side.
Yo, take a bow, Biguzera.
And it's
sees
3v5.
the guy backing up out of the vent and decides to hide in the corner crouched with a burst Glock.
Just a couple of
Was
guys
his
who could make
Glock
that work.
already on burst? Or did he swap the moment he shot?
You know what? That's actually a great question because he would have made noise. I'm not sure.
That's some crazy shit.
He's just
also
he's
slamming the door shut, the double door shut at that perfect moment to kind of cause panic in the CT's face, and then Peria's right behind you. Oh, man. Lovely mid-rounding for a very crazy round. And they put Gentle Mates back in a world of hurt.
All that work for nothing. They're back to MP9s.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but paiN might actually win their map pick.
Very low chance of that happening. That doesn't normally happen.
That was a fun round of Counter-Strike for some wrong reasons.
And that is the charm of paiN at the end.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Mopaw's gonna stop Big Uzera, but he loses his support and his gun's gone dry. Double Heaven Peak comes through as Alex makes contact out through main. And so, even with the first two players only getting one kill, watch him go, safe in another clutch attempt. And it's a low player up in heaven, very low.
Doesn't know how close this one is.
And it doesn't feel like he's considering that there's somebody behind these boxes. Oh, now he does! No! Okay. It's crucial with the wall bang to put that on ice. A fourth round secured by Gentle Mates on the CT side, but paiN gunning for their map pick victory.
Hello guys, this is Mattis.
This is Fallen. Hey, I'm Alexi B, and today I'll be reading some bad comments.
FUT itself hasn't been looking hot since in the major result. Well,
Vitality are so good that even a single map win for Navi would be a victory in itself. What can I say?
Everyone knows this kid is going to be the next Brokey or some PayPal, bro, what we're doing, right?
The Hunter was never and will never be a good player. That's a bullshit, I can already tell, and this guy is clueless.
Some Payos was like that in 2023 too, always flicking and constantly getting pack kills, but then he disappeared. XD. Oh, typical HLTV user. I love it, I love it. You know, Molodoi has a bright future ahead of him. He's just starting. So you're gonna have to watch a lot of games from Molodoi, and hopefully he's gonna be winning a lot. So I think you were wrong with this one, Cyber King.
So guy named Insert Blame here says Navi gonna get the honor of losing to Vita in finals this event. But yeah, I'm glad that people are thinking that we're gonna reach the finals, and yeah, it's good for us.
Minus Nico plus Heavy God is a huge downgrade. The previous could win the odd blast, this new iteration will most likely win even less. I mean, eventually we won the tournament, to be honest, after this guy said it.
My mission here is to make FUT a super competitive team in the best way I can. Then leave. Low. Yes, I'm doing that in December, bro.
You know shit's fucked when Alexi is Navi's top performer. It's probably better for the team's future prospects if they lose this match anyway.
Express Patience 9809. Okay, I like this nickname as well. Castrato was shit in Katowice, shit in Altin playoffs, shit in Cologne playoffs, and shit in Budapest playoffs.
I am can't hit shit after Mirage and Alexi playing with half of his brain whilst it stays under 1 KD. Jesus, what a shit show once again. That's a nice and supportive comment, it seems.
Ignoring the latest shit show is strong, no? Good, my boy.
Navi have improved a ton. My prediction is Vitality 3-0. Not gonna lie, that's a funny one. The first one, funny one actually, so kudos to this guy.
So legit just bullied his team into being good, and I'm here for it. I mean, yeah, it was kinda true to be honest at some point, but yeah.
Are they seriously hiring a guy from Ancal? FUT need good players to become champions, not these low tier scrubs who play tier 3. What a joke, pathetic you guys. Who would have thought, eh? Molodoi coming all the way from Kazakhstan, playing on the cyber coffees, no computer at home. Who would have thought, eh? The kid is good. And yeah, you never know until you know. Molodoi proved you wrong, my friend.
EPL was a fluke for Navi. Damn. Can't win a trophy nowadays without it ever being a fluke. Thanks, guys.
Four 1vx successes for the side of paiN throughout that T side. Their map pick looking comfortable on the attack. And any day you've got 8 rounds on a T side of Nuke, you'd think is a day
you win nuke. You think.
It's your map pick, and you've got a huge lead, and you had all those clutches and very fun rounds to watch. I mean, it's all making sense.
You'd think.
In fact, this map shouldn't even be close, right? paiN should be able to seal the deal in a matter of minutes.
You would think. 4-8 on their map picks in the last 12 best-of-3 series. We're not making this shit up.
They just, I don't know. They don't like doing it quick.
Biguzera, I love this. Feisty. From the first kill into the quick yard clear. Won't be able to finish off Alex. Snow will do that for him.
Still a guy on T roof.
Aha. Puria's a dead man as Davi G works his way down as that B bomb site is the plant zone. Mopaz to press into the ramp in a moment, trying to interrupt this retake as the late Davi G gets active. And Mopaz does a good job of just skating in between the two CTs. He is here with the executions. And Snow, nowhere to be found, means we've got Gentle Mates with a T-side pistol, much like paiN.
Yeah. Come on, Gentle Mates. They can wipe away all that bitterness.
To be fair, Gentle Mates did win 4 of the last 6 rounds in that half. So there was a little recovery going underway. E! My man just gave up.
No ammo left in that one.
Just gave up. Let it go.
The super zoom is great, though. You can see the salt in 4K.
You know, I get it. I wouldn't want everybody seeing my room, per se.
We get it.
That's some freaky
you got
stuff
great skin.
That's some freaky stuff in there. It's actually just all the magic bulk. Nobody caught on the cross, but it doesn't mean they're going to try. Yeah, he's got more and more grenades. Safe actually takes damage in return and doesn't even get any contact.
A lot of action outside, and paiN are kind of ready for it.
Force by victory here would be some real salt in the wound for Gentle Mates. Molotov behind Biguzera. Oh, he's going to want to have gotten more out of that one. Snowdrop's bomb through main. Furia's 5-7's got a victim. Safe now, scout back sight. 2 players low. But he can't get that next scout shot off. And so Furia trying to return to the action, stuck inside of these smokes. VSM, it's a long road from that lower bomb site back into the action. And so Furia plays his life alone.
Stop watching this for a second. Be careful.
Wins that duel. That was versus a rifle.
And he's got 5 HP left over, and now a brand new teammate.
Give that MAC-10 over to the full health VSM. We'll see if they anticipate a second player, because it looks like they're just going to try to bait Furia ahead of this. Oh, he gets it! Crucial ties to the pistol!
No!
He survives all 3 fights!
He at opposite event, how much health did he have?
Brother just did the drive-by of all drive-bys.
Didn't he have full health?
Didn't Furia have 5?
Yeah.
And he didn't take a single bullet of damage.
Furia
Full
had 5
speed,
health.
swinging by. Nobody can hit this guy.
95 damage. Job's basically done. Nope. The Crucial was tagged, but my goodness. Now we need that Saucil close-up again.
Well, that one's going to sting. And for paiN, they now know they're looking to upend the stats and finish off this map pick. On the brink of double digits with a force buy back from their opponents, Gentle Mates tiptoe into this one with a single Galil.
And Biguzera with a quick opener.
And that's on the Galil as well, so it won't be picked back up. It's stuck behind red boxes. Everybody else is here inside of lobby. They're just going to try to charge forward, but lineup's made perfect for VSM. Saucil will come through with the Tech 9 kill at least. That's an M4 nabbed.
Slow down a touch to go and get that gun.
We'll see if they can get away with a bomb plant as Snow capitalizes on Alex jumping through the control broom right when he has an accuracy. Bomb sent back. There's audio cues all over the place, and Saucel only able to find a MAC-10. Layered CTs, not able to kill him instantly, so still a chance at damage.
Oh, wait a second.
He'll come up with a kill on Biguzera, still majority alive for paiN, and a save on the other side of this one is unfortunate for Gentle Mates.
Like, you really think that paiN are going to be able to win now. And they should. And Gentle Mates are saving. It seems like smooth sailing. I don't know the future. But I do know the past. Don't get too comfortable, paiN.
The old fake vent drop. And it works. Finding Mopaz trying to get tricky. It's a slow outer approach, bomb included. And Safe takes a cautious, deep angle through garage to put as much of a distance between him and these pistols as possible, giving himself a huge edge. And just making sure that things can't get weird.
Yeah, and it is, just to be for real, one too many chances for Gentle Mates so far.
Yes,
I mean, they could have had a much better game starting from the pistol, and then in the second half, the clutch denials, losing the round to an eco after Crucial had won the third round for them with the clutch, and had them saving many chances to get back into this game.
Yep. 4 1vx wins for paiN. The first pistol converted into a 6-0 start on the T side of Nuke, and then the force buy victory in the second half to really put Gentle Mates in the dumps. So they'll be coming through with everything they can afford. It's light util, but rifles in abundance. And paiN, uncharacteristically, on the brink of victory on their own map pick. First blood, Safe brings it back. Oh, and he draws Alex into the duel. Not ready for a third, but they won't be expecting BSM. No way. Second player on Secret, Layered keeps man advantage in paiN's hands.
Always keeping it brand new with these setups.
It's felt like all map long. Attack to the defense. Very fresh looks out of paiN.
Like even Biguzera in this spot.
Yeah, unexpected, surely.
But they also might just completely walk by him.
Yeah, the fact the window's open.
Ooh, he's missed that.
Now, luckily for Biguzera, there's nobody on that A floor to fall victim to it. But what's the B setup like?
I mean,
yeah,
VSM's watching
as if
ramp,
it's possible. Yep. And Piria's going to start running down. It feels like they've got the right idea. They're aware of the possibility of this, and sure enough, second defender rotates down in time. It's going to offer up a distraction through the double doors and just looking to set up VSM. Sure enough, strikes down the bomb planter, sprays away for the second, and another perfectly positioned one for paiN. I'm sure they're feeling like they've got plot armor at this point.
Yeah, no kidding. They survived it all. And it has been just like a nice amount of variety. Every setup's really tricky, even individually the way they play off their angles. And this will be the final stand for Gentle Mates. They've got 2 Galils, 3 Tech 9s, an assortment of utility. And I want to say very little faith. Too much has gone wrong today.
Oh, still dropped on though for the first two. And Gentle Mates gonna keep it simple with this pounce into the A floor where Safe is gonna drop empty-handed, so the fight's not over yet. Keeping it simple, playing the numbers advantage and doing it with decisiveness will extend play for the Gentle Mates T side.
Yeah, VSM not even gonna try this one. Even though Mopause is down to 1 HP, some great entries as they came outside, and Vigazera was confused exactly about, you know, what he should watch at first, but ultimately held on to the right angle for the drop down into Mini, just couldn't hold his gun to that Galil. There goes the 1 HP player. A couple more taps here on Crucial. Doesn't do much. They'll survive this. They get away with it. But it's not time to celebrate. Still plenty of money here for paiN.
CTs really have not pressed into Gentle Mates' approach outside, except for from the secret stairs, but not playing behind red box again. A lot of bodies here, but they give up that opening space to Gentle Mates, who have been happy to take it over, and daviG doing exactly that again. Trying to take Secret on his own. Could be exposed at a moment's notice. Very clearly, it's all about the squeaky push. SMG, goes through, dies with nothing, and that flashbang costs them dearly. Vigazera even staving off the vent drop. The player who was Secret to start the round gets ahead of the execute. daviG never gets to link up with teammates, and now it's bomb possession that has to be grabbed back by Crucial in an impossible 1v5.
That was brutal. Another messy one, unfortunately.
Yeah, flash spells disaster in the middle of all that. Silver lining here is that Puria's low health, but VSM's gonna make sure that today is a little bit different. paiN trying to start the second season of 2026 and to stop the bleeding through the VRS ranks. This is a paiN that is 5th place in the Americas region and looking to get back to the top where they believe they belong. Today is a good day for paiN.
They're one step closer to reclaiming that for themselves, and they looked great here. Mao, you wanted certain players to show up coming into this series, and I would say despite how close it was on Inferno, our first map, for Nuke, it really was just the paiN game.
Without a doubt, I don't think there was any room for debate of who was the better team after this one. Didn't really see any individuals on the side of Gentle Mates bail them out of a lot of tricky situations which continued to befall them, because paiN were well versed on this map. They showed why it was their pick despite the fact that they've lost it a couple of times after the player break in varied competitions. This was a clear-cut victory on their side.
Yeah, I think with Asperoni and Lonas, we're talking about the stats towards poor paiN and their map pick. At least this one is going in their favor, and in definitely a fashion in which when you walk away from it, you're feeling good. It wasn't just a win, it was a great win for them. And you're right, for that map 1 Inferno for Gentle Mates, we saw a lot of it coming out from Crucial. And I'm not saying he's the reason why they didn't win Nuke. There were a lot of, plethora of reasons for Gentle Mates, but it was tough to not see him continue that form over into Nuke as well, but even more disappointing that we didn't see other individuals from Gentle Mates step up.
In a way, this is also why paiN picking Nuke, even though they have slipped on it seemingly, you're playing against a team that's using a stand-in on Nuke, and I know that it was cool to see Crucial play as well as he did on Inferno, but so much of Nuke's CT side is based off of having the right information and putting yourself in the right positions for good fights as an AWP player. You see I'd say some of the most iconic oppers of all time on this map are, one, really good oppers, but number two, on teams that actually are synergistic so that they can work off of the information that they have. And I just don't think Crucial was always in the positions to succeed. And sadly, when he was, he did miss a couple of shots.
Yeah, there's that give and take there, but it is hard for like a substitute to come in. And even when I interviewed him as well, Maui, he was saying, oh, I still play my game, and that works for a certain amount of time. But paiN really knowing how to exploit that issue that Gentle Mates had. Of course, Gentle Mates picked paiN in the last Bounty draft show, and so it does come back to bite them a little bit there, but you can't blame them. It felt like something that could work in their favor, but at the end of the day, paiN really showing up. They've been putting in the hard work after quite a downslope in the VRS points.
The players on the team. Okay, first of all, I think Big Uzera was able to slot himself and his teammates in really great advanced positions regularly on the T side. When they were going for bomb site hits, rarely was it just a one-note site hit or anything. They felt out the map relatively well. Even on the CT side, they were taking advantage of the space that was allotted to them. They played with like confidence comes from a couple different places in Counter-Strike. One is just if a player's feeling himself, but if the structure is also setting them up to get a lot of great advanced space, then they can work with that. So it might look like it's just, oh, they're playing aggressively and confidently, but they were using good smokes. They were making sure that they weren't dying in transition very often so that they were able to constrict the entire map.
Yeah, and with that win as well, we are going to have a paiN Gaming member join us here. We've got Safe to interview, and someone that really showed up towards the end there. Safe, how good did it feel to play that best of 3 and win?
It felt good, you know, we needed that win. Yeah, it felt good. I think after the break we had some slow games, slow matches. It just feels good to be back on the right track.
Yeah, you talk about how like the win is needed for you, but I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that, right? Because so often we do see teams like paiN Gaming, you guys are on that slippery slope for the VRS, but if you can put into words exactly why it means, like how much does it change the team's atmosphere to win a best of 3 now?
I guess just for our confidence, I believe we finished the last semester with not good results, but I believe when I joined the team, we got the Atlanta playoffs, and then we had a okay major run, and now we just after the break, you wanted to get on the right track, you know, and now we lost the first two tournaments, and it was like kind of bad for us, but now just building confidence, and you know, we are boot camping right now, so there's a lot to work on, and yeah, it just feels good to win. Really important.
I got a couple questions. First is that I see it says 9Z in the background. Are you playing at their facilities or something?
Yeah, we are in Madrid.
Okay, cool. Okay, second question is more on a personal level, because I mean, this is the second time you've put on the paiN jersey, but the first time you were wearing it, you were insane, Safe. You were really lighting things up. I think I mean, at the time there were conversations about best Brazilian opera. Your name was definitely in there for quite some time. A lot has changed though, obviously, in the 4 years that you played with Furia and you played with MIBR. But how are you gonna try to live up to the old Safe that was on paiN? Because I still think it's there. We saw it on Nuke.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first of all, it's all about the team, you know. I know that as an opera, I have to have impact in the game, but I always put the team first, and I believe my impact and you know, my individual level are just gonna to come naturally, and I think that's the most important thing, you know. Just keep working and trying to figure things out, and we have a lot of young players here, and just trying to pass the experience and try to do my best all the time.
Awesome. Well, Safe, thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to seeing you guys in round number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Congrats.
See ya. It's nice. I think he needed a little bit of that compliment that you gave him, that bone that you threw him, that bow. He's like, yeah, you're right. I was kind of good. And yeah, I can get back to that again.
I mean, Safe was lighting it up the last time he was on paiN. I mean, I legitimately, I think there were times with Safe, it was almost like, how is there someone in their mid-20s that didn't really have much tier 1 experience who is suddenly hitting the scene and making it look like he was South America's best opper? Because at that time, I think the kind of like hierarchy of who was the best at that time was really up for grabs, and Safe definitely slotted in. He absolutely earned his place on Furia, and I feel like when he joined that team, he was never really set up for success. I don't think he was ever really like that team was so built on Art doing crazy stuff and him having to try to put the pieces together as opposed to being the star that he was when he was on paiN the first time. So I'd really want to see, I know he has this mindset of being more of a mentor to these guys that are on his team, but I would love to see a little bit more individual flair. I'd love to see him try to recreate that, because on Nuke, we saw him pushed in a couple of situations and we saw how still he can be a force.
Yeah, he's sprinkling it in every now and then, you know, he's kind of breadcrumbing all of those safe AWP enjoyers over there. And look, we're going to get to see more of it, of course, because with their 2-0, they do advance to round number 2, but our day is not over just yet. We still have another best of 3. It's going to be OG up against Spirit. Can you talk to me about how the time on OG is going at the moment and how you're looking at approaching the new season?
Yeah, things has been a bit bumpy. We haven't played a whole lot of tournaments. Early on, we had a pretty good start to some of them, but also we had not the best of timing with some roster changes. A few times we kind of been building some things up, and then close to when we've been starting kind of the LAN campaigns, we've changed the player. So we've gone in with very little preparation. So yeah, a little bit bumpy.
I mean, you've been playing Counter-Strike for so long now in the competitive scene. You've obviously experienced a lot of things, but I want to know how you've approached sort of this rebuilding phase of a roster.
Yeah. I think, you know, I joined the team maybe on some teams where I've come in before. Like for example in Heroic, I had a lot of things to say about like who was playing in the team and stuff like that. But yeah, that's OG and the coaches here. So they're deciding, and there's some interesting prospects in the team. So hopefully we'll just develop and get better. That's the plan. Yeah, the main goal is to perform better, both at LANs, but also just to be playing in more tournaments throughout the second half of 2026. I think we're going to Paris in a few weeks for the last chance qualifier. And yeah, that could be this, and that could be a good start for a new campaign.
That would look fantastic, and of course you're saying there's some great new prospects, and you know, if you're comfortable with it, I would love to know who on the roster has been impressing you the most so far.
Yeah, you never want to pick between your 4 children, so I don't think I'm gonna pick any names, but I think, you know, they all have a good chance to show their worth today against on the Valve ranking world #1. Definitely a pretty tough draw. I think a few times some people have been asking why did we pick Spirit. Well, we didn't pick much. We were the last team left to get what was there. So let's see if we're gonna get dunked or if we're gonna dunk him ourselves. You know, that's the plan.
Well, yeah, I mean, it happened yesterday, right? We saw 100 Thieves go up against Falcons. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place, but seeing them be able to get a win in a best of 3 in a round 24 in the way they did, does it spark or ignite a little bit of hope for you and your 4 youngsters?
I mean, that's the crazy part about CS, and maybe even more so online CS. I can see that also now they are looking like they're losing to Nuclear Tigers. And 24 hours ago they were beating Falcons, so online CS is a little bit crazy, and hopefully we will thrive in the chaos today. You know, I think it was great to see. I think Device has been on a big uptick lately and is performing very well, and Rain also had a very excellent game. So I think some of the older veterans, also like Kerrigan coming to Falcons and winning the major, are showing that this kind of experience and stuff is still very valuable on a Counter-Strike team.
Yeah. Oh, we were just looking at the result of 100 Thieves versus Nuclear Tigers. Very hilarious. Beat the major champions, lose to Nuclear Tigers. Fair enough. But Cadian's right. And he knows all about online CS. Sure. That's where he's had some of his biggest wins back in 2021 with that former Heroic. When he joined this team, when Body joined this team, I should say, he said, Cadian, I heard all kinds of crazy things about him. I was scared to play with him. But I have to say, he is a true leader. And in those mid-round situations,
that's kind.
He can have some of the most creative calling. We've seen that before. We know the kind of presence he brings to a team. And yes, he has a great track record in that online period of time. It was like 2021, 2020. He was calling for one of the strongest teams. But I also just want to say, we got Donk right now.
Yeah.
We got Donk on Cash. which is really fun. And
they just want to know where he's
don't
playing.
Cross con. Okay.
Polymarket, our market predictions partners, got this one very heavily skewed into Spirit's favor. I understand
Donk
why.
could be the best cash player of all time.
He could be, and we're going to find out whether or not he is. I love that in the pregame they want to know, where do you play? Because the game plan, don't go to Donk.
Yeah, I mean, he should be on highway like any other star player, just going back and forth between A and mid and just farming.
You know, I know Nico was on the French Riviera throughout this player break. I wonder what Donk was up to. Barring Shiro's wedding, I didn't see much of the camp. But rumor is they were back in the server earlier than others, and that's why back in our
go ahead.
Shame, I forget the exact name of it, but the
draft show.
The draft show, that's it. Yes, in the draft show, you know, that was kind of the talk of the town. Is everybody's a little afraid of Spirit because they've been practicing a little bit more. Well, we'll see if that practice pays off, and we'll see whether that practice included cash. Surely it would. Coming into the new season, obviously it's not an insta-ban for Spirit, and they wind up having to play it.
I mean, this on paper is going to be a great map for them.
Yep.
Like in their map pool going forward, like they would be one of the scariest teams to play for sure. Like in terms of star player potential on this map, it's in the same realm as Dust 2, like historically, like a Mirage. The choke points are huge. They're very, very clear and simple angles to come at you, and I'm ready for the. I'm not gonna lie, I'm just ready for the highlights. Like this has always been one of those maps that's considered one of the easier maps, one of the aim-heavy maps. It's real perfect for them, and it will be OG obviously to pick into it.
Yeah,
and they get Dust 2 after that, and Ancient after that. So. We got a fast series no matter what happens, folks.
It could be a very fun day in the server for Spirit. We're bringing the veto up now because we decided to give Maui Snake a break. And he's been working really hard, and he's been very right with his analysis.
He's coming in prep, man.
You know, these last few days, Maui Snake's been on his game, so we gave him a break. We go through the veto, and it's a veto that should bode well for Spirit in terms of that electric Counter-Strike they want to play. Enjoy the warm-up, OG. I'll say that, because once that warm-up's over and this game goes live, I feel like Spirit's going to be just running at them. And that's going to be their test today, is whether you can even stand up to the individual levels of Spirit before you can get into the nitty-gritty. And I'm excited to see, obviously, any team that tries to flex a new map over better opposition. I think it's always a great idea. But it's also kind of scary because you don't know what you're going up against.
It's just that it's new, but it's not.
Right.
So that's the only question. If it was like a Anubis coming in for the first time, then it'd be like, all right, well, let's see. It's definitely something you should try to think about. But Cash is very understood. You know, Cash was figured out by the time it left the map pool.
And
it didn't the meta did not change very much.
Right. And unlike Train, which is a map that also got a revamp and a comeback, you know, Train had legitimate gameplay changes, substantial gameplay changes. And we didn't get that with Cash. We just basically got
a difficult map to begin with. Yeah.
We got a reskin and performance increase. And some slight changes, I suppose, but nothing too game-changing.
Like, Cash came back in, and everyone just started dropping out of heaven on B side immediately, trying to do the simple 1v2.
Yeah, a whole new generation of players trying to tap into that potential. What's in Magic's background? Oh, of course I ask, as we've got a, game on our hands. Time will tell. I thought he had cutouts of his teammates. Cardboard cutouts of Donk. That'd be crazy.
They are kind of like anime characters, I guess.
So here we go.
That one game, I can't remember the name though.
Spirit on the CT side. Immediately we get this OG execute into the A site. Tanir's just going to keep his head down as Donk pops prime taps.
Yep.
And before Tanir can get into the action, Donk has already got 2 kills. So some things don't change, but a nice move by paiN to get that bomb tucked into the opposite bomb site. You've at least distracted them enough to give yourself a post plant. Can you pull off the unthinkable 2v5? Odds are against you, OG.
Where did you even take that bullet from?
Through the wall behind him.
Wow, okay, yeah.
Yeah, rotate over with the wall bang. Very thin walls here in Checkers. And it's a cleanup thanks to Tanir with the final kill. It's a triple for Donk in the very first round of the season.
I mean, you see that position floating in A. That angle, it's the same angle. Being able to swing on main.
Oh, that's in his backdrop.
Yeah.
What is that? I should know that game. It's not Yakuza, is it?
I've only watched Richard play it. I can't remember. Oh, what's the other game?
Tekken.
Is it Tekken?
Street Fighter.
No. Okay, just stop. Just stop. Actually.
Time Crisis.
I was thinking it was Persona, but I'm not sure.
That's a good guess. Donk was a 9-year-old when Simple had the no-scope 1v2 on Cash in Cologne. He was 12 when Valve removed the map from the pool. Great stats. Fast play here for OG, just trying to keep it simple and gun things down into an instant execute, but Tanir's got first blood in this one. Oh, but Adam's got the answer.
Oh.
Donk gets blasted as he tries to cheat through the side of that smoke. Nice multi-frag moment here from Adam B, and a man advantage earned off of that aggression. Bomb plant in a moment, and Spirit, a sudden question as to whether they can convert their pistol victory. Prime taps cleared out from Forklift. We've got this mid lurk coming through, but by the time Body gets into position, Shiro's already got a couple kills. Magic's cleaned out as Shiro finds a third on the round, and the frag grenade whittles Cadian down to half HP. Still a smoke in front of him to play off of. Shiro taking to the high ground is going to get the quad kill in the retake and make sure that that pistol victory is not in vain.
They're all going to be great at this map.
They're shaking your head, Mo.
They're all going to be great at this map.
You're shaking your head like OG don't have a chance.
It's just written in...
Written what, in the stars?
It's just making me instantly think about the rest of the season.
Spirit have played 2 maps of Cash, and you're thinking about the rest of the season?
Yeah. It just makes perfect sense. They didn't even pick it. And OG were pretty much forced to pick Spirit. It's tough sledding.
Was OG last pick or second to last?
I think second to last. No, were they? One of the two.
I think they were legit just last. They were forced to play Spirit. Nobody else wanted to. Donk on the rotate over as Tanir needs help. Poor guy's burning. He's going to drop empty-handed. Donk gets his double this time, and we've already seen great impact from the Shiro A-site retake, so let's see if he can do it again. Oof, that's beautiful stuff from Body. Finds the spam through. Magic's dead. Man advantage into post plant. Now it's made that much more difficult for Spirit. Honestly, this aggression from OG into the A-site is putting them in decent spots.
I definitely don't mind them trying to just play fast.
Looks like this time they could close it with the round win. Looking to flush Adam B into the duel. Shiro closing that distance. Zontix is the one with the kit in the middle of all this. Body cleared out from main. T's looking for the fights, and Shiro still in between them is going to get popped by Adam. So 2 players survive here as OG take it to the A-site time and time again, this time winning the round with it.
Definitely doing a good job running circles around Tanir while he's playing on the site. Flashes are working out. Donk with 2 to kick off, but with him dead on the site, they're getting this bomb down very quickly, which is nice.
This smoke spam helps. That's Body's last burst of bullets that he puts through the smoke, and it connects. So OG keep the game interesting as the economic problems sink in for Spirit. Shiro doesn't shoot. A lot of bodies here. They're just charging past him. He's going to hang on to Checker.
What is this play?
Zontix with the Deegan 3 on the other side. You thought you had an edge, and instead Spirit steal it.
Not even a reaction. Dude, Shiro heard them all running by, had Zontix in the sight, gets the upshot, moves forward out of the molly. And then this happens.
Oh, hot tamale. More of a reaction from Body than Zontix himself. Well, let that be a reminder that this game is not going to be easy. Again, respect for the aggression. Cadian trying to be a sly dog with the old rush B this time.
Yeah.
And a change-up is Tanir not in this deep portion of the A-site, but Shiro's op instead. And just as Spirit's economy almost bottomed out, now OG's does. 2 deagles, a P250, and a smoke for Spooky. Ooh, just trying to reach for the upgrade, but letting you know that there's more where the first one came from. Flash goes through, Tanir interrupts it all, and makes a bit of extra cash thanks to that Shiro flash setup. I like this cash aesthetically.
Same.
I'd just like to get that out while there's only 2 players left in this completely unwinnable situation.
Yeah, I think we weren't a huge fan of the green one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Nice muted grays.
Freebie here for Spirit. They'll win with everyone alive.
What do you think about, so above forklift, that ledge, right?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that still throws me off, is that because it has grass on top of it, some of the footstep noises you make up there is walking on grass, not walking on metal.
Right.
That trips me out sometimes when I'm playing A-Site. This being dirt instead of metal, a little freaky.
No, I get you. I think
freaky, man.
When they made like some of the audio changes, like early on, being very clear about what's what, I think has been important. But
that one,
yeah,
freaks me out.
They're walking in the sky on grass. 19 damage to Donk. Don't know how that doesn't do more, actually. A little high.
A little low.
Oh, re-smoke a main. We've got a squeaky pop coming. Cool set play coming out of this one.
OG have got the prep, but they meet no resistance until Shiro gets a shot off from back quad. Good kill back from Spooky as Tanir just keeps himself in the corner. That's going to find Adam B caught entirely off guard, all while Donk remains a threat on highway. Body's able to get out middle, but disjointed from the rest of the efforts of OG. Nice headshot on Zontix. You catch him just wandering into checkers. And that's going to create a question mark for Spirit that they're looking to solve by pushing Magix forward out middle. And that position, catching Cadians rotate off, means this one gets cleaned up and Spirit comfortably secure the 5-1 lead.
It's fun to watch. It's fast.
Yeah.
They've got answers. They're going to peek everything. And also, Shiro's playing insane.
Nuts. He's now a married man. I saw a hilarious video in the player break where at Shiro's wedding, the same way the bride throws her bouquet of flowers and all the other women try to catch it, Shiro threw a pillow with a picture of himself on it, and that picture and that pillow was flying right towards Donk. And Donk jumps into the air as high as he can, trying to grab it. But Constantine, standing behind Donk, didn't even need to jump, didn't even need to put his arm in the air. Really just kind of reached out in front of him and stole the pillow from Donk. And I thought, damn, Donk has finally lost something.
That's hilarious.
So it looked like they had a good time.
We're all the same height in the server.
That's, you
the
know,
great equalizer.
Counter-Strike really is.
That's a creepy baby.
It is. Oh, it is. But in the server, Donk's a titan. Outperformed by Shiro at the moment, but still impactful. He's had his hands all over that A site. Constant looming threat up highway.
It's going to be the A site, but maybe a little easier this time. They don't have Shiro. Another pop.
Yeah, they transition back into this Tanir quad play. This one's been more fruitful for OG throughout the game. But remember, they're only playing with the pistols, so you'd think 2 rifles back sight should still be enough. As Donk awaits your arrival, Tanir will go down empty-handed once again. Donk draws them in piece by piece, won't manage a third in the middle of all that, and so a post-plant guaranteed. Good utility damage, trying to flush Cadian out and into the open, but Zontix having to wait for Magix to come up highway means Cadian was actually given a chance to reposition.
Kind of know where they all are.
Yeah, so much retake utility. Cadian's P250 with 1 victim, but he was never able to grab a gun in the middle of all of that, and so another fruitful retake for Spirit on this A site for the 6-1 lead.
They're really coming at Tanir, and he's having kind of a hard time, but he's got a lot of good support around him. So it's still working out pretty well here for Spirit. Minutes into this game, 6-1. I mean, it's also credit to OG. They're not like going for super long rounds. They're not trying to get lurks in place, really. It's either quick fakes or quick takes. And that's sometimes all you need on this map. But maybe another attempt into mid could be good. Very creepy, baby.
Classic.
I love this.
The old vent counter boost.
The little fake smoke from Shiro to get someone just to walk by.
Think it works? Prime Taps is coming back. Just taking a look at this, anticipating some kind of Spirit aggression, but Shiro won't overstep and falls back even before Spooky's boost can come through. Nade very well placed, dealing damage to both body and Spooky.
Better believe they put their reps in too.
Yeah.
Oh
Donk
yeah.
knows.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have to move a millimeter.
And then of course he's gonna take the timing.
That's crazy.
Doesn't get a second kill. That's a silver lining for OG. Anytime you can keep Donk on a single frag. Still, though, funny to just see that he had that perfect answer. Even though this is a new look for OG this round, it felt like Spirit expected it from a mile away. Haven't seen Tanir up here. Fresh spot could catch OG off guard. He will line up a kill, but it's Prime Taps and Spooky to get the frags in sight. Nice lurk out from Shiro through Z. Spooky 2 kills into the game, sitting on 36 health.
They wouldn't know he's up here, right?
No. Climbs up unnoticed. It's going to take a bit of time for Shiro to get into position for this retake, so that time could wind up being critical.
It should just be a done spot. If they're not going to clear him up here, surely it's a freebie.
Spooky's starting to clear other options, but
a little awkward. Just don't let your teammate get killed by accident. That's
he
the
moves
only
around.
thing.
There we go. Catches the back of Zontix. Shiro knows you're up there. Bombs past the 10-second mark, and so Spooky with the quad kill on the round from 1 and 7 to 5 frags and surviving with the op. So little silver lining on top of it as OG secured their second.
I was going to say, with Tanir playing up there like as a defender, definitely not one of the best spots on the site. And the post plant, though, could be huge unless they're, you know, you're expecting a door to get opened on the retake.
We've got the Shiro versus Cadian fight. But a smoke will prevent it.
Big problem for Cadian, and his career was just that, you know, adapting to the CS2 off.
Yes.
It was all good CSGO. I mean, his style was perfect. It was like he had his own lane carved out, and it was extremely strong, but
Again, that nade perfect.
Timing, man.
Oh, that one actually bounces off in front. Could have been lethal, nearly. Donk taken to half health as he'll just depart the highway. They'll give space over to OG towards middle. Shiro chucks the incendiary, but also holds this line.
Yeah, it's like all these baits.
This could be good to catch them off. He's been trying to get them tiptoeing into his angles. Yeah, sure enough, won't miss his chance on Adam. Quick reposition to headshot as well. And now he can just have them trickle in one by one as Zontix already on the scene to help out. And Cadian's missed op shots costly. Zontix is wallbanged to perfection. And it feels like Spirit have already got all the little tricks they need to win this map of cash.
Yeah, even though it wasn't them picking it, they do have the tricks. They have the awareness. Shiro's got all these little bait setups and everything like that. I mean, they brought definitely a very high level of ingenuity early on.
Oh, it's the Tenier wallbang, excuse me. Oh, and Zontic's got one as well. Okay, yep. 2 wallbang frags. I swear that wall is thinner nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen pistol wallbangs coming through, so...
The fun of the map is definitely 2 retakeable sites. A lot of op highlights, a lot of fast plays.
Another set piece out from OG on this A site. They've gotten bombs down off of this. Tenier continuing to try to keep it fresh. Has to fall back through the smokes. Body's just eating nade after nade. And Magix makes sure that he goes down with nothing to show for it. There's a low health Shiro in the middle of all this, but obviously you give Donk a little too much time. He's gonna go hunting, and as he does, sets up Shiro for the smoke spam frag and a total stuffing of the attack. This time, Donk getting duels in front of Tenier means Tenier finally gets to have a bit of fun himself.
Cadian also not shy to be honest and said that it has been bumpy. I think Body also mirrored that, like it's been up and down with, you know, them joining onto the team. Totally reasonable thing to say for how latent it is with this lineup, but just to give him an extra out.
Yeah, I think particularly, you know, Cadian's point on the timing as well, where it's like you feel like you've got stability, and then right before a streak of lands, that's when the roster move happens. It's kind of like, oh, well, that's the worst timing possible. Spirit are perfect 10-0 in opening duels this map.
5v4 every single time.
A sign of a likely victory.
He's always here when they're taking mid control.
That's what I'm saying. How does he know? Oh. Well, clearly he doesn't. Spooky already up and over the boost, catches Donk off guard. And as soon as B-Trams drops the stat for the first time, OG have the opening kill.
Good thing we squeezed that in.
Timing is everything. Need to pop open the waterfall smoke, and Magix gets blasted out of this one. So nice time to kill here from Spooky, not once but twice. Zontix is forward position though, catches OG off guard, and it's gonna take a third member of OG to clear him out from behind that box.
He's already up in heaven.
Shiro's been lights out, but as the Molotov lands on him, it's a forced reposition. And it feels like OG...
He could do the simple 1v2.
Guaranteed bomb plant. Tenier set through off Shiro's flashbang. Trade's good, as Spooky's multi-kills looking to make the difference. But obviously at this point in the game, go ahead, Shiro. Have your fun. Nothing to lose here in the 1v2. Oh, and Adam gets clipped. You know exactly where Spooky is, and unless he can get a fourth kill this round, as Shiro jumps up back sight to the back, tapping the bomb from above, Spooky to the left side, challenges lane and collects his quad kill for the 1v1 clutch and OG's third round win.
All around fantastic round from Spooky. The opener, the closer, the 4K, and he's been sprinkling them in throughout this game. Another tricky setup out of Spirit.
What do you think about being able to defuse the bomb from on top of the box like that?
It creates for like a very interesting way to play the 1v1, but it is pretty high up.
Fast charge out through mid for Donk's early duel, and he'll blast Cadian out of this one. See ya. A 2-kill half for poor Cadian. Spirit's defense feels well prepared. Numbers advantage here for OG temporarily. Rotates ready to come through. Heaven Flash goes out, interrupts the offensive. Spooky popping up, looking for another multi-frag as him and Adam B try to piece together this 2v5. Utility all over, and they're damn near there. Shiro's 5-7 emerges out from Heaven, and it's all about finding Adam now. He's got the health advantage over him, on for his 18th frag this half alone. Shiro can take his time.
Adam is terrified. Shiro's been moving a lot in these situations. Doesn't want to walk by a line that he might be holding. Doesn't feel there's any sense in taking a risk.
50 health, Adam back sight. Shiro gives away his position, hits the ground, and tries to close that gap as Adam swings. Oh, Shiro hits the headshot and denies at the final hurdle what would have been a valuable 2 versus 5 out of OG. Instead, it is Spirit on the brink of double digits, a comfortable 9-3 CT half in their first cash outing.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures, Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion, we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. Firstly, we have the so-called A anchor. This fellow is often seen fighting for his life without a lick of support. The window player, an arrogant and egotistical creature. They can often be seen in the pre-game chat, claiming their position in the blink of an eye. Not all are so lucky as to get their desired position. The B anchor, oftentimes the runt of the litter, designated to hold this empty site and ward off predators. Forced to survive on scraps, he can often be found at the bottom of the scoreboard. Here we see the signature characteristic of this oft-forgotten fellow, a key adaptation over millennia. This creature's legs propel them tirelessly and repeatedly to spot any potential foe. As this defensive tribe scramble to defend their territory, they realize they are not alone. Mirage can hold up to as many as 9 foes at a single time. As we move across its deserted expanse, we arrive at another group of remarkable characters. However, these bloodthirsty devils do not look as amicable as our aforementioned defenders, their eyes locked on the objective. These players scurry from their spawn with the exception of one. Without moving a muscle, we observe one of the players launching a gray metallic canister skyward. The desired outcome seems not to have been achieved. A regrettable mistake. With a new weapon acquired, our CT favors a more aggressive approach. Meanwhile, with the anticipation in the air, a coordinated attack is incoming. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flashbanged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's one shot, one kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly.
confidence growing for a Team Spirit that seemed to have all the answers. OG's T-side had legs and honestly a nice varied playbook. Tried to take the challenge to a Team Spirit that just banked on some rock-solid individual levels. I mean, Shiro with 18 kills on the CT side alone. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, it was a highlight reel. It was really enjoyable, to be honest. Shiro looked super comfortable and, like you mentioned, had all these little tricks, all the little baits. He did them both on mid and B.
Just feels like they did not get caught off guard by this cash pick tonight. Ready for it coming into this second season of 2026. Spooky plays on the absolute limit of the doorway, hoping to catch the entry off guard.
Yeah, let's see if this works.
I like the idea. Oh, but it gets away from him. Magix and Shiro with the opening frags, a 5v3 for Spirit as they gun for their 10th. But Cadian will blindside Tanier. I think everybody's having fun except for Tanier. And all of OG. Body trying to get this retake going, finds Shiro back on forklift. They're going to inch their way in with no kit on the round here, OG. Now man advantage. Oh, now just Magix. This retake finding headshots swift enough to win the pistol. Magix trying to go unnoticed. Yeah, he'll be found out. It's a matter of clearing all the corners. They jump on bomb with time, and so OG with a pistol victory.
Now, that was pretty solid. I mean, again, we got 2 retakeable sites. TT's put themselves in some great positions to get those kills. Cadian keeping the mood up. And this is a 3v5 retake. I mean, bomb wasn't planted exactly, but as you pointed out, Tanier, he's like the one guy who seems like he doesn't like cash right now.
Still has a solid score.
Yeah.
10 and 7.
But that's kind of just like they were going A almost every round.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, has 10 kills, could have had 40 with how many players have ran at him. But that bomb plant nets Spirit a confident buy. Double Galil here in round 14.
Damn, quick to the op.
Oh, aren't you happy you bought that op?
Ooh, didn't even shoot it.
Didn't even shoot it?
Didn't even shoot it.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. And they
didn't even, they don't even pick it up.
Yeah.
They're like, brother, you
They're
don't
like
actually.
terrified.
You don't actually need that.
They're getting closer, though. They don't want to regret this. Oh, my goodness, and they will.
How many Deagle headshots tonight, Zontix?
And they still won't get the op back. Unused op. For free.
You know who would love that op?
Cadian?
Shiro.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's considering it. You know, here, somebody take this Galil real quick. I've got other ideas.
Didn't even shoot it.
Oh, this is looking prime for Spirit, not the CTs. Prime taps back sight. 3 players coming at him. They figure out where he is. Oh, he's on the reload as well with the A1S. They're going to close that gap. He will still kill Donk at least. Hanging on for dear life. Deagle holding the flanks. Going to catch Adam off guard. Majority alive for Spirit with the force buy. And guess what? Shiro gets the free op.
Yeah, brand new op for free. Probably wouldn't have bought it on this T side. Not for a couple of rounds. Instant force up.
Didn't even get to shoot
it. Didn't even shoot it.
Zontic's just stacking them in the same spot. Opens up checkers. Obviously, all of Spirit are going to come over to help out, and they capitalize on that Zontic's impact, sending OG into pistol buys themselves. 1 MP9. All they are afforded. Defense at this B site is in the form of Spooky with the 5-7. Him and him alone. As OG hopes Spirit don't take it to this B site, but they will. Full-blown execute inbound. Making sure to clear out those corners with Molotovs. Give a flash for the entry attempt. Spooky tries to interrupt and does so with the first kill. Flash is good, as it does deter Donk momentarily, but everybody's ready to try to move this forward, and with that one, they'll find the space they need. Bomb's still hesitant. But it feels like OG want to walk away from this.
Got to be worried because that smoke is pretty poofy, but once that settles, they can definitely start scaling, and the CTs are already starting to walk back. But I mean, maybe just to see if they can catch lurks and work on other things, I'm not sure. This will be heard. Tenier can smell them both. That's some frustrating death so far on Cash.
Ooh.
Not too shabby.
Good on body.
No kit, though, in this moment.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part here for OG. Go ahead and save your rewards. But ultimately, only body's 5th kill. Spirit, 2 from victory here on OG's map pick.
Terrorists win.
How does Magix take no damage, but Shiro takes 60? Explain that to me.
What? Yeah.
It's still weird, man. There's still some weird stuff going on.
Did that really just happen?
It's like he's behind a box, but I guess he's also open to the garage door, but I mean,
window above?
I don't know, yeah. Fake news. There is music in CT Spawn. Reminds me of the summers on the Caspian Sea. I've never been to the Caspian Sea.
Well, this is the Cadian Sea. The Cadian Cash, okay?
Okay. Sure thing, Wanders. Whatever you say.
Got him coughing all week. Ah, almost punished on the cross. Not a fun place to be, though, when they know you're over here.
Donk can sense you moving around out middle. And Shiro gonna reconfirm. They're still out there. So Donk testing the waters as we hit 45 seconds. And what was a pretty vacant B site, just hinging on this like Hail Mary flash. Please, please, don't take B. One flash is not gonna convince Spirit to walk away.
Zontix is like, yeah, guys, you hear this? Let's go for it. They want a challenge. Don't even need the nades. Everything's optional on a vacant site. You have to clear things out quickly, though.
Again, just a misfortunate misposition by OG. We saw it with the force buy, stacked in the wrong side of the site, and this one they just took their chances, but it's going to be Spirit with a 12th, barring some wild retake attempt here from Prime Taps. I guess they do have a kit on Adam. All right, going to give it a shot at the bomb's halfway point. And they're starting to exit here, Spirit, so they get caught. Donk gonna give that bit of cover needed. Zontix hanging onto the bomb site, and now OG realize the error of their ways. Spirit were just about to leave, but OG played it a little too quick, and with that 12th round secured, 8 map points.
And kills are kind of meaningless here for either team, really. Spirit have enough money to buy. OG just probably wanted to save if they could. That retake not working out. We go.
And there has been a lot of play out there in Sunroom.
Oh my goodness. Of all the ways Tanir has died, for that to not be one of them.
Just pushes him away with the door. Move. And Shiro over the forklift. Ooh, awkward spot to be found out in. He's trying to get out of here, but Smoke still gives a bit of cover, and Donk's gonna make sure his offer stays alive with this double kill. Very awkward moments over towards this A site, but ultimately it's just too much of an ask, and Spirit wind up being very much prepared for a challenge on Cash. OG, the first team to try and take their chance on this freshly added map, but clearly Spirit making the most of their time off with a convincing 13-4 victory.
You can't fault OG at all. They definitely tried their hardest. I mean, when it comes to not being able to pick your opponent in Blast Bounty, you at least get to pick your own maps or where you start on it, and Cass just wasn't really it. There were still some signs for them, Maui, but overall, this is the Spirit we expected to see, and they did not disappoint.
In theory, a lot of the rounds for OG actually played out decently. They got onto the bomb sites a handful of times. I mean, they got 4 bomb plants there in the first half, but it was obviously a bit too much for them to weather, as Spirit were surprisingly prepared for this map. I was really, I don't even think I would just pin it down to the individuals, and I'm sure we're going to get into some of those key reasons as to why Spirit actually looked like it was more than just guys shooting heads. There was a method to the madness.
Yeah, so then do you agree with the sentiment that Scrawny and Launders were talking about before they got into the map, that Cash was already a figured out map? When it's come back into this map pool, it hasn't necessarily changed. Those teams who already excelled at it, or individuals that excelled at it, should definitely not have dipped in any performance.
So, from what I've seen in Cash games thus far, which is a pretty limited amount of maps, I
think it's like 2 or 3.
Yeah, there's a handful. I was preparing for HOTU, so I actually watched a couple of their games, but I feel like the differences I'm seeing on Cash are pretty limited and mostly take the form of just insta smokes, because that's something that's more or less I think an invention in the last 5-ish years. I think Big was one of the first teams that brought out insta smokes into the meta of Counter-Strike, and that was around 2020. That was before Cash was actually in the pool. We had some pretty quick smokes you could throw on the fly early on in Cash's history, but now you're seeing teams throw I think there's 3 smokes that people throw almost immediately on a lot of these rounds, which OG was doing to their credit. So they're up to date on what they should be throwing in that capacity. But it's not that, it doesn't change the game as effectively as you would hope. It doesn't really give the T's any more of an advantage than they otherwise would have had, because they can still take mid in the mid-late round anyways. So I don't think instas change the face of this map as much as people would have liked. And I think that a tinge of nostalgia probably led people to think that this was going to be playing out in some great way that was going to change up the Counter-Strike scene.
Well, look, we can hold on to that tinge of nostalgia, but you're giving credit where credit is due for the utility usage on the side of OG, but more importantly, it was really there for Spirit, and there was one specific round 7, where you were really impressed with what they were doing.
They never let OG get comfortable. Even though they lose the bomb side in this one, as Tanir, even though the scoreline might not show it, he was having a little bit of difficulty holding on to this A bomb site. Counter utility from Donk is great already to see if anybody's already pushing up in the front of red, but then he's able to get a couple kills, of course. But I love the retake utility here. That's what I wanted to really highlight, that even as Donk falls and they're in a 3-on-3 situation, the instant reaction from Zontix here with the nade, the molly, the utility belt as it's full on Magix there, is able to find a kill as well. Molly, nade combo too. I mean, look at how much damage they just inflicted without even having to see one of the T's before they pull off this retake. It made it so difficult on that round, and there were 2 other rounds at least that I noticed that the observers caught, thank you Hobbs, that were able to show just the wealth of damage that Spirit was able to inflict. So yes, they had better players, but they also just looked like the better team to me too. So a lot of credit there for Spirit on the comprehensive victory.
Yeah, it looked amazing all around, and that's it. You always question when a team just falls short at a major before a player break, how hungry are they going to be? And it feels like, yeah, Spirit have shown up in full force. They're working so well together, but I wanted to focus in on Shiro a little bit. That was a player that caught some eyes, had some great highlights for himself as well, Maui. But what about him do you think is maybe potentially different compared to the end of last season and looking to start a new season?
I would say that one thing that plays into Shiro's strength on a map like Cash is that allows Oppers so many sightlines to remain active. For obviously, we get the early rifle highlights from him too, which he's never been shabby at. But they're just as TESA try to approach and take space. The term that actually we used to use was like a 10 RWS quad opper. That basically meant that anybody that was just playing A on cash with an op will just get the bare minimum amount of kills to stay as a relevant player. But it's practically the easiest position to do it. There's a lot of angles on cash that are simply hard to flush out effectively, especially with how good CTs are, defending Oppers are at just dropping a smoke at their feet, still allowing a little bit of a window to wiggle in to find kills. So Shiro demonstrated that fantastically. Even when he was flashed off angles, cash provided him enough time to re-peek and hold those lines. I think this is a map that's really going to suit him. Even the most passive Oppers in history have looked explosive, surprisingly, on a map like cash.
I mean, his stats look fantastic there, 21 and 6. And if you were to give a ranking, Maui, out of 10, how much do you think he enjoyed that first map?
He just wishes it was on land, so a 9.
Okay. So what, you feel like an 8? 8 enjoyment?
8.5. 8.5.
Okay.
It's great. It's great. I'd say the extra 0.5 from the 8 is obviously because it's the first official back from the player break for him.
And would you say your enjoyment is higher or lower than an 8.5?
I think with the utility that Spirit actually showed there, that they didn't just shoot everybody in the head, I actually did enjoy that one. I thought it was just going to be, okay, we know that they can shoot everybody, so they're going to win like that. The way they won was actually one of the more impressive aspects. So yeah, I'd give it a solid 8.
Okay, all right. Well, the reason why I ask is I'm giving you a bit of warm-up because there is a fun mini-game. If you guys head on over to blast.tv right now, there is a CS higher or lower mini-game that we're going to play right now together, Maui, okay? It's powered by IC Market, so we're going to have a lot of fun with this. You're given a market item on the left, and then we have to decide if the one on the right is going to be higher or lower than that. And there is someone out there who went for a score of 133. So that's what we're aiming to beat in this segment.
Ooh, that's going to be hard. That guy is a bit of an outlier. I'm not going to lie. Why is his score so much higher than everybody else?
It's crazy.
We'll see. Maybe he gamed the system or something. But okay, for this one, Mint Kimono P250 versus the Night Terror A1S. I feel like the Night Terror A1S, especially field tested, I don't think it's that valuable.
Let's go
I feel like it's. I bet it's like $10. I feel like it's like $10. Let's see.
On the edge of our seats. Oh, something went wrong.
Oh, this is like an HLTV forum thread. Oh, God. Just delete it.
Just say,
just
by
delete
the
it with
way,
the
I
swiftness.
have been playing that mini game on my computer whilst we've been watching the game, and I just think, like, for that to happen right then is just perfect. No, I never would have thought that one. But we'll give that one to you, Maui. We'll pretend that. What do we pick? Lower. We'll pretend that it was lower. We're on our 1 streak. We're going to go to a break. Then we'll come back. We'll see if the streak continues for Spirit, if they're able to get a 2-0 for themselves. Does it feel weird to not have had Hallie for a number of events where you've been traveling, but now you do get to have him for this online event?
Yeah. We will have him on this event and the future events. He fixed all problems with Healthy, and right now it's all good. And probably right now we can show all our potential because we will have a coach for back, and we will see.
Perfect. Oh, I love to hear that. Yeah, that is really nice to hear that Hallie's healthy and going to be back joining you guys for the future. But of course, the Blast Bounty format is quite ruthless, right? We've already seen Falcons get eliminated. There's some high-end teams that have already lost. Do you get a little bit worried, or you're on another level this season?
No, we don't worry about that, but I really was surprised yesterday when I see this match. But I think it's really sometimes it's fine because after season you should have more time for get your normal performance form. But I don't know. For real, we really don't worry about today match. We just will play our game and show our form because we are working already around 2 weeks, maybe 1.5 weeks, and I think we have very good form right now.
Yeah, that is something actually a lot of players have been saying, that you guys on Spirit have been grinding a little earlier into this season than most. Do you feel that you have been, or do you think that this is normal? You guys do this every preseason?
I think we do this every preseason. We are starting playing earlier than other teams because we wanna have a good form before first event.
Look, it was so nice to get to catch up with Tanir there. I mean, he talked about it, that he was quite surprised watching the series yesterday between 100 Thieves and Falcons. And I was hoping, Maui, that we might have been able to see more of the bounty hunters continue that trend. It did happen early today where we saw a bounty hunter beat the most wanted. But you're pretty right in the fact that OG having way more of a difficult opponent. I mean, what already happened on Cash was tough. But now that we look towards Dust 2, which is Spirit's map pick, it feels like the odds are just continually stacking against them.
I would be impressed if OG matched the round total that they found on Cash against Spirit's Dust 2. It is one of the most difficult maps to play because even if you know exactly what Spirit are doing, you're still just fighting fire with, I don't even know what OG are using. I don't. You can't fight fire with fire if you don't have fire. A little bit of wind, I guess. It just would probably make the fire even worse. No, it's
a small gust.
Yeah, this is going to be disastrous for OG. If you want to see utter carnage, then just stay locked in for sure.
Oh, I'm definitely going to stay locked in because you've been praising Spirit. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, Tanir and I, in that interview about them actually having Hallie back for them, how that's going to feel. And there was that question mark of, yeah, you've always had him online and they're still online for this, but it is nice that he's gotten a little bit healthier. It feels like he's going to be there more permanently now. They're not going to be having that issue. And I guess out of that one, Tanir's been able to get a personal life coach in Yabyabich.
Oh. He has him just like next to him on a regular basis now?
Perked up right behind him. I believe if you look at his play cam, it should be right behind him on the couch, yeah.
Yeah, fan favorite. I know there was a lot of controversy regarding Yabyabich. The way that sometimes in timeouts he was talking over Magix. If you looked at the ESL comms sections of that major, but not a major winner, unfortunately. I think Yabyabich had a great run, worth considering for maybe a lesser team that's in need of a coach. I know Astralis just swapped theirs out, but that could have been an option. Other than that, though, I think that this guy's going to be a cult hero for years to come.
Yeah, I can hard agree to that sentiment there. But it feels like they're done with his tactics. They're pushing him to the wayside. Instead, they're sticking strong with Hallie as coach. And of course, whatever tactics Hallie and Magix are going to be able to put to themselves for Dust 2. And you're already saying OG probably wouldn't even be able to get those 4 rounds that they did for Cash. But you know, what exactly is it about Spirit and their Dust 2 that's so strong that you're confident in making that claim?
Well, I don't think that Spirit do anything particularly special on this map. I think that the bomb site hits, though, once they're constructed, are just so ferocious, which is what you're going to get when you have the best rifler in the world either leading the charge or even sometimes getting to go second in off of a short swing. I also think that their CT side is one of the most difficult to deal with because at any given time, Shiro can get active, Donk will change his position on a whim. So if you're trying to read what they did in the previous round, they were probably already making the adaptation in their own freeze time. I don't see any way that OG does well in this one because of those various factors, but it would be really cool to see somebody like Adam B show up because he's been on a little bit of a hot streak for OG. I kind of want him to play well because I think CEST has maybe slightly overshadowed him, but I know there's still a player there that OG might have for the future.
Okay, well, you're saying it's going to be absolute carnage on the server in Dust 2, and I'm hoping it is, because it does mean that we get the joy of carnage being casted by Scrawny and Londis.
Ooh, and we do carnage well. We do the zany real well, Mo, and I think that now with this map in their back pocket...
50-1.
Yeah. Feels about that in the way that, you know, that entire game has 2 successful opening duels for OG in the entirety of it. It really was just Spirit from start to finish in that first one.
Yeah, the stat for them, as Maui's alluding to, is it's just Donk's freedom on this map. He's probably the best Dust 2 player ever in history. He had last year a 1.58 on the entire year on the map. So a lot of it, like you said, doesn't really have to do with unbelievable creative calling.
Right.
It is things like Donk and Shiro and the amount of freedom the map gives you. Lots of parallels to what we just saw on Cash, amplified because they have even more experience. Very dangerous veto here for OG.
It's a tough place to be in, but it was always going to be tough going up against a Spirit that have been at work in anticipation of the second half of the year. There's still time for 2026 to have Spirit's name stamped on it. All things were pointing in the right direction ahead of Cologne. All things were pointing in the right direction up until that their semifinal.
Yeah, Biabich was doing a great job.
But he choked. Rumor has it they've actually repurposed Yab Yajic. They've taken all his stuffing and made Shiro a new pillow.
Oh my goodness.
He lives
That's
on.
the thanks I get.
Body's gonna find first blood in the pistol. Cadian eats a flashbang and recovers vision with a kill. Oh, a second towards the window. Knows about the player trying to exit out through tunnels, but won't be able to stop Zontic. Shiro spamming away. Gets chased down by Body, and now we're into the 1v1 between Zontix and a 62 health Body.
He'll take the money. Maybe the 1v1 as well.
A Glock for the clutch. Body in anticipation of a window challenge. And he doesn't have a kit, but there is one right next to the bomb, so should be able to scoop it up. Just needs the kill. Zontix, yeah, he's gonna land it first. A little bit labored between the battle of the Glockers, but Zontix from the darkness is gonna pick up the first round here for Spirit's Dust 2.
A very strong effort there from Cadian within the site with his duo of kills. Very nice try. But yeah, Spirit grab another one.
Cheesy kill for Shiro, just kind of pop it open the edge of that smoke.
You know, when he grabbed the, when Body picked up the Glock, obviously it was just like a quick ammo thing. But when you got the Glock, start running.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I
thought that's what he was going to try to do. Burst out the door.
Donk's Dust 2 rating is 1.42 this year, the highest in the world.
Yeah.
And that's after it dropped from 2025.
I was going to say, for what it's worth, at this point in the year, it's a little slower than last year, but
yeah.
it's a 1.42, so it feels, feels so strange to mention. Like, it's beyond any, I don't even know. Like, who's ever putting up that across a year?
To think of anybody's rating dropping by 0.16
to a 0.142.
And you just go, yeah, but he's still the best in the world.
Yeah.
Imagine Kerrigan's rating dropping by 0.16.
He might just like explode in real life.
It's just, and it's all over.
That's what happened to Yabbage.
Oh, Donk's gonna get gunned down. Forced by here for OG is catching him off guard, but Shiro staves him off. Brother, Shiro has been a rock for Spirit so far in this series.
He's been fantastic. He looks energized.
He's a newly married man.
He's a newly married man.
They say
he's been wed.
You gotta stop making me laugh. I'm gonna die.
I was just repeating what you said in your voice.
But why'd you say it like that? They say life only starts after marriage.
They say life only starts after marriage.
Performative guy. Now I don't want to talk.
I don't want to talk. They're looking for any fights. They don't care where they come from.
They're looking for any fights. They don't care where they come from.
So you two can play this game.
They're looking for any fights. They don't care where they come from.
What are you going to do with your deagle, Adam? A little zinger from downtown. Good flash.
Look at it. Yeah.
But unfortunate, not able to make anything of it. And the AKs prevail.
You know, we did see some crazy things happen to Falcons yesterday on 2 maps where you'd think the exact same things as we're thinking with Spirit right now on Dust 2. But can cadiaN go bar for bar with Von Sprenkelson?
I don't know, man. Jack's kind of the guy. He's the talk of the town at the moment.
Yeah.
The old Gimbo.
It is kind of insane, though, that they just went on to lose to Nuclear Tigress. Like, absolutely no momentum whatsoever.
You know, we had that big conversation about how, like, Rain rises to the occasion. Like, when did Rain last have a chance to swing at the world's #1?
Yeah.
And he was a driving force in a lot of critical rounds. And,
oh, yeah, he probably won that game.
Device had his moments, and poi had a ridiculous Dust too. So it's like, yeah, sometimes, you know,
the stars align.
You put, like, an eating challenge in front of somebody, they can rise to that occasion.
Yeah. Like Joey Cold Cuts or something.
Yeah, exactly. They force those dogs down the gullet. Yeah, funk. just slurp them back.
That grenade launcher.
But you put Nuclear Tigers in front of me. Why do I need to beat Nuclear Tigers? I beat Falcons yesterday. I'm already stuffed on VRS points. You know, share the wealth. 100 Thieves are like the Robin Hood of VRS, stealing from the rich and then giving back
to themselves.
And the Nuclear Tigers.
Oh right, they get a nice benefit off of that. How much was it?
It was weird. It was I saw one of the VRS gurus breaking it down. How like the match page on HLTV didn't actually reflect how many VRS points they get because prize money at the bounty is only earned after one of those situations.
Okay. TBD.
Yeah, TBD. It's just a VRS forecast.
Right. But the weatherman always lies.
That he does, because he wants the golf course to himself.
Yeah.
First gun round meant to make a difference here for OG. They feel the squeeze of the cat approach, but Spirit have gone uncontested. Nobody actually throwing themselves at Spirit. He actually just gave a smoke over, and Magic's happy to try to crawl around side it. Body spotted you. Whittles down a bit of the HP, and cadiaN's going to catch Donk's head. So Donk is down.
Attack.
And they are stuck behind these smokes. Very awkward approach. Now the Xbox climb is about to start happening, and Spirit looking a little flat on this commitment into the A site. By the time the bomb goes down, you've already got guys on the cat stairs. So not ready for the flank. Easy cleanup. 5 players survive for OG in their first gun round, and maybe we do need to take this challenge seriously.
Yeah, that was a flat looking round for Spirit. Finally, we got to see something like that. Didn't really see it on Cash, but that's also shades of the Falcons match. After Nuke in that game, it felt like impossible that any other result could take place. But here's a moment where the calling looks a little bit sloppy, and ideas aren't being formed. No entries are found. It's a very late exec, and you know, at this point, they finally make the move to overtake tunnels, to just take the little bit of map control left where they're already quite sure that it's going to be an A play. And it looks way too easy stopping that attack. If Yabby really did go to Astralis, and he coached Yabby, that's just a mouthful.
of rock, paper, scissors here with the util on the cat approach, but as they go for the long control, that frees up Katie into double back in case the commitment comes from Spirit in back-to-back rounds.
OG are trying to starve him for attention, and it's kind of working. Spirit, with all these early fights, are just doing the same thing.
Body's going to have his hands full, though. 5 players on the other side. Oh, he only gets his one.
Katie didn't have a flash, actually, for that.
Tenier trades back. Cadian waiting for this deep commitment to come up. At 20 seconds, it's all of Spirit still trudging along. Oh, he misses.
Yeah.
And now they're going to know about him. He's still able to pop up and kill Donk as Adam collects his. Zontix over the ledge collecting 2 frags. And Cadian's flames spread as his op impact is felt. The sole survivor in Cadian on that A site. That's a mass casualty event for both teams. 9 dead, Cadian the sole survivor, and OG with back-to-back round wins.
Got more than just his first chance there, didn't he, on the ramp? I think the molly landed default. And obviously, it could have been in a much more effective place. The same place where they sort of put up the defense last time. Sure hit a crazy shot right at the end, but Cadian was right there to re-peek. But it was a good-looking map for OG up until that moment. Again, Spirit suddenly looked kind of foggy.
Careful. There are 3 Desert Eagles out there on the field. I like the way you put it, though, last round. Really starving them for attention. You know, you don't give Spirit something to pull on.
Some teams just confuse themselves without those openers. And even though it looks like, oh, they're just repeating the A play again, this time it's actually not a bad situation to do it. But they're just so slow about it.
Yeah, and so ill-equipped in this one specifically. Second nade hits Shiro. Cadian can afford the miss because Body's meant to pick up the slack. All's good. Despite Zontix and Donk's best efforts, it's still majority alive OG as we have a tied game at 3 rounds all.
3 straight cat hits so far here for Spirit. They'll go into a timeout. I think that makes sense. The idea machine can't be out this early. Simple as the map is, there are other options. I don't want to patronize people by listing them off, but the one thing about repeating the same choke point over and over again is, where does that leave you, like, from a conditioning perspective? That, like, oh, now everyone's really good at stopping your A play. Oh, now if you do something else, it's like insanely obvious. Good to establish a little variety at the beginning of a half.
Forward extension here for OG, with Catwalk having been that target for Spirit 3 rounds in a row. They're trying to lean in front of it, but then you give something over, right? We're just talking about how you starve Spirit for openings, but pushing so many players up. Catwalk gave Donk a chance at first blood. Zontix dies right after, and Spirit are going to keep it simple. Four players out through middle and a vacant B bomb site for the taking.
Yeah, that smoke looked incredibly fake. 3 players on A, hoping it's going to do something, but it won't. And you can have tunnels if you want it, Prime Taps. This is already turning into a save. Unless he's going to find some kind of lead. I mean, fair play to OG. That tactic worked out really well, but, you know, can't do it every round. Got to come up with something new. They're actually getting ready to try this. A lot of money on the line in this retake.
Another late retake attempt, if they even commit, but they don't. Just send some grenades in. Keep a guard on the exits. And try to rack up a price tag, but again, like you said, it's costly either way, in fact. Magix should be doomed. Tenier also dead, and it winds up being all of Spirit despite their round win.
Yeah, not too bad there for OG. Plenty of casualties. So they kind of like fake that retake just in time where now you've just got their attention. I think this push through the smoke was just such an easy read because it was just clearly such a last-second throw.
Well, it's not every day you go 4-0 in duels versus Donk. Good on you, Cadian.
Wow.
Hang on to that. I mean, Cadian is currently sitting top of the charts for OG.
New kryptonite unlocked.
And the limitation's clear with all those casualties on the exit last round. It's 5 Galils for Spirit. That could wind up making a difference as OG look to get this game tied again. But once more, you know, you stack bodies up on Catwalk. You gave Donk that chance at getting a kill from lower tunnels.
One thing Cadian was always great at doing when he played for Heroic was actually punishing on exits. It was like not just winning rounds, but like brutally so, where you were left with nothing.
Laid it on thick. Smoke in front of this 4-player tunnels push. Zontix really the only one hit hard, but Prime Taps with a back turn to him's got the first. And Body moving forward with the assist, kills Donk. Keeps him at a single frag. Spooky over top of the plat smoke, chips Shiro off the play, and a 4v2 is looking like a comfortable place for OG. Tenier trying to catch them unprepared, but Magix is just too far removed, and it's going to be 4 members of OG up, tying the game at 4 rounds all, and making this CT side a daunting prospect as Spirit's money dries up.
A lot of comfort there for OG. Not the most compelling attacks here from Spirit in these last few. Full-on B hit, it's like relatively quiet. Then it's a really low telegraph exact. They aren't covering everything. Not entering together. And a lot was on the line there for Spirit.
Which kind of feels like Spirit lost their mojo.
Sometimes they just forget everything they know.
But why does that happen?
I don't know. I really don't know.
How could it possibly happen like that?
Low on RAM.
PrimeTaps is going to get overwhelmed as the Glock surpasses him. M4 picked up on Car. And watch, I mentioned the mojo, and they suddenly win around with pistols. Is that what we're queuing up here?
No armor, nothing.
You'd think it'd be impossible, but it's going to demand the retake here from OG as bomb's down. Magic's trying to get off site, opens the door for that tunnel's wrap. And Donk's trying to push this M4 into the site itself. They'll swing out through the window, just trying to deal with players before the retake's truly on. But as you'd anticipate, 4 players versus unarmored pistols. Yeah, it's going to come up OG, who now have a lead, 5-4. Somebody stole my mojo, baby. Shagadelic.
Well, this is also because Cadian, even though he had a couple players die when they were trying to punish the exits, got all the kills.
True.
Set up very vulnerable positions for the quickest route.
Very true. Ooh, Magic's gonna have to stomach an early dink as we get a bit of an aggressive opening out of OG. Body's still floating around off that damage, and he's gonna catch them off guard, but kill neither. Donk's able to react. You've got a low health bar here on 3 of the Spirit players, but Donk likes the odds of just an aggressive move.
Whoa, he pre-fired that.
Oh, Smokey's dead.
He's a machine.
There he is, back on that mojo.
Unfortunately, it feels like he had him wobbly, and then he just started attacking. And I think he just wasn't confident that they're going to come up with anything interesting if he just doesn't do that right away. And that was just like, that was one in the bag. They have an objective advantage. They got a kill. They had a lead. They know A-Side's going to be weaker, even though he doesn't know who's there already.
Even though the teammates behind him took damage.
Yeah.
And as wild as it is, that's what happens when you get a bit too frisky. You know, Body's making this play off of the dink top middle. Because you put yourself in OG's shoes, it's kind of the same philosophy. All right, we dinked Magic's top middle. Body's got a positioning that's catching them off guard. Make this move happen. You're kind of compelled to go for it. What you don't expect is Donk reacting fast enough and then just throwing himself at the A site to win it. Boom. Snap onto Body, who goes down empty-handed despite damage aplenty. From there, it is just the old classic Donk. Adam caught jumping. Next player out of CT spawn caught throwing grenades. And it's just because it is that split second faster than your expectations warn you. Donk plays within that minutia.
There was like never any doubt from the moment he killed Body.
Yep.
How all of that was going to go.
Yep. Like a rabid animal off a leash.
But again, I feel for OG. Trying to get aggressive off Cat is a good look. I mean, looking for new ways to win rounds, even if other more passive routes have worked previously. I wouldn't be gambling on that over and over again. But then you run the risk of what just happened.
OG's going to try to change it up here.
Maybe they do just need a Philly shell.
It's a double op setup for the last 2 rounds of the half. That's the plan, OG. A little shake up to catch Spirit off guard, perhaps. Deep corner commitment, and Adam turns back. Little delayed trade, but Donk gets there, and in anticipation of the corner clear, but Zontix, it's a back turn to him, and PrimeTaps is unable to trade it. But he'll go running in to Cadian, unprepared for a third piece of that B defense.
2 ops here.
That's all that remains of OG is the double op setup.
Kind of works really well for Shiro, though. If they just go above, not seeing a way that these ops can get back into this round. But
yeah, Cadian just swapped his out for an AK-47. Spooky will not have that luxury as he's stuck in CT spawn with the op.
Doubling up on the CT retake, making it feel like otherwise.
That'll serve up a
get made.
temporary distraction, that frag grenade. Shiro eyes towards it, but the smoke's about to fade. Him and Magic's both on Cat. At least KDN opened up this door for them to push up.
They have a molly.
Mm-hmm. He got them to go back and watch Xbox because he threw that one frag grenade. Now his Molotov is going to prevent them from fully swinging out to the site, but Magic's realizing he's got to get something going, tries to push this out. Nobody's tapped the bomb, though. By the time the molly fades, Magic's is going to have to come back at this. Spooky in the final second. Oh, and the coverage is perfect. KDN pulls that off. Great distraction with the frag grenade, and then just enough cover to make that defuse happen.
They just missed their 2 opportunities, and that could have come down to just 1 kill, to be honest. Neither of them could pull it off. And a very, very difficult retake that required something to go wrong from the other team. But they still had to make a series of good moves to even make this possible, and they found a way to do it.
I like the mind games KDN's playing. 1 step ahead of Spirit, as it will be OG with a 6th round to the CT side. Spirit have the pistol, a 3-0 start, and 2 rounds since.
KDN's played great this half.
Back to the single op, our OG in round 12. And Zontix waiting for Adam to make this move. Oh, but he loses the head-to-head. And it's man advantage OG in the 12th. Donk chipped away at by the frag grenade. Takes up bomb. And lets Magic's take point. Insta-kill, though, as Spooky steps around that mid-corner.
They're going to see this cheat over towards the A side. I mean, that means they might lean into this direction.
KDN pops it open for Body, who reestablishes man advantage. Tenier creeping his way out middle. Contact versus the B player. Trying to chase him down to the car, but Body comes through with the assist at the perfect moment to just guarantee Prime Taps can full fixate over towards Tunnel instead.
It's a bit of a bait here.
25 seconds as Donk cuts off the rotate with some damage, but dies at the hands of KDN. 14th frag for KDN on the half. Shiro trying to run it back over to the A site, pulls one off in the middle of this. And you've got OG scrambling back and forth, but he's only got 10 seconds to make this happen, and so it's a 7th for OG. Classy CT side called by KDN and led numerically by his kills as well.
Here on the sun-drenched streets of Mirage, we spot some of nature's most fascinating creatures. Counter-Strike players in their natural habitat. Despite the plentiful environments these fellows could inhabit, they seem to always swarm towards the comfort and safety of this shining paradise. As the sun rises over the stone architecture, in typical fashion we see this species squabble over their preferred position. Let us discover where they shall end up. A breakneck flurry of utility flies overhead, attempting to disrupt the defenders. The stakes could not be higher. And with nothing he can do, the A anchor is flash-banged like a deer in headlights. He decides his best bet is to retreat. No matter how much he cries out for help, support is nowhere to be found. However, the restless hunter has found its prey. It's 1 shot, 1 kill. Such is the life of the Opper, precise and deadly. On the opposite side of this erupting battlefield, our B anchor is as cool as a cucumber, having the time of his life with a spring in his step. Returning to the chaos, this perfectly executed attack has a problem. A noob. Fresh account in less than 20 hours played, duoing this season with a veteran. Blinded by one of their own, it seems as if their fate is sealed. The hunter is now the hunted. Revenge is a dish best served with a carambit. Huddled like penguins, their plan has failed. Now it's only a matter of time before they are spotted, and the round is over. Through all of this havoc and turmoil, our B anchor continues the kangaroo jump. Finally, after many hops, they hear a faint cry in the distance. He decides to abandon his post and regroup with the herd to claim what little glory may still be available. But he is not alone. The T's are nothing if not sneaky. This T's patience has been rewarded. The unfortunate anchor never stood a chance. And to make matters worse, the A attack was a ruse. Our A player's defense was a waste of time. The alarm sounded. The CTs must now migrate to the B site. This once stalking predator is now the prey. As a final solution, the CT has one last trick in its arsenal, the smoke diffuse. And as the famous saying goes to the native people of Mirage, pros do not fake.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
cadiaN with a bit of spring in his step as he comes back into the second map of this series with conviction. Rock solid A defense and good calls that slowly but surely added more and more ideas to the defense. At the start, it felt like just kind of starve Spirit for contact, don't lose opening kills. But then as those rounds were added to the board for OG, they made moves and secured 7 rounds on that CT side.
Yeah, plenty of great things to say about the way OG played that half. Completing this feat is obviously a bit of a different story. CT side is going to be a little bit harder with Spirit on it. And I think they'll have to think less, but there's an excellent opener for Adam B. Make an argument for this pistol.
Oh, I see ya. Can't kill ya. Magic's oh man, empty-handed on a crouch crawling T crossing catwalk. Bomb a little late to the party, but so be it. It's a nice 5v2 for OG, and looking like they're going to take a T-side pistol, much like Spirit did.
Not even going to give this one a sniff. Yeah, the T-side was not fantastic. You know, what was interesting about the game with 100 Thieves and Falcons yesterday? I'm sure Falcons would say, oh, we played terribly, but it wasn't sort of like this where you're like, oh, they're completely out of ideas. They don't know what they're going to do next. They just were kind of getting outgunned a bit. I mean, there were some good tactics in there from 100 Thieves. This one seems like OG are playing pretty well, but Spirit are kind of like totally absent-minded, at least in that first half.
Yeah, she didn't really quite have killer instinct. Like, I feel like we saw one round where Donk was allowed off the leash, and that's when he got that kill on body and just ran it in.
He bit the leash off and then
yeah,
he
exactly.
got off the
He's
leash
just
himself.
frothing.
Yeah.
Like Donk does.
Yeah.
But other than that, a bit too muzzled. So losing pistol here makes this all the more tantalizing for OG. I'm sure after getting whooped back on cash, there's a part of OG that's thinking, oh shit, we're getting eliminated. But little to lose, nowhere else to be. And Dust 2, an impressive just game plan so far from OG. I've liked the way that they've kind of like ramped up into the match. It was going to start with being able to survive the Spirit onslaught. But when Spirit didn't bring that fight to the game, OG took up the vacant space. Now they've just got to close the map. Also, Tanir has 2 kills. What's up with that?
That's what I thought was going on Cash,
that's
but
how
he
it
had
felt.
like a decent score line.
Yeah, that's really what it felt like. He was getting bullied on the A site. Get down to the 50-second mark. And another smoke grenade meets OG on catwalk. Magix has one more smoke over towards the B site, but that nade goes a little too deep. And it just feels like OG are going to slam this numbers advantage into an A site versus the bottom performing Spirit player of Tanir. Can he recover here and now? Shiro offers up an opening. Tanir, nothing. No impact on the hold whatsoever. cadiaN out the mid doors has got CTs barreling towards him. Do they really want to try to chance this retake? They've got no kit for it. No utility either. Gonna have to play it with pace. Flashbang for Spooky. Perfection! As he controls the spray down, mows down Donk, and gives OG a comfortable 9-5 lead.
Lovely. They decided to just sort of brute force it, and if they were a second earlier, maybe that would happen. But OG, good setup, very good flash usage, super quick, and they put up a 9th off that. Cadian knew right away it's going to be A. Didn't even have like full information on the map, but just that one mid B smoke said stay in place for a little bit. I have a feeling there's only 2 guys over here holding, and he's right. Again, another good moment of calling from him.
Spirit with a bit to play with, have Zontix on the Galil, but already we've got Adam back behind blue box and wasting no time to continue Tanir's struggles. 2-13.
He's getting torn up.
Oh yeah. Zontix at least able to get through the tunnels. We'll see if this Galil can turn things around top mid. Utility usage draws his attention. And he wins the duel over Cadian at least.
It's scary for the T's. They know that this is a very heavy lean. Whoa.
Not the best guns for Spirit, but still just no hesitation. Running that Galil over now in Donk's hands. He's in the middle of this pack. He can still rob this from you, but Adam spams through the edge of the smoke. It's good on the pistol from Magix. Falling P250 impact. And right now, what's left of OG is quite separated. Body still concerned about that potential mid flank.
Such a critical moment to recover.
Smoke grenades all over this bomb site. Trying to piece it together. Oh, the fire spread. Zontix burnt to a crisp. Spooky tries to wrap around, and Shiro's back turned to him. Nice recovery underway here from OG. Massive ask of Magix on the P250.
Probably got a feeling that he's down here, but why risk it? Got the bomb in hand.
They remain cautious. He makes his move, and he gets the headshot. Body's down, and the bomb plant was denied for a second. Magix, he's going to have the challenge come over top. It's all about the duel, and Spooky catching him off. Doesn't go back in for the plant, just goes lethal instead, surviving the 1v1 and securing OG's double digits.
Really important save. Scary moment. Nothing coming into that. Makes it a 5-round game entirely. Solid day for Spooky overall. Nice pickoff, my goodness.
Cadian right to it. Again, OG have clearly just had the better ideas. Keeping it fluid. In Spirit's first gun round, they strike Magix down and early. Just feathering the throttle here, taking over the cat control, making sure that the plan is constantly in motion. OG continue to play like a team that's going to win Dust 2.
You got Shiro relying on Tanir anchoring alone right now, which he's kind of vulnerable. 2-13, not had the best time.
Lineups there. Yeah, nicely done,
massive.
Tanir. Spooky and Adam just kind of bottle it, grouping up on top of each other, but Cadian's answer's clean.
Nice shot.
Shiro's position revealed. As bomb was dropped towards long, he knows Cadian's going to have to retrieve that. A battle between the offers. Oh, hold on. Now the pressure's back on Shiro.
Oh, he turned for the flash.
Through it. Through the smoke, Cadian clips Shiro, but he's got to get that bomb over. And you know Donk's going to play Unchained. Both players on the cross. Donk cuts one down to size. And as Cadian sits 3 kills deep,
he didn't get
missing the timing on the bomb plant, right?
What?
Gets the plant off. And as that bomb plant sits, Donk's now out in the open. He'll find the headshot and deny this clutch from Cadian, who somehow pulled off that plant.
Where he was like way late on that plan.
Fell too far gone. Cadian quick to the digits. But if this is what's keeping Spirit in this game, I'm almost pushing my chips to OG's side of the table.
Yeah, totally. Man, Shiro blew the smoke open while Cadian flashed behind it. And so he ate a flash, wasn't expecting to see it. Otherwise,
I mean,
why? What did the time say?
Time said 3, bro. I swear, it had already changed to 3.
Huh.
I thought he missed that too. You know, our HUD was broken 2 days ago.
Can we check
That's
again?
what I'm
I'm saying there is a world where it can be 3.
I'm not
but
throwing.
But it's like 1 in 100 million.
I don't want to throw the HUD guys under the bus, but it was broken 2 days ago. I mean, the other possibility is I'm wrong.
About what?
About him not having enough time. I swear.
5, 4. Nope, you're good. He's good. 4. That was 4. That said 4.
Pretty damn close. Mogged.
Dropping that is crazy. All right, 4-round game. All the money's gone. Mogged.
You're 12-12, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts, by the way.
Mogged.
12-12. Just happens to be his worst scoreline of all time. But we're only halfway through the game.
Mogged. That's the right attitude. It's also OG down into pistols. Crossfire here between Donk and Magix. And if Shiro's not given a challenge, he might add himself to this duel from the ramp, but no need. Just gonna rip him apart. With a bomb down in front of you as well, Donk is never going to leave this position. So he was 12-12. And then an anti-eco puts him comfortably positive. This is one of those results, though, where it's like Spirit could still win this game 2-0, but they're going to be left, you know, wanting more. It's not how Spirit wanted to win this series. It's not how Donk usually does it.
They do this sometimes, though.
I know, and they're always mad about it.
As they should be.
They're going to win.
How do you forget everything you know on T-side?
I don't know.
On your best map. After apparently practicing a lot during the break as well.
They were just
that was the report.
really focused on cash.
They look awesome on cash.
They were really focused on cash. And that much was clear. 3-player long start for Spirit, Tanir included, as it's Body to take over the op responsibility off spawn. Doesn't land the shot, but decides to hang on to it for now.
Tanir might be the one who saved the day overall for Spirit with that 1-2K on the rifle round. I feel like it was just going to become totally bleak without that.
The guy that's 5-14.
Yeah.
Saved the day.
Not all heroes wear capes. And even a crumb is still bread.
There we go. Back to your regularly scheduled programming. Cadian on the op, taking it over towards long as bomb is allocated catwalk. It's going to be prime taps and Body to try to work it up cat once the smoke fades. Tanir playing Goose. Shiro in front of him, and Magic still of 2 mines because of that mid smoke, but he's looking to come join back up on the cat hold. 30 seconds, and OG are going to go into this 5v5 on A. Missed chance by Shiro, and then an awkward fallback position, but he goes wide out long into the op duel, bests cadiaN, and that's going to activate the swing of the other OG players. TaNeer, long distance, tapping away with that A1S, finds Adam's head, and a man advantage momentarily here for Spirit. Zontix preoccupied with util. His body's going to have to go for this plant. They're going to take the duel to Spooky in the meantime. And as the bomb's now planted, bodies to pop up, but Donk's got both headshots.
What?
Mogged. And Spirit find their 8th.
He had no business getting both. I can't believe any of that went Spirit's way, by the way.
He's Donk.
Shiro ran out into long when there was 3 guys right around the corner. Thought that it was just him there first. Nope, cadiaN walked right into him.
Posted on the angle.
Got the kill. Then Magix jumps up. By the way, have no A control at all. Magix jumps up into this while they're already splitting A. This entire time, Spirit think they're like 3 seconds ahead. OG are already in the positions they were looking for to totally split the site, and they still got away with it. They can't keep getting away with it.
But they are, aren't they? Donk is not the highest rated Dust 2 player by chance. And so while things may have fallen apart at the seams on T side, Spirit racking up CT round wins. Get those creative juices flowing. Pistols collected inside of the tunnels, just looking to pop on B site. Zontix set up by Donk, and all's good. Donk's triple kill sets it up perfectly. Cleanup duty for the others, and suddenly nothing but a 1-round game.
I'm telling you, that 1-2K out of TaNeer, he was like Atlas holding up the entire world.
Saves the day. One easy 2K. As you can see, Spirit's confidence growing as Donk finds more and more impact. Back to the gun rounds go OG.
I need one of those cadiaN picks, like they had him go into lower. He had a really nice timing on Magix jumping back. Like, I want to see a game plan kill here.
Donk's confident now. Look at him. He's already top middle. And if you let Donk get confident, you've got problems.
Oh boy. He's running away. Wow, he's making so much noise.
He's confident in his duel, but Adam B's gonna best him.
It's insane that he made that much noise.
That's how confident he was. But this time, it costs him.
Mogged.
Zontix, though, spams the smoke, and they pop through. Oh, Zontix dead with nothing. TaNeer also dropped. Single kill from TaNeer is all that Spirit wind up getting. And OG pounced that bomb site before Spirit are truly prepared. Magix, though, him and Shiro right on the brink of this site. Molotov onto the bomb planter. That's where Magix tries to catch them off guard, but it's good cover from Prime Taps and Spooky here to end it. 4 players up for OG.
Why even try that?
Donk goes running at the opening duel, thinking he's going to win that fight every day of the week, but Adam B's got other ideas.
And he could have, but that was like there's no one else that will swing that wide continuously besides him. And so Adam B did have all the warning in the world.
You got a double
like
off
some might
change-up.
take a few steps out with the flash that comes over long, which he asked for.
Yep.
And then when no one's blind, you know that after 2 more seconds, they're definitely not blind anymore. And you're asking for trouble, but that's Donk. He's asking for trouble. I
was going to say.
He'll probably win the duel most of the time
what he
anyway.
Wants, actually.
It's just that it's a tight score line. Maybe the Tenir 2K wasn't enough.
Now Donk has an AWP.
There's only one guy who got an op base at Budapest.
And he's in the server. And cadiaN wasn't in Budapest.
And it wasn't Zywoo. It was Donk.
Here he is. Inside of the B site with that secondary op. We'll see if the changeup catches OG off guard. Yeah, body's dead to rights. And cadiaN bests Donk on the repeak.
Logged. Type it out. 1 for 1. They'll see if it's enough. They try to run it down again. Maybe just looking for a reposition in case someone plays close tunnels. They don't catch that. But I like that they're thinking. Because they have Magix and B on this op line. It's a little bit more freedom across the rest of the map. Even numbers at 30 seconds. Very late to be taking long control. Very possible Spirit just... I don't really believe in this threat right now, and that could cost them.
Shiro's got a high angle.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of smoke, actually.
Adam dead for Tenir. Shutting down the Xbox climb up. Oh, prime taps though with the headshot. And unfortunately here for the last piece in cadiaN, bomb doesn't get planted at all. So this one's gonna just expire off the clock and Spirit keep it this 1-round game. Double op setup good for the man advantage. You can see Tenir saving that second op, so they want to rinse and repeat Team Spirit.
Tough that it has to be because of a smoke like that. But OG coming to this round with a bit of lack of mobility because they're op. I think that definitely leans into Spirit a little bit more. But if cadiaN can go head-to-head with one of them again.
Fast move as well,
yeah,
instantly
actually.
up catwalk. All right, this is what we're doing. cadiaN charging, forces forward, spooky hits before the flashes pop, and so Shiro shuts him down. Adam B's got the headshot back as Magix trying to dump utility now, and that will chip away some of the health. But an A-bomb site earned through an electric tempo out of OG. You've got body on an op. Hit players low as the CT nades come out, continuing to find their targets. Nobody going for that Xbox climb up if you're Spirit. They're just kind of stuck here for the time being. Body just hoping to cut them down to size. More and more utility thrown out from CT spawn. And Spirit still not moving this one forward.
Oh boy.
Body now under threat from Long, misses his chance, Magix strikes him down, and Spirit are gonna come at this late in the bomb timer. Donk's got the cover, Adam and cadiaN able to bounce back with a kill apiece, and there's the lineups for Adam. 3 kills in the 2v4, and they will secure their 12th. It's overtime at least, secured by OG.
That was so excellent out of Adam. 4 kills in total in that round. Secures map point. The fast call up towards A was great. I thought that they were gonna have to move slow because of the op, but they managed to both get another op, which strengthened their post plant, killed a lot of time off the clock, and also didn't fall for the trap of going too slowly and walk peeking into some of these positions. We are all out of timeouts now. This is even 4v5. I mean, Adam's shot here is ridiculous.
Just an insane round from him in general. Quad kill for Adam B. Maui Snake tried to hope that for Adam's sake, he'd be one of the driving forces for OG on this second map, and on an individual level, we've gotten it from him now. Spirit strapped for cash after that consistent double op strategy. Have Tanir on a deagle. OG gonna try to end this with the mid walkout. Donk given a freebie. On the fall back, its body's confirmed, and a FOMS from CT spawn covered off by Adam. Now you've got a player already in front of this. Zontix trying to collect a kill here in a moment as PrimeTaps crawls up the left side. Sure enough, Zontix finishes what Donk started. Tanir finds an upgrade in the middle of all this. Body, back turned, and Zontix collects from inside of the B site. Finding that mid cutoff, it's still the bomb and the Opper right behind it, trying to press out through the tunnels, but multiple players this round trying to push through smoke grenades to no avail. OG, not gonna happen like this.
It's Cadian, so don't play with fire, even though it's a 1v3. Any reason that he could go for this, he would try, but they've got the bomb in their possession. They'll save 3 guns for the next round to try to bring it to overtime, excuse me. And that's all they're looking for here. That was a bit of a mess. I feel like Magic's actually just needed to be swung when Donk took that first kill. But then he didn't peek, and then Donk got kill. I feel like he would have been tilted off the planet if he ended up losing like that. Ooh, just don't make it a death after time.
Counter-terrorists win.
Given the save, it's an op in round 24 here for Cadian. Money's weird for OG, but Spirit were able to just pull it out of the hat, so why not their opposition? Here we go, Cadian on the cross. No contact.
And I think he got donked down by half to start off the last round. Came up with the right call given the money situation previously. Their T-side's definitely been more interesting to watch than Spirit's, I'll give them that much.
Smokes fade in tunnels, and OG get ever closer. Oh, Cadian's got Zontix before he can ever drop his nades. Donk goes into the doorway, dropped by Cadian, his second in the round. Cadian up to 21 frags. As he rockets through that B-bomb site and body off of the cat fallback, gets killed out by Tanir. This opens the possibility of the retake.
And you better believe they're going for it. Round 24.
PrimeTaps off of the site. Here's this quick movement inside of tunnels. Draws attention from both him and the op behind him. They toy with PrimeTaps. Cadian 2 kills into the round, inching closer to the next duel, eats the flash. Magix picks that up. Now it's man advantage. Spirit retake on full effect. And as Spooky's position's been found out, he looks to just set that bomb ablaze. They clear out every body. Magix onto the defuse, burning all the while. Final second, and they've done it. OG 13-11 as Cadian's off prevails, a driving factor in OG extending this series to a third. Can you believe the op impact Cadian finds? All of the opening duels successful here for OG, and they will give themselves a chance at causing yet another upset here at Bounty.
Just when it felt like the bounty hunters weren't going to be able to get any more wins for themselves in this long string of games that we still have for round 1. In a map, Maui, that you promised me OG weren't even going to get more rounds than when they were playing on Cash. You are wrong, because they ended up coming in and winning Spirit's map pick of Dust 2.
I'm frankly shocked. This is a ridiculous performance from OG, a ridiculous performance from Cadian. Still, you're seeing the signs as to what made Cadian such an exciting in-game leader when he was in his prime for Heroic back in CSGO, because the difference that he made as a shooter was one thing, but I loved the moves that OG were making throughout so much of this game, especially in the first half. But Spirit, they have to be reeling after how some of those post plants went in the second half.
Yeah, I'm really wondering, right, because we've already talked about it, just how strong this map is for Spirit, for their individual players. Is it one of those complacency things? You just know it so well, so you aren't playing on it as much as you normally would in scrims. Like, these are all hypotheticals, right? But you have to start thinking about them, Maui, to realize how did we end up in a situation where it's milliseconds, it's slow retakes from Spirit that ultimately end in their downfall of Dust 2.
I'm sure we could look at them a little bit closer. The last one, though, I just feel like the fear of a lurker was obviously instilled by OG, because you always saw the second set of pincers, or the second side of the pincer, taking so long on some of these retakes. That's what was so confusing for me. Like last round right there, Tenier just took so long to move from middle on Dust 2 to get into that B retake. We're probably going to look back at the one that was an A retake earlier in the half, and I think that's credit to OG, because we saw, even on the last round, I mean, what was it? Body was lurking in middle for a very long time, so sometimes that pressure that was exerted by OG was enough to halt Spirit, or at least bog them down, as they're wondering, do we have to worry about somebody who's going to flank us, or are we in the clear?
Yeah, I'm going to see how quick production are to adjust to this one. We're going to look at that round 22 that you talked about, that slower retake, those things that we're talking about. So it was prevalent in that round 24 there as well. But yeah, you're talking about it. The more pivotal and the more impactful one was this question mark about why was round 22 so slow for Spirit to want to retake the A side.
Yeah, I mean, if we get into it, we'll kind of just see how there's
I'm throwing production under the bus here.
Well, I also think that something that they deserve credit for is the CT side. Before we even get into the retakes or anything, I think the CT side was so active, and you could just see how Cadian's effect on a team, it very much so resembled when he would play with his Heroic players, that people just get active. They're moving around a lot. But as we do get into round 22 here, you see that Shiro is on this A side defense, and he goes 1 for 1. Magix is able to hold the line here. Tenier is locked in at long A, making sure that nobody's going to flank him or anything like that. They're still worried about it. Tenier is just holding that smoke actually at long A. He's like having to kind of dart between the angles. And Zontix himself, he threw this retake smoke towards CT where they are not able to find an in, and he threw that so late. That was the concern for me. And yeah, even though the kills start piling in, the retake smoke that Zontix threw, it just faded now, and that was dissuading Spirit for such a long time to be retaking from CT. I think he legitimately threw it when there were already 8 or 10 seconds already ticked off the bomb. So at that point that your smoke is fading, you have what, 10 seconds left? That just didn't feel like enough time. I think that's a great idea if you get that smoke out as the bomb's being planted, or maybe in the first 5 seconds of it being planted. But to give yourself less than 10 arguably before you have to just charge the site and get the defuse. Great shots hit by Adam B and the guys on OG for sure, but Body just had so much room to work with even if he didn't hit that shot, because he was just thinking, well, that retake smoke gives me all these new angles.
Yeah, and the CT side on side of Spirit was significantly stronger than the T side, but it is those small little misplays where you're like, hold on, this wasn't even necessarily the Spirit that we were seeing an hour ago playing on Cash, and so they're just not as strong, and it feels like I never thought I'd really be saying it. But we can also look at that first half, right? The half that was significantly more dominant for OG, where they got many more rounds than anyone expected, starting off with round number 4 specifically.
I love the activity, and that's what you're going to see in this one. If you look at the top left of your radar right now, you're going to see two of the players, I think it's Spooky and Prime Tabs, working their way through the B tunnels so that even when the site hit comes in, Body deploys a very timely counter smoke on the bomb site. This just stops and halts Spirit in their tracks, and even though Spirit do eventually find the kills necessary to press on forward, you could, again, take your eyes back to that radar and how close those guys are on OG for flanking. They know that it's not a B hit. They know that there's nothing to worry about, and so they're already right there. Bomb digits are being punched in as the guys are already swinging for what would normally be their own cat hit. So that's super impressive from OG to make sure that they didn't overly respect the chance of a lurker from Spirit, because they know everybody's watched Spirit a lot. What's it going to be? Zontix by himself over there? Two guys, they'll take him out. So they love those kinds of little plays, and they kept making them.
Yeah, there were many moments where it felt like even if OG, and this is more on Cash, right? If OG even had the numbers advantage, there's still ways for Spirit to find an in. In fact, that's just the way that Spirit really plays. But this time around, even on even footing, right, in round 11, when we're seeing a 2v2 Maui, we are still having that confidence in OG. They're still able to step up and actually not opening that door at all for Spirit.
Gotta shout out Cadian. I gotta shout out Cadian. I didn't think he had it in him.
Say it louder.
Okay, rifle in his hands, has to defend this angle so that his oncoming player can help. He knows where that guy is, CT, because he just took a shot, but he knows it's a one-on-one duel. Him and Shiro, arguably a top 5 player in the world. Cadian, is this guy supposed to be washed? Because he just took out 2 players from one of the best teams in the world in a rifle v rifle duel. I love to see it. I love the little mini redemption arc we're getting, at least on this map, because with the op as well, so active, so clean with some of the kills. This rifle round was just so important for them to close out the half strong. But I can't sing his praises enough for what he did on this map. Just being active, understanding where those first fights were coming from. Like, look at how he's peeking some of these angles. Like the two kills that really surprised me were the one where he got the jumping player on Cat and then was able to he's hard clearing angles with the op, just knowing fully well where they're going to be next. So huge props goes out to the captain of OG. I know it's been rocky waters thus far with the team, but hey, maybe there's a nice shore in the future.
He was very candid earlier as well, talking about, you know, the bumpy road that he's been along, but he was so open with saying that there are some interesting prospects right now that's coming through OG, what they're able to build in this 5-man roster. But then he comes and shows up himself. So not only is he already propping up the 4 other players on his team, we know what he's capable of doing as an IGL, but now we're seeing just his individual performance really stay around. And I think that that's one of the more impressive parts. And we always talk about it so often for IGLs and players that have been in the Counter-Strike competitive scene for so long.
I mean, if you want to talk about the other exciting prospects for the team, I would say that Adam B showed a lot of his worth on this map of Dust 2. We already highlighted the pushes towards the B side, even on just flat out anchoring that side of the map. He was doing a fantastic job when Spirit were trying to press on into him. The counter utility from him was really good, in the right place at the right time, and on the T side, especially in those post plants. I feel like if I'm watching Adam B in a late round situation, he's got to lock it down, get his kill, or stay alive. He's one of the guys on OG that I'm beginning to really he's earning my trust.
Okay, I asked Cadian if he was able to potentially pick one of the other 4 players as the most interesting or the most promising aspect coming out of OG, and he said it's like choosing between his 4 kids. He couldn't do it. But now, Maui, after having seen them lose a map and win a map, do you feel like you have someone that you could prop up a little bit higher? Do the job that Cadian couldn't do for me in an interview?
I mean, with Adam B already praising him, the other guy that I'm always going to shout out is Body. I mean, just on a career trajectory sort of factor here, not going to lie. I mean, I think his time with Falcons was actually legit. He was a good player for them. With Fnatic, he was an IGL, and it didn't go so well, but you could still see his own individual ability was strong. And I just think that whatever's going on in the French scene is ridiculous. I think it's ludicrous. I think that they are sleeping on one of the better French players right now, and if they could set their drama aside, they would absolutely still have him on the roster because he clearly merits that position. So he's been my guy to watch, and I know he's on the older side, but that doesn't mean he still doesn't play good CS. That at one point last year he was one of the better entry fraggers in the world. Like, he was like a top 12 or so entry fragger, and that's that's you know, that's pretty rare to see a guy who's kind of been around the block, like been playing for really like over a decade at tier 1 to still be holding his own in that capacity when you have these phenoms like Donks and Kyosuke who are just begging for a chance for a 50-50 duel.
Yeah, 100%. It is insane there, and it's even more insane to think about the fact that we're going to be seeing a map 3, but we're going to have like our own little OG here, right? We're going to have our redemption arc, because at the end of map 1, we tried to play a game that didn't really work out for us, but we're going to try again, and hopefully to success here at the end of map number 2. We're finally going to get to play our higher and lower, so you guys can head on over to Blast TV if you want to give it a go. Of course, we've already talked about some of the highest scores people have been able to get by signing into their Blast account. But we're starting off here. Maui, do you think the skin on the right is higher or lower than the market value of the skin on the left?
My bias is fully coming in here. I have the skin on the right, so I hope it's higher. So I just, yeah.
This might be immediate loss. Oh,
let's go. Yes, let's go. Ooh,
sticker.
Geez.
I'm gonna say lower. I don't think a stick is gonna be a.
Nah, it's got to be lower. This just came out, I think, in the Jackass sort of one, the package. So yeah, that's gotta
be low.
I think it's higher. Because
okay.
If you think it's lower, I'll let you have it.
I don't know, because if I end our generational run right now, I don't want to be to blame.
Then I'm gonna take higher. I'll take the blame. Did we get it? It was lower?
No, it was lower.
Oh, what is the winter green at? I don't even know.
Can you, production, do you mind scrolling down? Again, I'm asking so much of them. You guys deserve overtime with how much I'm asking of you right now. But is it possible to scroll down so we could see the value?
Yeah, what was it?
Keep going. It does show you. Yep.
Holy, it's worth nothing. It is worth nothing. I just never see that skin, so I assume that it was some rare one.
It was expensive then.
Is it new? Is this a new? Oh god, I'm showing that I'm not a skin cell. Damn. Okay. Damn.
88 cents. Well, hopefully the return of investment is going to be a little bit higher than 88 cents on OG, because they're forcing a map number 3 up against Spirit, which will happen just after this break.
Team Spirit pushed to Ancient up next. OG taking the series to a map that's generally so good for Spirit. Mohan, they didn't even have to play it at the Cologne Major. And back at Astana, they were flawless on it. So it's been a little while since we've seen Spirit on this map. Our prediction market partner, Polymarket, still has Spirit as the favorites. And understandable still, obviously, this is going to be an uphill battle for OG no matter how you look at it. But they've proven one thing. cadiaN still got it. Individually, with the op, powering some of those rounds to victory on Dust 2 by the skin of their teeth in round 24. They secure a map. Now the question is, can they win the match?
I just feel like yesterday, I'm like, what's the point of even posing the question as if it might not happen? Like, it could totally happen. cadiaN was the better caller last map. I'm going to say that outright. It wasn't even close, actually.
Sure. Yep.
In terms of T ideas, we saw what Spirit could not find. Those openings, creative ideas, the op, kind of the clutch with the op, like when he needed to hit his shots.
Oh, yeah.
Did a great job calling around himself. In the economy, did a really good job of stylistically figuring out what rounds to call. Like, so much to grab from there. On to Ancient, another great map for Spirit stylistically. But who knows what happens? That's the thing. We're on the internet.
We're on the internet. Whether you like it or not.
But you couldn't really ask for 3 better maps in like an underdog Spirit matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Their Spirit should be super comfortable.
They should. Again, won it every single time they played in Astana, won it every time they played it at Rio, split it back in Rotterdam. Their record this year, very successful. So much so they didn't pull it out in Cologne. So it's been a while. We'll see if there's any ring rust for Spirit on this map particularly. In the T-Pistol, we've got OG with a bomb plant. They've actually already wrapped around Cave. This is a perfect place for Spooky and cadiaN. Assuming Donk doesn't do that, are you for real? Pops cadiaN's head in the background. Body's got the answer back. Only Donk, it seems. What a zany way to try to still win this pistol. And Shiro's just going to call this bluff. He sticks it. Oh my God, he sticks it. That's what I'm talking about. What a ridiculous pistol for Spirit to somehow win.
If that bomb was planted just a little bit more to the right and he had to be a little bit more out, I don't think he would have stayed on it, but he saw an opportunity.
Oh, this is going to be good. I can tell already.
I can't.
Look at this.
Donk got both. And if it was anyone else, I'd call it lucky. With him, I feel like somehow he got, I don't know how. Guy in the back. cadiaN.
Mogged.
Mogged, yeah. Well, he got the last word last map, at least.
I can't believe my eyes.
The last time he had a sub 1.5 rated Ancient map was in
with
March.
your chest, Bonders.
I forgot my glasses.
With
in the
your
hotel.
chest, okay? Your job is to speak.
I need my glasses.
Damn it, now it's off screen. I didn't read it.
It was in March.
Okay.
Sub 1.5 rating for Donk on Ancient.
Casting spells over here, dude. The last time Donk had a sub 1.5 rated Ancient map was in March.
I said that very clearly.
1.86 rating in the last 6 maps. March was a while ago.
Months even.
OG getting creepy this round, crawling around the map, all quiet and whatnot, but it's going to be 4 players out middle. Capable guns as well. Don't sleep on Adam's Galil. When there's 3 Tech 9s in front of it to set up the play, Red Room set on fire, and cadiaN trying to take over position of it as the bomb actually looks to join them on red. Yeah, they're going to threaten this CT play with that smoke. Flash finds its target as TaNeer tucked into the corners, got the support of Shiro. They're going to drop that bomb down in front of them, and then the Tech 9s pounce off the reloads, but it's a sidearm here for TaNeer that gets the job done. Good multi-kill for him, considering his struggles back on Dust 2. Spirit survived the force buy.
He actually brought it back heavily in that second half. It wasn't just that one round. He had a few multi-kills. Brought the scoreline back up, so I think looking forward to CT for sure. And to provide some sympathy to TaNeer, was recently brought up that, you know, he's been shuffled around more than almost anybody on Earth when it comes to roles. in joining Spirit.
Try to just charge
pretty
it up.
fast. Lots of damage.
And it's good. All 5 players survive. Spirit showing no sign of weakness on Ancient, quite like they did Dust 2. On map 1, Donk was 5-0 in head-to-heads versus cadiaN. That was on Cash.
Okay.
I'm going to go try to find Dust 2. If HLTV would update. Sorry.
Early bet of mid-control here for Spirit. Looks like OG want to play fast like they did on Cash.
Oh, they get there. Wow. Adam tracking down Magix for the 5v3 as Tanir gives up the space.
Careful of this walkout.
Oh my god, they don't cover. Tanir tries to dive bomb, but okay. Good on cadiaN. It's
really
the right position.
Yeah.
And so the first gun round for OG looks real convincing. Shiro just dives on Adam, cleans both players out of long control. This opens up the door for this retake, but remember, it would have to be a 2v5.
Body on 1 HP, Spooky down by half.
Body puts the molly in front of Shiro.
There's a bit of utility here.
Nade for cadiaN, but you're gonna have to push in to clear out the cave. And Zontix doesn't really have the time for that, so he's gonna put the smoke, but as it sits on top of the bomb, he's yet to tap the defuse. He's gonna try to cause panic, and Spooky finds him with the wall bang. Bomb pops, and 2 die. OG still round secured, but at a cost.
Yeah, quite expensive.
In the cadiaN Donk head-to-head on map 2, cadiaN 7, Donk 2, which means coming into map 3, Donk and cadiaN are tied, 7 kills against one another each.
That's fun.
Donk and cadiaN. 2 peas in a pod. OG have done this in the past in this series, just trying to sprinkle in straight up aggression after a round win. They're met by a molly and Zontix's smoke, but beyond that, they're still going to try to just charge their way through. Donk out middle kills Spooky, and so man advantage secured before a bomb plant can ever go down.
Didn't even bother blowing the smoke open. And they'll actually cancel the plant for a second. But that's risky to do on this map if you can't re-smoke Donut. They have one. Out in front of this, Zontix gets some damage, but that's it. Still no plant in. A little scary. Oh, this is super risky. My goodness.
Slowly but surely, bomb goes down. I'm surprised that nade didn't open the smoke.
Yeah,
right?
that one probably should have.
Yeah. But instead, bomb planter gets off of it. cadiaN's like, get out of my way. That MAC-10 swings wide, forcing Donk into the team kill. 2 versus 1 now for Spirit, and both players approach from the CT lane. cadiaN with the first headshot, trying to dodge Shiro's up, slides through it. Still ample time on this bomb, and Shiro's gonna land it. cadiaN tries to slide in a second time, but it is Shiro again showing his value tonight in this series with a clutch for Team Spirit.
Yeah, he went berserk back on Cash. And how was he on Dust 2? I mean, overall still good, right?
On Dust 2. On Dust 2.
Wasn't really the Donk carry back there.
Shiro was 15-17.
Okay.
With a 0.81 rating.
It's a good shot for Shiro in the clutch. cadiaN nearly had that one. Had his aim displaced a little bit. Could have swung the game a little bit, but now they're saving.
Still can't believe that second nade didn't open the smoke.
Yeah,
they got away with it, but
they probably should have just blown that smoke open.
Oh yeah. Shiro off to the races here on Ancient 9-1.
Shiro and cadiaN actually have a lot of history. You know what I mean? Like, that was Gambit and Heroic in that online era. They were the two big dogs. Besides Big, of course. Can't forget about them.
No, no, no. And that's Gambit Youngsters to you, buddy. Time's gone. And so are the majority
You're the married man now.
See ya. Zontic's on cleanup duty, up to 3 kills, as Spirit comfortable in the 5-1 start.
I think Hobbit already had a kid at that point.
Probably.
Which is wild.
But now Hobbit's back. Some things never change.
And his kid's still around, probably.
I mean, hopefully. Probably. Yeah.
Good time to go A. I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah, but a little timidness here as they sit inside A main. The longer they wait, the closer Donk gets to trying to be a problem.
I mean, they're ready for something totally different right now. And Donk could just get straight up opt in this position. Unless the shot is missed, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Adam catches him off with that forward green boost.
They just got too glued in at the bottom of mid, didn't they?
Yeah. For a long time, considering there really wasn't much there.
Nothing there. Just fear. Still taking a look at this, though. Donut is wide open.
They have gone for some pretty late retake attempts, and this one looks to be another.
It's a situation where you could dive it with just 1 or 2 kills, so they've got to be careful.
Spooky's dead, so's Cadian. Prime Tap's answering back now. Tanir's preoccupied with that clear. He's got it going. Oh, but it's a nice flank from Body, and then Adam makes sure that 2 players survive here for OG. They sunk their teeth deep into the A site. I said they survived because they do. Never mind. Close one, but the bomb never pops.
Another great round for Adam.
Yeah, boosted up early, kills Donk, has to fight his way back through the A main smoke. Kind of in a frantic spot as that retake's underway. This is spooky.
How does that happen with a monitor on?
That's a great question.
Hasn't even shown us his true power level. Some noise being made. A lot, actually. But no overextension. Ooh, I feel like someone's about to take a risk right now.
Nice shot. Shiro with a slight gap clips Adam B, and a 5v3 on the other side of that kill.
Could it be a second story, a second comeback story for Cadian in one career? 2 comeback stories. When's that happened before?
Marvel's probably done it at least once.
So only in the movies.
Only in those moving pictures. Who's come back twice?
With all our history, I mean, surely, but I can't even think of... I mean, he hasn't done it yet.
Right.
Right, but...
Counter-terrorists win.
Still a long road ahead for OG. Especially tonight as Spirit's lead grows 6-2. And this round was shut down very quickly. Just 2 separate duels picked up to Spirit's favor. And OG kind of pumped the brakes and gave up. A little juice box there? Huh?
Must be his birthday.
A little juice box? Sorry. That's just honestly, that's pretty dismissive of me. Juice boxes are pretty cool.
Connor loves juice, so he immediately just want to be called out in the future.
Stay hydrated. My favorite juice boxes are actually when they're little chocolate milk boxes.
That's not juice.
Well, it's in the same family.
It's like nut milk being called milk. It's not milk.
Well,
I think legally in Europe right now, it's not allowed to be anymore, so.
Spooky started both Cash and Ancient this series 1-7. Wow, really kick them while he's down, why don't you, B-Tramps? Yeah, he heard you talking shit.
He's never too late with the stats. We'll give him that. Oh, what a find.
Well, the stat was for Cash and Dust too, correct? So
I just mean like, right, yeah, true.
He was about to be 1-7 all 3 maps. And the moment he brought that up.
Yeah, it always.
Nope.
Always right before.
Not this time. Into the mid duel with the double kill. Very easily could have been 1-7 here as well. But a mow down of the Spirit players. Man advantage secured and an open B bomb site for the bomb. If Adam B gets that kill.
That was a nasty clear.
Then there's really no chance for Spirit in this one. But with Tanir already being in cave,
having
are
cave
they gonna
is massive.
Look? Magix is thinking about it.
I feel like you do want to give this. I mean, Magix is so low.
They don't have a kit.
Oh, that makes it a bit tenuous. They've been a little late to a couple of retakes now. Okay.
Need to kill faster than that. Tanir with a late test, but never here to win the round due to that lack of kit. So OG squeeze a 3rd victory out of this T side. 9 rounds in. It's going to cost them everything as the bomb pops and kills everybody on OG's squad. 2 survivors this round as Spirit still maintain a 3-round lead. But OG, thanks to Spooky and this 2K out middle, just good flashbang assists here from Cadian to make that double entry possible.
And brave enough to go in for middle, so already deserves some credit. Spirit, no, most of the time they'll be able to dominate in there. But the bomb casualties are vast. It's got to be them really suffering here. The Leals, low grenades.
Magix finds his, back's turned to Tanir. Just sliding down the ramp at the perfect moment. Throwing themselves at OG into this outer B hit, and Shiro wants into the action too. He'll track Adam B on that fallback. A 30 health Spooky remains 1v2.
And a molly on the other side of the bomb, just to let him know.
It's going to be tough to try to claw this back. You know Shiro's going to hold the angle.
Just got to jiggle it, but how do you do that versus Shiro?
You don't.
Yeah.
Shiro secures it. 7-3 lead off of a clash setup outside of the B site. Felt like Spirit knew they'd find OG players out there and were confident in their ability to kill them.
It was a 3-9 comeback yesterday with Gizmy and friends versus Falcons.
True.
I only say that because Spirit are playing the good side right now. Oh, actually, how's their T-side Ancient look?
Ooh, they force here, huh? Tech 9's aplenty for OG in round 11. Spooky back to his antics out middle. At least secures the red steps. And Adam doesn't look to leave him alone, so we'll have 2 members of OG looking to get through Donut, where Donk tries to support Shiro towards A site. Good kill by Adam. He wants to disengage. That frees Donk up to go throw himself at the A site so that it's not just Shiro's op in the face of this smoke.
They do have elbow protected, or at least threatened. Tough spot here for OG.
Little to lose. They're now down to no utility, so they'll throw a player over. Flying Desert Eagle, not destined for this world, as Donk shaves him off one by one. And Adam may have gotten that kill on Zontix out middle. Oh, beautiful tap on Donk as well for a second, but Shiro's op collects, and it is 8 rounds at the very least for Spirit's CT side.
Tough position for Cadian with the amount of money that they've had throughout this half. A lot of buys have had to come through, but again, with all the bomb deaths, it's made for some rough buys. Oh, he's just beat this timing.
Yeah, Zontix feeling freed up to take an early fight.
Oh, doesn't matter. Bomb spotted, but he's got A.
Magic's off the cave push. We'll deal with the one other player OG had across the map, so it's nothing but this A site for them. And deep donut control with a smoke surely helps. Kits aplenty. Smokes as well here for Spirit in a forced retake. Final round of the half.
They take a long time to get organized for these retakes.
Yep, they have left them down to the final moments in the past. This one looking sketchy for the same reasons. Shiro tagged down to sub 10 HP. 5-7 jump over. Oh, Prime Taps kills Tanir in the backdrop. Body swings out for the mid kill. And it's Cadian now from behind the big box. 1v2. They spot him, and as he tries to get back into the cover, the Desert Eagle's not enough. Magix will stick this for a 9-round CT side out of Spirit. You'd think surely they had enough, but it was the same scoreline that somehow, someway, the likes of 100 Thieves upset yesterday. So we'll watch after the break.
Would you say that you're a grumpy person?
Definitely, yeah. I'm very much a grumpy person. I think that it's not even a week ago that my boss told me that I need to stop complaining so much. So yeah.
I had teammates and people around that have been way more grumpy than me, but we are a bit grumpy in a way. This Fuck You Apex used to be fun at the beginning, but now it just, I'm like, change. Like, come on guys, it's been 2 years now.
I could be a grumpy little bit about the China food.
I actually eat a lot of stuff, but sometimes it's annoying.
I find it more harder to find something good.
We go a lot to Copenhagen, and they always make potatoes. Like, every day is potatoes.
For example, when I was in Japan for vacation with my wife, the food there was insane, and in China, it's like 50-50, I would say.
You know, you have pasta, you have rice, you have a lot of other stuff, but Danes, I think they only know potatoes.
Going home and getting your mom's food, like that's like, it's not really a specific dish, but just in general, like that homemade food is, you end up missing it somehow.
But I think something that is so underrated for us is the bread, like baguette. Like when you travel a lot, the bread are not as good as our bread and cheese are just...
I mean, when playing pucks in general, I think the worst thing that can happen to me is when people just throw random grenades and they don't say anything about it.
Communicating really bad or not saying when you die or what you see is pretty annoying.
And then you just randomly have to like dodge a flash or like you just die because of it.
Not listening.
Like one of the first rounds, everyone buys and one gang equals, for example. That's maybe a bit triggering.
Playing just alone. Like people, they just play Face It to play on the sides, and I'm like, guys, it's a team game. Let's try to play together.
You get bad habits from it, and it's much different than on official because you can get punished, and from punish you pay. If you lose the match, you are out of the event. If you lose the Face It, it's whatever. You just lose some points and you can play more.
People play so bad in practice. They don't care. They just push. They do individual moves that they will never do on matches, etc. It just annoys me.
It's not giving you any adrenaline in game, you know. And maybe because I'm a little bit older and I'm playing for quite a time, I feel like there need to be a stake in the game I enjoy it more, you know.
I tend to complain about when I have to do other people's jobs for them. Players like should be fixing his lineup for a grenade, but instead I have to go do it for him.
If my teammates forget about strats and they don't have notes, it makes me really hungry as well at them.
The one thing I've complained about in all of CSGO, all of CS2 is how accurate you are when you're jumping.
It feels like 60-40 TK matchmaking before they changed to sub-tick. I used to play some matchmaking in CSGO and you could tell that the bullets are not going as same as 128 tick, and yeah, I don't like static to be honest.
It is fine that some pistols or SMGs are a bit more accurate, but it should never be a thing that you can like jump and it's good for you, you know? Which is like it is in a lot of cases. So yeah, I would say that thing.
This best of 3 recovery is fully underway. Spirit, very comfortable CT side here on the Decider map versus an OG that pushed them to their limits back on Dust 2, but we just haven't had that same pizzazz. You know, Cadian back on Dust 2 was hitting op shots, now sitting 5 and 11 towards the bottom of the board, and it feels like maybe OG's abilities have dried up. But because we watched Falcons throw yesterday, we're gonna keep ourselves glued to the screen until somebody closes on Ancients.
And there might be genuine concerns about how good Spirit can be on this T side. Like, I'm sure they were trying back on Dust 2, but just couldn't get the engine going.
Yep. Left a lot to be desired, their Dust 2 T side.
Ooh. Do they really want to go A? Everybody's here.
Beretta's up on top of green. They still don't know about him. Now they've figured that out. Donk gonna look for the duel, but as that Beretta player just stays tucked in, Donk actually gets bombed back towards Donut, so run it B. Leaves Shiro to serve up frags, and at the very least a distraction. Donk doubling back though, gives Cadian a chance to kill him, and now OG's CT side begins with a pistol victory.
It's actually, I mean, 100 Thieves did not let us down last night in terms of, you know, getting body one map, but actually closing out the series.
Oh yeah.
I'm here to watch. My eyes are peeled. T-side Ancient's difficult.
Spirit forced to take a knee in this one. What you doing?
Little warm up.
He's trying to speak to us. What do you want? Body suspicious. And with the bomb dropped, everybody shows themselves, and Zontix kills his teammates. So all that warm-up didn't mean much, now did it? 5 alive on the side of OG as they win pistol and convert cleanly.
Would this be a bigger upset than yesterday? I've got a question for you. This is VRS #1. I think, right now.
No, Falcons were. Falcons were #1 in the world
now?
as of yesterday.
Oh.
I think 100 Thieves upset would still be bigger.
Yeah?
I think so. Yeah. It's major champions.
Yeah, but they're like pretty much as good. But it's also Falcons and Kerrigan. I guess it's also Spirit.
Yeah. And Donk. Let's call them equal.
I think that's fair. Oh, boy.
Pickups for Adam. Body comes flying through, and Donk will get some kind of an answer going, but it's a bit too late. As OG have already fallen back into the comfort of their bomb site, they'll forego vision of the bomb, as they know Donk's going to be on the hunt for the next minute.
On the bonus round, it's a 2-on-4.
Surely Spirit and Falcons don't both get eliminated in their opening games.
I was trying to do some subtle foreshadowing, but
surely not.
Fell on deaf ears.
Surely not. Prime Taps makes sure this one goes down smooth with 4 players still surviving, and we've got a 3-round game. I mean, Shiro's still 17 and 6. Donk has had his moments. But that T-side on Dust 2 sure did suck.
Yeah, I did.
And they're back on the attack after that 9-round CT side. Tech9's for the gang. As a confident Spooky takes a duel towards Donk, Desert Eagle collects his head in response for that. That could be a gun grabbed. But OG's still thinking about pressing their luck on ramp. Smoke grenade pops in front of them. That's gonna open the door for Donk to grab an AK, and now you've let the most lethal player in Spirit's camp find himself a true weapon.
And apart from these kits, they've drawn out a lot of utility. OG got very scared about some kind of B play. This really loosens up the map for Spirit. Get this kill now.
Okay, scary for a second as it looked like it was getting away from paiN. Rifle can still be grabbed by Shiro here.
Where was it? Did it fall off?
Surely not.
Oh.
Should still be up there. paiN catching Zontix is going to finish that one off as he was trying to make something happen, and Shiro never even concerns himself with the rifle. Okay. Big plant one time, gets Adam to bite, but Cadian's on the scene. 4K for Cadian here versus those upgraded pistols as OG cut it down to a 2-round gap.
I mean, genuinely, based on last map, at this point, who would you rather be?
I think I'd still rather be Donk.
Yeah. That's fair.
But partly because he's just a rock star. And also because, again, I believe in Shiro. I feel like Shiro is a good bet if you're thinking about somebody to just prop up Spirit enough.
Okay. It's fair.
I'm also looking at all the money that the OG squad are sitting on. This is after the buy. Cadian 9.3, Adam 8.2 thousand.
They won their bonus round.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of cash here for OG. So they've got the framework to make this CT side stomp happen.
They're also not playing scared.
Big fish. Team Spirit are the #1 team on HLTV's live VRS ranking. Oh, there's Donk with the opener. Prime Taps responds back with the Zontix kill. And Donk thinking about pushing his luck into middle at 50 HP. Look at this push from Adam, though. This is a huge move to make.
Yeah, it's completely unchecked right now. The
Shiro
bomb can
thinks
go
about
back
it.
to watch it, but that's just dangerous in and of itself. That might have been... No, he's missed it. Yeah, this is free for Adam. Oh, he's going to try to milk it. What a guy.
There's the bomb dropped as Adam's move is confident, but that's obviously going to draw Spirit back at him, and Donk is included in the 2 players coming to try to find this. Magix takes the point instead. Oh, Adam kills everybody out here. Oh, it's so clean from Adam B. A sequence from the A main push for another quad kill. Nothing but a 1-round game now.
And let me tell you, that's not the first thing we've seen from Adam. He was great back on Dust 2 as well. The positioning couldn't have been better. The timing couldn't have been better. I mean, mechanics were fantastic. And a finisher on Donk as well. Now this is real. By the way, Cadian has 12,000 bucks.
Starting to get into that desperate realm where it feels like Spirit need their hero moment. They've been on the cusp of piecing it together, but sticking the landing and putting the round on the board has eluded them since they've switched to the T side. And this is an OG that keeps poking and prodding Spirit in the middle of their rounds, that aren't shying away for going for those dangerous ramp pushes. Even when Spirit have shown an ability to bite back. Execute comes over the top. Spirit do not have a lot of utility to work with, so they're going to want a value out of these nades, but it's a great lineup on the ramp, and it stuffs the pistols in their tracks. Magic's a bit late to activate as that Zontix M4 steps out through A main, found out, and Zontix's struggles continue. A single kill this round as once more, already on a pile of gold, OG tie this game with 4 players alive in this round as well.
I'm just loving where they're getting their kills from. It's a lot of forward pushes. They haven't played scared once. They've gone for info. We saw Adam actually turn that info into an entire round. It's everything you'd like, and the aim is keeping up. The confidence is clearly there. By the way, in that last defuse, it was 0.67 seconds on the defuse. Or 0.067, I think.
Of course it was.
Yeah. For OG to win the map and bring us to this position.
Of course it was. Hilariously, Magic's defusing,
yes.
Right? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Ain't life funny?
Call it destiny, I guess.
Adam B is 10-0 since switching sides, which was a lot like Rain taking over yesterday versus Falcons. Swapping of the halves. An electric half out of Adam B thus far.
We're big Adam guys as well, back from Young Ninjas. We're Adam Standlers. Oh, nice shot, Donk.
But as this game goes on and Donk feels like he's got less to lose, you're going to get moments like this one where he racks up a couple headshots, dies on his 3rd attempt. And you've got Shiro to still lean on. 20-9 now is Shiro, but over towards the ramp. Oh, it's Adam to respond. Make that 12-0 since this CT side has started.
What a performance, man. If he was closer to the site, I'd say, let's see if he has a chance. He's got a ways to go, though. I mean, they've just got insane control. I think he wishes he could trade out that molly for a smoke.
He's actually got a smoke as well.
Oh, man.
Molly smoke frag plus the kit. He could actually put this into the realm of possibility.
Okay, yeah.
Scary with the time here, but I mean, why not? Give it a shot. You've got so much money. You've earned these moments, and Shiro's not going to give you that room to work. Shiro with big impact in this one. Again, a pillar of success for Team Spirit. A driving force back on the stomp of cash. And as Donk goes big with the double kill to start this round, it is then every kill from Shiro thereafter.
The only issue is going to be if they keep trying to do this in the mid and it just becomes too much of protect Donk at all costs. You know, if he gets angry and he keeps trying that out, if they can counter him, that'll be the problem. Cadian knows that kind of coming into this match. That's just going to be one of the main things. If they're actually going to be able to take this victory. A final timeout used by them. And throughout that first half, it was money trouble for OG. They had a lot of, forced down buys that didn't get them a lot. But now they're in the money. They have some leftovers. Katie doesn't want to drop this position.
Still so much cash to burn through. Oh, missed chance.
Man, that peak was old school.
Tanir walking it up through the ramp, though, as they shuffle their attention back towards B. It's an opening kill for Adam. Donk shuts him down. A single kill for Adam. All he gets is Donk will yet again collect a double kill back-to-back rounds. Cadian feeling the squeeze from both sides. You've got Shiro out of the picture, and Donk's dead as well. Spooky collects a couple. Pressure on Zontix from the bottom of the scoreboard. Hands busy with the bomb plant. Bomb plant denied. And now Magic's with the MAC-10 is going to try to wrap around into the 3 remaining OG players. And he's not there for enough of it. Triple kill Spooky. OG throw bodies at a B site and tie this game again.
They desperately wanted to test him. Donk on that second swing, and he passed every single time. Beautiful aim on display from more than just one player.
Yeah, now we're moving into the peripheral. Donk gets a double after shutting Adam out after the one. It is Shiro to get dropped with nothing thanks to Spooky. And unlike the side of OG, Team Spirit's money remains under question. Hero AK here for Donk in the 21st round. OG on the brink of pulling into the lead, still with all of that money back behind them. They have given themselves the best possible opportunity to truly do this.
They do need to be very wary. Last time they let that ramp walk up take place, if there was a little bit more util behind it, they might not have had a way in.
But it's all of Spirit on the perimeter of this B site. Sure, there's a lean here for OG. Op in front of Body, who plays the top box. Cadian doesn't feel like he can afford a miss in this position.
Careful with that, switching guns.
Flash thrown into the pack. There's multiple players here, and he does whiff. Body gets the kill in the backdrop. Cadian missing a second shot. No scope lands at the very least, and Adam's on the scene. Donk in the middle, squeezed from both sides. As Cadian leaves a little slack out there on the play, it's his riflers around him that pick up the pace.
It was still a great setup. It was hard to get him out of his position. At the very minimum, he could delay, and at the best, like, they have this layered attack versus a very small choke point. It could have been much worse.
Lands the no-scope. Silver lining, forces Donk into the trade, but ramp side gets totally shut down by Adam.
Adam looks absolutely incredible today. 24 and 13 now, and it'll be Spirit's last timeout. OG are in the lead once again.
And still with all the money in the world, Spirit's timeout taken before their buy comes back. They've got every tool they could ask for, barring Shiro's op. And that's a scary prospect because that op has been valuable throughout this third map. That op is what worked off of Donk's opening kills out middle last time Spirit won a round. Donk and Shiro have held up their end of the bargain. Both players beyond 20, trying to be the difference again. Donk swings out mid, knows that he's got prime taps on the run, and you can't escape Donk. Chases him down for an opening 5 versus 3.
And no matter what happens, he can always offer that up out of nowhere. The entirety of mid taken over. It's a layup to tie this game. And one interesting move here. Body wrapping around through spawn if things take too long.
But OG still have their hero. Adam B leans back towards that red room push just in the off chance Donk comes his way. And Body has indeed got away with this timing. Cadian tiptoeing out. He lands his shot, but Magic survives it. A frag grenade keeps Magic's back momentarily. But it's that push into the donut that opens up the A site.
Now, how aware are they going to be? Will they watch all their flanks?
Zontix has had a rough go of it, and Adam, that's a perfect distraction. Donk kills Adam in the meantime. It is all on Body now. Oh,
whoa.
My God.
No, not like this.
Oh my God.
He has a kit right now. Sight's wide open. He can't even believe it.
Body has pushed from the B bomb site through the doorway.
They're watching for the temple push, though, right? No.
Shiro keeps checking temple every second. But if Body waits this out and everybody departs, this could be the way that he secures a 12th. From around the world, Body puts himself on top of the bomb, and Shiro's gonna cover it off. Again, keeping OG on their toes.
Whew, nothing else to watch. Nice try there, Body.
Whew. Cadian hits Magic's, but Magic survives it.
Yeah, through the wall. Had to hit that one.
Crazy chase here from Donk, but what else do you expect? It's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, not at all worried that he's down to like 5 bullets.
Talked about how deep that cash ran. Well, OG about at the end of it here with this full buy, and Shiro returning to that AWP thanks to the gift of OG.
I think they're, the energy right now for Spirit is they know coming into this round, Donk is going to try to save the day, and they've got to really just make sure they stay on his pace. I don't think there's going to be anything to stop him from over swinging in this spot.
Spooky on rotation. It's Prime taps back towards CT spawn. Oh, they catch him unprepared. It's just a burst down into the site. Spooky gets shredded, and OG have a daunting task in front of them if they think they're going to pull off this 4v5 retake.
Yeah, they actually do have to think about the money now.
They let it go.
For the first time this half.
After all of these nail-biter rounds, after all of these aggressive openings from OG, it's just a sudden pop into the A site that secures Spirit's 12th. And Zontix, 5 kills on map 3. And it's the instant execution on the entry to give Spirit the slimmest sigh of relief.
That's what we're into right now. His 5th kill, and Zontix getting entries. That's how they guarantee overtime.
Terrorists win.
Bit of a breather here for Magix. I think he was getting stressed. But because OG don't get wiped, they have a great buy once again. All the advantages that the CT side has to offer you here on Ancient. And players that could pop off at any moment.
It's not Donk looking for the mid kills. It's Shiro stuck in smoke. No forward press out of OG, no attempt to take any kind of a ramp duel. If anything, just leaning back on this Cadian angle through Donut once the smoke fades. That is where OG hopes Spirit overstep. But inside of this B bomb site resides Adam B, rockstar of OG's 3rd map.
His positions aren't that scary, not with any extra support behind them. It's not that op rifle set up inside the cave this time around.
What's usually Cadian here with this is instead him bolstering that A site. They're making moves on A, but they need to get a 3rd player over here.
Or, yeah, they need to push and get some guaranteed information. They're playing quite low. This worked on Dust too, and Spirit took too long to get organized when they couldn't find an opening kill. They'll find some damage in on Adam, which actually could be very impactful.
If you can't beat him in the head-to-head, then soften him up before you execute.
Do yourself a favor, Spirit. Don't take too long on this exec. There's nothing stopping you.
30 seconds and utility up and over. Smoke grenade on both lanes. All of the CTs stuck on the other side of it. They put a fresh smoke themselves at the top of this ramp. And banking on Spooky's boost to cut off players. And the bomb is still back in the doorway. It's not just these ramp players that are looking to get in. As Spooky cuts down the front runner, Adam also finds Donk. 7 seconds and Shiro's hands have to be busy. Huge double man advantage for the retake. OG have at least given themselves the best chance at making this happen. Shiro in the middle, finally getting one back for Spirit. His 2nd kill collected. Body slides wide with the response. And it's going to be Theonir from outside of cave. In the middle of the retake, tiptoes his way out. Wins the first duel, staying at 67 health. And as the retake's underway, it's Body to find another headshot. OG pull it off. And we need overtime on the decider.
Yeah, let's see it. Come on. Spirit with all the space in the world, 2v5 on the site. They waited so long. They didn't do anything to draw out utility. They made that as winnable as possible for OG, even though OG were not playing the same game they were playing for the rest of that half. Low on info, they bring into overtime. And there's actually still a chance.
I thought with Shiro having this position, he could still deliver magic. Did find the double, but not enough in a 3v5 to make it happen in regulation. More runway for OG. And the little T-side success Spirit has been by way of X-Factor moments. Will OG shell up as the intensity of the game goes on into overtime? Body out through cave. It's got a real chance at cutting off Shiro. Bomb included. Stops it. Does get traded back by Zontix at least. Adam B smoked away from the moment. But as they pop open that smoke...
These mollies to guarantee the plant now. They'll run through them.
They charge through flames and get shredded by Tanir. Donk finding the headshot onto Spooky as well. This one absolutely fizzles out for OG. They try to force the issue through the fire and pay a price.
I mean, the pace is so much better here from Spirit just straight off. And then the two mollies, that's what they were missing last round. They came in absolutely no control, said, we're going to let you retake, and we're going to try to plant the bomb. But, oh yeah, this is B. It's absolutely retakeable. And they suffered so many casualties because of it. Late to wake up, but maybe at the same time, just in time. Finally, a dominant looking exec that's not just a contact explode out of Spirit.
Confidence now for Spirit as they charge in, and Adam meets him with resistance. Double kill as he stands his ground. Donk down to the half HP, his body slips the net in between the middle of it all.